Top-tier Providence secretly cultivate for 1,000 years Chapter 294 to Chapter 369. At the edge of the yellow spring, the red-robed Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was meditating on the shore. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Damn it! That bastard is cursing me again. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor almost died of anger. He had chased Han Yen for so many years, but he could not find Han Yen. He had thought of giving up, but Han Yen would curse him from time to time. How could he endure it? He had to kill this guy. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's expression changed slightly as he began to circulate his dharmic powers to resist the mysterious curse power. What's going on? Why did his curse power become so strong? Could it be that he broke through? The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought uneasily as he felt a sense of danger. No, he had to find that bastard quickly. Otherwise, he would be in trouble in the future. A month later, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was gloomy as he hurriedly suppressed the chaotic dharmic powers in his body. On the other side, inside the congenital cave, Han Yen opened his eyes and looked at the Book of Misfortune in his hand. He was secretly shocked. After the Book of Misfortune was upgraded to a deity realm spirit treasure, it had become stronger, and the amount of dharmic powers it could carry had increased greatly. In the past, it would take several months to use 10 million years of lifespan to curse. Now, it only took a month. This was when he used it carefully. If he used his full strength, the time could be compressed even shorter. After the Book of Misfortune's curse power became stronger, although the burden on Han Yen had also increased, it would not affect his soul for the time being. It would also not cause permanent damage to his body. This was a good thing. Han Yen was worried that the Book of Misfortune would become a double-edged sword. Now, it seemed that as long as he did not get carried away, the Book of Misfortune would not backfire on him. Han Yen thought for a moment and decided to continue cursing. Although he had lost 10 million years of lifespan, ever since he broke through to rank 3 Immortal Emperor, his lifespan had exceeded 10 trillion years. In other words, he had cursed many enemies and his lifespan had increased greatly. About 2 months passed. Han Yen finally saw an email. Your enemy Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's cultivation base fell because of your curse. His cultivation base has fallen to rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief. He put down the Book of Misfortune and wiped the blood on his face. Losing a total of 70 million years of life was worth it. Han Yen continued to curse the Goblin Emperor, the Golden Rock Demon Lord, the Tendo Buddha, and Li Xuano. He only cursed each of them for 5 days. It was not a long time. He just needed to adjust his mentality. After he finished cursing, he put down the Book of Misfortune. He began to split a part of his soul and quickly left Hidden Sect Island. He wanted to find the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Since Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor had fallen to rank 8 Immortal Emperor, he could be killed. No one had ever hunted down Han Yen so persistently. Han Yen would naturally not let him go. On a cliff, Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned as he stared at the figure meditating at the bottom of the cliff. That person was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's whole body was trembling, and his head was shaking non-stop. His face was cloudy, as if he had gone mad. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor happened to pass by this place and discovered that something was wrong with Xianxia's aura, so he stopped to observe. He pinched his fingers to deduce, and his expression changed slightly. This guy actually had a karmic relationship with Han Yen. Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor immediately revealed a sinister smile. He raised his palm and slapped down. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, pressing down on Xianxia instantly. Xianxia was startled awake. He raised his head to look at Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor and asked angrily, "What do you mean by this?" After escaping Xidagarba Imperial Palace with great difficulty, Xianxia wanted to cultivate properly for a while, but he did not expect to be attacked again. Why? Anger ignited in Xianxia's heart. He believed that he had not done anything outrageous and had not offended anyone. Why did people always find trouble with him? Do you know him? Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor raised his hand and used his magic power to manifest Han Yan's appearance. When Ji Xianxin saw Han Yan, he could not help but frown and ask in a deep voice, "Are you looking for him?" "That's right, I want to kill him." "Tell me, where is he hiding in the netherworld?" The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor looked down at Ji Xianxin and asked coldly. Ji Xianxin was furious. Han Yan was one of his few friends. How could he tolerate others chasing after his friend? Ji Xianxin suddenly leaped up and opened his arms. Countless black lightning interweaved around his body. He was like a thunder god from the primordial era, insufferably arrogant and domineering. Without another word, Ji Xianxin raised his hand and waved at the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Boom, a deafening roar erupted in the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts suddenly descended, as if the sky was collapsing, and struck the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor smiled contemptuously. He raised his right hand and squeezed through the air, directly crushing countless lightning bolts. "A mere Grand Unity Golden Immortal dares to compete with me?" The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's laughter was unruly and filled with disdain. "Just as well. I'll start with you and let you experience the consequences of offending me." The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's smile became sinister. When he thought of Han Yan cursing him secretly, his anger rose uncontrollably. Ji Xianxin's expression was cold as he charged towards the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. A great battle erupted. Above the yellow spring, Han Yan's soul fragment walked aimlessly. "Strange, why hasn't that stinky bird screamed recently?" Han Yan was surprised. Previously, he could hear the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's screams from time to time, but recently, he couldn't hear it. Could it be that something had happened to this fellow? Han Yan was puzzled when he suddenly felt a powerful battle aura. His eyes lit up. "The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, I've finally found you. Next, I'll let you know what true cruelty is." Han Yan immediately contacted his main body and asked him to rush over. He went forward to see who was fighting with the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The ground in front of him was a mess. Fog lingered like smoke. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, forming a bottomless canyon. The sky was burning with raging flames. In the sky, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor grabbed Ji Xianxin's head with one hand and raised him in the air. He laughed contemptuously. "The power of the fiend ancestor. No wonder you dared to attack me. Unfortunately, your body is too weak. Even the fiend ancestor can't save you." Ji Xianxin, who was covered in blood, gritted his teeth and glared at the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. At that moment, he didn't even have the strength to move. The difference was too great. So great that Ji Xianxin's confidence was shattered. A wisp of black smoke rose from Ji Xianxin's head and condensed into a ghost figure. "Jinwu, do you really want to become enemies with a demon?" The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor laughed contemptuously. "What's a demon? Just a rat crossing the street. Tell me, where is that dog?" Ji Xianxin raised his right hand with difficulty, wanting to slap the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's face. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's eyes turned cold. Ji Xianxin's right arm ignited with true sun fire. Ah! The intense pain that penetrated deep into his soul made Ji Xianxin scream at the top of his lungs. It was extremely miserable. Seeing Ji Xianxin in extreme pain, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor revealed a carefree expression. "What a pity. If you were that dog, I would be even happier." The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor laughed mockingly. The ghostly figure said angrily, "Jinwu, you will pay the price." The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor waved his left hand and dispersed the ghostly figure. He was prepared to extract Ji Xianxin's soul and read Han Yan's memories. He didn't believe that he couldn't find Han Yan. His eyes turned red at the thought of being cursed by that dog to the point of dropping a major realm. At that moment, a familiar aura approached. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor turned around and saw Han Yan's soul fragment flying over. He immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Then, his smile turned cold. "I finally met him." Han Yan was the first to speak. "Stinky bird, let go of him. Come at me." The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor crushed Ji Xianxin's head. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He was still holding Ji Xianxin's soul in his hand. Han Yan said, if you kill him, my true body won't come again. Continue looking for me. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned slightly. He let go of Xianxia's soul. Han Yan raised his hand and sucked Xianxia into his hand. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor stared at Han Yan and asked, you finally can't help but show yourself? Han Yan said calmly, haven't you been looking for me? Xianxia's soul was extremely weak. He looked at Han Yan with difficulty and said weakly, leave. You're not his, Han Yan said softly, don't speak. Rest first. Leave him to me. Xianxia was stunned. Seeing Han Yan so calm, the fear in his heart inexplicably subsided. That's right. This fellow is so timid. If he isn't confident, how would he dare to appear, however? Xianxia couldn't help but look at the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He saw that this fellow was smiling contemptuously and didn't care about them at all. Xianxia's heart was instantly filled with anger. The person he was most angry with was not the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, but himself. He was too weak, he was actually afraid of the other party. Brat, why aren't you hiding in the dark and continuing to curse me? The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor asked coldly. Han Yan was shocked. How did this guy know? No, even the Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor did not detect him, so how could the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor detect him? Han Yan asked in astonishment, you're also cursed? He revealed a smile and teased, then I feel better. So I'm not the only one who was cursed. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned and asked, it's not you. You're also cursed? Han Yan shrugged and said, haven't you heard of the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Dark Forbidden Lord is secretly cursing the various forces in the myriad worlds. You and I are both immortal emperors, so we might have been targeted too. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor frowned even more. That's right. He's not even a match for me. How can he curse me to drop a major realm? The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought silently. He was only an immortal emperor. He couldn't even deduce the Book of Misfortune, so he naturally couldn't deduce Han Yan. He was just guessing. From the looks of it, it wasn't Han Yan who was cursing him. Despicable Dark Forbidden Lord, I'll remember you. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor thought silently. His gaze was still fixed on Han Yan. Forget about the Dark Forbidden Lord for now. The most important thing now was to kill this dog. Soon, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Han Yan's main body. Han Yan held the primordial judgment sword and flew to the front of the soul fragment. He absorbed the soul fragment and then strolled toward the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Han Yan said, actually, we don't have any enmity between us. Why are you chasing after me? The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor looked down on Han Yan and asked with a smile, are you afraid? I'm indeed very afraid. I wonder if I can, no. I must kill. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor shouted domineeringly. However, before he could finish, Han Yan suddenly attacked. Han Yan slashed out with his sword, and a white waterfall appeared in the netherworld. It swept past the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor and sliced the sea of clouds in half. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's pupils dilated as his body trembled. This sword energy, in an instant, his body suddenly exploded. Countless sword energy were like wind blades that wreaked havoc on his soul. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor immediately cast a spell to block it. However, he had just been cursed and was already injured. He was unable to block Han Yan's sword energy. Peerless sword energy, this was Han Yan's new divine ability. At an extremely fast speed, sword energy entered the enemy's body. Then, he used the Destiny Sword energy wheel to imprison the enemy. Then, he used the 3 Pure World Cleansing to compress the sword energy into a small area and destroy the enemy crazily. Oh no! I can't take it. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's expression changed drastically. An unprecedented fear shrouded his heart. No, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's soul was directly annihilated by the peerless sword energy. The entire process actually took less than half a breath of time. Before Xianxia could figure out what had happened, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's body and soul were destroyed. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. If the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was still a rank 9 immortal emperor, Han Yan's peerless sword energy would take a while to completely kill him. Fortunately, this fellow had just dropped a realm. Not only did his cultivation level regress, but his dermic powers were also somewhat lacking. Under such circumstances, how could the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor withstand Han Yan's deity realm divine ability? Not only that, the peerless sword energy itself was a karmic divine ability. Jinwu would not be able to deduce who the murderer was after killing the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Han Yan immediately fled with Xianxia and quickly disappeared into the horizon. At the edge of the Yellow Springs, Han Yan put down Xianxia and used his dermic powers to help him reconstruct his body. Xianxia was still in a daze. The almost invincible great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was instantly killed by Cao Cao. How was that possible? Xianxia felt like everything was a dream. Han Yan asked, "Why don't you stay in heaven?" Xianxia came back to his senses and said bitterly, "I want to pursue greater power." Sigh. This sigh contained endless unwillingness and regret. Han Yan was speechless. He could only say that Xianxia was unlucky. "What do you plan to do next?" Han Yan asked. He wanted to take Xianxia into the hidden sect, but this fellow was obviously not a cultivator. He might expose the location of the hidden sect island. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he said, "Xidagarba insisted that I am the one who will face the calamity. He tortured and humiliated me, so I will become the one who will face the calamity. I want to enter the calamity. I want to fight for Providence. I want to unify the myriad worlds." Han Yan could hear the killing intent in his tone. It seemed that it would be difficult to persuade him. The atmosphere fell silent. Xianxia turned his head and asked, "Cao Cao, what is your cultivation level now?" "Immortal Emperor?" Han Yan hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Xianxia felt bitter in his heart. Not only did the gap between them not shrink, but it also became bigger and bigger. Cao Cao was really unfathomable. "No, I can't be dispirited," Xianxia asked with a burning gaze. "Why don't the two of us join forces and sweep through the celestial world, snatch Providence, and surpass all living beings? Wouldn't that be beautiful?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Han Yan instinctively resisted. "You're still saying that you're not a tribulation taker. I saved you out of kindness, and you want to drag me into the calamity," Han Yan complained in his heart. "Detected that the tribulation taker has invited you to enter the calamity together. You have the following choices. 1. Agree. Compete with the tribulation taker for great providence. You can obtain a magical power inheritance, a supreme treasure, a fragment of the great path, and a heavenly path spirit stone. 2. Refuse. Stay away from the calamity and cultivate in a low-key manner. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system." Han Yan saw the 3 lines of words in front of him and immediately chose the second option. System upgrade begins. Finally, there was a chance to upgrade the system. What a wonderful feeling. Han Yan was in a good mood. He looked at Xianxia, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Don't you know my character? I'm afraid of death." "Forget it." Xianxia's eyes flashed with disappointment. If he had Han Yan's help, he would have been more confident. "Wait, how can I think like that? I want to surpass Cao Cao." Xianxia's eyes became firm again. The two of them stopped talking. Several hours later, after Xianxia's body recovered, Han Yan quickly left. The ghost figure appeared above Xianxia's head again. He sighed and said, "It's rare to have a close friend in life. I didn't expect you to have such a close friend. I'm impressed." Xianxia couldn't help but recall his acquaintance with Han Yan in the mortal world. He shook his head and laughed. Han Yan frantically moved in the netherworld. After moving tens of thousands of times, he jumped back into the hidden sect island. Han Yan was secretly pleased when he returned to the Fusang tree. Now, no one would be able to track him. "Master, why did you come back from outside?" Tu Ling'er asked curiously. Han Yan said, "It's windy outside. I went to stop the wind." Tu Ling'er couldn't help but look at the dark sky. Was there wind? Han Yan began to observe the Fusang tree. The tree's intelligence seemed to have grown a little. This time, it no longer resisted Han Yan. Facing Han Yan's consciousness, it even felt somewhat close. Han Yen used his own spiritual sense to nourish it, but he did not intend to spoil it through excessive enthusiasm and let it grow on its own. Master, Morongqi is bullying us. Han San suddenly ran over and said. The other Calabash brothers were also indignant. Although their seniority was higher than Morongqi, they were no match for Morongqi. Morongqi spread out his hands and said, "It's just a friendly match. Don't slander others. Didn't you beat Tengu before?" Tengu nodded desperately, but he was crying in his heart. It was actually beaten up by a junior. Its self-esteem was about to be shattered. Zhou Mingyue also stood up and said, "Martial Uncle Morong, why don't you and I spar?" Morongqi looked at Zhou Mingyue and nodded slightly. Recently, Zhou Mingyue's bloodline had begun to transform. The bloodline of the demon saint from his previous life might be restored. His combat strength and cultivation had been increasing rapidly. What annoyed him was that no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not surpass his master, Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren said that he did not want to cultivate, but he kept suppressing him by a major realm. It made him want to vomit blood. You can spar as much as you want, but you can't be too ruthless. It's against the sect rules to kill fellow disciples. Han Yen said casually. Cultivating on the island was boring to begin with. It was a good thing to be able to spar. However, Hidden Sect Island had a limited space. The disciples could not use their full strength. Otherwise, they would shake the restrictions and the surrounding yellow springs. After nourishing the Fusong tree for 5 minutes, Han Yen returned to the Khanate cave abode to continue cultivating. He sat on the bed and opened his interpersonal relationships. After confirming that the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor's portrait was no longer there, he finally relaxed. This great enemy was finally dead, and no new hatred appeared. The Karma Divine power was really powerful. It could prevent the Russian doll plot from appearing. Han Yen thought. A few months later, Han Yen, who was cultivating, received the call of the white-robed Buddha. He could not help but send his spiritual sense into the reroll world and find the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha was in the Taoist temple. Han Yen materialized a shadow and floated in front of him. Sect Master, I want to summon back the cultivators who have ascended from the reroll world, the white-robed Buddha said with a bow. Han Yen frowned and asked, how many people do you have to summon back? No, it's too noisy. The white-robed Buddha asked in surprise, it's been so long. Could it be that the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor is still chasing after us? Han Yen was stunned. That's right. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was already dead. What was he afraid of now? Although the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha hated him, they had no time to care about him. The reason why he moved the reroll world over was because the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was pestering him. Han Yen asked, how many people can you summon back? The white-robed Buddha replied, at least 1,000 people. Now that the immortal world is in chaos, those cultivators are already uneasy. When they heard that the providence of the mortal world has increased and that they can hide, they all want to return. However, the reroll world is isolated by your Dharma powers, so they can't use their divine abilities to track it down. Han Yen thought for a moment and said, let them return to the void where the reroll world was before. I'll pick them up 50 years later. Thank you, Sect Master. The white-robed Buddha was pleasantly surprised. Then, he began to report the recent development of the reroll world. Other than the continuous increase in the ceiling of the cultivation world, the number of living beings was also increasing. The humans and demons did not interfere with each other and were all immersed in the cultivation frenzy. The only thing the white-robed Buddha complained about was that the reroll world was too small. After the two of them finished chatting, Han Yen focused his attention on the primordial world. He led the nebulous primordial chi to the reroll world and created land out of nothing to expand the reroll world. This process would be slow. Han Yen had to cultivate and expand at the same time. To an immortal emperor, multitasking was a piece of cake. Time continued to pass. The system's upgrade took longer than before. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. The system had yet to be successfully upgraded. Han Yen chased the Wu Dao Jian out. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friendly Dao Kong has stepped into the river of destiny. Your good friend has been put to death and has comprehended a deity realm mystical ability. Your Tao companion Xianxia has received guidance from a grand unity golden immortal. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by demons, X349232. Your good friend Jiangyi has been attacked by your enemy Li Xuanao and is severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan has devoured a Qilin and his bloodline has transformed. Your good friend Mengpa has been cursed by a mysterious curse. The battle was still going on, but it was much calmer than before. It seemed that the Great Tribulation was not always an intense battle. Han Yan noticed that Mengpa had been cursed. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, could it be that someone wanted to use the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to commit a crime? At this juncture, as long as one cursed the enemy and splashed water on the Dark Forbidden Lord, it would be very easy to succeed. Wait. No one knows that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord. So what if I'm splashed with water? Han Yan raised his eyebrows and thought. He had deduced that the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord did not form karma. After all, the Book of Misfortune could block karma. Forget it. No matter what they did, after the immeasurable calamity ended, they would most likely die. His goal was to survive this immeasurable calamity. Han Ming has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ming, who? Han Yan was stunned when he saw the line of words. He immediately checked Han Ming's profile picture. Han Ming, late-stage Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, descendant of an immortal emperor. His elder brother, Han Yan, was chosen by immortal Emperor Samsara as his descendant. He was thus valued by immortal Emperor Samsara and transformed from immortal into an immortal. He learned that everything he had was because of his elder brother, Han Yan, so he was jealous of you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. What the hell, my younger brother? Han Yan was dumbfounded. The system actually arranged the providence of an immortal emperor's descendant that immortal Emperor Samsara chose him. That was quite impressive. Han Yan was not grateful to immortal Emperor Samsara. He should be grateful to the system. As for his younger brother, Han Yan did not care at all. His parents abandoned him when he was young. Immortal Emperor Samsara probably chose Han Yan because he saw that Han Yan was rising and wanted another pawn to restrain him. You want to use this stupid younger brother to threaten me? Impossible. Han Yan smiled in disdain and ignored Han Ming. Han Ming was only a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal and could not threaten him at all. Han Yan did not even care about immortal Emperor Samsara. After all, he was also an immortal emperor. He had cultivated the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, which was even stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After cursing all his enemies, Han Yan did not get up and continued to cultivate. Although the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor was dead, Han Yan still had to work hard to become stronger. His goal was to become a rank 4 immortal emperor. In the vast void, there was a sun star. The surface of the planet was engulfed in flames like purgatory. There was a huge palace in one place, and 2 huge 3-legged golden crows were at the entrance. Inside the palace, the sun true fire was also burning, but the decorations were not burned. Figures stood in the palace, including Jiangyi. A majestic figure sat on the main seat. He had a bird's head and a human's body. He wore a red robe and had a terrifying aura. The Patriarch of Jinwu, Di Lan Tian. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor has fallen. Who has he been chasing recently? Di Lan Tian asked coldly. Jiangyi was the first to speak. He's chasing after a friend of mine. However, that person's cultivation is weak, and he's not an immortal emperor yet. The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor should have been killed by other great beings. The others nodded in agreement. Previously, when Xianxia had been killed by the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor, it had caused quite a stir in the clan. They were all geniuses who deserved to be nurtured by the Jinwu with all their might. It would be a pity no matter who they lost. Di Lan Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, "The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor died in the Netherworld?" An elder nodded and replied, "Yes, I've asked the King of Hell." The King of Hell is in seclusion and said that he doesn't know. Xidigarba was attacked by the fiend ancestor previously and didn't have the time to care about the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. The others made their guesses. Jiangyi was displeased when he heard that. So what if he's dead? Patriarch, as long as you give me time, it won't be difficult for me to surpass the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. I will bring prosperity to the Jinwu. Dilan Tian narrowed his eyes at him and smiled. What do you plan to do during this calamity? Are you going to avoid it or enter it? Enter, of course. Aren't you afraid of death? The reason why a prodigy is because I'm alive. If I die, it means that I'm not the Jinwu's destiny. Xianxia was full of confidence. Once the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor died, he would be the strongest prodigy in the Jinwu. No one would be able to compete with him. Dilan Tian smiled meaningfully. In that case, I'll give you a mission. Go to the Netherworld and find Pagoda Zuwu. Destroy it. Dilan Tian said. Hearing that, Xianxia immediately agreed without hesitation. The others were in an uproar. Pagoda Zuwu, they could not help but think of the long-standing hatred between shamanism and the Jinwu. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years had passed. Han Yan's cultivation had improved again. The speed at which the stellar primordial body absorbed the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus negative karma was also increasing. Rank 4 Immortal Emperor seemed to be no longer far away. Every 10 years, Han Yan would take a month to take care of his enemies. However, only Golden Rock Demon Lord's cultivation was constantly declining. The Goblin Emperor, Tendo Buddha, and Li Xuanao could not curse him. Han Yan was not in a hurry. Life was quite good like this. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed his enemies again. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Heaven seemed to be fighting with the Goblin Court again. There were all kinds of attacks and serious injuries. Xianxia had a lot of fortuitous opportunities. It seemed that the Golden Kite Sacred Meridian's bloodline was not simple. He did not know how this woman was doing recently. They were too far apart, so Han Yan could not understand her current situation. A few days later, Han Yan was still cursing his enemies. Detected bearer of Cultivate Providence, check its origin. Han Yan raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. It had been a long time since he had seen someone with Cultivate Providence. It had been hundreds of years. Now, there was not a single person with Cultivate Providence recognized by the system in the reroll world. The threshold for being a person with Cultivate Providence was also increasing as Han Yan's cultivation level increased. Duan Hongqin, rank 1 Immortal Emperor, born from a calamity, the reincarnation of an ancient god. He once participated in the immeasurable calamity and died. His remnant soul was suppressed in the netherworld with the negative karma of heaven and earth. After countless years of evolution, a physical body was born from negative karma. His remnant soul gave birth to intelligence. He can absorb negative karma and become stronger, but he can't digest negative karma. Born from a calamity? Wasn't Xianxia the one facing the calamity? Could it be that there was more than one person facing the calamity? Han Yan immediately checked Duan Hongqin. This fellow was actually slowly rising toward the surface of the sea in the Yellow Spring. As a precaution, Han Yan still had a simulation trial with Duan Hongqin first. That was close, instant kill, then there was no need to worry. Han Yan did not look for Duan Hongqin. It was better to stay away from such a jinx to avoid being involved in the calamity. In the dark Yellow Spring, a pair of eyes opened. These eyes were so clear and bright that it was as if they could expel all the filth in the world. I'm finally awake. A murmur sounded. He suddenly rushed out of the Yellow Spring, and the water of the Yellow Spring shot into the sky. Duan Hongqin revealed his figure. He was naked, and his figure was perfect. His muscles were well-defined, and his white hair danced in the wind. He raised his right hand, and the water of the Yellow Spring below rose up and wrapped around his body. It condensed into a tight yellow robe, and a crown that looked like a dragon horn appeared on his head. It was ferocious and domineering. Duan Hongqin twisted his waist and then opened his arms. His handsome face revealed a slightly ferocious smile as he murmured, "Hao Tian, I have been resurrected. I will fight for the heavenly Tao before you." He smiled with incomparable confidence. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something and could not help but turn his head to look. His gaze locked onto a small reef on the surface of the Yellow Spring in the distance. Eh? Duan Hongqin was surprised and murmured, "The god of misfortune, why is he here?" With that, Duan Hongchen flew toward the hidden sect island. He smelled the scent of misfortune as soon as he was born. He could not help but smile. What a good omen. Sensing that Duan Hongchen was approaching hidden sect island, Han Yan raised his brows. What was this guy trying to do, cause trouble? Duan Hongchen quickly flew above hidden sect island and smiled. Long time no see, I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I woke up, you are really unlucky. His voice transmitted to hidden sect island, causing everyone to be stunned. Who was he talking about? Su Qi, who was cultivating in his cave dwelling, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, when he heard Duan Hongchen's voice, he felt uneasy, as if he had met his natural enemy. What was going on? Su Qi was inwardly confused. At this time, hidden sect island's restriction opened and Duan Hongchen flew in. Duan Hongchen was about to speak when a figure appeared in front of him. It was Han Yan. Han Yan asked, "What is the matter?" Duan Hongchen sized up Han Yan. "Only grand unity, true immortal cultivation," he chuckled. "I'm looking for someone else, hand him over and I won't harm your island." "Oh? You want to kidnap someone?" "You can say that." Duan Hongchen was not vigilant, he had scanned with his divine sense, they were all very weak. As for Heyu Devil, he had disguised his cultivation like Han Yan and was ignored. The difference between a rank 1 immortal emperor and a rank 5 immortal emperor was huge. All the disciples of Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain looked at Duan Hongchen in surprise. On a mountain peak, Heyu Devil, who was meditating, revealed a mocking smile. Han Yan said in fear, "They are all my disciples, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this, right?" Duan Hongchen waved his hand, "No need to say anything, I have no intention of harming you, but that person." Han Yan suddenly attacked, the primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand and he slashed. Peerless sword chi, Duan Hongchen didn't even have time to react before the sword chi penetrated his physical body and destroyed it. Countless sword chi crushed his spirit. Han Yan then used the six-path soul absorption technique and sucked his soul into his primordial world. The hidden sect island was calm and peaceful. The battle had ended too quickly, it was so fast that no one could see it clearly, including Heyu Devil. So strong. He's getting stronger and stronger, Heyu Devil looked at Han Yan in awe. He had an intuition that Han Yan would rise in this cataclysm, and when the cataclysm was over, Han Yan would become one of the most powerful experts under the heaven and earth. The other disciples were used to it. Most of the time, Han Yan killed his enemies instantly. Only the great freedom golden crow divine arch had failed. Han Yan turned around and returned inside the congenital cave. The disciples discussed among themselves and did not cause a huge uproar. In the primordial world, Duan Hongchen's spirit was imprisoned by the great Tao of life and death, and he couldn't move. He looked around in horror. His karma was forcefully sucked out of his body and surged in one direction. He looked in the direction of the karma flow. It was a dark planet. His gaze penetrated the planet and saw a black lotus. The 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus. How is this possible? Duan Hongchen was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoist! I was wrong. Spare my life. Please let me go. Duan Hongchen has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Yan couldn't help but snort when he saw the line of words in front of him. I'll suppress him for a while. He didn't want to kill Duan Hongchen for the time being because this fellow was a tribulation taker. He could clearly feel the terrifying karma in Duan Hongchen's body. Once he killed him, this huge amount of karma would be transferred to him. The more karma one had, the easier it was to be punished by the heavens. The heavenly tribulation one encountered during the tribulation transcendence was even stronger. One might be struck by lightning just by walking. In other words, the more karma one had, the more unlucky they would be. Han Yan didn't want to be unlucky. Wu Daojian asked curiously, "Master, who was that fellow looking for?" Han Yan shook his head and said, "Who knows? He was probably looking for Su Qi, the god of misfortune." Han Yan didn't want to reveal Su Qi's identity for the time being. He planned to let nature take its course. In a courtyard, a woman in a green dress who was as beautiful as a fairy was meditating and cultivating. She was the reincarnated Xianxia. Xianxia slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at the horizon and sighed faintly. What are you thinking about? A voice sounded, and a Taoist nun walked into the courtyard. Xianxia immediately stood up and bowed. Master, I'm not thinking about anything. The Taoist nun walked to her and sat down. She smiled and said, You're still not telling me what's on your mind? Could it be related to your previous life? I've long known that you have memories of your previous life. Could it be that you have a blood feud? Let me give you a piece of advice. The grudges of your previous life are like clouds and mist. Don't bother about them, or you'll be very tired. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. There's no grudge. I'm just thinking about my husband. Husband? The Taoist nun frowned. Xianxia saw her expression and couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Master's sect didn't allow disciples to find a Tao companion? The Taoist nun said, Disciple, the calamity is coming. Your dynasty will also face a crisis of life and death. I won't be able to accompany you for long. You're talented, so don't be obsessed with love. Do you understand? Xianxia said obediently, I understand. However, she didn't think so. My talent is talented, my husband's talent is the best in the world, only by hugging my husband's thigh can I reach the great Tao. By the way, Master, which sect are you from? Xianxia changed the topic. The Taoist nun smiled. I'm not from a sect. I'm from the Fate sect, the Chan sect. The Chan sect? Xianxia fell into deep thought. The Taoist nun looked up at the sky and muttered to herself, the calamity is coming. I wonder who will lead the world, and how many of us will survive. Xianxia couldn't help but be even more curious about the calamity. Master, when will I be able to travel between the two worlds? Travel between the two worlds? You'll have to be a grand unity mystic immortal to be safe. With my talent, how long will it take? 3,000 years if you're fast. Oh. 20 years later, the system was finally upgraded. System upgrade successful. Dojo upgraded. Formation upgraded to the Arch Realm. Added a spatial formation that can expand the space inside the dojo. Dojo immortal chi increased tenfold. Connate chi increased twofold. Dojo can block Daluo's divine sense from prying. Simulation trial function can be unlocked. The quota for unlocking is set by the system master. The quota can be removed at any time. The system has added a new evolution function. Consumes lifespan to deduce all heavenly secrets. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. No wonder he had to wait for so long. Aside from the upgrade, the newly added simulation trial function and evolution function were worth it. The simulation trial function allowed his disciples to increase their combat experience. After all, if their cultivation was too high, it would be inconvenient for them to spar on the island. What Han Yan was most interested in was the evolution function. Deduce heavenly secrets, peek into the future. Many immortal emperors could do this, but they could only deduce existences weaker than themselves. Now that the calamity had begun, the heavenly secrets could no longer be deduced. Could the system withstand the calamity and deduce heavenly secrets? Han Yan decided to give it a try. I wonder who will benefit the most from this calamity? Han Yan silently thought. A line of words appeared in front of his eyes. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 1 billion years of lifespan, what a huge trap. Han Yan subconsciously wanted to choose no, but he still hesitated. Although he had a lifespan of 1 trillion years, and it was not a loss to consume 100,000th of his lifespan, he could not bear to do so. He was afraid that he would become addicted. The curse was already consuming his lifespan. If he added the evolution function, would he end up killing himself in the future? However, it was not impossible to consume 100,000th of his lifespan to understand the general trend of the heavenly axiom. If it was the celestial ruler, he could be at ease. If it was an enemy, he could be prepared in advance. This is the only time. Next time, I must not use the option to increase my lifespan to 1 billion years. Han Yan thought silently, and then with a pained expression, he chose yes. In an instant, his consciousness began to spin, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The evolution function was not as simple as telling him the result. It also had to concretize things that had not happened yet. After some time, Han Yan suddenly woke up. He found himself standing on a piece of land. The world was turbid, and the sun and moon were dim. There were countless corpses everywhere, and black blood formed rivers and lakes that covered the land. Dead silence, desolation. Han Yan turned around and looked around. His eyes were filled with despair. Was this the world after the immeasurable calamity? Only then did Han Yan truly realize how terrifying the immeasurable calamity was. Han Yan suddenly frowned and followed his gaze. At the end of the land stood a majestic figure like a mountain. This figure's arms were chopped off, and his hair was disheveled. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were lifeless. Only his body was left, and his spirit had long been destroyed. Celestial ruler, Han Yan felt as if he was struck by lightning. The celestial ruler had fallen? Oh no, the celestial ruler was not the winner. Then who won? At this moment, a golden light broke through the sea of clouds and illuminated the land, expelling the darkness between heaven and earth. Amitabha. A loud voice sounded, and a huge golden Buddha as majestic as Mount Buzhou descended from the sky. I am the Tendo Buddha, leading the Buddhist sect to sweep through the calamity, expelling the karma of heaven and earth, and ushering in light and hope for the common people. Han Yan frowned. The Buddhist sect won. Moreover, it was the Tendo Buddha. Han Yan could not forget that the Tendo Buddha had a 4-star hatred towards him. Oh no, the enemy had actually won. Han Yan had killed the victorious fighting Buddha and lured away the white-robed Buddha. This grudge was almost irreconcilable, and that was not a good thing. Just as Han Yan was about to be depressed, he suddenly saw the Tendo Buddha shed its golden light and gradually turned into a black Buddha. Its body surface reflected a metallic luster. The Tendo Buddha, who had been solemn and sacred a moment ago, became evil and horrifying. His expressionless face became ferocious as he revealed a sinister smile. A pair of black wings suddenly spread out from his back, covering the sky and the sun. Heaven and earth fell into darkness once more. However, light and hope are short-lived. The real darkness has only just begun. The Tendo Buddha's voice sounded once more, filled with madness. Boom, everything in front of Han Yan's eyes shattered like a mirror. He woke up with a start and his consciousness returned to reality. He gasped for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Master, what's wrong? Wu Daojian asked with concern. Han Yan came back to his senses and said, It's nothing. You can leave first. Wu Daojian was stunned. He hesitated for a moment but still left. When only Han Yan was left inside the congenital cave, he took out the Book of Misfortune and poured his magic power into it. In an instant, the book emitted a black light that shone on his face. Damn it, it was really the enemy who had the last laugh. Han Yan's mind almost exploded. No, he had to change the destiny. Tendo Buddha, for the sake of the common people, I will change your destiny. Han Yan gritted his teeth as he thought. Once he thought of the scene he had just seen, his heart was filled with fear. He knew the true identity of the Tendo Buddha. This guy was actually the incarnation of the demon ancestor's middle corpse. A traitor planted by the demon in the Buddhist sect, Han Yan began to curse the Tendo Buddha. From now on, all the other enemies would be cursed for 5 days, but only the Tendo Buddha would be cursed for 10 days. He was not doing it for himself. He was doing it for the common people. At this moment, Han Yan felt that there was an extra layer of mission around him. He could not let the Tendo Buddha succeed. Western Paradise, Laying Temple. The Tendo Buddha, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. It's here again. Dark Forbidden Lord, what are you trying to do? The Tendo Buddha thought in annoyance. The appearance of the Dark Forbidden Lord made him very uneasy. His original plan was to target the Goblin Court, the Celestial Palace, and the Heaven and have them kill each other. Now that the Dark Forbidden Lord had appeared, everything had changed. Many powerhouses thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was related to the demon, but he knew that they were not related at all. There was actually a mysterious and ambitious power hidden in the heavens, the Tendo Buddha sighed. He felt that his understanding of the heavens was still too shallow. That was true. Ever since the ancient Deluo retreated, the appearance of the Dark Forbidden Domain and the Chaotic Forbidden Domain had long made the heavenly Tao more and more confusing. No, I can't sit still and wait for death. The Tendo Buddha suddenly left. On the hidden sect island, all the disciples gathered under the Fusang tree. including the Black Hell Phoenix clan, Fairy Xixian, and Chang Yuer. They were all waiting for Han Yan's arrival. They whispered to each other, curious about why Han Yan had summoned them. Han Yan finally came out of the cave abode. Seeing him come out, everyone quieted down. Han Yan walked in front of everyone and said expressionlessly, "The hidden sect has always followed the philosophy of low-key cultivation, but now that the immeasurable calamity is coming, just cultivation alone can't increase our strength." When everyone heard this, they could not help but be shocked. Han Yan wanted to chase them out to train. Tengu trembled in fear. Ever since Li Xuanao dug out its eyes, it was filled with fear of the outside world. Heiyuji was also afraid. It had never gone out at all. Li Yao frowned. "Can't we continue to cultivate? I will create a special space. Your consciousness can enter it and carry out a simulated battle. In the simulated battle, no matter how many times you die, you will not be affected. You can choose to fight each other or choose all the opponents I have encountered." Han Yan continued to introduce. He was the main focus of the simulation trial. The others could only enjoy it and could not choose the opponents they had experienced in their lives. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be curious. Han Yan immediately selected them into the simulation trial. "As long as you are on the island, you can enter at any time." Han Yan left after saying this. Morongqi muttered, "Simulation trial? How do we enter?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was in a trance. The others were the same. When they wanted to enter the simulation trial, their consciousness directly entered. After half an hour, most people had already gone through the simulation trial. Zhou Mingyue said excitedly, "Grandmaster is so powerful. This divine power is too powerful. It can greatly enhance our combat ability and even cultivate divine powers in battle." Heiyu Devil said gloomily, "Why is the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor so strong? He was being beaten up. Grandmaster actually fought with the Celestial Ruler before and can even simulate the Celestial Ruler's strength. How strong is he?" Morongqi exclaimed. After the simulation trial, everyone was even more respectful of Han Yan. They thought that all their opponents in the simulation trial were defeated by Han Yan, including the Celestial Ruler. The opening of the simulation trial caused the hidden sect to become lively. In the first month, all the disciples were immersed in the simulation trial and often exchanged battle experiences, including Fairy Xixian, Chang Yuer, and Li Yao. This method of fighting to their heart's content without offending enemies was fascinating. It was like a person who had never played a game before encountering an online game. Han Yan did not participate and continued to cultivate. As the immortal qi and connate qi in the dojo increased, Han Yan's cultivation speed also began to increase. The growth of the Buzhou divine flower was also accelerating. It was estimated that it would completely mature in a few decades. Time passed year by year. 10 years later, the craze caused by the simulation trial cooled down. However, 2 people were still immersed in it. They were Morongqi and Tu Linger. The most important thing was that these 2 guys were still becoming stronger in battle. The others were envious. Han Yan knew that they were still becoming stronger, so he did not stop them. The war god and the grand shaman were born battle maniacs. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Tendo Buddha. As he cursed, he checked his emails. "Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, the Tendo Buddha. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor, X39, your good friend Divine General died. A wisp of his soul luckily escaped. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian accidentally obtained a primordial secret treasure. Her luck has increased greatly. Your good friend Jiangyi was attacked by a demon god. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a demon, X263120. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Demon entered the Buddha's body and turned into a demon heart." Han Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the death of the Divine General. He could not help but think of the Celestial Ruler's corpse that he saw during the divination. How long could he last in heaven? Sigh. The immeasurable calamity was really dangerous. Han Yan could only warn himself not to enter the calamity. Otherwise, he would be as miserable as in heaven. The only thing he could do to help the Celestial Ruler was to curse the Tendo Buddha. In addition, Han Yan noticed that the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil, whom he had not seen for many years, had finally become a devil heart again. Previously, this fellow was the devil heart of the white-robed Buddha. After being subdued by Han Yan, he had been hiding in outer space. This was a good thing. In the future, he would have another spy in the Buddhist sect. There were Jiejiao as well. Wait a minute, why do I feel like I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? No, I'm doing this to protect myself, I'm not trying to conquer the world. Han Yan comforted himself and relaxed again. A month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. The Buzhou divine flower beside the ninth heaven galaxy river could already provide enough Xiantian qi for Han Yan's cultivation. In addition to the Fusang tree, the red spider lily and the Dao field, the immortal qi in the hidden sect island was extremely abundant. Morong Qi said that the immortal qi in the heaven was not even 1/5 of the immortal qi here. The rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus conversion speed also became faster and faster. Han Yan's cultivation speed could be said to be very fast. If this continued, Han Yan would be able to break through to rank 4 immortal emperor in less than 100 years. Han Yan was looking forward to that day. Duan Hongchen was still imprisoned in the primordial world. Just like Heyu Devil, he was extremely afraid that his soul would be devoured by the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Han Yan planned to continue to torture him until he either died completely or surrendered. During the immeasurable calamity, killing enemies would result in inheriting their karma. Although Han Yan could absorb karma, he needed time. If he directly inherited Duan Hongchen's enormous karma, he would definitely attract misfortune. Every time he thought of Duan Hongchen, Han Yan would guess how many people would face the calamity. 30 years later. The first internal competition of the hidden sect had ended. All the participants competed in the simulation trial. Han Yan was first, Heyu Devil was second, and the white-robed Buddha was third. There was no suspense. The fourth was Morong Qi. He suppressed the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Dark Hell Phoenix, as expected of the war god. The fifth was Li Yao. As a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, she could also challenge a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. After that were 2 Dark Hell Phoenixes. The weakest was Tengu. Fairy Xixian and Chongyuer did not participate. This was specially allowed by Han Yan. After all, they were mortals. Participating in this competition would be asking for humiliation. Tengu was autistic. Zhou Mingyue was also autistic. He was targeted by his master, Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren could not defeat anyone. He even lost to Tengu. However, he won against Zhou Mingyue in a very dominant manner. The others could see that there was something wrong with this master and disciple, but they did not say anything. After this competition ended, the disciples cultivated even harder. They did not want to be surpassed by others. In terms of cultivation, Han Yan was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 4 immortal emperor. On this day, Han Yan came to Fairy Xixian's cave abode. Chongyuer was also there. Han Yan was prepared to preach the Tao to them. Where's Xianxia? Why haven't we seen her for so many years? Chongyuer asked curiously. Han Yan did not hide anything. He told her that Xianxia had already reincarnated. Chongyuer was shocked. How could this be? Fairy Xixian looked at Han Yan in surprise. Han Yan's hand had already touched reincarnation. Han Yan smiled and said, "You don't have to think too much. Cultivate here in peace. If you want to return to the reroll world, I can send you back. I don't need you to cultivate for me." This was the truth. He was willing to raise the 2 girls mainly because he missed the past. Seeing them, Han Yan could think of his weak past self. He was vigilant and could not forget himself. He could not stop cultivating. Then I don't want to go back. I'll stay here and follow junior brother. Who knows, I might be able to live forever in the future. Chongyuer giggled. She was usually very hardworking. Other than cultivating, Han Yan would also pass her the various formations and prescriptions he had obtained for her to study. Chongyuer was suitable to be an all-round talent. It would be difficult for her to achieve anything just by immersing herself in cultivation. Fairy Xixian said softly, "I'll stay here. If there's anything you need us to do in the future, feel free to tell us." You don't have to care about our past friendship and treat us specially. She stared at Han Yen. Her gaze was as gentle as before. Han Yen smiled and said, "There's no special treatment. The other disciples don't have anything to do usually." Then, he began to preach the Tao to the two girls. The two girls were already at the Mahayana realm and were not far from the scattered immortal realm. After preaching for half a year, Han Yen left. Han Yen did not immediately return to his cave abode. Instead, he wandered around Hidden Sect Island. Ever since the dojo leveled up, the space within the dojo began to expand. A sea area appeared at the edge of Hidden Sect Island. It was formed by the yellow spring water. Wandering in this sea area was still considered within the dojo and would not leave Hidden Sect Island. Hidden Sect Island was not small. Ever since the Cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain was moved here, immortal chi filled the air. The barren mountains on the island began to give birth to natural treasures. Trees grew, and it seemed to be turning into a paradise. The disciples of the hidden sect also began to scatter around the island. The 7 dark infernal phoenixes gathered on a mountain. The 8 Calabash brothers also occupied a mountain. Han Yen walked forward leisurely. As he walked, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected innate providence, check its origin. Connate providence? Han Yen raised his eyebrows. Could it be that another powerful enemy was attacking? However, he did not sense the aura of a powerful enemy. He immediately chose to check. Fusang tree, early stage of the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal Realm, an ancient divine tree that contains space-time rules. After years of nurturing by an immortal emperor, it has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and the energy of yin and yang. Its intelligence has finally matured. So it was the Fusang tree. Han Yen was shocked. He thought that there was another enemy attack. To be able to become a person with connate providence in the system, it meant that the Fusang tree had at least the potential of an immortal emperor. He immediately moved to the front of the Fusang tree. Ada, Xiao'er, and Heiyuji were still cultivating on the tree and did not notice the abnormality of the Fusang tree. Han Yen sent his divine consciousness into the Fusang tree and communicated with it. The Fusang tree was very nervous, but it did not reject Han Yen. After all, it was a powerful ancient divine tree. During the process of developing intelligence, it had already grasped the language of mortals and could communicate with humans. After some communication, the Fusang tree recognized Han Yen as its master without any hindrance. The Fusang tree could not transform immediately. It needed to reach a higher realm before it could do so. Alright, you can say hello to everyone. Hanju suddenly smiled, startling everyone around him. Who? The disciples were puzzled and looked around curiously. The Fusang tree began to shake and let out a childlike voice. Hello, everyone. I'm the Fusang tree. Please take care of me in the future. Please don't lie on me anymore. Heiyuji, Ada, and Xiao'er were all shocked and jumped out. The Fusang tree has become a spirit? Zhou Mingyue exclaimed. Sun Chang'an was very calm as if he had expected it. The others gathered around and started asking questions at the same time. Han Yen did not participate anymore. Instead, he returned inside the congenital cave to continue cultivating. It was a good thing that the Fusang tree had become a spirit. Although it had yet to transform, it could at least protect Hidden Sect Island in the future. For a moment, Hidden Sect Island became lively again. After cultivating for 5 years, Han Yen jumped out of the netherworld and went to meet the mighty figures that the white-robed Buddha had contacted. Previously, he had left the 6 paths imprint in the void where the reroll world was located. It was still very easy to find. In the void, there were thousands of cultivators gathered. All of them had descended from the immortal world and they were all very nervous. Why is the mortal realm god still here? TSK. He actually moved an entire world away. Liriopterus is already this strong? It's not Liriopterus. Liriopterus has fallen a long time ago. He is now the new god of the mortal world. He is extremely mysterious. Sigh, I didn't expect that our generation would encounter the immeasurable calamity. We're really unlucky. The cultivators discussed animatedly. They were very curious about Han Yen. After a long while, Han Yen finally appeared. At first, no one took him seriously, thinking that he was just like them. Han Yan had no choice but to unleash his immortal emperor aura to suppress the void. Everyone turned to look at him. Is there anyone else? Han Yan asked as he scanned the cultivators present. The highest cultivation level was only a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal. There was not even a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Han Yan was disappointed. However, on second thought, it was very difficult to reach the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. He would be put in an important position even in the heaven. No one answered Han Yan. Han Yan could not be bothered to wait any longer. He waved his sleeve and sent the thousands of people into the reroll world, letting the white-robed Buddha receive them. He turned around and left. After leaving Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan felt very insecure and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Wait. A familiar voice sounded. Han Yan turned around and saw Xianxia flying over on the true sun flame. Han Yan was vigilant. Could Xianxia be trying to take revenge for the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor? No, the two of them had a grudge to begin with. Han Yan asked, "Why are you here, fellow Taoist?" Xianxia said in annoyance, "I'm here to look for you. I wanted to tell you something great. I didn't expect you to not be here. Fortunately, a group of mortals is waiting for you." What great news! The Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor who was chasing you is dead. What? Really? Han Yan was overjoyed and in disbelief. Xianxia was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "I put in a lot of effort. When I found out that you were being chased by him, I went to look for him. In the end, he didn't buy it. Then you were almost beaten to death," Han Yan complained in his heart, but on the surface, he said gratefully, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I came to look for you for another matter. Have you been hiding in the netherworld recently? I want to go to the netherworld to do something. Can you help me?" "What is it?" "Just say it." "Pagoda Zuwu, my Jinwu wants to find this item. If you can help me find it, I will definitely not owe you anything." "I really don't know." Xianxia frowned and said, "You can help me investigate. I don't want to go to the netherworld directly. I want to challenge the paragons to fight for Providence." "Alright, I'll help you." "Yes, I'll rely on this to contact you in the future." Xianxia took out a token and gave it to Han Yan. The token was engraved with a portrait of the Golden Crow. For the time being, he would call it the Golden Crow token. Han Yan took it and was about to leave. "Wait, can you tell me another story?" Xianxia stopped Han Yan and chuckled. "So this is the main point?" Han Yan cursed inwardly. Then, he suddenly had a bold idea. "Good opportunity," Han Yan said seriously, "it's not good to tell stories here. I'm afraid that others will hear it and cause unnecessary trouble." Xianxia raised his eyebrows in joy. He wanted to hear a real story. He immediately took out a jade rui and threw it on top of his head. The jade rui burst out with light and covered the two of them. Han Yan sat cross-legged and meditated. He said, "Legend has it that Pangu created the universe and turned into the primordial world. Outside the primordial world, there were actually living beings. They were called the demon gods of chaos. When the primordial world was evolving, the demon gods of chaos had been spying on the primordial world. However, the heavenly Tao blocked them and prevented them from invading the primordial world. With the eruption of the immeasurable calamity, the primordial world was constantly destroyed and the demon gods of chaos finally had a chance. One of the demon gods found an opportunity to sneak into the primordial world and occupied the body of a Buddha of the Western sect. In order to adapt to the body of the Buddha, he had been hiding his identity." Xianxia frowned. "Is he talking about Buddhism?" The demon heart of Buddhism was not a secret. However, the immortal world thought that it was a tyrannical method of Buddhism to control their disciples. Could it be that the truth was not so? Han Yan continued to fabricate stories. When the immeasurable calamity broke out, the heavens were in chaos. Buddhism always intervened when others were in danger. It seemed to be for the peace of the world, but it was actually stirring up trouble and making the calamity more chaotic. The more Han Yan spoke, the more excited he became. He almost could not stop. In the end, Buddhism won and became the overlord who saved the world. The fate of the heavenly Tao went to the demon god of chaos. He opened the heavenly Tao barrier with his great Dharma power and led countless demon gods of chaos to invade the primordial world. After Han Yan finished, he smiled and said, "This is a fictional story. It's not true. Just be happy." Xianxia snorted. "If I'm not happy, it has nothing to do with Jinwu. Jinwu is too low-key. There are not many stories in the world." Alright, that's it. I'll leave first. Listen to this story and don't spread it out. Otherwise, it will look like I'm defaming Buddhism. Got it. Xianxia waved his hand impatiently. Han Yan left quickly. After Han Yan left, Xianxi's face darkened. After moving hundreds of thousands of times between the two worlds, Han Yan finally returned to the netherworld and entered Hidden Sect Island. No one should be able to deduce that I am here. Han Yan thought proudly. After receiving the people, he should go into closed-door cultivation to break through to rank 4 Immortal Emperor. As for the matter that Xianxia asked him to do, he was too lazy to do it. This was for Xianxi's sake. The ancestral shaman tower didn't sound like a good place, and it was highly likely that it would bring about a bloody disaster. It was better to stay as far away as possible. For the next few years, Han Yan did not receive any new aggro notifications. He was completely at ease. It seemed that Xianxia did not betray him behind his back. Time passed year after year. About 30 years later, Han Yan finally had the opportunity to break through. He chased Wu Daojian out and began to break through. Netherworld. In a mountain range, the mountain collapsed, dust flew everywhere, the ground within a radius of several thousand li was trembling violently. Xianxia floated in the air, nervously looking at the rolling dust below. The ghost figure sat on his shoulder and smiled. "If you can subdue this pagoda, you will have the qualifications to enter the immortal world." Xianxia showed an expectant expression. Previously, he had failed to snatch the divine treasure from Xitigarbha Palace. If he failed again, his Tao heart would be severely damaged. If he could not even snatch the treasure, how could he fight for great luck? Amidst the rolling dust, a huge object slowly rose up. This was an ancient and strange stone pagoda. On every floor of the pagoda, there was a skeleton locked on the window. There were creatures of all kinds of races, and there were even human skeletons. Xianxia was moved, his heart started to beat faster when he saw this pagoda. What treasure is this? Such powerful fiendish energy. Xianxia was secretly shocked, he stared at the mysterious stone pagoda with envy. At this time a terrifying pressure descended. You want to snatch my shamanism's treasure, boy, you are courting death. A cold snort came, the temperature of heaven and earth suddenly dropped. Xianxia immediately rushed towards the mysterious stone pagoda, preparing to snatch it first. Boom! The clouds in the sky churned as a terrifying giant palm slammed down. It was as if the sky had collapsed. In front of this giant palm, everything seemed insignificant. After 3 years, Han Yan finally succeeded in his breakthrough. He didn't need to transcend tribulation in the Tao Temple. Rank 4 Immortal Emperor, his spirit transformed once again, and his magic power increased explosively. In conclusion, it felt great. Han Yan began to consolidate his cultivation, and at the same time, he checked his attributes list. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 3538 304 9999 9999 9999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 4 Samsara Immortal Emperor, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, heavenly cycled body tempering technique, Great Tao of life and death, spell, unparalleled finger divine sword, 300 trillion years of lifespan, who else? Han Yan's ego swelled. Rank 4 Immortal Emperors did not have the pleasure of having their lifespan extended. Han Yan had cursed so many enemies and consumed so much of his lifespan, yet his lifespan was still increasing. This feeling, Han Yan could not help but have a thought. Actually, it was fine to squander it, 300 trillion years of lifespan, so what if he used 10 billion years for fun? The loss was huge, it was only 1/10,000th of it. Han Yan decided to squander it. 2 years later. Han Yan's cultivation had completely consolidated at rank 4 Immortal Emperor. He prepared to comprehend Sword Dao and raise all his Sword Daos to the limit before starting to gamble. At this moment, Wu Daojian's voice came, "Master, something big has happened." Hanju couldn't help but spread out his divine sense. There were no strong enemies. Did something happen to his disciple? Soon, Han Yan noticed Tu Linger's abnormality. She was curled up on the ground, her body spasming, and her expression was extremely painful. Han Yan immediately appeared in front of Tu Linger. He squatted down and checked her body. A mysterious force was stimulating Tu Linger's blood. Could it be bloodline? What was going on? Han Yan frowned. He used his magic power to heal Tu Linger, but it did not have any effect. Ancestral shaman. Pagoda Zuwu, Tu Linger said in a trembling voice. She had already lost consciousness and her voice was unclear. Han Yan heard it clearly. Xianxia was looking for Pagoda Zuwu, he frowned. At this moment, Tu Linger began to bleed from her 7 orifices. The disciples panicked. What should we do, Ancestral Master? What happened to her? Did she fight too much? Something is wrong, something happened to her bloodline. Why is this happening? What should we do? Everyone talked at once. They had been together for a long time and naturally did not want anything to happen to their fellow disciple. Han Yan said in a deep voice, all of you stay here and guard, I will go out. With that, Han Ju jumped out of Hidden Sect Island. He flew towards the Bridge of Helplessness. Perhaps Mangpo would have a way to save her. Not long after, Han Yan suddenly felt a vast aura. It was very similar to Tu Linger's aura, but more powerful and ancient. Could it be? Han Yan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed direction. On the wasteland, the ground was crisscrossed and dust billowed. Countless strange black lightning intertwined in the air. Xianxia lay on the ground, his face filled with anger. Following his gaze, a burly man was floating in the sky, holding an incomparably huge stone pagoda with one hand. This burly man looked ferocious, and his body was as burly as a bear. A flood dragon coiled around his waist, and he stepped on fire wheels. Damn shamanism! A roar was heard, and flames rose, illuminating heaven and earth. Xianxia charged over with the grand sun primordial fire. His hair was messy, and his eyes were filled with anger. There were other people on the ground, all of them emitting a powerful aura. The weakest was a grand unity mystic immortal. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I can't snatch it. The figure of a ghost appeared on his shoulder and said in a low voice, even if you can't snatch it, you still have to snatch it. The Pagoda Zuwu is a treasure. If you can snatch it, you will be qualified to enter the tribulation. Otherwise, you will only be cannon fodder. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy. How dare you snatch the treasure of shamanism from me? You are overestimating yourselves. The burly man holding the Pagoda Zuwu roared angrily. His voice shook the earth, and his aura burst out, piercing through the sea of clouds, as if a huge hole had appeared in the sky. Facing the menacing Xianxia, he clenched his right fist and punched fiercely. As he punched, heaven and earth froze at this moment. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he spat out blood and flew backward. His speed was so fast that he smashed through the space behind him, and he fell into the void. Han Yan witnessed this scene from afar, and he was secretly shocked. Was this the power of a shamanism expert? What a terrifying punch! Han Yan's gaze landed on the Pagoda Zuwu in the burly man's hand. Tu Linger was thinking about this pagoda. Could it be that Tu Linger would calm down after obtaining this pagoda? Then let's snatch it. I have to hurry and not expose my identity. Han Yan compared his cultivation with the burly man's. He should be able to kill him instantly. This fellow was slightly weaker than the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. However, the burly man was a shamanism expert, so there was no need for Han Yan to kill him. After all, he and shamanism could be considered allies. After Xianxia was repelled, the battle did not end. Instead, it became even more spectacular. The powerhouses from various factions attacked one after another, including Xianxia. They besieged the burly man of shamanism. The burly man of shamanism raised the Pagoda Zuwu in his left hand and fought with one fist in his right hand. No matter how many came, he would fight. However, he seemed to be holding back. Even if it was a grand unity mystic immortal, he did not kill him. Han Yan seized the opportunity and transformed into the appearance of the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. He charged towards the burly man of shamanism. Under the concealment of the system, his cultivation aura had always been that of a grand unity true immortal. The burly man of shamanism did not take him seriously. Facing Han Yen, the burly man of shamanism punched. However, Han Yen suddenly disappeared and flashed to the side of the burly man of shamanism. He slashed out with his sword. Peerless sword energy. The sword energy directly blasted the burly man of shamanism and sent him flying backward. Han Yen waved his sleeve and put away the ancestral Magus palace. Then, he used his teleportation ability and jumped out of the netherworld. The burly man of shamanism stabilized his body and widened his eyes in anger. Han Yen had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed him instantly. The burly man of shamanism roared angrily. Xianxia was stunned and muttered, "Pagoda Zuwu was stolen? Wait, wasn't that person the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor? Wasn't that guy dead?" Xianxia had seen the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor being killed by Han Yen with his own eyes. How could he appear again? Could they be biological brothers? Han Yen repeatedly moved in the void dozens of times before he jumped into the netherworld and escaped to Hidden Sect Island. The process sounded complicated, but it only took a few breaths. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, shamanism should not be able to find Pagoda Zuwu with the isolation of the dojo. The dojo was able to block the Daluo's consciousness. Shamanism had already declined, so how could there still be a Daluo? Han Yen came to Tu Linger and took out the Pagoda Zuwu. In an instant, the Pagoda Zuwu burst forth with a radiance that sprinkled onto Tu Linger's body. The twitching Tu Linger stopped and flew into the air before being sucked into the Pagoda Zuwu. Everyone was surprised. Heyu Devil came over and said in surprise, "Could this be the legendary treasure of shamanism, Pagoda Zuwu?" Han Yen glanced at him and asked, "Do you know the origin of Daozu's shaman pagoda?" Yes, before the end of the immeasurable calamity, all the shamans had fallen. Hutu, who had already turned into reincarnation, took all her clansmen into the Pagoda Zuwu. She wanted to protect her clansmen, but the heavenly Tao didn't allow it and suppressed the Pagoda Zuwu with the boundless power of merit. At that time, shamanism was full of negative karma and was directly purified by the heavenly Tao merit. All of them died and the Pagoda Zuwu became a treasure of merit. Heyu Devil sighed. This legend was extremely old to him, so old that he wasn't sure if it was true or not. Han Yen asked in confusion, "This pagoda shouldn't be the tomb of shamanism. How did it become the treasure of shamanism?" Heyu Devil replied, "Although shamanism died in the Pagoda Zuwu, shamanism can rely on the Pagoda Zuwu to improve the bloodline of the Magi humans and even revert to their ancestors. The surviving shamanism is the combination of shamanism and the human race from the ancient times. Their bloodline is not pure. So that's how it is." Han Yen was even more puzzled. Why did the sorcerer tribe release such a treasure? Did something happen? Han Yen immediately checked the email. As expected, he found an email. "Your good friend Mangpo was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and was seriously injured. Fortunately, the underworld's mighty figures saved her." Mangpo was seriously injured again. This time, she was attacked by the immortal emperor. It seemed that the Goblin Court had their eyes on shamanism. Han Yen thought silently. The others surrounded the Pagoda Zuwu and pointed at it. After a while, Tu Linger's voice came from the Pagoda Zuwu. "Master, I'm fine. This treasure recognized me as its master. I'm ashamed of you. When I come out, you can take it back." Han Yen smiled and said, "It's fine. This treasure originally belonged to shamanism. It's yours." He didn't want to take this treasure, so as not to be stained with karma. "This matter cannot be spread, understand?" Han Yen reminded. Zhou Mingyue spread out his hands and said, "We won't go out. We won't have a chance to spread it." Slap, Chu Shiren slapped him on the head, almost slapping him to the ground. "How can you talk to Grandmaster like that?" Chu Shiren said with a glare. Zhou Mingyue hurriedly apologized to Han Yen, then looked at Chu Shiren with hatred. His dog master acted too quickly. It was obvious that he had been waiting for this opportunity. Han Yen shook his head and laughed. Then, he turned and returned inside the congenital cave. This matter was just a small interlude. Han Yen didn't take it to heart. He continued to improve his sword Dao. In the next half a year, he repeatedly went to the Sword Dao River and raised all his Sword Daos to the deity realm, reaching the limit. Han Yen began the simulation trial. He defeated the peak Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor instantly. He lasted for 3 breaths of time against the celestial ruler. He defeated the victorious Fighting Buddha instantly. He defeated the Heiyu Devil instantly. The other enemies were all killed instantly. Han Yen suddenly felt bored. It was rare to encounter a hearty battle. He suddenly missed the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. I'm just thinking about it. Don't let such an enemy appear again. Otherwise, I'll have to run away again. Han Yen thought silently. He took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Tendo Buddha. His lifespan had reached 300 trillion years. He could use a fraction to play with. Even a fraction would be 5 trillion years. 5 trillion years was too much. Han Yen couldn't bear to part with it. He would use 10 billion years to play with it. It was no big deal. It was rare for him to break through and help his disciple snatch a supreme treasure. What was wrong with using 10 billion years of his lifespan to celebrate? The more Han Yen thought about it, the more he felt that it should be so. He was only 3,000 years old. He was still considered young in the celestial world. Young people had to be high-spirited and frivolous. 5 days later, Han Yen began to consume his lifespan. He increased his magic power. As he cursed, he called out his stats interface and watched his lifespan decrease. He didn't want to get carried away. Heaven, in the Imperial Garden. The celestial ruler and the Tendo Buddha were discussing. At this moment, the Tendo Buddha's expression changed drastically. Damn it, the Dark Forbidden Lord is here again. The Tendo Buddha hurriedly circulated his energy to suppress the power of the curse. The celestial ruler asked in surprise, Buddha, what's wrong? The Tendo Buddha forced a smile and said, it's nothing. A Buddhist disciple has encountered trouble. Let me divine. Wait a moment. The celestial ruler nodded and continued drinking. As time passed, the Tendo Buddha's expression became more and more unsightly. Oh no, the Dark Forbidden Lord is attacking, the Tendo Buddha cursed in his heart. He was really annoyed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had previously mocked the Goblin Emperor for having an unstable Dao heart. Now, he finally understood why the Goblin Emperor was so crazy. It turned out that the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse was very strong. Previously, it was just a small matter. What happened? Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord curse him like this? The Tendo Buddha was puzzled. He looked up at the celestial ruler and asked, by the way, Your Majesty, have you not been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord before? The celestial ruler put down his wine cup and smiled bitterly. How could I not? I don't even dare to cultivate now. Oh, this guy was cursed again, no wonder his expression was so ugly. The celestial ruler thought to himself. He had never been cursed before. However, if he said it, it would seem that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from the heaven. He would easily become a target. Is the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing you? The celestial ruler asked. Seeing that the Tendo Buddha's expression was so ugly, he felt a little guilty. Even the Tendo Buddha felt so uncomfortable being cursed. If the Dark Forbidden Lord cursed him, wouldn't he feel very uncomfortable too? The celestial ruler prayed secretly, hoping that the Dark Forbidden Lord would not target him. The Tendo Buddha sighed and said, indeed. The Dark Forbidden Lord's curse is not very strong, but it can disturb one's mind and affect one's Dao heart. This guy will curse me once every 10 years. It's really annoying. The celestial ruler was silent. Even the Tendo Buddha was like this. No wonder the Goblin Emperor was so crazy. Your Majesty, what do you think about the investiture of the gods? The Tendo Buddha suppressed his discomfort and asked. The celestial ruler raised his wine cup again and said leisurely, if we control the investiture of the gods together with the Buddhists will definitely not betray heaven during this calamity. Definitely not. During the great calamity, will heaven or the Buddhists be in charge? The Buddhists are willing to assist heaven. When the great calamity is over, we will equally divide the celestial realm with heaven. As for the celestial realm, it will all be controlled by heaven. Okay, I won't be pretentious. The celestial ruler smiled and raised his wine cup. The Tendo Buddha also raised his wine cup. The two leaders smiled at each other and reached an agreement. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was still cursing the Tendo Buddha, and his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years, Han Yan began to bleed from his 7 orifices. He opened his status panel and looked at the emails at the same time. Your good friend Di Taibeek was attacked by demons. Your good friend Di Taibeek was attacked by demons. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons. In the real-time situation, the emails were all emails that had been attacked. They kept merging and forming the number X. As expected of the Tendo Buddha, the big boss was really steady. Surprisingly, the curse didn't have any effect. Han Yan continued to curse. He decided to play around with 10 billion years. The Tendo Buddha would at least be able to gain the respective 2 billion years of his lifespan. Time continued to pass. Han Yan's face was gradually covered in blood. Fortunately, Wu Daojian was outside. Otherwise, he would definitely have made a big fuss. 3 days later, Han Yan's lifespan had dropped by 2 billion years, but the Tendo Buddha hadn't sent him a single email. Han Yan was about to shut himself up. This guy is too ferocious. Han Yan was depressed. He could only rest for a few days and curse another enemy. Golden Rock Demon Lord, Han Yan had only used 100 million years of his lifespan to make Golden Rock Demon Lord's portrait disappear. Because of your curse, your enemy Golden Rock Demon Lord's soul has exploded and his Tao has dissipated. Next was the Goblin Emperor. Han Yan had also used up 2 billion years of his lifespan, but the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha were the same. There wasn't a single email. The Goblin Emperor had become stronger, something was up. Han Yan wiped the blood off his face and rested for a few more days. Last target. Li Xuanao. Han Yan didn't believe that Li Xuanao could be as strong as the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha. I'll play with another 2 billion years of my lifespan. After Han Yan adjusted his state, he continued to curse. When his lifespan had dropped by 1.5 billion years, Han Yan saw an email. Your enemy Li Xuanao has developed an inner demon because of your curse. Han Yan immediately stopped. It was enough to develop an inner demon. It was useless to continue cursing. This was like picking up the bottom line in a game. It was time to stop after reaching the bottom line. In the future, he would continue to increase the probability. He would curse once every 10 years and again after 1,000 years. Han Yan thought silently. He began to heal and adjust his state. In a forest in the celestial world, Li Xuanao meditated under a tree. His hands were moving, and his body was surrounded by wisps of murderous aura. His expression changed, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Not far away, Huang Jihao, who was comprehending the sword, opened his eyes and looked at Li Xuanao in surprise. Master, what's wrong? Huang Jihao was confused. Ever since he had become Li Xuanao's disciple, his life had changed drastically. Under Li Xuanao's guidance, his sword Dao had become stronger. In his heart, Li Xuanao was the strongest in the heavens. Why would such a powerful sword immortal be in such a strange state? Could it be that he had gone mad at this moment? Li Xuanao suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were red, and strange silver patterns appeared on his forehead. Huang Jihao met Li Xuanao's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw the killing intent. Master wants to kill me? No, it's not targeted at me, Li Xuanao muttered to himself. Li Daokong, I must defeat you. Li Daokong. Huang Jihao could not help but think of that frivolous uncle master. Li Daokong had taught him a lesson and almost crushed his Dao heart. He was too strong. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao's strength should be about the same. At least, that was what Huang Jihao thought. It was because of this that Li Xuanao found it difficult to defeat Li Daokong. Master, what's wrong? Huang Jihao asked carefully. Li Xuanao's eyes became clear. He shook his head and said, I'm fine. Continue to comprehend the sword. You will suffer in the future. With that, he closed his eyes again. Damn it, who is cursing me, dark forbidden lord? Li Xuanao could not figure it out. He did not offend many people. Could it be the celestial ruler? The celestial ruler would not use such a sinister method like cursing him. Moreover, the celestial ruler and Li Daokong were close friends. If he did not like him, he could get Li Daokong to find trouble with him. Li Xuanao began to calculate with his fingers, but unfortunately, he could not calculate anything. What annoyed him the most was that he had a mental demon. He had always been jealous of his senior brother. The power of the curse increased his jealousy and formed a mental demon. The mental demon was bewitching him, wanting him to fight Li Daokong. The more Li Xuanao thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He suddenly felt uneasy. The immeasurable calamity this time was probably not that simple. It involved too many forces, and there was also a mysterious existence secretly controlling the situation. Time passed. Ever since he cursed Li Xuanao, Han Yan continued to cultivate seriously. Rank 4 Immortal Emperor was not enough. He had to reach rank 9 Immortal Emperor as soon as possible. The reroll world was also developing rapidly. After the ascended seniors returned to the mortal world, they developed their respective sections. The reroll world's cultivation civilization became more and more prosperous, and the entire world's providence continued to increase. In order to curry favor with Han Yan, the white-robed Buddha erected statues of Han Yan in the various worlds of the world and worshipped him as a god in the mortal world. The reroll world's providence then landed on Han Yan, causing Han Yan's providence to increase without entering the calamity. Time passed. 40 years passed. On this day, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and walked out of his cave abode. The disciples were cultivating or undergoing the simulation trial. Tu Ling'er and Li Yao sat opposite each other and underwent the simulation trial. Ever since he had obtained the Pagoda Zuwu, Tu Ling'er's strength had increased greatly. Other than the Immortal Emperor, no one could break through the Pagoda Zuwu's defense. Li Yao and Murongqi did not believe it and often challenged Tu Ling'er. Sensing Han Yan's aura, Heyu Devil suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan and said, "Sect Master, there's movement in the Yellow Springs." Movement, Han Yan heard and immediately spread out his divine sense. He saw that the Yellow Spring Ocean had started to surge. There was no wind, only huge waves. It was very strange. Han Yan frowned and scanned the bottom of the Yellow Spring with his divine sense. The Yellow Spring was bottomless. Even though Han Yan was an immortal emperor, his divine sense could not penetrate the Yellow Spring. After a while, Han Yan still could not find the reason. He could not help but ask, "What do you think?" Heyu Devil smiled bitterly, "How would I know? I rarely came to the underworld. The underworld is very evil. I think the underworld is more dangerous than the immortal world." Han Yan thought for a while and said, "Observe for a while. If there is any situation, find me at any time." Understood. Heyu Devil agreed. However, he did not leave. Instead, he stopped in front of Han Yan and wanted to say something. Han Yan glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter? If you have something to say, say it." Heyu Devil gritted his teeth and said, "I want to send Heyu Ji out. Our Black Hell Phoenix clan has a clan land. I hope he can go through the baptism of the clan land and completely transform into a Black Hell Phoenix." He also saw Heyu Ji's problem. This guy was afraid of the outside world. This was not a good thing. Han Yan frowned and said, "The calamity is here. If you go out, you will be easily affected by karma. Don't go out. Wait until the calamity is over. Do you want the Black Hell Phoenix clan to be buried in the calamity? This calamity is different from the past. This will be an unprecedented calamity. It will be extremely dangerous." His words were very serious. Heyu Devil was so scared that he quickly waved his hand and did not dare to go out. Thinking about it carefully, was his personality more important than his life? Heyu Devil scolded himself. He almost fell for it. The sect master saw it clearly. He must not go out, surviving was the most important thing. Later, Han Yan checked on the growth of the Fusong tree and returned inside the congenital cave to cultivate. Wu Daojian followed him into the mansion. She said, "Master, Ling'er's magic weapon is too strong. Do you have a powerful magic weapon for me to fight with her?" Han Yan said calmly, "No, that's the treasure of shamanism. You can only regret that you don't have a strong background." Wu Daojian pursed his lips. Han Yan smiled and said, "In any case, you will always be with me. Why bother thinking about fighting?" When your cultivation level increases, the effect of the transcendent artifact will decrease. Is that so? Wu Daojian did not believe it and was somewhat unwilling to accept it. Ever since Tu Ling obtained the ancestral sorcerer pagoda, she became the most powerful existence among the disciples, and no one could beat her. Han Yan waved his hand and said, "Come here, I will personally teach you the heavenly sword way. When you have mastered it, Tu Linger will definitely not be your match." Wu Daojian was pleasantly surprised and immediately went over. Han Yan began to teach her step by step, imparting his experience. 1 year later, Wu Daojian returned to her futon and began to comprehend the heavenly sword way. Han Yan's consciousness entered the primordial world. Duan Hongchen's soul was already very weak. Han Yan could crush it with a thought. However, this guy was still a rank 1 immortal emperor. It would be a pity to kill him. Han Yan had already imprinted the 6 paths imprint deep into Duan Hongchen's soul. In the future, he could control Duan Hongchen's life and death. "Do you want to live?" Han Yan's voice rang out in the primordial world. Duan Hongchen, who was about to collapse, heard this and was immediately jolted awake. He hurriedly shouted, "I do. I do. Please let me go. As long as you let me live, I will do anything for you." Han Yan heard this and could not help but ask, "Do you hate me?" "No, I definitely do not hate you. You are not sincere. The reason why I suppressed you was because you wanted to snatch my disciple. If it were you, would you let me go? I really do not hate you. I was wrong. I realized my mistake, sigh." Han Yan sighed. It seemed that the primordial chaos heavenly demon's personality was rare. Duan Hongchen was anxious. He could not hold on for long. Wait a minute, could it be that the other party could see through his heart? Duan Hongchen hurriedly abandoned the resentment in his heart and imagined how happy it would be to survive a calamity. Therefore, Duan Hongchen has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars, 3 stars, not bad. Han Yan immediately opened his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, he moved Duan Hongchen's soul out. Duan Hongchen saw everything in front of him and was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Han Yan said, "From today onwards, you will stay on the island. You are not allowed to leave. Nurture your heart and have respect in your heart. Otherwise, you will die in the hands of others." Hearing this, Duan Hongchen seemed to wake up from a dream. He hurriedly thanked Han Yan. "Duan Hongchen's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Han Yan was satisfied. This was not bad. In the cultivation world, it was very rare to let an enemy live. After all, this was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain and planting a dangerous seed for oneself. Han Yan dared to let Duan Hongchen go because he had the 6 paths mark, which was enough to control his life and death. Han Yan waved his hand and motioned for Duan Hongchen to go out and get to know the others. If Duan Hongchen dared to act recklessly, Han Yan could kill him with a thought. Duan Hongchen was very nervous after leaving the cave abode. He was not stupid. He knew that since Han Yan dared to let him out, he must be fearless. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. Duan Hongchen had been suppressed for countless years. If he really had to greet them one by one, he would be very embarrassed. Han Yan also pulled Duan Hongchen into the simulation trial. Then, he transmitted his voice to Heyu Devil and asked Heyu Devil to take the initiative to challenge Duan Hongchen. At first, Duan Hongchen was very surprised by the simulation trial, which led to him being insta-killed by Heyu Devil. He was not convinced and asked to fight again. He was still insta-killed. After challenging nearly 100 times, Duan Hongchen became depressed. He finally understood how ridiculous he was. He actually wanted to come to this island to snatch people. There was no need for Han Yan to do anything. Just this stinky phoenix alone was enough to suppress him. Sigh, Duan Hongchen found a corner and began to recover his body. Under the blue sky, there were countless mountains and countless floating islands in the sky. It was a magnificent scene. On one of the floating islands, there was a vast martial arts arena. On the arena, a man was cultivating. He was cultivating his physique. His body was constantly moving, and his fists and legs were like the wind. The surrounding space was constantly twisting as if it would collapse at any time. His face was quite similar to Han Yen, but he was not as handsome as Han Yen. His body was more muscular, like a human-shaped beast. He was Han Ming, Han Yan's younger brother. After cultivating for a while, Han Ming stopped. The hot sweat on his body evaporated, turning into mist and spreading out. Han Ming turned around and was about to take a step when a black shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the martial arts arena. Behind him was a black and white rotating disc that looked like a Taiji diagram. Seeing the black shadow, Han Ming was pleasantly surprised. He quickly knelt down and cupped his fists. "Master, you are here. Can I be born now?" The black shadow opened a pair of cold eyes and said, "Born? With your strength? Compared to Han Yen, you are too weak. He can crush you to death with one finger." Hearing this, Han Ming frowned. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His master always used his elder brother to suppress him, causing him to be dissatisfied with his elder brother. However, the black shadow changed the topic. Han Ming raised his head and looked at him expectantly. Chan School is preparing to hold an immortal talent meeting in Kunlun. All immortals below 1,000,000 years old can participate. You can try. What kind of creation you can obtain will depend on you. After the meeting ends, you have to come back. Otherwise, our master-disciple relationship will be severed. Han Ming was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly thanked him. He had been here for more than 3,000 years. He had been here for as long as he could remember. He had never gone anywhere, not even his parents. He had been waiting for an opportunity to leave. "I won't disappoint Master," Han Ming promised, his tone extremely excited. The black shadow nodded slightly and prepared to leave. Han Ming hurriedly asked, "Will my brother go? The gap between the two of you is too big. Even if you want to acknowledge him as your elder brother now, he won't acknowledge you. He doesn't even know of your existence. Both of you are children abandoned by your parents. At least you have me to take care of you." He has always been alone. His heart can no longer tolerate family love. What you need to do is to cultivate well and strive to stand shoulder to shoulder with him one day. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow dissipated from the training platform. Han Ming frowned and clenched his fists. 10 years later. Han Yen finished cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has left the netherworld. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by Jia Jiao's disciples. X59308, your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by demons. X243376, your Tao companion Xianqing has entered the Jia Jiao mystic realm. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Demon was attacked by your enemy Tendo Buddha. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Goblin Emperor. Your good friend Divine General has reconstructed his body and comprehended the heavenly Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Heaven is fighting with the Goblin Court again, there was no end to it. Among the disciples of the hidden sect, only Feng Liang was still loitering in heaven. Han Yen could not call Feng Liang back now. It would seem like he was abandoning heaven. Han Yen continued reading and did not see any major events for the time being. The immeasurable calamity could last for tens of thousands of years. Heaven and the Goblin Court would not enter a life-and-death battle for the next few hundred years. The various forces were using war to fuel war, using the name of war to frantically devour the other small forces. Just like the Demon Court, they had fought their way to the netherworld. Just as Hanju was reading the email, an angry shout suddenly sounded. It was like a bolt from the blue. I am the Heavenly God General of the Heavenly Court. I wish to seize the title of the #1 God of War in the celestial world. I will guard the Heavenly River. Anyone who disagrees can come and challenge me. Whoever defeats me will obtain all of my magic power, magic treasures, and the great fortune of the Heavenly Tao. This voice was extremely domineering and shocking. Even Han Yen was shocked. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. Han Yen looked up. His gaze pierced through the hidden sect island and into the sky of the underworld. What did he see? He saw the sky being pierced by a huge spear. In front of this spear, everything in the underworld seemed small. It was bigger than anything Han Yan had ever seen, just the tip of the spear was so huge. How terrifying was the entire body of the spear, Han Yan was shocked. The disciples of the hidden sect were shocked. What is that? That's the divine general's weapon. What an arrogant divine general. He does have the right to be arrogant. The celestial realm is going to be lively now. Is he out of his mind? Is he trying to draw hatred to heaven? No, it's the immeasurable calamity. The heavenly Tao can be summoned. He said that if no one can defeat him in 1,000 years, he will obtain the providence of the god of war. The providence of anyone who calls themselves the god of war or has the title of god of war will belong to him. Hey You Devil also joined the discussion and analyzed the divine general's reason for doing this. Everyone couldn't help but look at Murongqi. Murongqi was also known as the divine general. The divine general's actions would undoubtedly threaten him. Murongqi smiled helplessly. Don't look at me. I'll just give up the divine general's fate. I can't be considered a divine general in this life. TSK, the divine general is deliberately targeting Shinggong. Shinggong has the most divine general. Suchi asked in surprise, aren't Heaven and Shinggong allies? After returning with Murongqi, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. He was rarely disturbed like today. Hey You Devil shook his head and said, the relationship between the four dominant forces of the celestial realm is always changing. It can't be trusted. Li Yao asked curiously, if the divine general is betting on the divine general's fate, then can't he bet on other fates? For example, directly betting on the celestial realm. With the word celestial, can't he take away the fates of the celestial realm? Everyone looked at her. This woman usually kept a low profile. They didn't expect her to be so bold. Hey You Devil rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, who dares? Even the celestial ruler and the goblin emperor wouldn't dare. Whoever dares to do so is digging their own grave. Li Yao smiled embarrassedly. That was indeed the case. She had thought too simply. Duan Hongchen stood at the back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Inside the congenital cave. Han Yan also eavesdropped on Hey You Devil's explanation. He was secretly anxious. Heaven is digging their own grave, the hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. No wonder they were defeated in the immeasurable calamity. Celestial ruler, how can I save you? Han Yan had no choice but to take out the heavenly Tao token and contact Di Taibeek. Soon, their divine senses connected. You're also here to ask about the divine general? Di Taibeek asked with a smile. It seemed that more than one person was looking for him. Han Yan said, yes, isn't this too arrogant? Don't worry, Heaven and Buddhism have already formed an alliance and jointly control the investiture of the gods. Previously, the Goblin Court attacked Heaven, but as an ally, the Celestial Palace ignored it. We can start with them first and then fight the Goblin Court. Can Buddhism be trusted? The Tendo Buddha personally came to discuss with His Majesty. This matter has already been announced to the celestial realm. If Buddhism goes back on its word, who would dare to believe in Buddhism? All right. Han Yan frowned even more. After putting down the heavenly Tao token, he felt uneasy. The Tendo Buddha really knew how to play. At this moment, Han Yan began to hesitate. He didn't know if he should curse the Tendo Buddha. If he cursed the Tendo Buddha to death, Buddhism would be in chaos. Would heaven suffer as well? How strange. Why did the Tendo Buddha dare to form an alliance with heaven? Wait, could it be because the Dark Forbidden Lord didn't curse heaven, so the Tendo Buddha did this? Oh, right. I almost forgot about this. What if someone followed the heaven line and found Han Yan? Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the celestial ruler. He was just pretending. It didn't mean that he would become an enemy of the celestial ruler. I'll just curse him for one day. I'll just pretend. There won't be a next time. Han Yan silently apologized. Your Majesty Celestial Ruler, don't panic. I'm just pretending. I won't curse you. Heaven. Immortals gathered in the Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler suddenly frowned. He circulated his energy to resist the mysterious power of the curse. Di Taibeek noticed the change in his expression and asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what's wrong? The immortals who were discussing looked at the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler's eyes flashed with anger. He said in a deep voice, "Someone is cursing me. I divined a book. It should be the dark forbidden lord." Whoosh, the deities in the numinous sky hall were in an uproar. They were all stunned. The dark forbidden lord targeted heaven? Immediately, a literature immortal jumped out and sighed. "I told you, the god general was too ostentatious. Now that he has angered the dark forbidden lord, we will definitely be cursed by him in the future." As soon as this was said, other literature immortals immediately denounced the god general. The god general's side also joined in the scolding war. "Enough." The celestial ruler suddenly spoke. His voice was majestic, immediately suppressing the gods. "Just the dark forbidden lord scared you all like this? In my opinion, the dark forbidden lord is definitely not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to hide in the dark. His curse power can't threaten me." The celestial ruler snorted coldly. Looking at this group of gods, he was furious. They were good at governing the common people, but in the face of threats, they would easily panic. Unlike the divine palace and the goblin court, they were all warlike. The matter of the god general has been decided. Kunlun will hold an immortal talent meeting next. All living beings under 1,000,000 years old can participate. You can send your disciples and descendants to participate and win glory for heaven." The celestial ruler ordered. The topic changed, and the Lingxiao palace became noisy again. The celestial ruler sighed in his heart. 2 hours later. The gods had already dispersed, and only Di Taibeek was left in the palace. The celestial ruler asked, "How is Han Yen? Was he the one who contacted you earlier?" Di Taibeek smiled and said, "He should be fine. He is quite concerned about heaven." "Humph, I didn't take care of him for nothing. I don't know where that kid has been hiding recently. I can't even calculate where he is." "Your Majesty, don't worry. The underworld is outside of the 5 elements. It is a place where ghosts and gods cannot predict. He is probably hiding. With his personality, he won't let himself be in danger." "That's true." Speaking of Han Yen, the celestial ruler couldn't help but smile. Until today, the other forces had not discovered that there was such a peerless genius hidden in heaven. When Han Yen grew up, what kind of scene would that be? Di Taibeek said worriedly, "Your Majesty, now that we are getting further and further away from the Han Yen, when we grow up in the future, will we still listen to the orders of heaven? When I found out that he had founded the Yin sect, would I be ambitious?" The celestial ruler smiled and said, "Don't worry, if he was ambitious, he wouldn't have chosen the name Heaven Sect. This kid is afraid of trouble. I've asked Morongqi and Fang Liang, and they don't discipline their disciples well. They only have one request, and that is to not go out and cause trouble. This kid's biggest ambition is to continue living. When he truly grows up, he won't forget the kindness that heaven has shown him. The stronger heaven is, the more comfortable he can cultivate. This kid's means of killing enemies are very strong." Di Taibeek couldn't help but nod. Previously, the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor died in the Netherworld. Could it be related to Han Yen? Di Taibeek asked. The celestial ruler said, "After I learned of this matter, I asked Li Daokong to help. Perhaps Li Daokong killed the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor. However, don't spread this matter to avoid unnecessary trouble." Li Daokong, Di Taibeek was secretly shocked and hurriedly agreed. Then, he changed the topic. After cursing the celestial ruler for a day, Han Yen immediately put down the Book of Misfortune. He was also afraid that cursing the celestial ruler would cause problems. He called Morongqi in and brainwashed him, hoping that Morongqi wouldn't challenge the celestial god general. Morongqi was no longer the him from his previous life. He smiled and promised, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. It's good to stay on Hidden Sect Island. I can use the simulation trial to fight. As for the false title of War God, I will fight for it in the next calamity." His tone was full of confidence. Now, he might not be able to fight for Great Providence, but as long as he lived to the next calamity, he would definitely be a powerful figure in the world. He could do whatever he wanted. Han Yen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Currently, the hidden sect only has Fang Liang and Long Hao outside. There can't be more. If you find that someone has the intention to go out, help persuade them." Grandmaster trusts you the most because you are calm. Disciple will definitely not let Grandmaster down. Morongqi was in a good mood when he left. He didn't expect Grandmaster to think so highly of him. Han Yan wasn't lying. Among all the disciples, he liked Morongqi the most. Morongqi had the demeanor of a general. When Han Yan transcended everything, Morongqi would be able to carry the banner of the hidden sect. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. The celestial god general's declaration of war would definitely cause the calamity to surge even more. He had to seize the time to become stronger. He had a feeling that one day, the calamity would threaten him. He wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. What Han Yan needed to do was to accumulate strength and defend against all the powerful enemies that came to invade. Time passed like a white horse. Spring went and autumn came, never to return. 30 years passed very quickly. The reroll world was already a different place. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and began to calculate Yang Tiandong's whereabouts. Yang Tiandong had already reincarnated a few times. In his first life, his talent was not bad. Unfortunately, he was too reckless and was killed as soon as he came of age. After that, Mengpa did not take special care of him, causing his reincarnation to be mediocre. In this life, Yang Tiandong became a young general of a dynasty in the human world. He had many achievements, but his achievements overshadowed his master's. He was plotted against by the emperor and found an excuse to have his entire family executed. He was also locked in prison, waiting for the day of his execution. Han Yan did not feel bad. This was fate. Some things were difficult to change even if one reincarnated. Yang Tiandong's ambition was deep in his soul. No matter how many times he reincarnated, it would be difficult to change it. Han Yan did not interfere. If he died, so be it. He could just continue to reincarnate. When Yang Tiandong truly achieved enlightenment, Han Yan would bring him back. To Han Yan, life and death in the mortal world were just training. Yang Tiandong's pain was only present. It was not enough to reach the great Tao. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 4 years later, the yellow springs surged again. This time, everyone in the hidden sect heard waves of wails. Duan Hongchen frowned. Not good. Could it be that the 9 Hells Purgatory is about to open? 9 Hells Purgatory, everyone looked at him. Duan Hongchen took a deep breath and said, after I died in my previous life, my divine soul was suppressed under the netherworld along with the karma. There is a horrible world hidden under the netherworld, and that is the 9 Serenities Purgatory. There are many fallen masters of different eras in there, and I am nothing in there. I escaped only because I sensed the way of heaven. Strange, what happened to them? Hey, you devil carefully asked, how strong is the strongest existence in the 9 Hells Purgatory? Duan Hongchen glanced at him and said, actually, I am not sure. But I know a Daluo, a true Daluo. Daluo, everyone was shocked. Daluo was already a legend in the celestial world. It was as if there was no Daluo on the surface. Who would have thought that there was a Daluo hidden under the yellow springs? Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan checked the strongest person around the reroll world. Shui Mingyi, cultivation unknown, 9 Hells Emperor. Han Yan was shocked. Cultivation unknown, deity realm or Daluo? Shui Mingyi's appearance made Han Yan very nervous, fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. He immediately transmitted his voice to everyone, telling them to hold their breaths and not speak. In fact, it was useless for him to do so. The training field could isolate the internal situation, including divine sense and sound. However, doing so would make him feel better. All the disciples were frightened, including Heyu Devil and Duan Hongchen. To make Han Yan so cautious, there really was a terrifying expert descending. The yellow spring continued to surge, as if a behemoth was about to break through the surface of the sea. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as figures emitting terrifying auras flew over. Among them was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The most eye-catching one was a man wearing a black dragon robe with a pearl crown on his head. His face was full of beard and his eyes were dignified. The aura emitted from his body was extremely oppressive. When Han Yan saw him, he immediately rechecked the strongest expert around the training field. King of Hell, Cultivation unknown, Lord of Hell, the strongest expert changed from Shui Mingi to King of Hell. Han Yan let out a sigh of relief. At least King of Hell was considered the Lord of the Underworld. He was more orthodox and shouldn't hurt the innocent for no reason. Shui Mingi couldn't beat him, so he would definitely escape. Han Yan silently looked forward to it. King of Hell brought the experts of the underworld to the Yellow Spring and looked down at the raging waves below. Shui Mingi, if you don't behave, don't blame me for being impolite. King of Hell opened his mouth, his tone containing anger. As soon as his voice fell, the raging waves stopped, and the world was filled with an oppressive might. Han Yan waited nervously. After a while, Shui Mingi's voice sounded, King of Hell, the calamity is coming. Does the underworld not want to rise? Hearing this, King of Hell said expressionlessly, could it be that a pitiful worm like you from the 9 hells purgatory can also help me? You are already a loser of the immeasurable calamity, struggling at death's door in the abyss. Shui Mingi sneered, at least I dare to fight. What about you? King of Hell was silent. Boom, a blood-colored pillar of light rushed out from the Yellow Spring and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. King of Hell and the experts of the underworld immediately chased after it. Even the Daluo would not be able to detect the existence of the dojo unless the hidden sect island took the initiative to expose it. Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system upgrade was still very important. If he hadn't leveled up earlier, he would have definitely been discovered. Han Yan was vigilant and once again checked the strongest person around the hidden sect island. 9 Netherworld Dragon, Rank 8 Immortal Emperor, prisoner of 9 Netherworld Purgatory, Rank 8 Immortal Emperor. Han Yan was frightened and hurriedly started the simulation trial. A breath later, he opened his eyes. That was close. Fortunately, it was an instant kill. He continued to check, and only after confirming that there were no other experts around did he relax. I hope this long worm doesn't come looking for trouble, or else, Han Yan thought silently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Under the Fusong tree. Li Yao asked nervously, are they gone? Duan Hongchen nodded. Heyu Devil narrowed his eyes and said, there's another guy under our island. He's very strong, much stronger than me. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The sea around the hidden sect island churned again, and the hidden sect island also shook violently. Han Yan used his divine sense to look under the island and saw a huge monster. Just the dragon's eyes were dozens of li in diameter, it was extremely terrifying. 9 Netherworld Dragon, this guy had already set his eyes on the hidden sect island and was quietly approaching. Han Yan frowned, he immediately covered the hidden sect island with his divine sense, this small island that looked like a sharp reef. He used his divine sense to push the hidden sect island away quickly. The 9 Netherworld Dragon immediately chased after them. As expected, this guy really had set his eyes on the hidden sect island. Han Yan transmitted his voice, what do you mean by this? What do I mean? Of course, I'm going to eat you. The 9 Netherworld Dragon's laughter was unruly and cruel, as if he had already eaten the hidden sect island. Really? Nonsense. When Han Yan heard this, he immediately disappeared into the cave. Boom, all the hidden sect disciples heard a deafening explosion, and the entire hidden sect island was sent flying. Everyone was shocked, what happened? At this time, the hidden sect island quickly fell into the Yellow Spring and quickly slipped away, thousands of li in an instant. Heyu Devil said in shock, that guy's aura is gone. Han Yan's voice sounded, it's dead. Heyu Devil was horrified. Duan Hongchen was also shocked. The other disciples heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't too shocked. In front of Han Yan, any enemy could be killed in seconds. The hidden sect island continued to move forward. After a full half an hour, Han Yan stopped the hidden sect island. He walked out of the innate cave and said, Black Hell Phoenix, Tengu, Golden Crow, 3-headed Dragon King, all come here. He came to the mountains and with a wave of his right hand, he released the 9 Netherworld Dragon's corpse. The 9 Netherworld Dragon was a black dragon with long dragon scales, as if its body was covered with sharp thorns, it looked terrifying. Everyone from the hidden sect flew over and were stunned when they saw the huge corpse of the 9 Netherworld Dragon. What kind of dragon is this? The mysterious expert that Heyu Devil mentioned earlier? This dragon looks very strange. Did martial ancestor tell them to eat it? Of course, Heiyuji was the fastest. Everyone exclaimed, without needing Han Yan to say anything. The people he named had already pounced on the 9 Netherworld Dragon's corpse and started tearing it apart. The 9 Netherworld Dragon's body had already been compressed by Han Yan, otherwise, the hidden sect island would not be able to contain it. Han Yan looked at the cruel and violent scene in front of him. He did not feel any discomfort, instead he was looking forward to it. Could the body of a rank 8 immortal emperor make these guys stronger? The others were also curious. Tu Ling'o looked at Wu Daojian and clicked his tongue in wonder. These guys usually look very obedient, to think that they would be so cruel. Wu Daojian nodded and said with lingering fear, yes, we have to be careful of them in the future. Not long after, the 3-headed Dragon King fell to the ground, his body twitching and bleeding from his 7 orifices. He could not endure the flesh of a rank 8 immortal emperor. Han Yan immediately appeared beside the 3-headed Dragon King and used his own magic power to heal his injuries. The others were still fine, their bloodlines were not simple, they were not as weak as the 3-headed Dragon King. The 3-headed Dragon King recovered from his injuries and continued eating the 9 Netherworld Dragon's body. This gluttonous feast lasted for several hours. The 7 Black Hell Phoenixes, Heiyuji, Tengu, Ada, Little Fool, and the 3-headed Dragon King all benefited greatly, their bloodlines became even stronger. After Han Yan confirmed that they were fine, he returned to his innate cave dwelling and continued cultivating. This netherworld is not peaceful anymore. Han Yan thought in distress, should he choose another location? He hesitated for a long time before deciding not to. Even if he changed locations, he would not be able to find another one, he might as well wait. When the netherworld was truly in chaos, he would make his move. Outside the immortal world, Golden Crab Island. Inside the Taoist temple. Huang Zuantian knelt on the ground and took the scroll from the White Crane's mouth. The White Crane said meaningfully, this immortal talent convention is a good opportunity, don't disappoint me. Huang Zuantian looked very excited on the surface, but he was feeling bitter inside. Why was there trouble again? Huang Zuantian looked up and asked, how is the relationship between Jia Jiao and Chan sect? The White Crane said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, this immortal talent convention is likely to decide the direction of the calamity. If you don't obtain a good opportunity, your position as the island lord will be changed. There are many disciples who are not satisfied with you. Alright, I'll do my best. Huang Zuantian replied. No matter how unwilling he was, he did not dare to go against White Crane's will. White Crane nodded in satisfaction and said, work hard, I still think highly of you. Huang Zuantian quickly bowed. After White Crane left, Huang Zuantian clenched the scroll in his hand tightly. Why can't you all cultivate diligently like Senior? Don't cause trouble, don't be arrogant. You've already suffered a huge loss, is there something wrong with your brains? Huang Zuantian complained in his heart. How many years has it been since he became the island lord? What nonsense is this again? Sigh, Huang Zuantian fell into endless worry. 20 years had passed since the 9 Nether Underworld Dragons' attack. Han Yan's cultivation had improved again. As he became stronger, the speed at which the star primordial body devoured the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus karmic power also increased. In addition, the Buzhou divine flower was producing innate qi, so his cultivation speed was steadily increasing. According to Han Yan's prediction, he would be able to break through to rank 5 immortal emperor in 200 to 300 years. After the immeasurable calamity, he would definitely reach deity realm. As for higher realms, he still had to work hard. Of course, all of this had to be done while he was still alive. Han Yan chased Wu Daojian out and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the Tendo Buddha. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Xuanao was attacked by the demon race, Immortal Emperor, X187. Your good friend Li Xuanao was attacked by a demon race Great Expert, X6. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon, X376921. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Di Hongya was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang entered Kunlun. Your good friend Zhou Fan entered Kunlun. Han Yan raised his brows. Many of his good friends were cursed by a mysterious curse, and many of them entered Kunlun. There was something wrong with the situation. As expected, someone was impersonating the dark forbidden lord. What was going on with Kunlun? Why were there so many people heading to Kunlun during the immeasurable calamity? Furthermore, they were all people with ordinary cultivation. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Han Yen was secretly on guard. A month later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. More and more forces appeared and got involved in the immeasurable calamity. Other than keeping a low profile, he also had to make the best use of his time to become stronger. Han Ming has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Yen had just started cultivating when he saw this notification. He couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this brat suddenly have a good impression of him? Han Yen didn't think too much about it. He didn't want to acknowledge Han Ming as his younger brother. The only reason he didn't curse Han Ming was because he didn't want to be discovered by immortal Emperor Samsara. Under the blue sky and white clouds, there were rows of red-crowned cranes. From time to time, immortal birds, mounts, and various flying magic treasures would flash past. There was a stone pavilion in the middle of the forest. There were 3 men in the pavilion. They were Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou. The 3 of them sat around the stone table and drank wine. They began to talk about the past, all of them filled with emotions. We can join forces in this immortal talent meeting. After all, our foundations are too shallow, Zhou Fan suggested. Fang Liang smiled and said, you guys came to save me last time. I haven't returned the favor yet. Naturally, we have to join forces. Mo Fuzhou shook his head and smiled. Don't think like that. Actually, we didn't help at all. I'm ashamed to say that. Fang Liang said, by the way, do you know the rules of this immortal talent meeting? Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou shook their heads. While the 3 of them were chatting, cultivators kept flying past the forest. Their target was Kunlun. Kunlun was not far from them, but they were not in a hurry to head there. Zhou Fan said with anticipation, it's said that there's a way to become the arch at this immortal talent meeting. I wonder if it's true. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, I want to join Chan School and avoid this calamity. Fang Liang smiled. He glanced at the mountain path not far away. A black-clothed man was walking slowly. Fang Liang's pupils dilated. He was stunned. Zhou Fan noticed his expression and couldn't help but look over. He was also stunned. Mo Fuzhou followed their gazes and said in surprise, Brother Han? The black-clothed man seemed to have heard Mo Fuzhou's words and turned to look at them. Zhou Fan shook his head and laughed. You're mistaken. Han Yen is better looking than him. Fang Liang nodded. When the black-clothed man heard this, he suddenly flashed into the pavilion. He asked in a low voice, is the person you're talking about called Han Yen? The 3 of them were shocked and looked at him cautiously. Fang Liang drew his sword and asked in a low voice, who are you? The black-clothed man said coldly, I'm Han Ming. Han Ming? The 3 of them were stunned again. This name was too similar to Han Yan's name. The 2 of them also looked similar. Could it be, is Han Yen here? Han Ming snorted and asked. A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Fang Liang said, Grandmaster has not ascended yet. Even if he did, he would not come to such a grand event. Not ascended yet, Han Ming frowned and asked in a low voice, what's his cultivation level now? Why hasn't he ascended yet? Zhou Fan was unhappy with his tone and snorted. Who are you? Why are you asking about my brother Han Yan's cultivation level? Han Ming ignored him and stared at Fang Liang. He asked, are you his grand disciple? Which sect are you from? Fang Liang did not answer. Han Ming frowned even more. He was about to speak when a bell rang, resounding through the world. The immortal talent meeting is about to begin. Those who arrive first will get to choose their seats. Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fuzhou immediately rushed out of the stone pavilion. Han Ming's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly chased after them. They were not the only ones. The immortals who were slowly moving forward also began to sprint at full speed. Time flew. Another 10 years passed. Han Yen put down the Book of Misfortune and took out the Heavenly Dao token to contact Di Tai Beek. What have my disciple Long Hao and grand disciple Feng Liang been doing recently? Han Yan asked first. He had seen the two of them being attacked by all kinds of demons, cultivators, and even primordial life forms. It seemed like the two of them should be together and involved in the same dangerous situation. Di Taibik smiled and said, they went to the Immortal Talent Meeting. The Immortal Talent Meeting is a grand event held by Chan School in Kunlun. Don't worry, it's an opportunity. Nothing will happen to them. They will only become stronger. Immortal Talent Meeting, no wonder so many good friends entered Kunlun recently. Han Yan asked curiously, what does Chan School want to do? Isn't it the immeasurable calamity now? Di Taibik replied, Chan School wants to form good karma. No matter who wins or loses, they will owe Chan School karma. After all, the younger generation of the various factions has obtained opportunities from Chan School. I see. Han Yan did not know how to judge this method. By the way, aren't you in the netherworld? Be careful. The King of Hell has announced his independence and drew a clear line with heaven. If you are targeted by the King of Hell, don't reveal your identity in heaven. Otherwise, you will attract even greater hatred, Di Taibik reminded him. Han Yan was not surprised. The King of Hell was so strong. He indeed had the strength to be independent. Di Taibik sighed and said, this calamity is too chaotic. All the primordial races have appeared, and the situation is unclear. I can't see who will have the last laugh, especially the Dark Forbidden Lord. His power is too great. More and more races and factions in the immortal world claim to be under the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan was confused. What the hell, when did I have so many subordinates? Han Yan was furious. Someone was using his name to cause trouble. Han Yan subconsciously wanted to ask which faction it was and curse them one by one. But on second thought, he realized that if he asked this, it would seem that he was very concerned about the Dark Forbidden Lord and might expose his identity. Moreover, he didn't care about the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity in the first place. Oh no, I'm getting a little carried away. No, I can't do this. Han Yan became vigilant and then said to the Heavenly Dao Token, who is the Dark Forbidden Lord? The legendary Daluo? Di Taibik replied, it's very likely to be the Daluo. Even His Majesty the Celestial Ruler and the Tendo Buddha have been cursed by him. We can't even deduce any clues about him. That's good, since you think it's the Daluo, you definitely won't suspect me. Han Yan was satisfied. The two chatted for a while more before Han Yan put down the Heavenly Dao Token. Han Yan felt uncomfortable no matter how he thought about it. Although he kept telling himself that he was misunderstood as the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was still very unhappy that someone was impersonating him. No, Han Yan decided to use the evolution function. I want to know who is impersonating the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan thought to himself. 80 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A mere 80 million, Han Yan sneered and cursed in his heart, dog, how dare you play with me? I'll find you. Han Yan chose to continue. Then, he felt the world spin. Soon, he opened his eyes and found himself in the sky. In front of him was a beautiful imperial garden. There was a stone pavilion in the garden. The celestial ruler said expressionlessly, recently, the Dark Forbidden Lord's reputation has been spreading. I've decided to use his name to rope in some ancient races and disrupt the situation of the calamity so that the Goblin Court won't dare to act recklessly. I'll leave this matter to you. A black-robed man stood in front of the celestial ruler. His body was like smoke, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. The black-robed man cupped his fists in response. Han Yan, the scene around him shattered. Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He clutched his chest. Holy shit. Celestial ruler is messing with me. Han Yan almost vomited blood. He did not expect the celestial ruler to be the mastermind. Most importantly, he had wasted 80 million years of his lifespan. Since the celestial ruler had treated him so well, he naturally could not curse the celestial ruler. The chess game of all heavens was really not something that anyone could casually play. Han Yan rejoiced that he had not entered the calamity. Otherwise, he might have been killed at any time. He had thought that the celestial ruler had been fooled by the Tendo Buddha. He did not expect the celestial ruler to have his own plans. If it were not for the system, Han Yen would never have thought that the celestial ruler was impersonating the dark forbidden lord. Since I have wasted 80 million years of my lifespan, I can't waste it for nothing. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to enter a meditative state in the future. Han Yen decided to calculate again. I want to know who Immortal Emperor Samsara is. Han Yen thought silently. At present, he still did not know the origin of Immortal Emperor Samsara, nor did he know the purpose of Immortal Emperor Samsara. 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Han Yen felt dizzy again. This time, Han Yen's consciousness did not enter the scene. A figure appeared in his mind. Han Yen was stunned again. It turned out to be Di Tai Beek. Han Yen was dumbfounded. That's right, it was indeed Di Tai Beek. It was just that the Di Tai Beek in his mind was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. Han Yen was confused. Di Tai Beek was Immortal Emperor Samsara. Did the celestial ruler know about this? The celestial ruler was so good to him. Could it be that he had discussed it with Immortal Emperor Samsara, or was it that Immortal Emperor Samsara had great ambitions, so he lurked around the celestial ruler? No wonder even though he had interacted with Immortal Emperor Samsara, Immortal Emperor Samsara did not have a good impression of him or hate him. It turned out that this guy had always been Han Yen's good friend. Han Yen remembered that Di Tai Beek had boasted that he had cut off the long river of destiny. Now that he thought about it, how could Di Tai Beek, who was only a primordial unity golden immortal, do it? Han Yen's mood could be described as complicated. All these emotions finally turned into a sigh. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. I just need to cultivate well. I won't fight for anything anyway. As long as the schemes of these big shots don't affect my safety, it's fine. Han Yen thought so. He became alert and cautious and started cultivating again. 30 years passed. Han Yen took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the Tendo Buddha again. He continued to check his emails and pay attention to the situation in the immortal world. Similar to before, there were all kinds of battles. Han Yen did not see any special emails for the time being. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yen. Han Yen was indifferent. Stinky bro, you want to curry favor with me? Han Yen had no feelings towards Han Ming at all. They had never interacted before, and he still had the memories of his previous life. A few days later, Han Yen was about to continue cursing the Goblin Emperor when he suddenly felt something and immediately took out a token. The Golden Crow token. Xianxia was looking for him. Han Yen hesitated for a moment but still probed his divine sense into the Golden Crow token. Sima Yi, I asked you to investigate Pagoda Zuwu. Why didn't you take action? Xianxi's tone was very unfriendly. Han Yen replied, right away, there will be results very soon. Xianxia was nearly angered to death and said crossly, Pagoda Zuwu was snatched away by someone. Ah? Han Yen pretended to be shocked. Xianxia continued, forget about this matter. My clan has decided to send me to the origin deity realm. Are you coming with me? You can meet the Daluo and obtain his guidance. Meet the Daluo? Han Yen declined tactfully, forget it, I don't want to trouble you. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. Amen? Not giving face? No, it's too far. I'm afraid that something will happen. Humph, look at you. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Make it like I'm begging you. Sorry. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that Xianxia would insist on him going. At that time, if the two people's relationship was strained and they fell out and became enemies, that was not a good thing for Xianxia. Xianxia snorted and said, when I return from the origin deity realm, at that time, I'll be a peerless powerhouse vying for great destiny. At that time, you, punk, will have to kneel to me when you see me. Don't regret it. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Han Yen said it very sincerely, but it made Xianxia very angry. When had he, Xianxia, treated a person like this before? This kid. That's it. Xianxia cut off the connection. Han Yen immediately put away the Golden Crow token. With the Bodhidharma around, he was not afraid of the Jinwu's major powers deducing him through the Golden Crow token. Origin deity realm? Sounds very strong. After I become the Daluo, perhaps I can go and take a look. Han Yan thought silently. If he followed Jiang Yi, he would definitely be beaten up. He could not afford to be arrogant. Han Yan continued to curse the Goblin Emperor. On the other side, inside the Goblin Emperor's palace, the Goblin Emperor was having a secret conversation with the Divine Palace Master. There were only the two of them in the hall. Feeling the sudden curse power, the Goblin Emperor gritted his teeth. What's wrong? Is the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing you again? The Divine Palace Master asked with a smile. The Goblin Emperor snorted and said, I, the Tendo Buddha, and the Celestial Ruler were all cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why are you fine? Could it be that you're the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Divine Palace Master waved his hand and said, How is that possible? I'm cursed even more frequently than you. I don't know why the Dark Forbidden Lord hates me so much. Fortunately, my divine power is strong enough to resist his curse. Humph, you really know how to brag. The Goblin Emperor snorted. How could he not hear the hidden meaning in the Divine Palace Master's words? If not for the fact that he needed the power of the Divine Palace, he would have let the Divine Palace Master see who was stronger. Alright, let's not talk about the Dark Forbidden Lord. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao have been watching the Goblin Court recently. Previously, Li Xuanao helped the Goblin Court fight against Heaven. Now, he has changed sides. These two brothers of the human sect have crossed the line. I need the Divine Palace to suppress them. The Goblin Emperor said in a low voice with a calm expression. The Divine Palace Master said leisurely, These two brothers are not simple. If an immortal emperor encounters them, he will definitely lose, especially Li Daokong. Ordinary immortal realm cultivators might not be able to suppress them. Most importantly, their stance is unknown. If we help you suppress them, the Divine Palace will face a lot of trouble. The Goblin Emperor waved his sleeves and snorted. The Divine Palace can choose any 3 regions in the far west. Good. The Goblin Emperor is indeed straightforward. The Divine Palace Master smiled. What the Divine Palace needed the most was territory. A region in the celestial world was much bigger than the mortal world. The Goblin Emperor snorted. As for the Supremacy Dao, if I kill him, the Divine Palace will definitely be anxious. How about this? I can spare his life, but he has to pay the price for trying to assassinate me. I want him to stay by my side for 1,000 years. After that, I will return him to the Divine Palace in one piece. You can rest assured that I will not use any means to brainwash him. Even if the chaotic physique betrays you, you will not give up. I understand that. The Divine Palace Master smiled and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. The two leaders looked at each other with a smile and began to exchange toasts. The situation in the celestial world changed rapidly. With the intervention of the various ancient races, the 4 overlords were no longer on par with each other. However, all of this had nothing to do with Han Yan. He was cultivating with all his might. Ever since he found out that D Tai Beek was a mortal Emperor Samsara, Han Yan realized that he could not just look at favorability. Favorability was still too vague. Some people's identities could not be described in a few lines of words by the system. The celestial world had many clones, so they could have their own identities. 40 years passed quickly. Han Yan took a step forward. Became a rank 5 immortal emperor. On this day, D Tai Bai took the initiative to contact him and was concerned about his cultivation. That is. That be to. To be to ask to. To be is. Is that. To the divine that. To be to cultivate twos. To the to be that to the that. To the be that to the world s to the. It's alright. The main thing is that the celestial world is changing. Di Tai Bao began to tell Han Yan about the celestial world. Jinwu, True Dragon, Suzaku, Qilin, immemorial sacred tribes, and so on. More and more powerful races appeared, causing the celestial world to be in a state of war. Not only that, but even the human race had begun to unite. The great sacred dynasties had joined forces, preparing to gather the human race to wage war against the myriad races. They wanted to become the overlords of the celestial world after the immeasurable calamity. A human-dominated celestial world, this was a very provocative move, making it easy for the human race to unite. Han Yan listened to Di Taibik's words and pondered. Why did this guy take the initiative to talk to him about the celestial world? What was he planning? Was he trying to lure him into the calamity? Come to think of it, he could only be considered as Immortal Emperor Samsara's successor. Immortal Emperor Samsara had no reason to harm him, and Di Taibik had no reason either. Maybe I'm thinking too much. In any case, I definitely can't enter the calamity. Han Yan thought. Di Taibik suddenly smiled and said, by the way, His Highness Longhao's performance was the most outstanding in the Immortal Talent meeting, and he was recognized by the vice-sect master of the Chan sect. His providence has been skyrocketing, and his cultivation is probably the same. You've taught him well. When Han Yan heard that, he couldn't help but check his interpersonal relationships. He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. This guy was actually at the early stage of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. His talent was truly terrifying. The son of the celestial ruler and the soul of Hao Tian were probably not inferior to the chaotic physique. Han Yan smiled and said, it's because His Majesty's bloodline is good. Alright, continue cultivating. I'll look for you in the future. Di Taibik smiled and ended the conversation. After putting down the heavenly Dao token, Han Yan shook his head. He had to hurry up and cultivate. Ever since the immeasurable calamity began, the cultivation of his good friends in the immortal world had been increasing. He had heard before that the reason why the immeasurable calamity made people go crazy was that, other than fighting for Providence, the immortal chi in the immortal world would also skyrocket, causing the cultivation of all living beings to increase faster. Those immortals who had already reached their limits couldn't sit still and watch their enemies quickly become stronger, so the fighting became even more intense. Under the purple sky, in a courtyard. Long Hao, Long Shan, Feng Liang, Zhou Fan, Mo Fuzhou, Han Ming, and dozens of others gathered together. Congratulations, Your Highness, for being recognized by the vice-sect master of the Chan sect. Mo Fuzhou raised his cup and smiled. Everyone else raised their cups and looked at Long Hao fervently. In this immortal talent meeting, Long Hao's performance was the most outstanding. His strength and talent convinced everyone. Even Zhou Fan was convinced. Han Ming looked at Long Hao with a complicated expression. After getting to know Feng Liang and the others, he had some understanding of Han Yan. This genius in front of him was Han Yan's disciple. In this immortal talent meeting, Long Hao could be said to have shocked everyone. He suppressed the younger generation and became a publicly recognized genius. His might shook the world. How strong was Han Yan to be able to nurture such a disciple? It seemed that his master didn't lie to him. The gap between him and Han Yan was unimaginable. Long Hao laughed. In the future, if anyone wants to join the heaven, feel free to look for me. I'll personally recommend you. He was in high spirits and didn't have any intention of being humble. After leaving the Yin sect, he finally knew how terrifying his talent was. He could even be described as invincible. The outside world wasn't as dangerous as his master said. Of course, Long Hao also realized how great the potential of the Yin sect was. He could feel the pressure when he was cultivating in the Yin sect. Once he left the Yin sect, he became arrogant. This was enough to explain the problem. Hearing Long Hao's words, everyone was even happier. They continued to compliment Long Hao. In the courtyard next door, there was also a group of people celebrating. These people were all disciples of the Jiejiao. Huang Zuantian was among them. Hearing the laughter of Long Hao and the others, the Jiejiao disciples had mixed feelings. They had gained a lot in this immortal talent meeting. However, compared to Long Hao, they were like stars next to the moon. Their light was weak. Master seems to be related to the heaven. Feng Liang seems to have a good relationship with Long Hao. Could it be that Master and Long Hao know each other? Huang Zuantian thought silently. He had once been an elder in Yuqing and had met Feng Liang. He had always kept a low profile. He was afraid that Feng Liang and the others would find out and expose his true identity. The performance of Long Hao and the others made Huang Zuantian even more convinced that following Han Yan was the only way to have a bright future. Among the Jiejiao disciples, Huang Zuantian's presence was very low. He rarely spoke. He had always been observing. Among these Jiejiao disciples, there were some powerful descendants of the Jiejiao. They were worth befriending and would help him climb up the ranks. The White Crane forcing him to come to the Immortal Talent meeting made him realize that the position of Island Master was not enough. He wanted to climb even higher. The Immortal Talent Convention was brilliant and could even be recorded in history. This would be the beginning of a new era. Han Yan did not participate in this event. He was not interested. His life was only about cultivation. Time flew by. 50 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation level had been steadily increasing. Rank 5 Immortal Emperor was not far away. The new round of the Hidden Sects Inter-Sect competition had ended. Han Yan, Heyu Devil, Bai Yi, and Duan Hongchen did not participate. The first place was Tu Linger. Pagoda Zuwu was too strong. The other disciples could not break through its defensive restrictions. Next was Morong Qi, then Li Yao. Han Yan did not care about the rankings of the others. He only wanted to remember the top 3. It was worth mentioning that Chu Shuren's ranking was quietly increasing. This guy's Dao heart was finally stirred by the inner scroll. He was no longer lazy and began to cultivate divine powers. Everyone was very happy about this. This way, they would not be annoyed by Chu Shuren. Only Zhou Mingyue was bitter. He would be suppressed by his master in the future. On this day, Han Yan stopped cultivating. He took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do his daily missions. He cursed his enemies while checking his mail. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X 1342, your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Dao. His cultivation has skyrocketed. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a Divine Palace cultivator, X 18, your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, a cultivator saved him. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X47, your good friend Han Ming was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your Dao partner Xianxia has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. His providence has increased. The Jiejiao is becoming active. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. He did not have a good impression of the Jiejiao. After all, he had been threatened by Jiejiao disciples before. I wonder how Huang Zuantian is doing in the Jiejiao. Han Yan thought to himself. He was still worried about Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian was very strong in the mortal world, but that might not be the case in the immortal world. Xianxia was also Jiejiao, but it seemed that she was doing well. She was rarely attacked and had been concentrating on cultivation. Han Yan continued to read the email. At most, he would complain a little in his heart. The content of the email would not affect his life. He wanted to stick to his original intention and cultivate in a low-key manner until he became invincible. He was not even 4,000 years old, but he was already a rank 4 Immortal Emperor. This speed was definitely the fastest in the heavens. This meant that the path he took in the first half of his life was correct. He had to carry it out. Along the way, he couldn't remember how many of his good friends had died. The path of cultivation was a bumpy one to begin with. 8 or 9 out of 10 people died on the path. One of the reasons Han Yan liked to read emails was to warn himself. Every time he read an email, he would see someone getting beaten up. 1 month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and called Wu Dao Jian in. Have you mastered the 3rd level of Heavenly Sword Path? Han Yan asked. Wu Dao Jian nodded, then shook her head, saying, I feel that I have mastered it, but I feel that it's still lacking. Heavenly Sword Path's 3rd level, Sword opens primordial world. Wu Dao Jian could create an illusion of heaven and earth with one sword, but this world was not strong enough to make the enemy fall into it. Every time she used this move in the simulation trial, it was as if it was in vain. Han Yan patted the bed next to him, saying, Come here. Wu Dao Jian obediently walked over. The two sat on the bed facing each other. Han Yan raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Wu Dao Jian's forehead. He conveyed the primordial world he imagined to Wu Dao Jian. Wu Dao Jian's knowledge was too little, her imagination was limited. There was nothing she could do about it. Han Yan would not let her go out to train. Han Yan's expectations for his disciples were in the next calamity. After this calamity, when the next calamity came, the insect had to be full of immortal emperors. Of course, Han Yan had not revealed this goal to his disciples, so as not to give them pressure. The mountains were unbroken, and the sky was cloudless. Two figures stood on the peak of the mountain. It was Li Daokong and Li Xuanao. There was a terrifying figure standing guard in all directions. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few 100,000 feet tall figures. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth, swaying like flames. The corners of Li Daokong's lips curled up. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, can you still hold on?" Compared to Li Daokong, who looked like he had not experienced a battle, Li Xuanao's robes were torn, and his hair was slightly messy. Li Xuanao snorted, "You haven't fallen, how can I not hold on?" He immediately prepared to fly to the horizon to fight, but he was stopped by Li Daokong. Li Xuanao looked at Li Daokong suspiciously. Li Daokong smiled, "You can stop now. Didn't you want to see my true strength?" Li Xuanao frowned, looking impatient. He knew that his senior brother was going to put on an act again. Clang, Li Daokong pulled out the sword at his waist. In an instant, the sword light shone between the heavens and the earth. He held the sword with one hand and pointed it to the sky. His gaze fell on the tip of the sword, and his smile gradually became arrogant and conceited. "Watch carefully, what is the strongest sword of the human sect? With this sword, all of you will die." Li Daokong laughed wantonly. His robes fluttered, and his aura kept increasing. The entire mountain began to tremble, and countless rocks fell. Li Xuanao looked at his senior brother in surprise. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be impossible? Li Xuanao widened his eyes and stared at Li Daokong. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan opened his eyes. Wu Dao Jian was still in the primordial world that Han Yan had created. Han Yan looked up. His gaze penetrated the mountain and saw the sky of the netherworld. The dark clouds in the sky churned violently as if a storm was about to strike. "Master, not good. The Sword Dao River is going berserk. It seems like it's about to collapse." Liu Bei's voice sounded in Han Yan's heart. His tone was anxious. Han Yan frowned. He immediately jumped into the Sword Dao River with his primordial spirit. The Sword Dao River, which used to be calm, twisted violently. The figures of the sword cultivators moving forward became blurry and flashing. Han Yan could clearly feel an extremely terrifying pressure enveloping the Sword Dao River. Someone is using a divine ability? Han Yan's expression changed slightly. He could vaguely feel the terror of the Sword Dao divine ability. It was stronger than all the divine abilities he had encountered before. For some reason, Han Yan suddenly thought of the figure walking at the end of the Sword Dao River when he was improving his Sword Dao. Han Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Leave the Sword Dao River with me first." The Sword Dao River could collapse at any time. If they stayed here, they would be severely injured. Liu Bei nodded as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The two immediately disappeared into the Sword Dao River. They came to a void. Liu Bei asked nervously, "Master, could it be that someone was using some kind of Sword Dao divine ability?" Han Yan nodded and said, "It should be. The other party's cultivation is ridiculously high. Who is it, who has such a cultivation, to be able to force him to use a divine ability? The other party must be extremely strong." Han Yan suddenly felt that the immortal emperor was so weak. Just as he was lamenting, 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. "Detected that you have encountered the strongest Sword Dao below the heavenly Dao. You have the following choices. 1. Ascend immediately and fight for Providence to prove that you are the strongest sword immortal. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a Dao fragment, a heavenly Dao spirit stone, a supreme treasure, and a random natural treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and ignore the strongest Sword Dao. You can obtain a supreme treasure." Han Yan looked at the choices in front of him and chose the second option without hesitation. Fight against the strongest Sword Dao. Isn't that courting death? You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Profound Heaven's Envy Cloud Silk. Profound Heaven's Envy Cloud Silk, an immortal state defensive spiritual treasure made from innate divine clouds and heavenly Dao merit. It can withstand all attacks below the immortal state and an ordinary immortal state attack. An immortal state defensive spiritual treasure, not bad, not bad. Han Yan smiled in satisfaction. He did not take out the Profound Heaven's Envy Cloud Silk. After all, Liu Bei was still beside him. The two of them began to wait. Fortunately, the mysterious sword Dao pressure did not last long. When everything returned to normal, the two of them returned to the sword Dao River. Han Yan was stunned. The sword Dao River had collapsed, forming pieces of remnant clouds. In the dark mysterious space, it looked messy and poignant. Liu Bei was also shocked. He could only look at Han Yan. Han Yan pinched his fingers and calculated that his Providence did not suffer any losses. He had already taken over the sword Dao River. If the sword Dao River was destroyed, his Providence would definitely be damaged. He observed carefully and soon found that the sword Dao River was repairing itself. The remnant clouds were slowly approaching each other. It's fine. It'll be done soon. Continue to guard here. If you encounter any danger that you can't defeat, you can escape at any time, said Han Yan. Then, he disappeared. After receiving Han Yan's permission, Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Although he already had the body of the victorious fighting Buddha, his personality was very similar to Han Yan's. He was very afraid of death. After his essence soul returned to his body, Han Yan noticed that Wu Dao Jian was still comprehending the primordial world. He took out the Profound Heaven's Envy Cloud Silk. The Profound Heaven's Envy Cloud Silk was a long silk scarf. It was as thin as a cicada's wings. It did not cause any wind. Han Yan made it recognize him as its master and then wrapped it around his body. The cloud of envy seemed to have a spirit of its own. It did not bind Han Yan tightly. It fluttered slightly, and a burst of clouds appeared, obscuring Han Yan's figure, making him appear incomparably mysterious. Han Yan was very satisfied. This toy was very cool, and it could even hide one's true appearance. Very good. Seeing that Wu Dao Jian had not woken up yet, Han Yan immersed himself in cultivation. As he cultivated, he checked his emails. The commotion caused by the mysterious swordsman was too great, and he didn't know if he could find out about it from the mail. Han Yan continued reading and caught an email. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and died. Could it be Li Daokong? Li Daokong seemed to be a swordsman. Han Yan frowned. His heart ached. He still had a good impression of the Sword God Emperor. Back when Zhang Guxing was captured, it was the Sword God Emperor who passed down the Sword Dao River to him. Who would have thought that the Sword God Emperor would fall just like that? Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. The avatar was gone. Han Yan fell into melancholy. Some of his good friends were gone before they even met. This mood did not last long. Han Yan quickly adjusted his state of mind and cultivated seriously, in the dark hall of the Divine Palace. The master of the Divine Palace sat high on the throne. Hundreds of figures stood in the hall, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The master of the Divine Palace looked extremely gloomy. He gripped the armrest tightly with both hands. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body and filled the hall. How many immortal emperors have died in the Divine Palace this time? The master of the Divine Palace asked in a deep voice. A man in silver armor said carefully, 19 immortal emperors. The 28 divine emperors accompanying them were also killed. Fortunately, their origins are still in the Divine Palace. Everyone in the hall felt their eyelids twitch. They all knew that the two from the Ren school were very strong, but they did not expect them to be so ridiculously strong. The master of the Divine Palace asked angrily, they all died under Li Daokong's sword? Yes, boom, the master of the Divine Palace suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura erupted, causing hundreds of people to kneel down. Li Daokong. Ren school. Very good. I am really angry. Send an order to all the divine emperors in the Divine Palace. Whoever kills Li Daokong can become the deputy palace master of the Divine Palace. I will kill Li Daokong at all costs. Let the divine emperors attack together. The master of the Divine Palace was almost roaring. No one dared to refute him. The Divine Palace had not suffered such a huge loss in a long time, in the Goblin Court. The Goblin Emperor, who was cultivating in the hall, had a strange expression when he heard the information from his subordinate. Li Daokong is actually so powerful. No wonder the Ren school dared to enter the calamity. This is troublesome. The Divine Palace won't hate me, right? The Goblin Emperor muttered to himself. He swore that he really did not want to harm the divine palace. If the goblin court suffered such a huge loss, he would definitely go crazy. The little demon in the hall said in a trembling voice, "It is said that Li Daokong only used one sword strike to kill dozens of experts of the divine palace. This battle will soon spread throughout the entire celestial world." The goblin emperor narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "One sword strike. This fellow is probably already a half-step Daluo." He suddenly felt a headache. In addition to the divine palace, the Buddhist sect, and the heaven sect, he still had to face the Ren school, the ancient races, and the human race. The other two sects of the Tao sect were also ready to make a move. The situation of the immeasurable calamity this time was far more complicated than before. The goblin emperor cursed silently. Did these guys agree to fight for Providence together? In the previous calamity, they were all as obedient as turtles. Why did they appear this time? It must be that damned dark forbidden lord. He must have instigated it. The goblin emperor's eyes spat fire when he thought of the dark forbidden lord. Han Yen, who was cultivating in the cave abode, couldn't help but open his eyes. For some reason, he felt that someone was scolding him. Wu Daojian had already left the cave abode and was preparing to exchange sword Dao with the other disciples. Han Yen was about to continue cultivating when the heavenly Dao token suddenly became hot. He connected with his divine sense. Li Daokong has become the #1 sword immortal of the celestial world. His Majesty asked me to tell you if you still want to acknowledge Li Daokong as your master after knowing this. His Majesty can speak up for you, Di Taibeek said with a smile. His tone was a little excited. How pretentious, he really looked like the celestial ruler's lackey. Han Yen asked curiously, who was Li Daokong fighting with earlier? That sword might even affected the Sword Dao River. Di Taibeek replied, the divine palace. He killed dozens of immortal emperors and immortal realm experts with one strike. Han Yan's eyelids twitched. So impressive, I want to acknowledge him as my master, Han Yan almost blurted out. Immediately, he became vigilant again. It was the immeasurable calamity now. Li Daokong might not be able to survive the calamity if he was so ostentatious. Han Yan declined politely. I'm not strong enough now. If I acknowledge Senior Li as my master, I'm afraid I'll embarrass the heaven. I'll practice more. Kid, are you afraid that you'll die if you follow Li Daokong? Brother, we're all on the same side. Do you think it won't happen? That's true, Senior Li has no problem surviving, but I'm afraid that I'll be targeted by his enemies. Not only that, I'll definitely drag Senior Li down. That's not good. I'll be ashamed of Senior Li's appreciation of me. Also, thank His Majesty for my kindness. Okay. The conversation between the two was very short. Han Yen put down the heavenly Dao token and frowned. He sighed slightly, feeling a little regretful. If it weren't for the immeasurable calamity, he could still acknowledge Li Daokong as his master. At this moment, a line of words appeared in front of Han Yen. Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars, what the hell, why did Li Daokong have a favorable impression of him? Han Yen was stunned for a moment before he understood. This guy was right beside Di Taibeek. Fortunately, Han Yen was cautious enough to flatter Li Daokong. If he told the truth, he might offend Li Daokong. Damn it, the path of cultivation is too complicated. If I'm not careful, I might offend a great expert. Immortal Emperor Samsara didn't remind me. Is he trying to dig a hole for me? Han Yen frowned. Thinking about it carefully, if he was Di Taibeek, he could not directly say that Li Daokong was right beside him. Sigh. Fortunately. Han Yen was very unhappy. If he was strong enough, why would he need to care about Li Daokong's attitude? He should seize the time to cultivate. He should break through to rank 5 Immortal Emperor first, at the same time. Heaven, Numinous Palace. Celestial ruler sat on the emperor's throne. There were 3 people in the palace, Di Taibeek, Li Daokong, and Li Xuanao. Li Xuanao said with a faint smile, I didn't expect a junior to reject you. I'm different. No matter who I like, I won't be rejected. Li Daokong glanced at him and said, you don't have good taste. All the people you found are mediocre. You. Your new disciple, what's his name again? Huang Jihao? He's too mediocre. Compared to him, it's like comparing a star to the moon, an ant to a dragon. Impossible, keep bragging. Huang Jihao Tian has a sword heart and perseverance. He will grow up sooner or later. Junior brother, oh junior brother, your taste is still the same as your cultivation. Li Daokong. You're too much. Seeing that the brothers were about to fight, Celestial Ruler had to say, since the two of you are from the same sect, why are you arguing? Li Xuanao snorted coldly and turned his head away. Li Daokong looked at the Celestial Ruler and asked with a smile, Your Majesty, the Celestial Palace must hate me now. Are you sure you want to take us in? The Celestial Ruler smiled and said, The heaven was originally supported by Taoism. You and I are of the same origin, so you should have a common enemy. As for the Celestial Palace, they have only risen for a period of time, so there is no need to worry about them. Li Daokong continued to ask, The two of us want to fight for fate. We can help heaven have the last laugh, but we can monopolize the fate of swordsmanship. In addition, we hope that His Majesty, the Celestial Ruler, can agree to all the resources we need. Of course, if heaven needs to destroy a strong enemy, we will help. Di Taibik frowned slightly. The Celestial Ruler smiled. Deal. Li Daokong also laughed. Li Xuanao curled his lips and thought, what a dirty plan. Time passed slowly. For Han Yen, decades were like a day. 70 years passed quickly. Han Yen was very close to rank 5 Immortal Emperor. At most, he would break through in 10 years. But he did not forget about his daily mission every 10 years. After chasing Wu Daojian out, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Tendo Buddha. The gates of the netherworld are wide open. If the spirits of the netherworld want to fight for the heavenly Tao's fate, they can all enter the netherworld. If I become the heavenly emperor, all of you will be immortals. A domineering voice suddenly resounded throughout the netherworld. Han Yen remembered this voice. It was the voice of King Yama. TSK. What guts, he wants to be the Celestial Ruler, Han Yen decided to report him. A month later, the curse ended. Han Yen took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Taibik. He asked Di Taibik to pass the message to the Celestial Ruler. If Di Taibik hit it, then it was fine. The Celestial Ruler saw the netherworld as an enemy. These things could be used as a consideration. When facing the Celestial Ruler in the future, he could ask Di Taibik if he hit it. If Di Taibik hit it, then Han Yen would reveal that he was Immortal Emperor Samsara. If Di Taibik did not hide it, it meant that Immortal Emperor Samsara was most likely one of the Celestial Ruler's men. He could not directly report it, it would arouse suspicion. Although the Celestial Ruler treated Han Yen very well, Han Yen did not completely trust him. All the care was centered around the word benefit. If Han Yen threatened heaven or the Celestial Ruler would not be merciful. Even if he saw through everything, if Han Yen could be invincible, he would not mistreat heaven. In any case, heaven had indeed done something for him, especially the Celestial Ruler. After reporting King Yama, Han Yen put down the Heavenly Tao token and continued to cultivate. 10 years passed quickly. Han Yen finally broke through to rank 5 Immortal Emperor. His soul had further transformed and was far stronger than before. His magic power was also surging endlessly. He consolidated his cultivation while bringing up his stats panel. 745 trillion years of lifespan, it was too amazing. Han Yen was very pleased with himself, he was about to explode. After spending so much lifespan, his lifespan was still increasing explosively. As expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the nightmare of all living beings, when he reached deity realm, how exaggerated would his lifespan be? As long as he was not killed, he could continue to live, he could not enter tribulation, important matters, he had to recite them daily. It took Han Ju another 3 years to completely consolidate his cultivation. In the following year, he comprehended Sword Path and raised all his Sword Path divine abilities to the limit. But in the simulation trial, he still did not improve. Other than the Celestial Ruler, they were all insta-killed. Against the Celestial Ruler, unless he used all his strength from the start, he could not escape the fate of being insta-killed. Wait, Han Yen suddenly remembered that when 9 Nether Purgatory opened, Shui Mingi appeared, and King Yama also came. He had checked their cultivation. He almost forgot. Simulation trial arrangement. Against Xue Mingyi, Han Yan lasted for 5 minutes but was still defeated. Against King Yama, Han Yan lasted for 3 minutes before being killed. Han Yan almost shut himself up. Against these two, he had been avoiding them almost all the time. The pride in Han Yan's heart suddenly disappeared. Sigh, curse the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha. Otherwise, my mentality will be unstable and it will be difficult for me to cultivate. Han Yan thought so and then took out the Book of Misfortune. During his breakthrough, Wu Dao Jian had been outside the cave, so he could curse without worry. 1 billion years each, I don't believe that I can't curse anything. Han Yan cursed the Tendo Buddha first. After all, this guy would kill the celestial ruler, so he had to deal with it first. Han Ju cursed as he stared at his attributes panel. 5 days later, his lifespan number began to jump. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years, 1,000,000,000 years. Han Yan immediately stopped, perfectly grasping the timing and deducting 1 billion years of lifespan. The immortal emperor's reaction speed was just that good. Han Yan wiped the blood off his face as he checked his mail, looking for information about the Tendo Buddha. Your enemy the Tendo Buddha, because of your curse, his demonic heart is rioting, his Buddhism is weakened, and he is unable to control himself. Han Yan was stunned. What did this mean? Did the weakening of Buddhism refer to the Tendo Buddha's Buddhism cultivation or divine ability? Unable to control what? Han Yan did not understand, but he was still very happy that the Tendo Buddha was cursed. Next was the Goblin Emperor. Celestial World, Western Paradise. In a dark cave abode, the Tendo Buddha was meditating on a futon. His expression changed, and a strange evil aura appeared between his brows. He was in an extremely strange state. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a demon's, and they were terrifying. Damn it, my demon heart is out of control. What should I do? The Tendo Buddha frowned, and his heart was filled with anger. The Dark Forbidden Lord, he really did not understand how he had offended the Dark Forbidden Lord. In terms of power, the Buddhist sect was not as strong as the Heavenly sect and the Goblin Court. They were not even as unrestrained as the Jinwu sect. Moreover, he was not the only Buddha in the Buddhist sect. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord keep cursing him? Could it be that he had offended the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Tendo Buddha thought about it carefully. There were too many people, and he could not be sure. The Tendo Buddha did not dare to face the Buddhist sect anymore. If he exposed that he was a demon, the Buddhist sect would become the target of the celestial world once the news spread. He could only endure it. The Tendo Buddha sighed and began to suppress the demon heart. Goblin Court, Goblin Emperor's Palace. The Goblin Emperor was talking to a valiant man. This valiant man was wearing black armor. He had a muscular body and wild black hair. It was like a black dragon twisting above his head. This valiant man was the Goblin Emperor's son. His name was Su Huang. Father, don't worry. I have been in seclusion for 5 million years. It is time for me to show my strength, Su Huang said confidently. The Goblin Emperor smiled and said, among my sons, you are the most hardworking. You have been in seclusion for 5 million years. No demon can compare to your willpower. The Void Emperor laughed as well. His eyes were filled with anticipation. His talent was outstanding. After being in seclusion for 5 million years, his cultivation level was high. He felt that he was already a powerful person who could fight for Providence. Su Huang smiled and asked, Father, is there anyone I need to target? The Goblin Emperor was about to answer when his expression changed. The power of the curse. That son of AB** TCH Dark Forbidden Lord, the Goblin Emperor had no choice but to use his magic power to suppress the power of the curse. Su Huang noticed his abnormality and asked with concern, Father, what's wrong with you? The Goblin Emperor did not hide anything and said, the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me again. Dark Forbidden Lord, Su Huang frowned. After he went into seclusion, he learned about the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord from the monster that served him. The Dark Forbidden Lord was the most mysterious and terrifying existence in the world right now. He controlled the immeasurable calamity from the shadows and used curses to play tricks on the various powers. Such actions could be said to be unprecedented. In the past, there had been powerful figures who cultivated the Tao of curses, but no one had relied on curses to stir up trouble like the Dark Forbidden Lord. "Father, I will definitely find the Dark Forbidden Lord and avenge you," Su Huang said angrily. In his opinion, the Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely not strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use such a method. The Goblin Emperor said, "You may leave for now. Familiarize yourself with the current Goblin Court. I will assign you a mission later." "Okay." Su Huang took a deep breath and turned to leave. As soon as he left, the Goblin Emperor could no longer control himself. He unleashed his powerful aura, and the magic power in his body surged to resist the continuous invasion of the curse power. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but his eyes were clear as he stared at the stats panel in front of him. He was calculating the number of years that had been deducted from his lifespan. 800 million years. He did not know if he could curse the Goblin Emperor for 1 billion years. About an hour later, when Han Yan's lifespan had decreased by 1 billion years, he immediately stopped. He still had 745 trillion years of lifespan. The 2 billion years of lifespan that he had used was not even a fraction of his lifespan. Han Yan raised his hand and wiped his face. All the blood had disappeared. He opened his emails to see if there were any updates from the Goblin Emperor. However, there were none. Han Yan was stunned. The Goblin Emperor had been very fierce recently. He was the leader of the faction that he had cursed the earliest. Now, he was even stronger than the Tendo Buddha. Han Yan was not disappointed. He took it as a guarantee. Perhaps in the next 100 years, he could curse him casually. Han Yan began to heal. After a few days, he was back to his peak. "It's rare for me to break through. Should I evolve again?" Han Yan thought to himself. "Let's try." Besides, there was nothing to do other than cultivate, Han Yan thought to himself. Who is the strongest in this immeasurable calamity? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? This also requires 1 billion years. Forget it. Han Yan was too lazy to continue. After all, the strongest had nothing to do with him. He transmitted his voice to Wu Daojian and allowed her to enter. Then, he began to cultivate on his own. Outside the cave, Wu Daojian heard Han Yan's transmission. She stood up and smiled. "Master, you've broken through. I should go in." After saying that, she turned around and walked into the cave. Hey, you devil, clicked his tongue in wonder. Sect Master's talent is too strong. It feels like he breaks through every 200 years. Hey Yuji smiled proudly. Of course. Our master's talent is the strongest in all the realms. The others nodded. They were all very talented, but no matter how hard they cultivated, the gap between them and Han Yan was constantly widening. Speaking of which, I can only think of one person like Grandmaster, Morongqi suddenly said. Zhou Mingyue asked curiously, who? Morongqi smiled and said, I think I said before that Grandmaster is very similar to Daozu. When Daozu first became famous, he was the strongest under the heavenly axiom. Looking at Grandmaster's posture, he will only appear after he becomes invincible. Duan Hongchen could not help but frown when he heard that. Don't say that, he really is similar. After talking about Daozu for a while, everyone continued to cultivate. Such a topic had appeared more than once in the long years. They were no longer excited. At most, they found it interesting. In the celestial world, Xing Hongxian, who was wearing a veil, sat on a chair and listened to the elders of her clan talk about the recent events in the celestial world. The Immortal Talent meeting has ended. Indeed, someone has appeared out of nowhere and has the potential to be a peerless prodigy. Long Hao, right? I heard about it too. Even the vice-sect master of the Chan school is full of praise for him. It's said that Long Hao is the son of the celestial ruler. It's not surprising that he has such talent. Sigh, the bloodline of the immortal gods is indeed stronger than that of us humans. The human race also has peerless prodigies, but compared to Long Hao, they are still far behind. I heard that Long Hao triggered the heavenly axiom during the Immortal Talent meeting. His comprehension is very exaggerated. Xianxia had a strange look in her eyes as she listened to the elders' discussion. Long Hao, isn't that my husband's disciple? Why did he come out of the Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain? Xianxia would not be wrong. There might be more than one person called Long Hao, but there was only one person who was also the son of the celestial ruler. Hearing that Long Hao was already famous in the world, the complacency that Xianxia had built up disappeared. Her talent in this life was indeed not bad, but compared to Long Hao, Li Yao, Tu Ling and the others, she was still too far away. At that moment, the patriarch suddenly looked at Xianxia and said, you went to the palace not long ago. Did the empress mention what the sacred dynasty plans to do next? Xianxia replied to the patriarch's question, Her Majesty didn't say much, it seems like she's avoiding something. Her family was a relative of the sacred dynasty's imperial family. Because of her aptitude, she was very close to the imperial concubine. Hearing this, the elders fell into a discussion again, all kinds of guesses were made. Xianxia listened silently, but her mind had already drifted elsewhere. After not seeing Han Yan for so many years, she really missed him. Thinking of their past interactions, the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. 23 years passed. Han Yan was cultivating as usual. After breaking through to rank 5 Immortal Emperor, his cultivation speed did not slow down, instead it continued to increase. In addition to the increasing amount of innate qi in Buzhou divine flower, the star primordial body's absorption of karma was also getting faster. The grade 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was like a cheat in the primordial world, without it, Han Yan's cultivation speed would be at least half. On this day, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Frowny face detected that your friend celestial ruler has spoken to you in a dream, do you want to enter? Spoken to in a dream, Han Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. The Dao field was really strong, it could even block the celestial ruler's divine ability. Han Yan silently chose to enter. Immediately after, he entered the dream realm and arrived at a small forest. This small forest was a small forest near Yuqing, where Han Yan and the celestial ruler had met previously. It seemed that the celestial ruler was also a nostalgic person. When Han Yan saw the celestial ruler, his image and temperament did not change from his impression of him. The celestial ruler sized up Han Yan and smiled, It seems that you're living quite comfortably in the netherworld. Han Yan smiled, Of course not, I'm just struggling at death's door. Recently, King Yama caused trouble, causing me to move once. Is that so? Then why haven't you returned to heaven? Cough cough, heaven is fighting for great luck, it's really dangerous. Humph, you're right. It's indeed dangerous, so I didn't force you. In the entire heaven, other than you, no one else has such a privilege. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yan hurriedly bowed. He was sincerely grateful. The celestial ruler had helped him too much. Among them, the heavenly cycle body tempering technique had helped Han Yan awaken the stellar primordial body and laid the foundation for his current cultivation. Han Yan suddenly asked, By the way, Your Majesty, do you know Immortal Emperor Samsara? The celestial ruler narrowed his eyes, Immortal Emperor Samsara, the one who gave you the inheritance? Han Yan shook his head. Not really. He gave it to me. I got it by chance. In other words, he had nothing to do with Immortal Emperor Samsara. The celestial ruler smiled with satisfaction and said, I was worried that you would be abducted by Immortal Emperor Samsara. I don't know much about him. This person has been around for a long time and has always been mysterious. He preaches everywhere, maybe he is plotting something. Han Yan asked in surprise, Your Majesty, you haven't seen Immortal Emperor Samsara? That can't be. I can feel his aura in the heaven. If he didn't say this, he would feel flustered, the celestial ruler frowned. Han Yan observed his expression. The celestial ruler said angrily, Say it, who is it? You must know, otherwise you wouldn't ask. Han Yan hesitated, You really don't know? I'm afraid of offending your plan, so I don't dare to say it. If it's your plan, then I'll forget about it. My heart will always be on Your Majesty's side. The celestial ruler glared at Han Yan and said, What kind of image do you have in your heart? Would I lie? Say it, I really want to know why Immortal Emperor Samsara is hiding in the heaven with ulterior motives. It seemed that the celestial ruler really didn't know. Han Yan said carefully, "It's Di Tai Beak. He looks exactly the same as Immortal Emperor Samsara. When I practiced Immortal Emperor Samsara's cultivation method, I dreamt of his cultivation scene." Di Tai Beak, the celestial ruler, frowned instantly. He subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but the word stopped at the tip of his tongue. If it was true, then it would make him, the celestial ruler, stupid. The celestial ruler stared at Han Yan. He felt that Han Yan didn't seem like a liar. He had watched Han Yan grow up. Thinking about it carefully, Di Tai Beak did indeed worry about Han Yan's loyalty in front of him several times. If Di Tai Beak was really Immortal Emperor Samsara, then he did have a motive for questioning. The celestial ruler's heart was filled with anger. In the heaven, he trusted Di Tai Beak the most, even more than the divine general. He didn't expect Di Tai Beak to, the celestial ruler said, "Is that so? I did suspect his origin, but he behaved very well, so I didn't pursue it. The origins of the immortals in the heaven are complicated. I can't investigate every single one of them, as long as they are loyal to the heaven." When Han Yan heard this, he couldn't help but feel deep veneration. As expected of the celestial ruler, such breadth of mind, such structure, such grandeur, the celestial ruler looked at Han Yan, and his eyes became gentle. That day, when Di Tai Beak asked if he wanted to be Li Daokong's disciple, "Li Daokong was beside you. Your answer was very good." Han Yan's attitude was clearly leaning towards him, and this made him very pleased. No matter how powerful Senior Li is, he's definitely not as powerful as you. "If I want to be your disciple, I should be your disciple," Han Yan said seriously. This flattery made the celestial ruler feel very comfortable. "That's natural. Although Li Daokong is powerful, he can't be compared to me," the celestial ruler said proudly. Han Yan couldn't help but be curious. The Goblin Emperor, the Tendo Buddha, and the Master of the Divine Palace are all existences on the same level as you, Your Majesty? "That's right. Our cultivation has already reached the limit, and we only need to rely on the great fortune of the immeasurable calamity to break through. If the Master of the Divine Palace is so powerful, how could Senior Li escape? This is the restriction that Daozu gave us. We can't attack existences of lower realms. If the four of us fight to the death, the celestial realm will be destroyed." The celestial ruler said this very calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Han Yan suddenly understood. No wonder, this was very much like the nuclear bombs of modern society. Powerful countries had them, but they wouldn't use them rashly. The greater significance was to deter others. The celestial ruler continued, "I'm looking for you this time because I have an opportunity to tell you." "Opportunity?" Han Yan instinctively frowned. Opportunity represented danger. There's a mighty person preaching the Tao outside the 33 layers of heaven. Each person with great fortune can bring 3 disciples to listen to the Tao. I plan to bring you, the Divine General, and the Dragon Lord. There's no danger in this preaching. After the preaching, I'll send you back," the celestial ruler said calmly. He saw through Han Yan's thoughts and couldn't help but find it funny. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Frowny face detected that the celestial ruler has invited you to the Taiji Palace to listen to the Tao. You have the following choices. 1. If you refuse to go, you will lose a great opportunity, but you can obtain a mystical power inheritance. 2. If you agree to go, you can obtain a great Tao fragment. The rewards were very small, and the preference wasn't great. Han Yan didn't want to go, but the celestial ruler kept staring at him, obviously hoping that he would go. The celestial ruler said, "This preaching has nothing to do with the immeasurable calamity. You won't enter the calamity because of it. Outside the 33 layers of heaven, there are mighty people who have achieved the Tao. The battle of the calamity won't involve them. I hope that you can go. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao also have to go. During the preaching process, the immeasurable calamity should stop for a while. Only some small forces will fight." Wasn't this a gathering of the winds and clouds? It was too dangerous. When the time came, would the big shots let their disciples spar to liven things up? Wouldn't Han Yan have to face the situation of pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? No. He couldn't go. Han Yan organized his words and said, "Your Majesty, actually, I don't lack anything now. Let's leave this spot to Long Hao." The celestial ruler said, Howard has already obtained such an opportunity. He is cultivating with the vice sect leader of the Chan sect, which is outside the 33 levels of heaven. You think you don't lack anything, but what you lack is the comprehension of the great Tao. You have the great Tao of life and death in your body, but you can't do anything about it. The great Tao of life and death in your body has never been strengthened, and you can't completely control it. Han Yen frowned and was speechless. The celestial ruler continued, You are only in the emperor realm now, so you can't feel it. After reaching the immortal realm, you will no longer cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the great Tao. The great Tao of life and death in your body is not the real great Tao, but a kind of evolution. Go to the 33 levels of heaven and earth to listen to the Tao, and you can capture the great Tao and come back to cultivate in the future. He paused and said meaningfully, I can still bring you with me now. If I am defeated in the calamity, you will have to go alone next time. It will be even more dangerous. This tone, why did it feel like he was saying his last words? Han Yen asked, Can I send my avatar? Nonsense, that is disrespectful to the mighty figures. The mighty figures outside the 33 levels of heaven are eternal existences that need my respect. You must go. When you go, you will know my good intentions. The celestial ruler said firmly. Han Yen smiled bitterly. He said, Then don't let me fight with the other disciples, and don't brag about my talent. This was his bottom line. If the celestial ruler didn't allow it, he wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. What are you thinking? Fight? In the quiet place of the mighty figures, a junior like you doesn't even have the right to speak. The celestial ruler said angrily. He felt that there was something wrong with Han Yen. He always imagined all kinds of unreasonable scenarios. Han Yen said helplessly, All right, when are we going? Where should we meet? The celestial ruler smiled and said, A few decades later. At that time I will appear in your dreams and tell you where to meet. You don't have to worry. This kind of hearing has happened before, but those who dared to pursue personal grudges at this juncture did not have a good ending. Han Yen nodded reluctantly. The dream came to an end. Han Yen opened his eyes with a complicated expression. Will nothing really happen? Han Yen suddenly thought of something and thought to himself, Will my life be in danger when I listen to the sermon this time? As long as there was even the slightest danger, he wouldn't go. Even if he had to offend the celestial ruler, he could not go. 100,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? A mere 100,000 years, continue. Han Yen made a magnanimous decision. Immediately after, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Your life will not be in danger. Han Yen breathed a sigh of relief and then silently agreed to listen to the sermon and obtain a fragment of the Great Path. I still have to be cautious. I can't completely trust the system. Han Yen thought silently. If what the celestial ruler said was true, then he really had to go. This would involve the cultivation of the immortal state. Han Yen stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate, waiting for the celestial ruler to appear in his dreams again. 10 years later. Han Yen took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do his daily missions while checking his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mighty figure of the Divine Palace, X45. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the Great Path and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang mistakenly entered a mysterious forbidden area and deceived his own heavenly secrets. Your good friend Di Tai Beek was attacked by your good friend the celestial ruler and died. Your disciple Suchi's cultivation has broken through. He has sensed the heavenly Tao and his godhead has increased. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was guided by a mighty figure of the Jie Jiao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a mighty figure and was seriously injured. Han Yen noticed that Di Tai Beek was killed by the celestial ruler and his heart skipped a beat. This guy is really a spy. Han Yen immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and found that Di Tai Beek's profile picture was still there, but his expression and introduction had changed. Immortal Emperor Samsara, cultivation unknown. Because you inherited his inheritance, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Yen frowned. This guy is not just an immortal emperor, forget it, I can't be bothered with him. Anyway, he doesn't hate me. Han Yen thought so. The celestial ruler was still very principled and did not expose Han Yan. Han Yan also noticed that Pan Xian was seriously injured. This tyrannical existence that even the celestial ruler was afraid of had been beaten up ever since he left the Sword Dao River. Han Yan felt very strange every time he saw him being beaten up. It was as if he had seen a high-level map in a novice village. A month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and called Wu Daojian in. "Master, Li Yao defeated Tu Linger," Wu Daojian said excitedly. Ever since she obtained the Pagoda Zuwu, Tu Linger had been the overlord of the Yin sect. The disciples could not beat her. Everyone was not convinced and thought that she relied on her Dharma treasure. Even so, they could not beat Tu Linger, who was holding the Pagoda Zuwu. Li Yao's victory made them feel very relieved. Han Yan clicked his tongue in wonder. "This girl is quite powerful." Wu Daojian said excitedly, "Yes, she used the first level of the Heavenly Sword Dao sword technique. It's too powerful. I really have to work hard and set her as my goal." Mim Hanju responded and wasn't too surprised. Tu Linger spent most of her time cultivating and training in the mortal world, unlike Li Yao. This fellow fought from the mortal world to the celestial world and then to the reroll world. There was no doubt about his combat talent. Tu Linger just needed to be taught a lesson. Recently, she had been too complacent. Wu Daojian saw that Han Yan was not in the mood to continue chatting, so he did not say anything else. Inside the congenital cave returned to silence, and the two of them continued to cultivate. Sword Dao River. Liu Bei meditated and cultivated like a stone statue. He did not move, and there was not even a slight expression on his face. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. A figure appeared in front of him, and he was so shocked that he stood up immediately. "Eh? You changed your physical body?" The other party was surprised. It was Pan Xian, who Han Yan had been talking about earlier. Liu Bei recognized his voice and hurriedly bowed. "Senior, why are you back?" "Why? Can't you come back?" "Yes." "Where's your main body? Didn't he come to see you?" "He's cultivating." You continue. I'll find a place to rest." Pan Xian turned around and walked to a corner of the Sword Dao River. He sat down with his back facing Liu Bei and shrugged. No one knew what he was doing. Liu Bei was a little nervous. He did not know if Pan Xian's arrival would cause trouble. He thought about it and decided to tell Han Yan. After Han Yan learned about this, he told him to calm down and pretend that he did not see Pan Xian. Liu Bei could only give up. 5 years later, another person arrived. It was the second disciple of the Ren school, Li Xuanao. Li Xuanao glanced at Pan Xian and then looked at Liu Bei. "You're the master of the Sword Dao River?" Liu Bei sized up Li Xuanao and felt that he was very strong. He said warily, "I am not. I am just helping to protect it." If he could not win, he would back down to avoid being beaten to death. Li Xuanao asked, "Who is his master?" "Call him over." Liu Bei asked, "What do you want?" "I want the Sword Path River. He can negotiate with me or not. I can just snatch it." Li Xuanao said casually, not putting Liu Bei in his eyes at all. Liu Bei was terrified and said nervously, "That is not good. My master is a celestial from the heaven. You will offend the celestial ruler." Li Xuanao said in disdain, "Offend the celestial ruler? Even the celestial ruler has to serve me." Liu Bei shook his head, "I do not believe you. If the celestial ruler allows it, I will agree on behalf of my master." "Is that so?" Li Xuanao raised his hand and a heaven path token appeared in his hand. Very quickly, the celestial ruler's voice spread out from the token, "What is it?" "I heard that the master of the Sword Path River is a celestial from the heaven. I want the Sword Path River. Can you give it to me?" Li Xuanao asked confidently. He was invited to the heaven by the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler replied, "No. Find another one." Li Xuanao's face froze. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Pan Xian could not help but look over. Li Xuanao said solemnly, "Didn't you say that you will provide us with all the resources we want? Everything else is easy except for that celestial. He is stronger than us?" Li Xuanao was silent. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. No matter how strong he was not invincible in the heaven. Ha ha ha. Pan Xian could not help but laugh out loud. Li Xuanao's face turned green. Liu Bei became nervous, afraid that Li Xuanao would suddenly explode. Li Xuanao snorted coldly and finally chose to leave. Pan Xian looked at Liu Bei and smiled. I did not expect that brat to have such a background. How interesting. Liu Bei nodded slightly and did not reply. Pan Xian felt bored and was too lazy to say anything more. He turned around and continued to do his own thing. Liu Bei continued cultivating. Inside the congenital cave. Han Yan knew everything through Liu Bei. He was even more displeased with Li Xuanao. After gouging out Tengu's eyes, he still wanted to take over his territory, courting death. I will definitely make arrangements for you in the future, Han Yan thought silently. He couldn't curse Li Xuanao immediately. It would be too obvious. 10 years later. Wu Daojian sensibly stood up and left. He didn't even need Han Yan to say anything. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Li Xuanao. 7 days later, he stopped cursing. He had lost a total of 500 million years of lifespan. He adjusted his state of mind while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has killed the son of heaven and earth. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X10769. Your enemy Li Xuanao's heart demon is in chaos because of your curse. His sword heart has turned evil. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a divine palace powerhouse, X8. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Tao and learned supernatural powers. He has been enlightened by the heavenly Tao's providence. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has comprehended supernatural powers. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Demon has successfully possessed a body and turned into a Buddha. Seeing that Li Xuanao was cursed, Han Yan was relieved. He noticed that Xianxia had actually killed the son of heaven and earth. He was quite something. However, the son of heaven and earth was not too outrageous. Perhaps he was the son of heaven and earth from the mortal world, as expected of the person who was facing the calamity. Han Yan was looking forward to how strong he would become during the calamity. I hope you can survive. Han Yan thought. He did not wish for all of his good friends to die after this cataclysm. Han Yan continued to curse the Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor. After cursing all of them, he continued to cultivate. He wanted to become stronger before he listened to the Tao. Another 20 years passed. The celestial ruler finally contacted Han Yan and asked Han Yan to head to the void where the reroll world was. He would pick up Han Yan there. Han Yan gathered all the disciples and told them about him going out to listen to the Tao. TSK, listening to the Tao outside the 33 levels of heaven. Sect Master, this is a huge opportunity. I didn't even have the chance to obtain such a qualification when I was in the Goblin Court, Hey you devil said enviously. Duan Hongchen also revealed an envious expression. Although he had been in a deep sleep for a period of time, in his era, those who could go outside the 33 levels of heaven were almighty figures. The other disciples were very curious about the scene outside the 33 levels of heaven. Han Yan said, I'll tell you guys when I come back. I'll leave first. With that, he jumped out of the netherworld. The disciples surrounded Heyu Devil and listened to him talk about the legend of the 33 levels of heaven. Han Yan had left a heavenly puppet inside the congenital cave to prevent any accidents from happening on Hidden Sect Island. After a long while, Han Yan moved all the way and finally arrived at the void where the reroll world was. Not long after, the celestial ruler appeared. There were two people beside the celestial ruler. They were the divine general and the dragon god. The divine general was as mighty as Han Yan had imagined. The dragon god was also very mighty. He was rather similar to Long Shan and Long Hao, but he was calmer and more imposing. This was the first time the three of them had met. The celestial ruler introduced them briefly before sweeping them away with a wave of his sleeve. They entered a mysterious and dazzling space. They were enveloped by the celestial ruler's dermic powers. Everything around them quickly retreated as if they were traveling through a space-time tunnel. The divine general stared at Han Yan and smiled. I didn't expect you to be willing to come out. I've heard a lot about your deeds. The dragon god was also very curious. He was the crown prince of heaven. Naturally, he could obtain the celestial ruler's trust. He had also heard about Han Yen from the celestial ruler. Han Yen faked a cough and said, I'm mainly afraid of death. This time, I have to give face to the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler snorted. This kid even rejected me. If I didn't force him to come, you wouldn't be able to see him now. Han Yen was embarrassed. The divine general and the dragon god didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was really strange. On the way, Han Yen didn't speak much. He was extremely nervous, afraid that a powerful being would suddenly attack. The divine general, the dragon god, and the celestial ruler were chatting happily. Han Yen was secretly anxious. He felt like he was on a bus and saw other passengers chatting with the bus driver. What are you afraid of? You're so tense. The celestial ruler glanced at Han Yen and snorted. He felt that he didn't trust him. Are you afraid of being attacked when I'm bringing you here? What kind of power do you think I have? Han Yen said, it's always right to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. The dragon god shook his head and laughed. The divine general nodded approvingly. The celestial ruler didn't say anything else. About an hour later, they arrived above the heavens, rising up into the air. They passed through layers of clouds. Han Yen looked up. The sky seemed to be infinitely high. How high is the sky in the celestial world? Han Yen was curious. Soon, Han Yen felt that he had passed through an invisible pressure layer. The sky suddenly rose and was no longer so blue. After passing through layers of sky, Han Yen felt the pressure. At this moment, he felt like he was moving forward on the river of Sword Dao. The further he went, the greater the pressure. After passing through about 18 layers of pressure, the sky became dark. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Han Yen vaguely saw lightning dragons surging in the sea of clouds. It was a spectacular sight. Unknowingly, Han Yen had already arrived at the 27th layer of heaven. On the 27th layer of heaven, there was a torrential rain that could corrode magic power. Even an immortal emperor couldn't resist it for a long time. When Han Yen heard the celestial ruler's introduction, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just the 27th layer of heaven was already so terrifying. What would the 33rd layer of heaven be like? At the same time, he had a thought. No one would disturb him if he cultivated here, right? No wonder those almighty beings hid outside the heavens. When I become a daluo, I will also move here, away from the competition of the heavens. Han Yen thought silently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, they passed through the 30th layer of heaven and arrived here. Han Yen felt the might of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely oppressive, causing him to be frightened. Looking up, he couldn't see anything. It was like a void, but there was a strange and extremely oppressive power that made Han Yen feel very uncomfortable. The 31st layer of heaven, the sky was like dusk. There was no sun, and it was as beautiful as a painting. The oppressive feeling also disappeared. The 32nd layer of heaven, Han Yen couldn't see anything. When he opened his eyes again, the celestial ruler's voice sounded in his ears, we have arrived outside the 33rd layer of heaven. We have arrived, Han Yen was puzzled. He hadn't seen what the 32nd layer of heaven was like. He focused his eyes and looked. There was nothing in the 33rd layer of heaven, only slowly moving clouds. The light was dim, and he could see things. Here, Han Yen couldn't feel a trace of spirit qi. He frowned. How could he cultivate here? Could it be that he specialized in great Tao? Han Yen used his heart to feel, but he couldn't feel anything. The celestial ruler didn't rise anymore. Instead, he flew in a direction. Not long after, Han Yen saw a palace. Empress Wa's palace. Han Yen was secretly vigilant. Tai Sutian in Empress Wa's palace was interested in him. Back then, he threw the heaven-mending stone and planned to send it to Han Yen. This scheming was too terrifying. Even if the other party might have no evil intentions, he had to be careful. The palace of Empress Wa once had a sage. It has a long history and a strong foundation. The celestial ruler gave a brief introduction. Obviously, it was the first time for the immortal general and the dragon king to come here. They looked at Emperor Nbua's palace with curiosity. The palace of Empress Nbua was huge. The gate alone was over 3,000 meters high. It was so majestic that one could faintly hear the sound of dripping water. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Han Yan saw another palace, the Taiqing Palace. Compared to the palace of Empress Hua, the Sky Palace was only larger than the palace of Empress Hua, and it was suffused with a faint fragrance of sandalwood. Han Yan noticed that the celestial ruler's speed was not fast, as if he was deliberately leading them around. The celestial ruler seemed to be wary of the Taiqing Palace and did not explain further. An hour later, Han Yan saw no less than 10 palaces. He suddenly felt how insignificant he was. Or rather, the entire immortal realm was very small. Even though the 4 great forces were constantly fighting and devouring the myriad worlds, none of them dared to speak loudly in this place. Finally, Han Yan saw the Taiji Palace. Hundreds of figures had gathered in front of the palace. Most of them made Han Yan feel very dangerous. The celestial ruler led Han Yan to the steps in front of the palace. He said, "Wait here first." In an instant, many divine senses swept past Han Yan. Han Yan had adjusted his cultivation level to that of a rank 1 immortal emperor before coming. After all, if his cultivation level was too low, it would stand out. A rank 1 immortal emperor was not considered the weakest here. Han Yan even saw a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. "I hope no one will jump out and find trouble with me," Han Yan thought silently. He did not even dare to look at those mighty figures. The Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor were definitely here. He must not attract their attention. "You're here." A voice entered Han Yan's ears. Han Yan turned his head and saw a white-robed youth staring at him. This aura, the chaotic physique, the supremacy Tao, Han Yan remembered the supremacy Tao's aura. He nodded slightly at the supremacy Tao, not wanting to speak. "Don't come over. Don't introduce me to anyone." Han Yan was extremely nervous. The supremacy Tao had the chaotic physique and was a top prodigy. He was even more powerful than Long Hao. If Han Yan was related to him, he would definitely be noticed. The supremacy Tao had an indifferent personality. Seeing that Han Yan had no intention of speaking, he did not bother to send a voice transmission. The Dragon Lord chuckled. "You're definitely safe here. There's no need to be nervous." Han Yan agreed. How could he cause trouble in front of a mighty figure? The more nervous he was, the more he felt that something was wrong. Han Yan immediately relaxed. He looked calm on the surface, but he was still nervous. As the ruler of heaven, the celestial ruler attracted a group of mighty figures. Han Yan heard their conversation. They were all talking about the immeasurable calamity. One of them was opposing the celestial ruler. It was probably the Goblin Emperor. His imperial aura was too strong. "Junior brother, this is the junior I've taken a fancy to." Li Daokong's voice drifted over. He and Li Xuanao walked toward Han Yan. Han Yan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, Li Xuanao stopped in front of Han Yan and the other two. He sized up Han Yan and snorted. "I can't see anything special about him." "That's right. It means that he has some means that even you can't see through." Li Daokong's answer made Han Yan speechless. "Big brother, do you have some serious illness? Why do you have to make enemies for me?" Li Xuanao snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. Li Daokong winked at Han Yan and said, "Once you've made up your mind, look for me anytime." Han Yan could only nod politely. After the brothers left, the Divine General asked curiously, "Do you know them?" Han Yan replied, "Not really. Senior Li is a mighty figure. He's definitely not someone a junior like me can associate with." The Divine General smiled and did not pursue the matter. The Dragon God looked around. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed quickly as Han Yan waited anxiously. After some time, the door of Taiji Palace suddenly opened. A long bell rang. "Everyone, please enter the palace." An old voice sounded in Han Yan's ears. Han Yan turned his head and saw that the mighty figures in front of the door had entered the palace. The door was shining brightly, and he could not see the situation inside. Han Yan muttered, "His Majesty, the celestial ruler, isn't bringing us along?" The Dragon God smiled and said, "It's okay. We can't sit beside father. We'll just follow behind the main group. With that, he stepped forward. Han Yan and the divine general followed closely behind. After a few steps, a figure came from behind and bumped into Han Yan. Han Yan glanced at him. The other party also glanced at him. The other party nodded slightly and walked forward quickly. Su Huang has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars. When Han Yan saw the line of words in front of him, a big question mark appeared in his mind. F***CKU, you bumped into me, and you still hate me? I want to know where you came from. You're so arrogant. As Han Yan walked forward, he checked his interpersonal relationships. Soon, he found Su Huang's profile picture. Su Huang, rank 9 immortal emperor, the son of the Goblin Emperor. He has cultivated for 5 million years and has a firm Dao heart. He can enter the deity realm at any time. Because you glanced at him, he is dissatisfied with you. He thinks that an ant like you dared to glare at him. Current hatred points, 2 stars. The son of the Goblin Emperor. Oh, in any case, Han Yan had already offended his father, so it wouldn't matter if he offended him again. Actually, it wasn't that bad. It was just a 2-star hatred point. If this guy still dared to increase his hatred point, then sorry. Although I'm a coward, I'm ruthless. Han Yan didn't think too much and continued forward. The 3 of them were already at the back, so they weren't in a hurry. When Han Yan stepped through the door of the Taiji Palace, a strong light engulfed his body. He felt an unstoppable force wrap around him, and his feet left the ground as if he was flying. After a few breaths, Han Yan felt that he had landed. He opened his eyes and saw rows of figures in front of him. He looked up and saw 10 rows of figures in front of him, and there were 7 or 8 rows behind him. Behind each of them was a praying mat. Han Yan realized that the divine general and the dragon god were 2 rows behind him. The 2 of them also noticed Han Yan, and they were shocked. Han Yan noticed their expressions and couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this position was very particular? He continued to look and realized that the celestial ruler wasn't in the first row, but the second row. The figures in the first row were emitting light, and it was difficult to see their true appearances. The others were also looking left and right. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, and some were in disbelief. No one made a sound, and in the silence, there were all kinds of expressions. Han Yan felt that it was inexplicably funny. He didn't dare to laugh and directly sat down. This praying mat isn't simple. Han Yan was surprised to find that the praying mat under him was of a higher grade than the one he had inside the congenital cave. An endless stream of immortal qi automatically entered his body, and it made him feel very comfortable. The palace was very big, and even though it could accommodate hundreds of people, everyone was several feet away from each other, but it still seemed very spacious. There was a strong light above their heads, and they couldn't see the ceiling. When the light shone down, it was incomparably warm. At that moment, a vast pressure descended, and it made everyone sit down. At the front, an old figure had appeared out of nowhere, and he was facing everyone. He was wearing a gray robe, and his hair was white. His eyes were closed, and it was as if he had experienced many years and seen through the mortal world. He had an indescribable transcendent aura. Greetings, Ancestor Shitian. The group of big shots in the second row shouted in unison. Everyone in the back row hurriedly saluted. Han Yan reacted quickly and saluted as well. Ancestor Shitian. Han Yan secretly felt that this was awesome. He immediately used the simulation trial to examine everyone present and copied the data. After the system upgrade, not only could he copy the enemy's data from the dojo, but he could also copy the data of the people around him. Ancestor Shitian, Cultivation Unknown, Transcendent Taoist, Hongqinju Emperor, Cultivation Unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, Master of the Divine Palace, Cultivation Unknown, Immeasurable Emperor, Goblin Emperor, Cultivation Unknown, Immeasurable Emperor. Most of them had unknown cultivation bases. Han Yan was extremely excited. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a fighting partner. Ancestor Shitian spoke slowly. I've attained the Tao for 9 years, and I'll preach the Tao here every single time before the immortal tribulation to benefit the world. How much all of you are able to comprehend depends entirely on your own comprehension. The great Tao I'm going to talk about this time is karma. I've heard that the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing and manipulating the calamity. Curses are the Tao of karma. Dark Forbidden Lord, Han Yan was speechless. He hadn't expected to hear his alias here. When the Dark Forbidden Lord was mentioned, the Goblin Emperor, the Tendo Buddha, and many others looked displeased. Some people also looked respectful. Ancestor Shitian continued. What is karma? The interaction of all things is karma, and the end of that interaction is karma. The Tao of karma is a Tao that transcends the heavenly Tao. It's illusory and difficult to find its roots. Legend has it that before the ancient gods created the world, the 3,000 great Taos all had spirits. The spirit of karma was born from the struggle of the 3,000 great Taos. Han Yan was entranced as he listened. Ancestor Shitian's voice had a magical power that allowed Han Yan's consciousness to quickly enter a state of enlightenment. This state was extremely profound. Han Yan couldn't help but start to circulate the primordial chaos great Tao. The speed at which the stellar primordial physique absorbed the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus karma increased. Ancestor Shitian seemed to have sensed something. His gaze landed on Han Yan, but it was only a fleeting glance. Han Yan could no longer hear Ancestor Shitian's words clearly. He was enlightened. Countless thoughts and comprehensions erupted in his mind. This situation was similar to when Han Yan had fused with the Great Tao fragment. Great Tao comprehension, Han Yan didn't notice that his cultivation level had started to rise. The praying mat beneath him provided him with an endless amount of immortal qi. The praying mat would produce as much immortal qi as he needed. Not only Han Yan, but everyone else in the hall had also entered a state of enlightenment. This included the celestial ruler, the Goblin Emperor, and other great beings. In less than a year, a grand unity golden immortal stepped into the Emperor realm. Time flew by. Year after year. Han Yan didn't notice the rapid passage of time. An unknown amount of time passed. When Ancestor Shitian's Tao lecture ended, Han Yan suddenly woke up. He wasn't the only one. Almost everyone felt as if they had woken up from a dream. Han Yan regained consciousness. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation level had broken through to rank 6 Immortal Emperor. So fast, Han Yan opened his stats panel. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 395/11/025 9999 9999 9999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 6 Samsara Immortal Emperor. According to his lifespan, he had already spent 49 years on the Tao lecture. His lifespan had increased to quadrillion years. Han Yan had a favorable impression of Ancestor Shitian. His favorable impression of the celestial ruler had increased. Han Yan finally remembered that the celestial ruler's words were right. If he didn't come to the Tao lecture, he would have suffered a huge loss. Not only that, but Han Yan also felt that there was an additional power in his body. Great Tao power. Karma Great Tao. In the primordial world, the Karma Great Tao was everywhere. The Great Tao of life and death didn't dare to approach. This feeling was very strange. The Karma Great Tao was like the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Although it existed, Han Yan couldn't control it. In 49 years, 732 fellow Taoists have comprehended the Karma Great Tao. 19 fellow Taoists have already grasped the Karma Great Tao. Ancestor Shitian said. His words shocked Han Yan. There were less than 1,000 people in total, but more than 700 of them had comprehended the Karma Great Tao. Han Yan almost vomited blood. He thought that he was a genius with the stellar primordial body. What was even more exaggerated was that 19 great experts had directly grasped the Karma Great Tao. Who could withstand this? Fortunately, I came. If I didn't, I would have no fate with the Karma Great Tao. Han Yan thought silently. Ancestor Shitian continued, in the next 10 years, you can all ask questions. The first row can ask 3 questions, the second row can ask 2 questions, and after that, each person can only ask 1 question. He could still ask questions. Han Yan fell into hesitation. What should he ask? Should he muddle through, or should he seize the opportunity to ask his own questions? He would listen first. May I ask, Ancestor, is it better to cultivate the Great Tao or the Heavenly Tao? A great expert in the first row asked. This question attracted everyone's attention. Is the heavenly Tao better or the great Tao better? What kind of question is this? Of course, the great Tao is better, Han Yan cursed inwardly. What kind of questions are the big shots in the first row asking? Patriarch Shitian replied, before attaining the Tao, it's best to cultivate the heavenly Tao. Under the heavenly Tao, everything has to obey its rules. After attaining the Tao, cultivate the great Tao and seek a higher realm. Cultivation has no end. Even I am still exploring. The questioner continued to ask questions. This time, he asked about the details of cultivation. Han Yan couldn't understand. Han Yan couldn't understand many of the questions that followed. They involved yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, luck, karma, fate, and so on. Han Yan hadn't even learned the basics of these daos, so it was naturally difficult for him to understand. He didn't want to understand for the time being. With the cataclysm ahead, he couldn't learn other daos to enrich himself. The most important thing now was to become stronger as much as possible. After surviving the immeasurable cataclysm, he would have plenty of time to improve his understanding of the Tao. Some questions could be answered by Patriarch Shitian in one sentence. However, for most of the questions related to cultivation, Patriarch Shitian would answer many questions. One of the questions even took a month. Han Yan could only cultivate quietly to pass the time. He noticed that many people in the back row were doing the same. Everyone pretended to listen seriously on the surface, but in fact, they were secretly cultivating. Even if they couldn't understand, they couldn't offend Patriarch Shitian. In the blink of an eye. 4 years passed. An immortal emperor in the front row of Han Yan was asking questions. Patriarch Shitian answered the questions after the 3rd row, and Han Yan gradually understood. When it came to the first 2 rows of Han Yan, there were almost no questions about cultivation. It would be demeaning to ask such questions. It was better to ask questions about the general trend and the Tao heart. I'll follow my heart and ask questions. Han Yan thought. This was a great opportunity. God knew when he would come again. After about 1.5 months, it was finally Han Yan's turn. Han Yan felt a divine sense. It was the concern of the celestial ruler. Han Yan said, Patriarch, may I ask if there are any almighties who have been cultivating in a low-key manner, staying away from the conflicts and not entering the cataclysm? As soon as he said that, many people's gazes immediately fell on Han Yan. This question seemed to be too strange and even ridiculous. Celestial ruler could not help but shake his head. Li Daokong revealed a smile, while Li Xuanao revealed a mocking expression. The Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha both glanced at Han Yan. No one knew what they were thinking. They all hated Han Yan, so they naturally knew about Han Yan. However, they didn't know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Ancestor Shi Tian said leisurely, when the heavens and earth were first created, many of the Xiantian life forms were ascetic cultivators who distanced themselves from competition. However, there were only a few who attained the Tao. Now, the common people are all Hotian life forms. If they don't strive for luck, it'll be very difficult for them to attain the Tao. Han Yan was deep in thought. Many mighty figures shook their heads and laughed, thinking that this question was a waste of time. However, even though it's very difficult, it's not impossible. The immeasurable calamity will change in the future, and so will the heavens. Ancestor Shi Tian's tone was calm, but it caused the eyes of the hundreds of almighty figures to flicker. Is the cataclysm about to change? Han Yan fell into deep thought and didn't take Ancestor Shi Tian's words to heart. He wasn't discouraged and even wanted to laugh. Since no one could do it, his enemies would definitely think that he was a joke if he cultivated bitterly. They would be too lazy to pay attention to him and think that he was a fool. The cultivators on Han Yan's left began to ask questions. Time continued to pass. More than 5 years passed. The Tao lecture in Taiji Palace officially ended. The bell rang, and all the listeners bowed and left. After leaving Taiji Palace, Han Yan met with the Divine General and the Dragon God. The Divine General teased, I didn't expect you to be stronger than us. You hid your strength well. The Dragon God also looked at Han Yan with a deep gaze. Han Yan said, no matter how strong I am, I'm not as strong as you guys. I'm timid and hide in my cave abode to cultivate every day. My cultivation base is just empty. You guys are busy working for the heavens and don't have much time to cultivate. If you guys were like me, I wouldn't be as strong as you." The two of them smiled and didn't act humble. The celestial ruler came in front of Han Yan and the other two and said, "Let's go. It's time to return." Han Yan and the other two naturally had no objections. Han Yan couldn't wait to return. The celestial ruler waved his sleeve and wrapped the three of them with his dermic powers. He turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away, disappearing into the darkness. The other mighty figures in front of Taiji Palace also left. On the way back, Han Yan was very nervous, afraid that the Goblin Emperor would suddenly attack. The celestial ruler was faster than when he arrived. In less than 5 minutes, he sent Han Yan to the void where the reroll world was previously. Before Han Yan could say anything, the celestial ruler and the other two quickly left. Seeing this, Han Yan hurriedly jumped into the netherworld. After returning to the netherworld, Han Yan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "This time, I can't go out to listen to the Tao if I don't reach the Daoyuo realm," Han Yan thought. Apart from his cultivation level increasing, he had also comprehended the great Tao of karma. This Tao was not simple. When he reached the deity realm, he would cultivate the Tao of karma and the Tao of life and death. His future would be limitless. To be safe, Han Yan teleported hundreds of thousands of times in the netherworld before jumping back to Hidden Sect Island. There was indeed no danger on the journey this time. This was normal. Han Yan's presence was so low, and his reputation was not even comparable to ordinary cultivators in the immortal world. He did not take the initiative to provoke any enemies, so how could he be attacked? After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan gathered all the disciples and told them what they had to listen to. There was no substantive content, but he wanted to let the disciples know how high the sky was. He had only comprehended the great Tao of karma and could not explain it. Hey, you devil sighed. "I used to think that Patriarch Xianxia was a fictional ancient mythical figure. I didn't expect him to really exist." Sun Chang'an was also filled with emotions. In the past, Buddha was the most powerful existence in his eyes. Now, he heard from Han Yan that the Tendo Buddha was respectful in front of Patriarch Xianxia like a junior. It was really an eye-opener. All the disciples' blood surged, their passion for cultivation was ignited. Han Yan gave a few instructions before returning inside the congenital cave. He began the simulation trial. To prevent the system from being exposed, he deliberately set a limit on the data of the hundreds of great beings in Taiji Palace. Only Han Yan could challenge them, the other disciples could not see them during the simulation trial. After all, the number of hidden sect disciples was not a small number. Han Yan had to be careful. Just like Liu Bei's clone, Han Yan also had to be careful. It was not that he did not trust him, but he was afraid that the enemy would search his soul and make deductions. It was better to be safe than sorry. Han Yan began to absorb qi to cultivate and increase the strength of his soul. As for the great Tao of karma, he would cultivate it after he reached deity realm. He was currently a rank 6 immortal emperor. He did not know if he could reach deity realm within 1,000 years. Half a year later, Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly saw lines of words appear in front of him. "Patriarch Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars. D. Jun has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Jade Bodhi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Shikido Sei has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yan was stunned. What was going on? Why did 4 favorability notifications suddenly appear? It seemed like they were all big shots. Han Yan was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked the information of the 4 big shots. Patriarch Xianxia, Cultivation Unknown. Transcendent Tao. Lives outside the 33 levels of heaven and is not bound by fate or the heavenly Tao. He has experienced 9 immeasurable calamities. Because of your cultivation philosophy, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1, 5 stars. D. Jun, Cultivation Unknown. Eternal God. Lives outside the 33 levels of heaven. His body has transformed into billions of wills and manifested in the heavens. Because you were praised by Patriarch Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Jade Bodhi, Cultivation unknown. Transcendent Tao. He cultivated the Tao from the first Bodhi of the heavenly Tao. He is the ancestor of Buddhism. He lives in the dark forbidden zone. Because you were praised by Patriarch Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Shikido Sei, Cultivation unknown. Great Tao Divine. He controls 7 great Tao. He has experienced the great Tao calamity and lives in the void and deity realm. Because you were praised by Patriarch Xianxia, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yen only had 2 words in his heart when he saw this. Impressive, eternal God, transcendent Tao, great Tao divine. Han Yen was almost blinded. Are these big shots playing mahjong? Han Yen was secretly puzzled. Fortunately, it was a favorable impression. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. In the Taiji Palace, Patriarch Xianxia sat in a circle with 3 figures. They were Dijun, Jade Bodhi, and Shikido Sei. Dijun was dressed in a mediocre Taoist robe. He had a gentle face, a tall figure, and a smile on his face. Jade Bodhi was an old monk. He was thin and wore a black kasaya. He had a benevolent appearance. Shikido Sei was dressed in a black robe. His face was cold, and his eyes were sharp. He exuded an evil aura. This child indeed possesses a mysterious treasure. It seems to be related to the nebulous primordial chi, Shikido Sei said while stroking his beard. Dijun laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I figured out that this kid had seen the story of one of my incarnations. Although it's a little biased, he still holds me in high esteem." Jade Bodhi shook his head and said, "This child's way of thinking is very good. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. If it was at the beginning of the world, perhaps he would have attained Tao." "What a pity." Ancestor Xianxia said, "Why don't we make a bet on whether he can attain the Tao?" "I don't think so." Shikido Sei nodded. "I don't think so either." Yu Bodhi said, "No." Dijun smiled and said, "Then I'll choose yes. Otherwise, it'll be so boring. What's the point of betting?" The 3 mighty figures fell into deep thought. After a while, Shikido Sei smiled sinisterly and said, "Why don't we bet on the nirvana of the great Tao?" Dijun said angrily, "So ruthless? You 3 old men want to bully me? What? You're an eternal god, yet you don't dare?" Jade Bodhi taunted. Dijun snorted. "Fine, let's bet. If you lose, each of you will give me a great Tao." Ancestor Xianxia, Jade Bodhi, and Shikido Sei looked at each other and finally nodded. 10 years later. After returning from the Taiji Palace, Han Yen had been cultivating diligently. At the same time, the battle for the immeasurable calamity broke out again. The leaders of the factions who had been listening together earlier began to fight to the death. Recently, Wu Daojian didn't like to stay in the cave abode. He liked to hang out with Liao. Ever since Liao defeated Tu Ling who was holding Pagoda Zuwu, Wu Daojian worshipped her. This was a good thing. At least Han Yen had more peace and quiet. On this day, he took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies and check his mail. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mighty figure of the Divine Palace, X45. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a demon race Immortal Emperor, X120. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a disciple of the Divine Palace, X198431. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by the Providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His providence has declined. Your good friend Ji Xianxia swallowed the providence of the Sacred Dynasty. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Zhu accidentally entered an ancient grotto heaven. His providence has changed. Your disciple Long Hao obtained Hao Tian's inheritance in his dream. His cultivation has increased greatly. Li Daokong and the Divine Palace were at odds. He had been attacked so many times by experts surpassing the Immortal Emperor, but he hadn't been injured even once. Han Yen suspected that he had taken the initiative to surround the mighty figures of the Divine Palace. Ji Xianxia was indeed worthy of being a tribulation taker. Recently, his battle achievements had become more and more impressive. His cultivation had also increased sharply and had reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal level. Han Yan was still a little worried when he saw that Long Hao had obtained Hao Tian's inheritance. However, Long Hao's favorability toward him hadn't decreased. This meant that he hadn't been possessed by Hao Tian for the time being. It seemed that he had to tell the celestial ruler about this so that the celestial ruler could prepare in advance. He hadn't said anything before because he was worried that the celestial ruler might know about it. That was why he had sent Long Hao to him. He didn't want to be involved in the whirlpool between the celestial ruler and Hao Tian. Oh right, I almost forgot. I broke through again. Should I take care of the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha? Han Yan thought to himself. He now had a lifespan of trillions of years. His life was too long. He could use it. Yes. Let's try cursing him for 2 billion years. It wasn't even a fraction of his lifespan. After Han Yan made up his mind, he began to increase the intensity of his curses. He first cursed the Tendo Buddha. 5 days later, his lifespan started to decrease. Han Yan stared at his attribute panel and prepared to count on it. 1 million years, 10 million years, 500 million years, 1 billion years, 2 billion years. Stop, Han Yan threw the Book of Misfortune aside and started to heal himself. This was the first time he had lost 2 billion years of lifespan. He actually felt a little dizzy. His body was weak. In the future, he couldn't curse his enemies for more than 2 billion years at a time. Otherwise, it would be easy for something to happen. Han Yan checked his emails while healing himself. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. There was indeed something. Your enemy Tendo Buddha's demonic heart went berserk because of your curse. He accidentally attacked and killed several Buddhas and injured hundreds of Buddhist disciples. Han Yan was secretly pleased. This time, your disguise is going to be exposed. Let's see how you can continue acting. A few days later, Han Yan recovered to his peak state again. He started to curse the Goblin Emperor. The unfathomable Goblin Emperor, who also had a lifespan of 2 billion years, had finally met with an accident. Your enemy Goblin Emperor's killing intent soared because of your curse. He personally killed to vent his anger. His karma soared and he became a tribulation taker. A tribulation taker? Han Yan was curious. What was the threshold for a tribulation taker? Then, he continued to rest. Little did he know that the celestial world was already in chaos. The Tendo Buddha massacred Buddhist disciples, alarming the other 3 Buddhas to come out of seclusion. They joined forces to suppress the Tendo Buddha, causing the Buddhists to panic. The Goblin Emperor became a demon and slaughtered all living beings, angering both humans and gods. It was said that an entire region was shrouded in blood energy. It was terrifying. Half a month later, Han Yan started to use the evolution function. I want to know the final winner of this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, it's just 1 billion years. I don't care, Han Yan thought proudly. Then, he started to feel dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yan was on the ground. He looked up and was stunned. The world was dark, and sand covered the sky. There were no plants on the ground, only piles of bones. It was extremely desolate. What happened? Was the world destroyed? Did all of them perish together? Han Yan frowned as he thought about it. He couldn't help but panic. Don't let him perish together with heaven and earth. How could this be? Is it because I cursed the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha to go crazy? Han Yan suddenly felt regretful. Oh no, I played myself into this. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly saw a figure. That figure was meditating in the air. It was difficult to catch sight of him due to the wind and sand. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed drastically. This person, Long Hao, this kid is the final winner of the calamity. Han Yan immediately flew over, wanting to get close to him. Long Hao suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light above his head turned into dust and scattered. His black hair scattered and swayed in the wind, turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed wantonly and said, I killed my way through the calamity and completed a feat that even the demon ancestor couldn't do. 33 heavens, ancient desolation, just you wait. I, Hao Tian, will kill my way back sooner or later. Hao Tian, Han Yan frowned. How could it be that Hao Tian won the immeasurable calamity? Han Yan was very puzzled. At this moment, Hao Tian raised his hand and pulled out a soul from his chest. That soul looked exactly like him. Long Hao, Han Yan's eyes widened. Long Hao struggled with all his might as Hao Tian grabbed him. He shouted angrily, Hao Tian. You killed my father and massacred the hidden sect. You will die a horrible death. Hao Tian said contemptuously, under the heavenly Tao, who dares to kill me? Han Yan felt like he was struck by lightning. The hidden sect was massacred, I'm gone too. Han Yan almost went berserk. At this moment, everything in front of him shattered. The transformation was over, Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and frowned. Damn Hao Tian, this hatred is irreconcilable. Fight to the death, Han Yan was also in a dilemma. Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, it would definitely implicate Long Hao. He had to find a way to separate them. Han Yan took out the heavenly law token and poured his divine sense into it. Di Tai Beak had fallen, and it was unknown who the heavenly law token could contact. Soon, a voice sounded, what's the matter? Celestial ruler, Han Yan was astonished. He didn't expect the celestial ruler to take over Di Tai Beak's heavenly Dao token. He thought that the heavenly Dao token had been destroyed along with Di Tai Beak. Celestial ruler is so considerate, Han Yan organized his words and said, Your Majesty, after listening to the sermon, I cultivated the great Tao of karma and divined that there is still a soul hidden in Hao's body. We have to be careful. The celestial ruler asked curiously, You are only an immortal emperor, how can you cultivate the great Tao of karma? Cough, cough, maybe it's talent. You divined wrong. There is no other soul in Hao's body. He is my son, and his soul is a newborn soul. I divined that the soul is called Hao Tian, just like Hao. Hao Tian? The celestial ruler's tone changed, and it became a little horrified. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. Don't tell me I divined it. The celestial ruler quickly cut off the divine sense connection. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the celestial ruler really didn't know. He hoped that the celestial ruler could save Long Hao. As long as he pulled out Hao Tian's soul, Han Yan would be able to target him. Damn it, this fellow actually dared to slaughter the hidden sect. Han Yan was really angry. Although it was something that would happen in the future, he was still very angry. His hatred for Hao Tian directly soared to 6 stars. The Tendo Buddha had already lost the qualification to be the final winner. There was no need to target him in the future. Once every 10 years, he would strive to kill him in the immeasurable calamity. There was no hurry for now. Next, Hao Tian would be Han Yan's #1 target. Sigh, I have to worry about saving the common people again. Han Yan sighed and thought silently. The future he wanted was very simple. The common people would still exist, the order would still exist, the celestial ruler would still be alive, and he would still be alive. It was that simple. However, the previous 2 outcomes were too dark. The Tendo Buddha had turned dark and was prepared to bring darkness to the common people. Hao Tian had even slaughtered the heavens. It was extremely ridiculous. How am I the dark forbidden lord? I'm the light savior. Han Yan adjusted his emotions and continued to cultivate. Curses were just a means. Cultivation was the most important, he could not only rely on curses. One day, he would have the strength to kill whoever he wanted, instead of cursing behind people's backs. Although it felt good, it was still a dirty trick that couldn't be brought to the table. Celestial world, Western heaven. The 3 Buddhas stood above the clouds. They were all tens of thousands of feet tall and emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist disciples surrounded the sky, and everyone's eyes fell on the mountains below. The mountains and rivers were covered with talismans, densely packed and innumerable. Deep underground, the Tendo Buddha meditated in a cave. His eyes were blood red, and he no longer had the solemnity of the past. He gritted his teeth and said, I was plotted against by the dark forbidden lord. I'm not a demon. Don't you know my origin? Above the sea of clouds, the most majestic godly might Buddha said, Ba, we know about this. I will definitely find the dark forbidden lord. However, the sins you have committed are real. Reflect on yourself and don't come out until your Buddhist heart is pure. The Tendo Buddha was silent. At this moment, there was an ordinary-looking Buddha among the Buddhist disciples. He was the possessed chaos origin heavenly demon. TSK, the Dark Forbidden Lord is really powerful. He actually made the Tendo Buddha lose control. It seems that the era of Buddhism is over. Chaos origin heavenly demon thought to himself. He could not help but think of Han Yen. For some reason, he felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord might be related to Han Yen. Han Yen was too strange, no matter what, he was already Han Yen's subordinate. His life and death were controlled by Han Yen. He naturally did not dare to discredit Han Yen. He only hoped that Han Yen was the Dark Forbidden Lord. If the Dark Forbidden Lord had the last laugh, he would also benefit. However, Han Yen was at most a subordinate of the Dark Forbidden Lord. If he was so strong, he would not have to hide in the mortal world. Chaos origin heavenly demon thought so. The Tendo Buddha was suppressed. Next, he would be able to realize his ambitions. The Tendo Buddha was actually the demon ancestor. He worked for the demon ancestor. Now that he had betrayed the demon, he was afraid of being discovered by the Tendo Buddha. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. Han Yen did not know what was going on in the celestial world. He could only spy on it from the mail. On this day, Han Yen was about to take out the Book of Misfortune to do the daily mission. He suddenly frowned. An extremely strange power invaded his body. This power was similar to the Karma Tao, but it was very different. He could not capture it and could only use his magic power to resist. Wait, the power of a curse, damn, someone cursed me. Han Yen was frightened and his body trembled. What was going on? He immediately checked the strongest person around Hidden Sect Island. He had the highest cultivation. There was no enemy attack. Could it be the Goblin Emperor, Li Xuanao, Su Huang, Tendo Buddha? They found out that I am the Dark Forbidden Lord? No, if they found out, then my aggro will increase. Han Yen was puzzled. Who was it? They actually cursed me. Han Yen pinched his fingers and divined. He was unable to follow the power of the curse to deduce karma. He smiled. The other party had some methods. However, he still had stronger methods. I want to know who's cursing me. Han Yen thought to himself and used the evolution function. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Then, a scene appeared in Han Yen's mind. In a dark Taoist temple, a young man in a Taoist robe held a purple compass in his hand and muttered something. Han Yen had seen this person before in front of the Taiji Palace. Previously, in the Taiji Palace, Han Yen had copied the data of everyone present with the simulation trial and memorized their appearances. After all, those who could listen were all important figures in the celestial world. It was a good thing to remember them. This person seemed to be from the Jiejiao. Han Yen entered the simulation trial, found this person, and checked his information. Jing Tiangong, cultivation level unknown, Jiejiao elder. Han Yen fought with him first. An hour later, Han Yen was defeated. This guy was something. Han Yen opened his eyes. Why did Jing Tiangong curse him? Han Yen felt that the curse power had disappeared and didn't cause any substantial harm to him. Could it be that this guy wasn't targeting him but cursing many people? Han Yen couldn't figure it out. No matter what, the other party had cursed him, so he had to curse back. But not now. It was too obvious to curse now. He had to wait a few years. Han Yen took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed his enemies to complete the once-in-a-decade mission. In the dark Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong slowly put down the purple compass in his hand and let out a long breath. Although I have a supreme treasure, it's still too difficult to curse those listeners in the Taiji Palace. He thought silently. He focused on cursing the leaders of the forces who had stirred up the storm and the calamity. As for the accompanying immortal emperors, he just casually cursed them. He didn't want to spend any effort on them. They must think that the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing them. The more chaotic, the better. This way, the Jiejiao can take advantage of the chaos to rise. Duke Jingtian's face was filled with anticipation. Cult Master, Heaven Duke, will definitely bring glory to the Jiejiao and lead the Jiejiao back to its peak. Jing Tiangong thought resolutely. He began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Curses were evil means to begin with. They hurt the enemy by 1,000, but also hurt himself by 800. Fortunately, this was a supreme treasure, so the backlash wasn't too great. I really don't know how the Dark Forbidden Lord did it. He actually cursed the entire immortal world. Is his lifespan that long? Extremely high cultivation? Jing Tiangong thought in confusion. Curses consumed lifespan or fate, and even though he had a long lifespan, he did not dare to use it for curses. After all, curses consumed too much lifespan and did not consume fate. If he lost his providence, he could always earn it back. Lifespan was fate. With his current cultivation, it was very difficult for him to increase his lifespan, unless he made a breakthrough. How difficult was it to break through? It had been tens of millions of years since he had broken through. He had almost forgotten the feeling of breaking through. 10 years later. Han Yan abruptly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. Time was up. Wu Dao Jian was not in the cave. Han Yan directly took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse the Jie Jiao, Jing Tiangong. Take out 100 million to play with him first. Han Yan snorted. Anyway, Jing Tiangong did not know where he was. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He called out the attribute panel and strictly controlled the time. Under the full force curse, 100 million years of lifespan decreased very quickly. When 100 million years was up, he immediately stopped and wiped the blood from his eyes. He opened the mail to check. There was no sign of Jing Tiangong. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Jing Tiangong did not have a good impression of him or hate him, so Han Yan could not know his situation. Should he continue? Forget it, let's leave it at that. Jing Tiangong cursed him for a short while and did not curse him again. Han Yan returned the favor by giving him a warning. If Jing Tiangong still cursed him, then Han Yan would curse him to death. Han Yan adjusted his state and continued to do his daily missions after recovering. In the dark Taoist temple. Jing Tiangong spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly circulated his energy to heal his injuries and suppress the terrifying power of the curse. Damn it! Who is cursing me? Did the person who cursed me discover me? Duke Scenic Heaven was frightened. Don't provoke an omnipotent being, that would be terrible. In the following period of time, Jing Tiangong was extremely nervous. Han Yan's curse caused his magical power to riot, and he could not calm down in a short period of time. If a mighty figure attacked during this period of time, he would probably die. He waited for 5 years. No mighty figure attacked, and the power of the curse did not continue. It seemed that it was not the listeners of the Taiji Palace who were cursing him. Jing Tiangong thought of a possibility. Could it be the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Jing Tiangong thought about it, the more likely it was. The Dark Forbidden Lord was good at cursing. It was very likely that the Dark Forbidden Lord had discovered that he wanted to frame him. The Dark Forbidden Lord is warning me? Jing Tiangong smiled bitterly, his heart full of reverence. What kind of existence was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Jing Tiangong looked at his purple compass and suddenly felt that he was a little ridiculous. Wait, why don't I join the Dark Forbidden Lord? I can stir up chaos in the celestial world with him and rope in powerful alliances for the Jie Jiao. Speaking of which, there was no news of the Jie Jiao being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Jing Tiangong's eyes lit up. He felt that his idea was very good. But where could he find the Dark Forbidden Lord? Ever since he spent 100 million years of his lifespan to curse Jing Tiangong, Han Yan was no longer cursed. It seemed that this guy was scared. This was good too. Everyone could cultivate peacefully. Han Yan's life returned to normal. He continued to break through to rank 7 Immortal Emperor. Years passed. Detected that you have reached 4,000 years old, your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the calamity and fight for great luck. Your name will shake the heavens. You will receive 9 great Tao fragments, 1 supreme treasure, and 1 chance to upgrade the system. 2. Temporarily do not enter the calamity and cultivate in a low profile. You will receive 1 great Tao fragment and 1 divine ability inheritance. Han Yan looked at the choices in front of him and raised his brows. Damn system, in order to lure me into the calamity, it really put in a lot of effort. You want me to enter the calamity? Absolutely impossible. Han Yan silently chose the second choice. Congratulations on obtaining one great Tao fragment. Congratulations on obtaining divine ability, Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm, a peerless divine ability that involves the Tao of space. You can subdue the sky with one palm. As your cultivation level increases, you can subdue the heavenly Tao. Great Freedom, what a nostalgic name. This divine ability was quite amazing, can subdue the heavenly Tao. Han Yan immediately received the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm. This divine ability was not as simple as subduing the sky. It could also subdue all existences under the sky, imprison them in the space of the palm, and devour their magic power or other energy. Very domineering. After Han Yan learned it, he remembered that he had not improved his various sword Daos, so he spent a year to improve all his divine abilities to the limit. He was just about to enter the simulation trial and practice the Great Freedom Heaven Imprisoning Palm when he suddenly sensed something. It was from the Chaos Domain. The Supremacy Tao was looking for him again. Han Yan thought about it and jumped into the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain was equivalent to the group created by Han Yan and the Supremacy Tao. The two of them could communicate here, no matter how far away they were. The Supremacy Tao went straight to the point. Can you come and save me? After this, I will owe you my life. Han Yan asked in surprise, who captured you? Goblin Emperor, I can't, my condolences. The two of them fell into silence. Han Yan looked at the Supremacy Tao, his heart filled with joy. Fortunately, he didn't follow this guy to assassinate the Goblin Emperor. Han Yan didn't add insult to injury, nor did he lecture him afterwards. Silence spoke louder than words. After a long time, the Supremacy Tao said leisurely, if you can find a way to save me, I can give you a great opportunity that will allow you to step into the immortal state. You won't even need to transcend the tribulation. Han Yan said, forget it, there's nothing I can do. The Supremacy Tao gritted his teeth and said, then state your conditions. Han Yan asked in surprise, why didn't the Celestial Palace save you? I heard that the Celestial Palace and the Goblin Court seem to have joined forces. It shouldn't be a problem to let you live. Hearing this, the Supremacy Tao sighed and said, the Palace Master and the Goblin Emperor might have reached some kind of agreement. Thinking of this, the Supremacy Tao felt sad. The reason he assassinated the Goblin Emperor was for the sake of the Celestial Palace. Who knew that after his assassination failed, the two sides would join forces? So what if they joined forces, but the Celestial Palace didn't save him? Now, he was being tortured by the Goblin Emperor every day. Han Yan fell silent again. He couldn't help but mourn for the Supremacy Tao. He had followed the wrong person. If he was captured, the celestial ruler would definitely save him at all costs. Han Yan thought for a moment and said, what if I want you to leave the Celestial Palace? The Supremacy Tao was stunned and instinctively refused, I can't, but before he could finish, he shut up again. All geniuses had their pride, not to mention that the Supremacy Tao thought that he was the #1 genius in the heavens. Was the Celestial Palace not afraid of losing him? Damn it, the Supremacy Tao became angrier and angrier. As long as you can save me, I'll leave the Celestial Palace and join you. The Supremacy Tao said in a deep voice. He hated the Goblin Emperor to the core. Recently, the Goblin Emperor had been extremely cruel and often vented his anger on him. He could not take it anymore. Most importantly, when the Goblin Emperor had brought him to the Taiji Palace to listen to the sermon, he had clearly met the Master of the Divine Palace. The Master of the Divine Palace could have saved him, but he had told him to endure and stay by the Goblin Emperor's side. What was this? Using me as a bargaining chip, using me to amuse the Goblin Emperor? Han Yan could not help but sigh when he heard the tone of the Supremacy Tao. Was the Divine Palace retarded? Han Yan said, just you wait. I'll go and get some people now. All right. The Supremacy Tao nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, thank you. Han Yan waved his hand and said, I'm ashamed to say that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I would definitely save you personally. After all, only the two of us have the primal chaos physique and can be considered to be of the same race. Sigh, just wait for the good news. Yes. The Supremacy Tao has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Han Yan returned to reality and looked at the notification in front of him with some dissatisfaction. Only 2 stars? Forget it. I haven't saved him yet anyway. Han Yan took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the celestial ruler. Soon, their divine senses connected. Your Majesty, do you want to subdue the primal chaos physique? Han Yan asked directly. The celestial ruler asked in surprise, are you talking about the supremacy Tao? He's been captured by the Goblin Emperor. Even if I save him, he will only run back to the divine palace. As expected of the celestial ruler. He was really well informed. He contacted me just now. We both have the primal chaos physique and can communicate directly in our domains. As long as you save him, he will leave the divine palace and join heaven, Han Yan replied. The celestial ruler asked cautiously, could it be a trap? Han Yan looked at his interpersonal relationships. The supremacy Tao had developed a favorable impression of him because he had been tortured by the Goblin Emperor. It shouldn't be. He said that the Goblin Emperor is torturing him. Yes, the Goblin Emperor has been really crazy recently. I wonder what the Dark Forbidden Lord did to him. I only cursed him. How could I do anything to him? Han Yan thought silently. The celestial ruler agreed and said that he would make preparations immediately. Unlike the divine palace, heaven was really lacking in prodigies. If the supremacy Tao could join heaven, it would definitely attract countless prodigies to join heaven. Even someone as strong as the supremacy Tao has fallen. The celestial world is really dangerous. Han Yan sighed and continued with the simulation trial. The listeners in the Taiji Palace were like bosses in the simulation trial, waiting for Han Yan to defeat them. 30 years passed quickly. As Han Yan's cultivation level continued to increase, the cultivation levels of the disciples of the hidden sect were also steadily increasing. The weakest, Tengu, was at the late stage of the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm. Li Yao had already become a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The chaotic gourd spirit, Han Ba, had also reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. Han 1 to Han 7's aptitude was not as good as Han Ba's. They had just broken through to the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal Realm. Morong Chi had also reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. The other disciples, including the 2 Golden Crows, were still a little lacking. Han Yan was a little troubled when the Golden Crows were mentioned. Their aptitudes were indeed not worthy of the name Golden Crows. No wonder they had been expelled by the Jinwu. Although their aptitudes had increased after devouring the 9 Netherworld Dragon, they were still a little lacking compared to the top prodigies of the hidden sect. Han Yan was not in a hurry. After all, he did not need Audat and Shower to do anything. In addition, the development of the reroll world had always been on the right track. The Heavenly Tao was constantly improving, and the ceiling of cultivation was already beginning to break through to the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Under the care of the white-robed Buddha, Yuqing had already become a sacred ground and its reputation had spread far and wide. Jioding Jinren had yet to die and was still the sect master. After thousands of years, he was still considered a mighty figure in the mortal world. Every time Han Yan saw him, he would think of Li Qingzi's sect master. Things remained the same, but people had changed. He could no longer see the sect master who was beaten up everywhere for the sect. To Yuqing, Han Yan was already a legend. Other than a few elders in the sect, most people had already forgotten about him. Han Yan felt that this was quite good. This was the best ending. Yuqing had become stronger because of him and did not continue to drag him down. After observing the reroll world, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to do his daily missions. The Supremacy Tao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4 stars. Why did its favorability increase? Could it be that the celestial ruler had already saved the Supremacy Tao? Han Yan checked his emails. They were all about being attacked. He could not confirm if the Supremacy Tao had been saved. Wait a while more. He would ask the celestial ruler later. Han Yan thought. Master, I request an audience. Su Qi's voice floated from outside the cave abode. Han Yan had no choice but to accept the Book of Misfortune. Come in. As Han Yan spoke, he closed the restrictions in the cave abode. Su Qi quickly walked over and knelt down in front of him. Han Yan noticed that there was a visible black aura between his brows. Something was wrong. Did something happen to you? Han Yan asked. Suchi replied, it's nothing serious. After breaking through recently, I recalled my previous life. Master, it turns out that I was born with bad luck. I'm afraid that if I stay here, I'll be in trouble, Han Yan said nonchalantly, don't talk about this. I don't care. A master for a day is a father for life. I will never despise you. Hearing this, Suchi was touched. His eyes turned red. In his previous life, he had been chased to heaven by the Jia and then chased down to the mortal world by heaven. No one had ever taken care of him like Han Yan. Han Yan asked, can you cultivate your power of misfortune? Suchi's cultivation had been lagging behind recently. Han Yan did not want that to happen. This kid could still become stronger and continue to harm Han Yan's enemies in the future. Indeed, this is also the second reason why I came to find you. I want to leave Hidden Sect Island to strengthen my misfortune. I was born to be the embodiment of misfortune. I can't abandon misfortune and can only obey it. Suchi said seriously. He looked up at Han Yan, hoping that his master would agree. He continued, if I encounter danger, I will never implicate the Hidden Sect, nor will I trouble Master. Master has been good enough to me, but I can feel that continuing to cultivate in seclusion is not suitable for me. Han Yan was silent. Suchi was uneasy, afraid that Han Yan would get angry. Han Yan asked, where are you going? Suchi thought for a moment and said, I should be leaving the immortal world. I can feel that there is an area outside the immortal world calling me. Previously in the Divine Palace, I learned that in addition to the myriad realms with the immortal world as the center, there are other realms, such as the Dark Forbidden Zone, the ruins of End Realm, and so on. There will always be a place where I can cultivate misfortune. Han Yan said, can't bear it? Wait until the calamity is over before leaving. Suchi said, I can still bear it now, but since the calamity began, I've been upset. I'm worried that when the calamity evolves to the intense stage, my Tao heart may collapse. I'm afraid that there will be something I can't predict, out of control. Han Yan frowned. Suchi continued, Master, don't worry about me. I will follow your philosophy and never cause trouble. Since he had already said so much, Hanju couldn't continue stopping him. In the end, he agreed to let Suchi go and let all the disciples gather. Suchi talked about his past life, and the disciples listened with heavy hearts. They didn't expect that even Suchi, who often cultivated in seclusion, had a heavy background in his past life. After a few days of gathering and talking, Han Yan sent Suchi to the world of the living. Looking at Suchi's back as he left, Han Yan's heart was filled with emotions. Another disciple was sent away. It was still very difficult to make all the disciples cultivate in seclusion like him. Long Hao did it for the heaven. Suchi did it for himself. Han Yan could only wish them well. After sighing, Han Yan jumped back into the underworld and quickly returned to the Hidden Sect Island. Suchi's departure also agitated the Secret Order's disciples. Compared to Suchi, they were much luckier and didn't need to be forced to leave their sect. Han Yan was the same. If he was strong enough, he would be able to help Suchi suppress the misfortune and prevent it from affecting him. Immortal World, Golden Crab Island. Huang Zuantian flew towards the Golden Crab Island from the horizon. Looking at the Golden Crab Island from afar, he let out a long sigh. He was finally back. The immortal realm was too big. Without the help of a mighty figure, even a grand unity true immortal like him would have to fly for a very long time. That was right. Huang Zuantian had already reached the grand unity true immortal realm. After the immortal talent meeting, he roped in Jia Jiao's disciples. Relying on his eloquence and sincerity, he obtained the inheritance of a Jia Jiao elder, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Other than his cultivation, he also obtained other things. Soon, Huang Zuantian entered the island. The white crane immediately flew in front of him and asked with concern, "How was your performance in the immortal talent meeting?" Huang Zuantian landed in front of the Taoist temple and said casually, "It was all right. Not outstanding, but I didn't drag the Jia Jiao down either." The white crane let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "Good lad, I didn't misjudge you." Huang Zuantian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the white crane. He said expressionlessly, from today onwards, Golden Crab Island's disciples are not allowed to go out. Everyone is to cultivate on the island, including you. The white crane was stunned and said in a low voice, "Are you ordering me? Aren't you able to achieve what you have today because of my support?" "What? You went to the Immortal Talent meeting and..." Before it could finish speaking, it suddenly lay down. Huang Zuantian took out a token. The token was pitch black and carved with the image of a qilin. The qilin's figure seemed to be expressing a word. The white crane was shocked. "Why do you have an elder token?" Huang Zuantian said casually, "I have already acknowledged the qilin elder as my master. You should know what to do in the future, right?" The white crane was silent. Huang Zuantian took back the token and turned to walk into the Taoist temple. The white crane couldn't figure out how this lad had gained the qilin elder's recognition. His aptitude was clearly ordinary. After returning to the Taoist temple, Huang Zuantian sat on the praying mat and let out a sigh of relief. The taste of power is truly captivating. Huang Zuantian revealed a smile. The white crane had been so arrogant in front of him just now. Only by being strong could one do as one pleased. He hoped that no one would disturb him again. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to climb up again. In order to acknowledge the qilin elder as his master, he had put in a lot of effort and even lost his dignity. Sigh, thinking of this, Huang Zuantian's heart began to ache. 10 years passed. The impact of Su Qi's departure had disappeared, and everything returned to normal. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend, the Supremacy Dao, was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. He was severely injured. Your good friend, the Celestial Ruler, was attacked by a demon race mighty figure, X10. Your good friend, the Divine General, was attacked by a demon race Immortal Emperor, X34. Your good friend, the Primordial Chaos Heavenly Demon, was attacked by a demon race Immortal Emperor, X27. Your good friend, Li Daokong, was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. Your good friend, Huang Jihao, was attacked by demons, X239829. Your good friend, Long Shan, was attacked by demons, X176661. Your good friend, the Supremacy Dao, was attacked by a demon race mighty figure and was severely injured. What a guy! The Celestial Ruler had mobilized the Heaven and Buddhists to besiege the Goblin Court, in order to save the Supremacy Dao. He was really going all out. Han Yan was impressed by the Celestial Ruler's courage. He saw that the Supremacy Dao had been severely injured twice by the Goblin Court. It seemed that it was not an act. The Goblin Emperor had really gone crazy. After suffering such an attack, if he were the Supremacy Dao, he would definitely not return to the Goblin Palace unless the Goblin Palace avenged him. If I curse the Goblin Emperor now, I might be able to help them retreat. If I curse the master of the Goblin Palace, even if the Goblin Palace changes its mind, it will be delayed. Han Yan immediately stopped cursing the Tendo Buddha and started cursing the master of the Goblin Palace. Since the Supremacy Dao was about to join the Heaven, how could he let the Goblin Palace redeem the Supremacy Dao? Heaven had already suffered losses. He had to obtain the Supremacy Dao. Han Yan started cursing the master of the Goblin Palace with all his might. 10 days later, Han Yan had lost 1.5 billion years of lifespan. He put down the Book of Misfortune and secretly prayed for the Celestial Ruler. Your Majesty, I've done my best for you. You must capture the Supremacy Dao. Don't let it escape. Han Yan started recuperating. Heaven, Lingxiao Palace, the Celestial Ruler sat high on the pedestal. The deities gathered in the palace. The Supremacy Dao was also in the palace. At this moment, the Supremacy Dao's breathing was weak. His face was pale, and he was no longer as high-spirited as before. He was like a candle in the wind. The Celestial Ruler asked, "How are you? Do you need me to heal you?" The Supremacy Dao shook his head and said, "Your Majesty has done enough for me. I can heal myself." He bowed to the Celestial Ruler seriously and asked, "Where is he?" The Celestial Ruler smiled and said, "He's still cultivating in seclusion. You should already know his personality. You will stay in heaven. I won't ask too much of you. You should also cultivate well. When heaven needs you, you can help." The Supremacy Dao looked at the Celestial Ruler gratefully. During this rescue, he was really moved by the celestial ruler and Han Yin. In order to save him, many deities had sacrificed themselves. On the other hand, the Goblin Palace had yet to appear. The Supremacy Dao was full of resentment towards the Goblin Palace. He even hated the Goblin Palace. In the past, when they needed him, they said nice things. But when he was in trouble, he couldn't see anyone. After cursing the Divine Palace Master for half a year, the celestial ruler contacted Han Yin. After learning that the Supremacy Dao had joined heaven, Han Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, this information is not bad, right? Don't say that I did not contribute anything to heaven. Han Yin smiled. He could not say that he had contributed more. After all, this involved the secret of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The celestial ruler smiled. Indeed, the Supremacy Dao has unlimited potential. At the same time, he is also a signboard. Divine Palace has always been known for protecting prodigies. Now that the Supremacy Dao has left, the morale will definitely be shaken. The celestial ruler began to look forward to the future of heaven. The addition of the Supremacy Dao was indeed a great move. The celestial ruler continued to smile. The Supremacy Dao wants to see you very much. Will you come to heaven? Forget it, I am busy cultivating. Humph, I knew it. The celestial ruler did not say anything else and cut off his divine sense. Han Yin was in a good mood and continued to cultivate. This matter was finally over. Han Yin could finally cultivate in peace. Without any worries, cultivation would be faster. In Primal Chaos Palace, not only did Han Yin break through to rank 6 Immortal Emperor, his cultivation level was also constantly increasing. In addition, after returning, he was not far from rank 7 Immortal Emperor. After breaking through to rank 7 Immortal Emperor, he was not far from rank 9 Immortal Emperor. After reaching rank 9 Immortal Emperor, he was not far from God Realm. After reaching God Realm, would Daluo still be far away? Just thinking about it made Han Yin very excited. A hall shook violently, all the decorations in the hall were tilted. Damn it! Damn it! Ah, the Divine Palace Master roared angrily, his hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. Celestial Ruler! Dark Forbidden Lord! If I don't kill you, I will cultivate in vain. The Divine Palace Master was furious. After roaring for a while, he had no choice but to continue healing himself. The power of the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse was too strong, causing him to almost have an inner demon. In addition, when he found out that the Supremacy Dao had joined heaven, he was furious, and his injuries worsened. At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the main hall and turned into a white-robed man. The white-robed man stared at the master of the Divine Palace and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, did you force the Supremacy Dao away?" When the master of the Divine Palace saw him, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't force him. He was captured by the Goblin Emperor." "Why didn't you save him?" "It can't be that you found out about this later than heaven, right?" I jest." The Divine Palace Master's expression changed as he explained the deal he had made with the Goblin Emperor. The white-robed man said angrily, "Fool! How can the 3 regions compare to the Chaos Physique? When the Great Calamity ends, no matter how many regions there are, it will be useless. Everything will be covered in bones. What does the Chaotic Physique represent? It's at least a Daluo. Although the Divine Palace is strong, how many Daluo are there?" The master of the Divine Palace was extremely aggrieved. After a while, he could not help but say, "There are so many prodigies in the Divine Palace. I only asked him to endure for 1,000 years, but he betrayed the Divine Palace. What does that mean? His intentions are punishable. The Divine Palace has invested so much effort into the Supremacy Dao. For the sake of the Divine Palace, what's wrong with waiting for 1,000 years? Boom, the white-robed man stomped his feet, and a terrifying pressure fell on the master of the Divine Palace, causing his expression to change drastically. The white-robed man said coldly, "It seems that it's not appropriate to hand over the position of the master of the Divine Palace to you. From today onwards, I will be in charge of the Divine Palace." The master of the Divine Palace was unwilling, but he did not dare to refute. Time flew by. 27 years later. Another internal competition of the hidden sect had ended. Li Yao defeated all the disciples and won first place again. When Han Yan heard about this, he called Li Yao into his cave abode. Wu Daojian was left outside the cave abode. He wanted to talk to Li Yao alone. Li Yao sat in front of Han Yan, a little nervous. Seeing Han Yan's face again, she could not help but blush. She remembered the scene when she used the invocation technique to summon Han Yan. It was unforgettable. Han Yan had saved her life, treated her well, and Han Yan's perfect face. Li Yao admitted that she had feelings for Han Yan. However, her feelings could not compare to her Dao heart. She had no intention of confessing. She just wanted to cultivate well. I'm going to impart the heavenly sword Dao to you. Do you want to learn? Han Yan asked with a smile. The more he looked at Li Yao, the more satisfied he was. It was as if he was looking at himself. He was cautious and careful, but his talent was top-notch and his battle prowess was strong. Li Yao's eyes lit up. Yes. Han Yan was not pretentious. He immediately imparted the heavenly sword Dao. Half a year later, Li Yao received all the memories of the heavenly sword Dao. As for the specific cultivation, it would take some time. Han Yan asked, "What do you think of the hidden sect?" Li Yao was stunned. It's pretty good. It's better than the sects I've met. This is a cultivation sect. It's far away from the secular world. We exchange Dao techniques and improve together. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Although the disciples of the hidden sect quarreled, they never hurt each other. They all liked to cultivate diligently. Oh, except for Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen had no choice but to stay on the hidden sect island. Speaking of which, you and I don't have a status yet. What status do you want in the hidden sect? Han Yan asked with a smile. After so many years, Li Yao's favorability towards him had risen to 5 stars. This favorability was not as simple as accepting him as a disciple. If he accepted her as a Dao companion, she would probably not reject him. However, Han Yan did not care much about romantic relationships. After all, he was already an immortal emperor. The primitive impulses of his body could no longer control him. Li Yao understood the meaning behind Han Yan's words. You can arrange any status for me. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Sure. There was something. Han Yan said, then let's do it this way. Strive to become an immortal emperor as soon as possible. Li Yao nodded. Han Yan waved his hand, indicating for her to leave. Looking at Li Yao, Han Yan's heart was filled with emotions. Actually, he did not have the same favorable impression of Li Yao as he did of Xianxia. He only hoped to have a Dao companion to accompany him on the path of cultivation. From the current situation, whether it was Xianxia, Fairy Xixian, or Chang Yuer, none of them could catch up to him in terms of cultivation. Han Yan would do his best to help Xianxia, but doing his best did not mean that he could definitely do it. Otherwise, how many immortal emperor concubines could the celestial ruler and the goblin emperor nurture? Grand Unity Golden Immortal was still manageable, but immortal emperor was the real obstacle. He had to rely on himself. Han Yan did not think anymore and continued to cultivate. I wonder how much my lifespan will increase after breaking through to rank 7 immortal emperor. Han Yan thought expectantly. Immortal world, outside the sea. Jing Tiangong moved forward on his flying sword. In front of him was an archipelago. Boundless immortal fog covered the sky. Countless immortal birds flew in rows, and countless disciples flew here and there. This was the land of Jie Jiao's orthodoxy. Jing Tiangong flew all the way to a forest. He continued to move forward and knelt in front of a stone door. There was no mountain behind the stone door. It stood alone in the forest. Jing Tiangong cowed out and said, "Sect Master." He called out and waited patiently. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from behind the stone door. What is it? Jing Tiangong said, recently, a great expert called Dark Forbidden Lord appeared in the immortal world. He is controlling the calamity. I am not sure of his origin, so I would like to ask Sect Master for a divination. Dark Forbidden Lord? The Jie Jiao Sect Master muttered before falling into silence. Jing Tiangong waited patiently. As long as he found out who Dark Forbidden Lord was, he could join him. After a long time, Jing Tiangong did not receive a reply from the Jiejiao sect master, so he asked, "Sect master? Did you deduce it?" The Jiejiao sect master's hoarse voice came from the stone door. "I cannot deduce it. His cultivation level might be higher than mine, or there might not be such a person." Jing Tiangong was stunned. Dark Forbidden Lord's cultivation level was higher than the sect master. As for the sect master's last sentence, he did not take it to heart. The entire immortal world had legends of Dark Forbidden Lord. He had also been cursed by Dark Forbidden Lord. How could there not be such a person? Jing Tiangong frowned, his heart sank. He did not expect that he had underestimated Dark Forbidden Lord. Before becoming the Dark Forbidden Lord's partner, he might become the Dark Forbidden Lord's enemy. Who would not be afraid of such a great expert who hid in the dark? For a moment, Jing Tiangong was terrified. "Tell me about this Dark Forbidden Lord." The Jiejiao sect master's voice came again. Jing Tiangong came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and began to tell everything he knew about Dark Forbidden Lord. After he finished, he could not help but sigh. There has never been such a mastermind in the immortal world, using a curse to stir up the calamity. It's just a small trick. The Jiejiao sect master snorted, clearly looking down on Dark Forbidden Lord. He continued, "Don't act recklessly. The current immeasurable calamity is not a good time for the Jiejiao to recover. Let's wait a while longer." Jing Tiangong was silent. Wait a while longer? How many years had he waited? If he waited any longer, the Jiejiao would be gone. 30 years later. Han Yen was finally close to becoming a rank 7 immortal emperor, but the netherworld had not been peaceful recently. Battle auras often appeared near Hidden Sect Island. Han Yen sent the Heiyu Devil out to investigate and found out that there were forces in the netherworld that wanted to overthrow Hell's rule. The ambitious king of Hell wanted to eliminate the celestial ruler, but it was still too difficult. First, he had to find a way to kill his way out of the netherworld. Han Yen had a nagging feeling that the underworld would also become the battlefield of the cataclysm. Should he consider looking for an alternative location? One day, Duan Hongchen suddenly found Han Yen. After entering the cave, he was very nervous and did not dare to look at Han Yen. "What is it?" Han Yen asked. Duan Hongchen mustered his courage and asked, "Can I learn divine arts from you?" Learning divine arts wasn't just about becoming stronger, it was also a process of changing one's identity. Although they were all on Hidden Sect Island and his cultivation was high, he always felt that he was inferior when facing the Hidden Sect disciples. To put it bluntly, he was still a captive. Han Yen asked, "What divine art do you want to learn?" Duan Hongchen raised his head in surprise and could not believe his ears. He did not expect Han Yen to agree so readily. Han Yen said, calculating the time, "You have been in the Hidden Sect for a while. It is rare for you to take the initiative to take a step forward. Actually, there are some disciples with the same background as you and were subdued by me. However, as long as you do not threaten the Hidden Sect and are willing to cultivate the Great Tao together, I will let bygones be bygones. You don't have to be afraid of what I will do to you. In fact, you provoked me first. I have already taken the initiative to let you live." Duan Hongchen was ashamed when he heard this. He was indeed a little reckless back then. However, now it seemed that it was not a bad thing. Although the Hidden Sect disciples were still young, they were all very talented and their futures were limitless. Duan Hongchen's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Duan Hongchen pondered for a moment and said, "I want to learn the Heavenly Sword Path." Li Yao's Heavenly Sword Path was indeed very strong. If he used it with his cultivation, he might be able to kill enemies of a higher level. Han Yen nodded and began to impart the Heavenly Sword Path. A month later, Duan Hongchen left in satisfaction. Morongqi smiled and said, "How is it?" "I told you. Grandmaster will definitely be willing to teach you." Duan Hongchen smiled and said, "I will never forget Sect Master's kindness. Just wait. My goal now is to defeat the Heiyu Devil." Heiyu Devil, who was cultivating on a mountain peak in the distance, raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. If he was surpassed by Duan Hongchen, his status would definitely drop. He could not be careless. This guy was very talented and had lived longer than him. He had to cultivate seriously. Han Yen took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse his enemies. The Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor were not dead yet, so he had to curse them. As for Li Xuanao, Han Yan just wanted to make him feel uncomfortable, so he did not wantonly consume his life. After Han Yan finished cursing, he was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly frowned. He felt a divine sense sweep across Hidden Sect Island. He immediately checked the experts around Hidden Sect Island. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva, Cultivation Unknown, Buddha from the Buddhist underworld, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Why was this guy here? Han Yan still remembered that Xitigarbha Bodhisattva and Xianxia had a grudge. He did not expect that Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was not only an immortal emperor, the dojo could isolate Daluo's divine sense. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva should not be able to spy on the situation on Hidden Sect Island. Soon, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva left. After Han Yan could not detect him, he began the simulation trial. He lasted for 2 hours against Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Although he lost, he felt that Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was not very strong. He was not worthy of the immortal realm strength. Could it be that this guy was heavily injured? Han Yan felt that it was possible. Otherwise, how could he let Xianxia escape back then, 10 years later? Han Yan's soul was about to transform. In other words, he was about to break through to rank 7 immortal emperor. He was very satisfied with this. He was about to break through when the heavenly Tao token suddenly transmitted a divine sense fluctuation. Han Yan connected with his divine sense. Divine Palace is preparing to invade the underworld. Be careful, don't get involved. The celestial ruler reminded. Divine Palace? Han Yan asked in surprise. They are not following the Goblin Court to resist heaven and Buddhism? The celestial ruler said, the Supremacy Tao's matter has a huge impact on Divine Palace. After Divine Palace Lord took office, he directly announced that he would draw a clear line with the Goblin Emperor. At the same time, they will no longer resist heaven and will target the underworld. This is a good thing for heaven. After all, underworld wants to target heaven, so I will not stop them. Han Yan said, don't worry, they will not discover me. Han Yan thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, do you know about the 9 Hells Purgatory? 9 Hells Purgatory? Yes, the underworld used to be the true immortal world. After the immeasurable calamity, the world was filled with karma that could not dissipate. Daozu took action and changed yin and yang. The underworld became the immortal world, and the immortal world became the underworld. Daozu then suppressed all the karma under the Yellow Springs. The 9 Hells Purgatory has not dissipated. You should not go near it. There are many powerful existences who were defeated by the immeasurable calamity inside. If you fall in, even I will not be able to save you. The celestial ruler's tone was very solemn. However, Hanju had a bold idea. Why not hide in the 9 Hells Purgatory? His star primordial body could absorb karma. If he could absorb the karma in the 9 Hells Purgatory in the future, Han Yan's heart thumped. This was a bold idea, but it was also fatally attractive. If not for the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus karma, Han Yan's breakthrough speed would not be so fast. After chatting with the celestial ruler for a while, Han Yan cut off his divine sense. He started to focus on 9 Nether Purgatory. He would break through first, then create heavenly puppets or clones to explore 9 Nether Purgatory. If he could hide in 9 Nether Purgatory, it would be easy for Han Yan to avoid the immeasurable calamity. After all, 9 Nether Purgatory was equivalent to the end of the immeasurable calamity. Rank 9 Emperor breakthrough was very similar, the main thing was the transformation of the soul. Han Yan entered the breakthrough state with ease. 3 years later, he broke through to rank 7 Immortal Emperor, his magic power surged, his soul transformed. While consolidating his cultivation, Hanju checked his attributes panel. 1. 3 trillion years of lifespan, even the decimals were refreshed. Han Yan suddenly felt lonely. At this rate, how long would his lifespan be? Endless, he would never die. He spent a year consolidating his cultivation. Compared to before, Han Yan spent less time, mainly because he was completely used to Emperor realm. I just broke through, I need to celebrate. Han Yan thought silently. He did not intend to curse his enemies anymore. The current situation was quite good, it could buy him more time to cultivate. If he really cursed the Tendo Buddha or the Goblin Emperor to death, the balance would be broken, and the calamity would intensify. It might affect his cultivation. It was fine as long as the celestial ruler did not die. Han Yan decided to use the evolution function to celebrate. He gave up on the previous question. This time, he had a long lifespan. He could ask. Han Yan thought silently, I want to know who is the strongest in this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, be decisive. After Han Yan decided, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a white-robed man. Han Yan had never seen him before. Who was this guy? Han Yan was puzzled. At the same time, he felt that the system was not fair. He had spent 1 billion years of his lifespan and it was just letting him look at a photo, and there's no text label. Just as Han Yan had this thought, lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. Frowny face Zhu 2, cultivation level unknown. The immeasurable emperor, an innate god, was once the deputy sect master of the Jia, a two-time tribulation taker. He changed the heavenly fate and changed his identity. He established the divine palace in an attempt to dominate the calamity and become the lord of calamity. The founder of the divine palace, former Jia vice leader, another traitor. Han Yan frowned. He did not expect that the divine palace was hiding an existence more powerful than the celestial ruler, the Tendo Buddha, and the goblin emperor. It seemed that he could not ignore the celestial palace in the future. Han Yan thought about it and decided not to curse Zhu Tuesday. Zhu 2 did not provoke him, so he naturally would not curse him. The divine palace could win the immeasurable calamity, but it would be fine as long as they did not eradicate the heaven. The heaven had experienced many calamities, but it had never won a single time. Therefore, the celestial ruler did not expect to win the immeasurable calamity. It was fine as long as he was alive. A heavenly Tao force like the heaven could not survive. They had to fight for luck and make the victors fear them so that they would not dare to eradicate them. This was the foundation of their existence. Then, Han Yan began to curse his enemies. 5 days per person was not a lot. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Xianxia has been attacked by the immortal emperor and is seriously injured. Your good friend Xianxia has returned to the heaven. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has been attacked by demons. X210221, because of your curse, your enemy Tendo Buddha's mental demons have deepened and he has become a tribulation taker. Your good friend Supremacy Dao has been attacked by a mighty figure from heaven. Your good friendly Dao Kong has been attacked by your enemy Goblin Emperor. Eh? Didn't Jiangyi go to ask for a fortuitous opportunity? Why was he beaten? A mere immortal emperor could seriously injure him. Han Yan secretly despised him. Fortunately, he did not follow him. What origin deity realm? It seemed that it was also very dangerous. Friend, I hope you can survive. Follow me in the future. At least you won't be beaten. Han Yan's impression of Jiangyi was still very good. After all, Jiangyi had once been seriously injured by the great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor for him. Han Yan did not wish for such a good friend to die. In addition, the Tendo Buddha had also become a tribulation taker. Han Yan could not understand. Why were there so many tribulation takers? Xianxia was one, the Goblin Emperor was one, and so was Duan Hongqian. As long as one entered the tribulation, but why weren't the celestial ruler, the divine general, and the others? Han Yan thought that the tribulation takers were the main characters of the calamity. Let's wait and see. It was not bad for two mortal enemies to become tribulation takers. At least, the chances of them dying were very high. Han Yan also noticed an email. Li Daokong was attacked by the Goblin Emperor and was actually not seriously injured. This guy was something. No wonder the celestial ruler praised him so much. A half-step Daluo could also contend with a veteran mighty figure. He has some of my demeanor, Han Yan thought silently. In the next year, Han Yan raised his sword Dao to the limit. He began to study the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus in his body. If he wanted to go to 9 Hells Purgatory, he had to be surrounded by karma. Otherwise, once he entered 9 Hells Purgatory, he would definitely be torn apart by those evil ghosts. Han Yan felt that although 9 Hells Purgatory was dangerous, it was definitely peaceful. Otherwise, how could Duan Hongqian revive? But he could not control the karma now, he could only absorb it. Now that he was a rank 7 immortal emperor, he wanted to see if he could control the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. After so many years of absorption, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was already used to his aura. At least, Han Yan did not feel that it was that dangerous. The universe in the depths of his soul was already filled with primordial chaos energy. Endless purple fog filled the stars, even the reroll world was surrounded. Some cultivators had once flown out of the reroll world and wanted to leave, but they were scared away by the primordial chaos energy. If not for Han Yan stopping them, they would have been devoured by the primordial chaos energy, their bodies and souls would have been destroyed and turned into ashes. The strength of the primordial chaos energy was linked to Han Yan's cultivation level. It was equivalent to Han Yan's magic power. The magic power of an immortal emperor was not something that mortals could touch. A year later, Han Yan finally found a way. Previously, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had been suppressed in the star and could not come into contact with the primordial chaos energy. Now, when the primordial chaos energy drowned the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, the petals of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus would fade. Although the fading speed was very slow, it was indeed fading. Han Yan's divine sense could enter the fading part. Just the part that was countless times smaller than a sesame seed contained incomparably huge karma. Han Yan could control it and release it to wrap around his body. But he could only release it, he could not use the karma to attack his enemies. Han Yan decided to continue using the primordial chaos energy to cleanse the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Since he could not drive the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus out of his body, he would subdue it and use it for himself. At least, he could not let it become an unstable potential danger. Han Yan did not need to keep an eye on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus during the process of using the primordial chaos energy. He could cultivate in peace. He only needed a long time to master the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Rumble, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The yellow spring around Hidden Sect Island began to stir. A terrifying pressure descended, enveloping a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. This aura, it's at least a rank 9 immortal emperor. Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned. Wu Daojian asked nervously, Master, should we run? Han Yan shook his head, let's wait and see. If there was a battle here, no one would come here for a long time. Han Yan inspected the nearby experts. Vajranu, rank 9 immortal emperor, lightning path great shaman, green blood ghost god, rank 9 immortal emperor, underworld ghost god. They were both rank 9 immortal emperors. Han Yan immediately started the simulation trial. Not bad. Both were instant kills. Han Yan could not tell who was stronger, he could only wait and see. The battle between Vajranu and Green Blood Ghost God did not affect Hidden Sect Island for now, they could not detect its existence with their cultivation. Han Yan only hoped that they would leave as soon as possible. The Hidden Sect disciples were also discussing this battle, they did not panic. Han Yan did not control Hidden Sect Island to escape, this meant that the enemy was not as strong as Han Yan. Heyu Devil sighed, the underworld is becoming more and more chaotic recently, luckily we are in Yellow Spring. Heyu Ji asked, Big brother, can you beat the guy outside? Heyu Devil shook his head. You're so weak. Heyu Ji could not help but ridicule. Why did it feel like this big brother could not beat anyone other than them? Heyu Devil had been with him for a long time. He understood what weak meant. The meaning of the sect master's invention was very weak. Heyu Devil glared at Heyu Ji, this guy was so despicable. Ever since he joined the hidden sect, Heyu Ji had been disrespecting him more and more. Tu Linger muttered, there's an aura outside that makes me feel close, could it be someone with shamanism? Li Yao frowned, you're not thinking of saving him, right? Tu Linger shook his head and said, I don't know him, so why should I save him? Don't bring us big trouble. I only recognize the identity of a disciple of the Yin sect. Shamanism and whatnot, all of it can go to the side. The others shook their heads and laughed, but none of them refuted. After being with Han Yan for so long, they were all afraid of getting into trouble. Especially after the tragic example of Sun Chang'an and Tengu's experience, they became more and more convinced that only by imitating Han Yan could they attain Tao. At least Han Yan was a successful example. Up until now, they had never seen Han Yan in such a sorry state. His enemies were either unable to catch up to him or were instantly killed by him. The 3 realms and 5 elements came and went without a trace. This was a person who had attained the Tao. The battle lasted for an hour before Vajra Wrath and Green Blood Demon finally left. Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to act rashly. Once he killed the enemy, this place would be exposed. Sigh, when would he be invincible? Han Yan couldn't help but think of the great powers outside the 33 layers of heaven. Their Tao grounds were there, everyone knew about it, but no one dared to provoke them. No matter how crazy the Goblin Emperor was, he would still have to wait in front of Taiji Palace. Han Yan's current goal was to become the next ancestor Shitian. After Vajra Wrath and Green Blood Demon God left, Hidden Sect Island's days returned to peace. Han Yan continued to enter his boring cultivation life. Hidden Sect's disciples were the same. It was worth mentioning that Heyu Devil seemed to have received some kind of stimulation and began to cultivate diligently. He often appeared in the simulation trials. Han Yan could see the scenes of other people's simulation trials. This guy was working very hard. This was also good. Rank 5 immortal emperors were very strong in the past, but now, they were nothing in Han Yan's eyes. Cough cough. His mood swelled. During the boring cultivation, Han Yan liked to play with his thoughts. At least, it could enrich his psychological needs. Of course, his Tao heart could not be changed. If he really encountered a rank 5 immortal emperor enemy, Han Yan would definitely use the simulation trials first, just in case. In the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. The battle in the Netherworld had completely started. Every few months, auras would sweep across Hidden Sect Island. Some were strong, some were weak. The strongest aura even made Han Yan feel dangerous. Fortunately, Hidden Sect Island was too small in Yellow Spring, and with the shielding effect of the Tao field, Hidden Sect Island was not discovered. His days passed by without any danger. On this day, Vajra Wrath came again. He was heavily injured and fell into Yellow Spring. He was not far from Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan was stunned. What was he doing, putting on an act for me? Han Yan was vigilant. Vajra Wrath sank deeper and deeper into Yellow Spring. Han Yan felt that it was not a coincidence that he came here. After thinking about it, he moved him into Hidden Sect Island. Vajra Wrath had already fallen into a coma. Han Yan extracted his soul and kept it in the star world, suppressing it with primordial energy. The other disciples saw Vajra Wrath's body and gathered. Han Yan let Heyu Devil watch over this body while he returned inside the congenital cave. He sent his consciousness into the star world. He found that the great shaman's soul was somewhat different. This soul was very weak, far weaker than a rank 9 immortal emperor of the same realm. It felt similar to the soul of an initial emperor. After a long time, Vajra Wrath woke up. He was shocked when he saw the countless stars and primordial energy around him. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "Are you Tao friend Han Yan?" Han Yan's voice sounded, "You came here specially to find me?" Vajra Wrath let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's right. Shamanism was surrounded by the underworld. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to seek refuge with you. She used a great divine ability to sense that my descendants were near Yellow Spring. I did not know the exact location and could only come here. I could not hold on any longer." Han Yan immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Mengpo's portrait changed. Her face seemed to have become younger, but it was very similar to the past. Goddess Ho-Tu, Cultivation Unknown. Innate ancestral shaman, Lord of Reincarnation. Lurking in the underworld, she is responsible for the cycle of life and death. She wants to strengthen shamanism. Current favorability, 3 stars, Goddess Ho-Tu. Han Yan frowned. From the looks of it, Mengpa had really died. After the death of her clone, the favorability became the favorability of her main body. Han Yan asked, "Shamanism was destroyed by the underworld?" Vajra Wrath said in grief and indignation, "Shamanism was already at death's door. We survived by guarding the order of reincarnation. The King of Hell and the Master of the Divine Palace, Zhu Tu, worked together to break the destiny of reincarnation. Although Goddess Ho-Tu is powerful, she was restrained by some unknown force and could not protect us. My race. Only I escaped. Han Yen frowned even more. Troublesome. Big trouble. Han Yen was worried that the enemy would find him through Vajra wrath. That was not a good thing. Before Mengpa died, she asked me to tell you that as long as you can protect me and Tu Ling, Goddess Ho Tu will definitely help you in the future and become your backer. Vajra wrath continued. Han Yen was speechless. Even Goddess Ho Tu is restrained. How can she be my backer? However, Mengpa treated him quite well. Before she died, she entrusted him with something, so he could not refuse. Han Yen said, "Stay here first. I'll let you out after a while." "Thank you. Vajra wrath has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars, such a high favorability, it didn't seem like a lie." Han Yen looked at Vajra wrath's introduction. It was indeed not lying. But then again, Goddess Ho Tu was the Lord of Reincarnation. How powerful was she? Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He used his magic power to envelop Hidden Sect Island and controlled it to fly away quickly. Hidden Sect Island was like a grain of sand in the Yellow Springs. It moved quickly like lightning, crossing millions of miles in the blink of an eye. An hour later, Han Yen felt that he had arrived at the ends of the netherworld before he stopped. The netherworld was really big, it seemed to be boundless. Han Yen waited cautiously, afraid that Vajra Fury's enemies would chase after him. Several days later, Han Yen felt the aura of a battle again. It was millions of miles away from Hidden Sect Island. It was the aura of an immortal emperor. The battle lasted for a day and night before it retreated. Hidden Sect Island was not attacked. The netherworld was getting more and more chaotic. If the Yin generals were like this, it was hard to imagine how chaotic the immortal world was. A full 10 years passed. After confirming that Vajra Fury would not attract trouble, Han Yen released Vajra Fury's soul and returned it to its body. Vajra Fury saw Tu Ling and was very excited. It was like meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Its eyes were filled with tears. Tu Ling was not interested and ignored it. Han Ju said, "From now on, you will stay on Hidden Sect Island to cultivate. You are not allowed to leave the island. If you leave the island, I will immediately leave with this island. At that time, don't even think about me saving you again." Vajra Fury nodded. Han Yen pulled Vajra Fury into the simulation trial. The two fought. Vajra Fury was instantly killed. He was shocked. He remembered Mengpa saying that Han Yen only had special methods. He was not strong. He was a rank 9 immortal emperor. He was instantly killed. He could feel that he could use all his strength in the simulation trial. It was just like in reality, except that Han Yen was too fast and too strong. He felt a sense of fear as if he was facing a God realm great expert. He respected Han Yen more and more. At the same time, he had a fanatical interest in the simulation trial. Shamanism was a naturally warlike race. In order to immerse him, Han Yen opened up some opponents. They were all immortal emperors from Tai Chi Palace. But Vajra Fury was most enthusiastic about fighting Green Blood Ghost God, because he had lost to him before. Vajra Fury's addition caused Hidden Sect Island to become stronger again. Heiyu Devil and Duan Hongchen felt the pressure and cultivated more seriously. The 4 seasons didn't change in the underworld, but time continued to pass. Following the chaos in the netherworld, the order of reincarnation collapsed, and the Bridge of Helplessness could no longer reincarnate. Regardless of whether it was the netherworld or the netherworld, the number of wandering souls and ghosts greatly increased. Han Yen could clearly feel that the karma between heaven and earth was increasing. The so-called karma was a type of karmic power that was transformed from the resentment created by killing. Evil would be repaid with evil because of karma. Karma was like being cursed by vengeful spirits. Time passed year after year. 30 years quickly passed. One day, after Han Yen summoned Wu Dao Jian, he took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy and check his mail. Your good friend the Supremacy Dao was attacked by a mighty figure of the Divine Palace. Your friendly Dao Kong was attacked by your enemy, the Tendo Buddha. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and his body was destroyed. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhou Fan accidentally entered the ancient forbidden zone and obtained the killing god's inheritance. His providence has transformed. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by demons, X120982, your grand disciple Feng Liang fell into the Great Dream Swamp and his soul traveled to the ancient times. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a divine palace cultivator. X459003, your good friend Xianxia can control heavenly lightning and his cultivation has increased greatly. Han Yan frowned. Why was Li Daokong attacked by the Tendo Buddha? Weren't the heaven and Buddhism allies? Li Daokong was really strong. He was not seriously injured even after being attacked by the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha. How terrifying was this guy after stepping into the Daluo? As expected of the strongest sword Dao in the celestial world, Han Yan also noticed that Feng Liang's soul had traveled to the ancient times. Did he really transmigrate, or was it just his consciousness that transmigrated? It felt like a dream? Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. Feng Liang's introduction had not changed, and he did not change to another name. He could only pray that Feng Liang was fine. A month later, Han Yan continued to cultivate. At this moment, he felt something and took out the Heavenly Dao token. The Heavenly Dao token was boiling hot again and trembling non-stop. His providence had increased again. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. The person with connate providence has been detected. Do you want to check its origin? A person with connate providence, it had not appeared for a long time. The last time it appeared was Duan Hongchen, the person who faced the calamity. Han Yan immediately checked. Lu Huaxiu, early stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Ziwei Emperor Star, the reincarnation of Daluo. He was once one of the 4 extreme thearchs in heaven and reincarnated with the heavenly Dao Ziwei Spear. The Ziwei Spear is his soul, and the two are inseparable. He has great talent and reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm in less than 300 years. He has awakened the Ziwei Emperor Star. The reincarnation of Daluo, so powerful. Wait a minute, the 4 extreme thearchs in heaven, Han Yan frowned. Could this be the celestial ruler's arrangement? After the heavenly Dao token calmed down, Han Yan picked it up and began to contact the celestial ruler. The 4 extreme thearchs? Why are you suddenly asking about them? The celestial ruler asked in confusion. Han Yan did not hide anything and told him about the reincarnation of the Ziwei Emperor Star in the reroll world. The celestial ruler was silent. After a long time, the celestial ruler said faintly, the 4 extreme thearchs are actually on equal footing with me in heaven. It's just that I'm in charge. Among them, the Ziwei Emperor Star is the most ambitious and has always refused to submit to me. Although he came to provide support previously, I haven't seen him since then. I didn't expect him to have already fallen and reincarnated in the mortal world where you are. He was probably attracted by the providence of the reroll world during his reincarnation. The current reroll world was ranked extremely high on the Heavenly Dao tablet. It could already be ranked in the top 100 among the mortal worlds under the Heavenly Dao. It was indeed possible that the great Emperor of Ziwei had chosen the reroll world by chance. Han Yan asked, how should I face him? Let nature take its course. You can't suppress him in advance. Otherwise, you will stimulate the Daluo Dao fruit hidden in the depths of his soul. The Daluo will only die in the calamity or be killed by the saints. If you offend him, you will most likely die. Alright. Han Yan did not expect Lu Huaxiu to be so fierce. Was this the Daluo? I must reach it. Han Yan changed the topic and asked, how's the situation in heaven recently? The Buddhist sect did not betray heaven, right? The celestial ruler said, the battle has always been going on, but there is no great crisis. The Buddhist sect is now under the control of the Buddhist sect and is still cooperating with heaven. However, the Tendo Buddha has become a demon. Not long ago, he broke through the suppression of the Buddhist sect and began to act recklessly in the immortal world. Heaven, the Goblin Court, the Divine Palace, and even the Buddhist sect have been attacked by him. Sigh, the dignified Buddha has actually fallen to such a state. Han Yan almost vomited blood. Your Majesty, I created the Tendo Buddha for you, the entire world can scold me, but you can't, Han Yan complained in his heart, but he did not dare to say the truth. He could only follow the celestial ruler and scold the Dark Forbidden Lord. Speaking of the Dark Forbidden Lord, there are more and more believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord. They have even gathered in the immortal world to form the Dark Sect and are prepared to fight for Providence together. At the same time, they can curry favor with the Dark Forbidden Lord. The most powerful among them is the Azure race. There is a Daluo in the race. They were born after the first calamity of the heavenly Tao. Although they have not been strong, they have always been alive, the celestial ruler continued. What the hell, dark cult, Shura, Han Yan almost died of anger. It seemed like the Shura were his fans, but they were clearly using the name of the Dark Forbidden Lord to cause trouble. This won't do, Han Yan didn't get any benefits from them, Han Yan asked, who's the Shura's leader? What's his name? The celestial ruler replied, they just changed their leader. He's called Xuemingi. He just escaped from the Netherworld's 9 hells not long ago. Xuemingi, Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, do you know Patriarch Mingi? No. The celestial ruler's answer disappointed Han Yan. This Xianxia world had many similarities with Huaxia's mythology and the prehistoric stories on the internet, but it was actually different. In short, it was a difference in the timeline. Patriarch Shi Tian had attained the Tao for 9 eons. The celestial ruler was also the celestial ruler after Hao Tian. It was unknown which celestial ruler it was. Han Yan didn't think too much about it. Whether it was related to Huaxia's mythology or not, it had nothing to do with him. As for Earth in his previous life, he didn't have too many fetters. He didn't have the obsession of a transmigrator. If he had the chance to go back, he would go back and take a look. However, he didn't have the determination to go back. Han Yan only wanted to cultivate and live forever. Soon, the celestial ruler cut off the divine sense connection. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started to educate Xuemingi. He didn't curse too much. He only cursed for 5 days and beat him up. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan looked at the notification that popped up in front of his eyes. He was indifferent. This kid's favorability towards him kept increasing and decreasing. He was simply crazy. Han Yan didn't want to have anything to do with Han Ming. The two of them didn't grow up relying on each other. Netherworld, the Netherworld. King Yama sat on a ghost chair expressionlessly and stared at a black shadow in the hall. Who are you? King Yama asked in a low voice. The black shadow smiled. My identity isn't important. The key is what I can get for you. How can I trust you? Within 10 years, wipe out all the Buddhist forces in the underworld. I've come to inform you in advance to show my sincerity, King Yanluo. Oh? Then what do you want? Yellow Springs. King Yanwang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He asked with a faint smile, you want 9 hells purgatory? Looks like your identity isn't simple. You wouldn't be related to Xuemingi, right? The black shadow smiled. Don't worry, I have nothing to do with the 9 hells purgatory. I just want to use the 9 hells purgatory. In the future, I won't touch the Netherworld. My target is the immortal world. King Yanluo fell into deep thought. Recently, he was indeed having a headache about the Buddhist forces led by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If he could not purge the underworld, how could he dare to attack heaven with ease? Damned Buddhism, he was determined to be tied to heaven. King Yama said, okay, that's fine. This king agrees. The black shadow vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a single sentence, the King Yanluo of Hell is waiting to unify the underworld. Immortal world, Kunlun. Among the mountains, above a huge lake, Long Hao meditated in midair. Endless immortal qi rose along the lake's surface and poured into Long Hao's body. A middle-aged Taoist stood by the lake, stroking his beard and looking at him. Very good. The hope of reviving Chan's sect can rest on this kid's head. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a Taoist child appeared beside him. He looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. His face was exquisite and cute, and it was impossible to tell if he was a boy or a girl. The Taoist child said, Master, someone from heaven has come to visit. He said that it's Long Hao's elder brother, the Dragon Lord. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. Let him wait. Just say that Hauer is comprehending Chan's sect's mystical power. The Taoist child was stunned. He could not help but ask, Master, he's from heaven. You trust him so much? Long Hao was in a state of epiphany and could not hear anything from the outside world. The middle-aged Taoist chuckled. Heaven is a force supported by the Tao sect. It's good that Chan sect and heaven are working together. Heaven controls the thousands of worlds, and Chan sect preaches to their heart's content. Isn't that the best ending? The Taoist child was silent. The middle-aged Taoist continued, oh right, investigate Howard's sect. He has a mysterious master. I can't divine it. I'm afraid he has a powerful background. The Taoist child nodded in agreement and disappeared. Rumble, rolling thunder clouds gathered above Kunlun. The oppressive heavenly might enveloped Kunlun. The middle-aged Taoist looked up and suddenly frowned. Kunlun is a blessed land of the heavenly Tao. How can it attract a heavenly tribulation? Unless he bears great karma. But why can't I feel his great karma? Wait. Could it be hidden in the depths of his soul? The middle-aged Taoist's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and used his index finger to draw across his eyes. His pupils turned into a pair of purple crescent moons. 10 years passed. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing his enemies. Wu Daojian had been outside the cave for the past few years. He had studied the heavenly sword Tao with Li Yao and had improved. Vidra's fury had completely integrated into the Yin sect. The person who had the best relationship with him was not Tu Ling but Heiyuji. When he first entered, no one paid attention to him. Only Heiyuji always mocked him. At first, he was very unhappy. 10 years later, he actually liked Heiyuji's tone. The main reason was that Heiyuji dared to scold anyone. When it was time to admit defeat, he would always make him laugh. When Han Yan cursed, he could still hear Heiyuji and Tengu cursing each other. As he cursed, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious almighty. Your grand disciple Feng Liang defied the heavens. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate him. His providence is declining. Your good friend Supremacy Tao was attacked by your enemy, Li Xuanao. Your good friend Ji Xianxia killed the divine beast Azure Dragon. His providence has skyrocketed. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a mysterious almighty. He was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, the mysterious almighty saved him. Your good friend Han Ming was possessed. His soul is imprisoned in a Dharma treasure and is suffering. The new protagonist had appeared, Li Daokong. He was really stubborn. He fought every decade, and his opponents were all big shots. What was going on with Feng Liang defied the heavens and changed his fate. Han Yan was a little worried that something would happen to him. Han Yan still liked Feng Liang very much, second only to Murong Qi. However, this kid's fate was full of misfortune. He was a little like Zhou Fan. Speaking of Zhou Fan, this guy had been very active recently. His cultivation had reached the grand unity true immortal realm. Of course, in the celestial world, he was not worth mentioning. Han Yan noticed that his reader, Jiang Yi, was seriously injured again. How tragic. And Han Ming, how did he get possessed? Han Yan instinctively smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Would the possessed Han Ming come to find him, successfully gain his trust, and then wait for an opportunity to kill him? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more likely it was. At that moment, Han Yan felt the yellow springs outside the island surging. Duan Hongchen came to the cave abode and asked to see Han Yan. Han Yan let him in. Duan Hongchen said anxiously, Sect Master, bad news. Someone is opening the barrier to the 9 hells purgatory. Han Yan said, so be it. Won't you die if you go in? Duan Hongchen said, I suspect that he doesn't want to go in. He wants to release the vengeful souls in the 9 hells purgatory. When that happens, the entire Yellow Springs will become a teleportation formation. We will definitely be affected. He wanted to release all the vengeful spirits in the 9 hells purgatory. Han Yan frowned. He had a bold idea. If all the vengeful spirits in the 9 hells purgatory escaped, could he take the opportunity to hide in the 9 hells purgatory? No. If a mighty figure took action and filled in the vengeful spirits and blocked the entrance, wouldn't he be a turtle in a jar? Han Yan said, we'll see. During this period of time, pay more attention to the movements of the Yellow Springs. If it really doesn't work out, we'll leave the netherworld. I have a divine power that can directly jump out of the netherworld. Duan Hongchen was relieved when he heard that. He did not expect Han Yen to stop this. It was fine as long as he had a way to save his life. Han Yen continued to cultivate. He did not care about the movements of the Yellow Springs. Even Daluo's spiritual consciousness could not pry into the dojo. How heaven-defying would he need to be to discover Hidden Sect Island? A few months passed. Han Yen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He could feel a very strong aura rising from the depths of the Yellow Springs. A mighty figure had appeared. Han Yen waited nervously. He detected the powerful enemies around Hidden Sect Island, but he could not detect them. They were not close enough. In the following period of time, the entire netherworld was filled with a terrifying killing intent. 7 years later. The white-robed Buddha called out to Han Yen in the reroll world. Han Yen asked via voice transmission. It turned out that the white-robed Buddha wanted to recommend a disciple to Han Yen. It was Lu Huaxiu. This child's talent is peerless. If he is nurtured well, he will definitely become a powerful expert of the hidden sect in the future. It would be a waste for him to stay in the reroll world, the white-robed Buddha said excitedly. Han Yen was silent. Lu Huaxiu. The reincarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei, Daluo. If he brought Daluo into Hidden Sect Island, would there be danger? On second thought, that was not right. The reroll world was in the depths of his soul, so Lu Huaxiu was also in Hidden Sect Island. Since that was the case, he would take him. There was more than one Daluo in Hidden Sect Island. The Tendo Buddha was Daluo. How could the Supreme Buddha not be Daluo? Han Yen said, "Sure, I'll take him away." He immediately locked onto Lu Huaxiu. Lu Huaxiu was right in front of the white-robed Buddha. Han Yen moved him out of the reroll world and landed inside the congenital cave. The moment he saw Han Yen, Lu Huaxiu hurriedly knelt down and said nervously, paying respects to Senior. Although he had awakened his innate talent, he had yet to recover Daluo's consciousness. Han Yen nodded and sent a message to one of his disciples. Soon, Chu Shiren entered the cave. From today onwards, he is your disciple. Han Yen said expressionlessly, but he was looking forward to it. The Buddha had taken in a great emperor. Let's see who can suppress who in the future. Han Yen was not afraid that they would join forces. The Supreme Buddha wanted all living beings to give up on cultivation. He would definitely not be on good terms with the great emperor of Ziwei, who was born to be strong. Chu Shiren was pleasantly surprised. He had finally accepted another disciple. He was tired of Zhou Mingyue. Yes, Grandmaster. Chu Shiren hurriedly thanked him. Lu Huaxiu wanted to say something but stopped. Han Yen directly waved his hand, indicating for them to withdraw. Chu Shiren happily pulled Lu Huaxiu away. However, his nightmare began. Lu Huaxiu's innate talent was definitely not something that Zhou Mingyue, who was the reincarnation of a demon sage, could compare to. The immortal chi of Hidden Sect Island surpassed that of the reroll world. Lu Huaxiu was like a fish in water, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In order to suppress Lu Huaxiu, Chu Shiren had no choice but to cultivate seriously. Previously, when he suppressed Zhou Mingyue, he could still slack off. However, when facing Lu Huaxiu, he really did not dare to relax. If his cultivation was surpassed by his disciple, it would be too embarrassing. Lu Huaxiu's addition also brought pressure to the other disciples. They were all curious. Where did this fellow come from? He was like a second Long Hao. 3 years later, the 10-year period arrived. Han Yen habitually cursed his enemies and checked his emails. In the past 10 years, there was nothing special about the emails. Han Yen did not capture any important information. After cursing, Han Yen took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted the Celestial Ruler to ask about the situation in the Netherworld. The Celestial Ruler said helplessly, "You're really hiding. You're asking me about the Netherworld? Could it be that you've been hiding and not going out?" "That's right. It's easy to die if I go out. You didn't offend anyone. Why are you afraid of death? With your cultivation level, no one will take the initiative to kill you if they have no enmity with you." The Celestial Ruler was speaking the truth. When one reached the Emperor realm, if one wanted to kill an immortal emperor, it would most likely cause trouble. If the immortal emperor left a trace of his remnant soul in his hometown, then killing him would be a waste of time. Han Yan said, what if? There will always be people who are stubborn and reckless. Even if their cultivation is high, they will still be reckless. For example, Zhou Fan, Ji Xianxia, Jiang Yi, and others. The celestial ruler snorted, where did you get this strange word from? Forget it. I learned that a mysterious existence opened the 9 hells purgatory and is now fighting against the divine palace with the netherworld. The battle in the netherworld is still ongoing. Mysterious existence, another variable? I'll say it again. If you want to come to heaven, come at any time. I still have something to do. The heavenly god general has encountered a tough opponent. I have to go take a look. With that, the celestial ruler hurriedly cut off his divine sense. He hung up. Han Yan began to think, I want to know who opened the 9 hells purgatory. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? A mere 100 million, I have a lifespan of trillions of years. Han Yan was secretly disdainful and chose to continue. Soon, a figure appeared in Han Yan's mind. Isn't this the founder of the Divine Palace, Zhu Tu, the former deputy sect master of the Jie, and now the strongest person in the immeasurable calamity? What's going on? This guy is working with the netherworld to fight against the Divine Palace that I founded. Could it be that he was once betrayed by the Divine Palace, or is he acting with the Divine Palace? Han Yan leaned towards the latter. This guy is the strongest person in the immeasurable calamity. It would be easy for him to control the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace cannot be underestimated. This is the script of the winner of the immeasurable calamity, a new overlord that has never experienced the immeasurable calamity. Countless geniuses have gathered, and their luck is comparable to the old overlords. No matter how you look at it, the Divine Palace has a high probability of winning the immeasurable calamity. If it was before, Han Yan wouldn't mind them winning. But now that the heavens and the Divine Palace are mortal enemies, they can't win. Should I curse Zhu too? Han Yan thought silently. No, this guy is the strongest person in the immeasurable calamity. I can't curse him rashly. I have to consider it after the Book of Misfortune is upgraded. I have to find an opportunity to inform the celestial ruler of this so that the celestial ruler can prepare early. Han Yan shook his head and prepared to continue cultivating. A mysterious existence has been detected that wants to harm you in the past. Would you like to use the dojo's function to enhance the dojo in the past? A line of words popped up in front of Han Yan. He couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell, he hurriedly chose to use it. The current dojo can block Daluo's divine sense. If it's enhanced to the past dojo, it should be able to resist the mysterious enemy. I'm afraid that the other party is stronger than Daluo. Who is trying to plot against me? Han Yan's first thought was Feng Liang. Feng Liang's soul traveled to the ancient era. However, Feng Liang had gone to the primordial era. It was too early. What am I guessing for? Just evolve. Han Yan cursed and hurriedly used the evolution function. After finding out who it was, he would directly curse and force the other party to retreat. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. As soon as Han Yan thought of this, a figure appeared in his mind. His expression was strange. Why is it him? Are you King courting death? Su Huang, the one who traveled through time to the past to murder Han Yan, was the son of the Goblin Emperor, Su Huang. Han Yan remembered this demon. When he was in the Taiji Palace, this guy had bumped into him and even hated him. After finding the real culprit, Han Yan immediately started cursing Su Huang. As he cursed, he thought curiously, the system can prevent enemies from traveling through time. A line of words appeared in front of him. The system can only guard against enemies in the current timeline. In other words, Su Huang had recently transmigrated. Could the system guard against future enemies? That depends on whether you have the system in the future or whether it is willing to help you in the present. In other words, Han Yan could only deal with enemies in the current timeline. He couldn't help but think. If he encountered an enemy stronger than Daluo now, the system might not be able to protect him in the past. However, would an existence stronger than Daluo need to transcend time to deal with him? It could just deal with him directly. Speaking of which, how could Su Huang transmigrate and confirm that it was him? Neither the Goblin Emperor nor the Tendo Buddha could do it. The key was that Han Yan didn't get the notification that hatred points had increased. This matter was very strange. Scarlet Cloud World. Su Huang, who was dressed in a black robe, quickly shuttled through the air. He frowned and muttered, "The treasure shows that the Dark Forbidden Lord was born in this mortal world, but why can't my divine sense find it? This is the earliest time when the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord is very weak and only became the Dark Forbidden Lord because of a certain treasure? The entire mortal world was very weak, and the weakest was only at the Mahayana realm. Oh, there were also some itinerant immortals hiding in the dark." At this moment, the illusory emperor felt a terrifying curse power attacking him. He was only a rank 9 immortal emperor, and the Book of Misfortune was a deity realm spirit treasure. How could he block it? He was so scared that he quickly found a place to hide and then used his cultivation technique to heal his injuries. Han Yan hated him to the core. How could he let him relax? 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. During this time, Su Huang had no time to look for the Dark Forbidden Lord. He could only circulate his energy to resist the power of the curse. Unfortunately, he couldn't block it. He kept coughing up blood, and his cultivation was beginning to weaken, showing signs of declining. He's definitely a Daluo. Calculating the time of my transmigration. No, he might be even stronger. Su Huang was terrified. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately jumped into the time zone, wanting to return to the original timeline. Along the way, he was spilling blood. His demonic blood spilled at various points in time, harming countless mortals. Not even a primordial unity golden immortal could withstand the blood of an immortal emperor. Finally, Su Huang returned to his bedroom in the Goblin Court. His expression was flustered, and blood began to seep out of his body. He quickly rushed out of the main hall. A minute later, he entered the palace of the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin Emperor, who had been cultivating, opened his eyes and roared with killing intent. What a scandal! Su Huang knelt in front of him and shouted in fear, "Father, save me! The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to kill me." The Goblin Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly came to Su Huang and used his magic power to heal him. Boom! Su Huang's body exploded. Blood splattered all over the ground and onto the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin Emperor's expression darkened. He used his magic power to protect Su Huang's soul. Su Huang's consciousness was extremely blurry. He couldn't even speak. Han Yan really wanted to kill him. He cursed with all his might. He also suffered grievous news. Dark Forbidden Lord, the Goblin Emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's this guy again. The Goblin Emperor hated the Dark Forbidden Lord the most now. Even his precious son was targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could he tolerate it? At this moment, the power of the curse began to strengthen again. Su Huang's soul began to tremble and could explode at any time. The Goblin Emperor suppressed his anger and continued to protect his son. On the other side, inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His lifespan had decreased by 1 billion years, but he still hadn't cursed Su Huang to death. "I want to see how long you can last." Han Yan's expression was cold. The black light emitted by the Book of Misfortune shone on his face, making him look extremely cold. This guy didn't care about martial ethics. He actually transmigrated to the past to mess with him. How could he tolerate it? He had to die. 1. 2 billion years of lifespan. 1. 5 billion years of lifespan. 2 billion years of lifespan. 2. 5 billion years of lifespan. Han Yan finally saw Su Huang's profile picture disappear. At the same time, he saw 2 emails. Your enemy Su Huang has died because of your curse. His soul has been destroyed. Your enemy Goblin Emperor has suffered a backlash because of your curse. His inner demons have increased. The Goblin Emperor is also here. Wait a minute. Could it be that the Goblin Emperor brought Su Huang along with him? Han Yan frowned. However, Su Huang's hatred towards him didn't increase. This meant that Su Huang wasn't targeting him personally, but one of his identities. Could it be that they were targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Han Yan thought about it, the more likely it was. However, he had to be wary of the Goblin Emperor. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and started to heal his injuries. He asked in his heart, did Su Huang transmigrate to find the dark forbidden lord? 10,000 years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, yes, 10,000 years of lifespan in exchange for one word. Han Yen had no choice but to continue asking. Does the Goblin Emperor know that I killed his son? 100,000 years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, I don't know. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Huang and the Goblin Emperor were only targeting the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yen continued asking, how did Su Huang track down the Dark Forbidden Lord? 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, it was related to his life. He had to ask. At this moment, Han Yen felt the world spin. Then, he came to a dark palace. Su Huang sat on a futon with a piece of jade floating in front of him. Su Huang said, I want to know where the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Who is he? The jade piece spun, and a hoarse voice came from it. The creation jade piece can only be used once. After using it, the jade piece will melt. Are you sure you want to use it? Han Yen raised his eyebrows. Why did it sound like a system? Su Huang gritted his teeth and said, I want to use it. Father has been driven crazy by the Dark Forbidden Lord. I can't wait any longer. The creation jade piece spun faster. After a while, it slowed down. The hoarse voice said, I can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. This name might not be real. It was given by all living beings. The Dark Forbidden Lord has no karma with his true body for the time being. Su Huang was shocked. You really can't find him? The creation jade piece can deduce the time when the Dark Forbidden Lord was born. After all, the Dark Forbidden Lord became famous because of curses. The creation jade piece can still deduce the curse, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. You still have to figure it out. Okay, tell me quickly. Su Huang urged. The creation jade piece turned into a green light and drilled into Su Huang's mind. Then, everything around him shattered, and Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. What a creation jade piece, fortunately, it was a one-time consumable item. However, there should be more than one creation jade piece. How many did the Goblin Emperor have? Han Yan felt a strong sense of danger. No. I have to find a way to kill the Goblin Emperor, otherwise, it won't be peaceful in the future. The Goblin Emperor was a daluo after all. He was also the overlord of a faction. It was almost impossible to curse him to death. Han Yan had to think of other methods. It would be great if he could make the various factions attack the Goblin Court. As for whether this would harm the living beings under the Goblin Court, Han Yan did not care at all. As long as he joined a faction, he would face a life-and-death crisis. If he wanted peace and stability, he should hide like Han Yan. Moreover, under the heavenly Tao, apart from mortals, whose hands were not dripping with blood, Han Yan did not think too much and continued to heal his injuries. In any case, the Goblin Emperor did not know that he was the one who killed Su Huang. Trouble would not find him in the short term. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. At the same time, he checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. Your good friend, the Divine General, was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. He was seriously injured. Your disciple, Long Hao, was attacked by Chan School cultivators. X5871, your grand disciple, Feng Liang's soul has returned to his body. His providence has increased tremendously. He is about to welcome the nirvana tribulation that is hard to come by in thousands of years. Your good friend, Xianxia, was attacked by Jinwu. X3009, your good friend, Zhou Fan, was attacked by demons. X322291, your good friend, Zhou Fan, has increased his negative karma. His killing intent has entered the Tao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend, Mo Fuzhou, was attacked by demons. X208712. The Goblin Emperor has started again, Han Yan was puzzled. Didn't the celestial ruler say that existences of their level could not attack? Could it be that they could not attack each other? Along the way, many people were attacked by the Goblin Emperor. It was worth mentioning that none of them died. It seemed that the Goblin Emperor could not do it. This was good. The Goblin Emperor was courting death. He would die sooner or later, 1 month later. Han Yan took out the heaven token and contacted the celestial ruler to ask about the recent situation in heaven. The celestial ruler said helplessly, "If you care so much about heaven, why don't you come? Or are you afraid that we will fall?" Han Yan said, "I am indeed very afraid. I hope that you will continue to grow stronger." Heaven will never fall. No matter how many catastrophes have passed, when has heaven ever fallen? Even if heaven falls, the next catastrophes will definitely be the opportunity for heaven to rise again. Why? Because heaven was created by Daozu. Is Daozu still protecting us? Cough cough, how would I dare to trouble him normally? Han Yan could hear the guilt in celestial ruler's voice. Heaven and Daozu must have drifted apart. Otherwise, heaven would not have been attacked by so many forces. Han Yan felt that the 4 overlords of the celestial world had been taking turns to be beaten by the other 3. He did not know if it was real or fake. Is Xianxia on good terms with you? The celestial ruler suddenly asked. Han Yan said, "I saved his life before. It should be good." "What's wrong?" The celestial ruler said, "There is something wrong with him. He is clearly immortal, but his luck is getting stronger and stronger. He has the potential to become a peerless genius. He will most likely become a tribulation taker. If he survives, he will soar. However, tribulation takers will most likely die. Usually, only a few survive and become heavenly Dao powerhouses." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that if Xianxia survived, after the immeasurable catastrophes, he would be the next celestial ruler or Tendo Buddha. That was very likely. This guy was so reckless, but he did not die. He probably would not die in the future. Han Yan suddenly had a headache. When Xianxia became a heavenly Dao powerhouse, he would definitely come to spar with him. At that time, he would not be able to kill him. Han Yan would be annoyed to death. Cough cough. He was thinking too far ahead. Han Yan asked curiously, "Your Majesty, with your cultivation, how long do you think this immeasurable catastrophes will last?" The celestial ruler laughed, "What are you talking about? At the peak of the catastrophes, the myriad worlds will be covered by karma. That is the true beginning. Now, it is just a brewing process." Han Yan was speechless. It was still brewing. The netherworld was going to be gone. Ever since the 9 hells purgatory was opened, Han Yan clearly felt that something was wrong with the netherworld. The resentment was too heavy and was constantly transforming into karma. In time, it would definitely fill the entire netherworld. At that time, Han Yan would really not be able to go out. The celestial ruler chatted with Han Yan for a while and asked about his cultivation situation. Then, he cut off the spiritual connection. Han Yan continued to cultivate. His cultivation could not fall behind. He had to break through to rank 8 immortal emperor. Now, Han Yan felt that emperor realm was too weak. He had to step into deity realm as soon as possible. Once he reached deity realm, it should be very difficult to die. Even though Li Xuanao was so arrogant and annoying, no one could kill him. Heaven, beside the heavenly river. Xianxia was meditating and cultivating. Beside him was a terrifying spear. The spear had occupied 1/3 of the entire spear. It was curved like a snake, sharp and cold. A figure flew over. It was Fang Liang. Fang Liang smiled, "Long time no see." Xianxia opened his eyes and glanced at him. He stood up and smiled, "You are actually still alive." The two had once roamed the other world together. Their relationship was not shallow. He felt that Fang Liang had changed. He had become more experienced. He could not even see through him. The current Fang Liang was no longer the handsome young man of the past. His hair was slightly messy, there was stubble at the side of his mouth, and there was a faint sadness in his eyes. "I did die a few times, but my luck was not bad and I survived. What about you?" Fang Liang smiled faintly. Xianxia also smiled. "I also died a few times, but I survived." Their eyes met. Both of them understood what the other had experienced. They could not help but empathize with each other. Xianxia pulled Fang Liang to sit down. The two began to talk about their origins. but they hid some things, especially their fortuitous encounters. Several hours later, Xianxia said, "Feng Liang, the immeasurable calamity has already begun. This is an opportunity for us. Why don't you and I work together to fight for the great luck? We can take care of each other." Feng Liang said, "All right, I don't want to run away this time, I want to fight for it too." The two looked at each other and smiled, their laughter getting louder. It was hard to find a confidant in life. 50 years passed quickly. Han Yan did not encounter any more enemy attacks, but he did not let his guard down. If there was a first time, there would definitely be a second time. He had to be more cautious. There might be enemies from the future looking for him now. He had to hide in the dojo and not be discovered. With the dojo, he could still protect him in the future. If he left the dojo, the consequences would be unimaginable. On this day, Han Yan gathered all the disciples under the fusang tree and began to preach to them. It was the first time Lu Huashu had heard Han Yan preach, so he was looking forward to it. Before he came, he had heard the white-robed Buddha bragging about Han Yan. After he came, the disciples of the hidden sect bragged about Han Yan even more, which made him very curious about Han Yan's cultivation. Vitranu was also looking forward to Han Yan's preaching. He was only one step away from the divine state, so he hoped to find a chance to break through from Han Yan. The preaching lasted for 5 years. All the disciples had their own insights, and some even directly broke through to the next realm. Han Yan began to ask them questions one by one. At the same time, outside the hidden sect island, about 20 million miles away above the Yellow Spring, a figure was looking down at the Yellow Spring. He was dark all over like a shadow, muttering to himself, "It's strange, the heavenly secrets revealed that I'm in the Yellow Spring, but there's nothing strange about the Yellow Spring." The black figure raised his hand and continued to calculate with his fingers. However, after calculating for a while, he still did not find anything unusual. His divine consciousness swept through the Yellow Springs over and over again. Other than the wandering wraiths, he could not find his target at all. He let out a sigh and disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Han Yan was busy preaching and neglected the outside world. Under the Daluo's guidance, it was almost impossible to discover the dojo, so he did not need to check his surroundings. A year later, Han Yan said, "From now on, all of you must maintain the spirit of diligent cultivation. Don't be lazy. Although I have concealed the heavenly secrets of this island with my great magical power, there will definitely be stronger enemies and more dangerous tribulations in the future. All of you must cultivate well and fight against external enemies together. I hope that one day, I can join hands with all of you to reach the Great Tao." Reach the Great Tao, these words made everyone's blood boil. They might not believe it if someone else said it, but when it came from Han Yan, it was full of confidence. Han Yan's talent was ridiculously strong. They had almost never suffered when they followed Han Yan. On the contrary, after leaving Han Yan, they often encountered misfortune. Han Yan got up and left. At the same time, he pulled Lu Huashu into the simulation trial. After so many years together, Lu Huashu had already submitted and considered himself a member of the Yin sect. Han Yan did not care about his past life. He only wanted to strive for the present. If the great emperor of Ziwei could join the Yin sect in the future, it would be a good thing. Back in the cave, Han Yan cultivated while he extended his consciousness into the primordial world to observe the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Under the immersion of the primordial aura, only a small part of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus turned purple. At this rate, it would take a long time to completely master the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. If it was fast, it would take hundreds of years. If it was slow, it would take thousands of years. Han Yan could only hope that his cultivation breakthrough would speed up his mastery of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Time passed slowly. Even though the heavens and the myriad worlds had already ushered in an immeasurable calamity, time continued to pass. The karma of the celestial world began to spread to the myriad of mortal worlds. More and more mortals fled the celestial world, spreading the chaos of the war. Han Yan did not disturb the celestial ruler anymore. He usually spied on the general situation through his emails. 30 years later, Han Yan was cursing the Goblin Emperor when he suddenly saw an email. Your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. Because of your curse, the Daluo Dao fruit has begun to be infected by murderous intent. Han Yan was amazed. If you're not crazy, then who is? Against the Goblin Emperor, Han Yan would not show any mercy. 6 stars of aggro meant that he would not rest until he was dead. Speaking of which, other than in Taiji Palace, Han Yan had never met the Goblin Emperor, nor had he spoken to him. If there was someone to blame, then blame that useless son of the Goblin Emperor, Crown Prince Xianxia. Crown Prince Xianxia found trouble with Han Yan, but Han Yan killed him and offended his mother, the nine-tailed demon empress. Han Yan had no choice but to kill the nine-tailed demon empress and offend the Goblin Emperor. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end? In any case, Han Yan would not be with him anymore. If he was with him, it would be the enemy who would bow down. Han Yan did not think too much and continued to read the email. Half a year later, Han Yan sensed something and took out the Golden Crow token. It turned out that Xianxia wanted to contact him. Han Yan probed the Golden Crow token with his divine sense and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia asked, "Can you come and save me?" "No." The two of them fell silent. Han Yan thought of Xianxi's affection for him and could not help but ask, "Who captured you? Why do you look like the Supremacy Dao?" Xianxia asked in surprise, "You know the Supremacy Dao?" "I do." "He also asked me for help. I could only ask the celestial ruler to save him. He has now joined heaven. Are you willing to join heaven too?" Xianxia fell silent again. He was extremely embarrassed. Back then, he tried his best to invite Han Yan to leave the celestial world together. After Han Yan rejected him, he even despised Han Yan. Now, Xianxia faked a cough and said, "I'm not captured. I'm just trapped. This is a mysterious forbidden area. I can't escape. I can only ask for help." Han Yan asked in surprise, "You can contact me. Why can't you contact Jinwu? The token I gave you is the highest grade communication Dharma treasure. A pair of tokens can only send messages to each other. The other tokens are too low grade. I can't contact Jinwu." "Oh, where are you?" "I'm in the dark swamp of the Origin Deity realm. I'll get someone to help you contact Jinwu. I can't go and save you. I'm so weak. I'll die if I go." "Thank you." Xianxia wanted to scold Han Yan, but he did not have the face to do so. Han Yan did not owe him anything in the first place. After cutting off his divine sense, Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token to contact the celestial ruler, hoping that the celestial ruler could help inform Jinwu. The celestial ruler agreed readily. He did not seem to be curious about the relationship between Han Yan and Xianxia. That's right. Xianxia could often come to the mortal realm under heaven. It must have something to do with the celestial ruler. Han Yan put down the heavenly Dao token and said, "I've tried my best. You're on your own now." He shook his head. He could not understand Xianxi's thinking. He was clearly Jinwu's strongest prodigy. Why did he run around and cultivate in seclusion? Until now, Xianxi's cultivation had only reached rank 2 Immortal Emperor. After breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm, he had been wandering around, causing Han Yan's cultivation to far surpass his. The correct path to the Great Tao was to cultivate diligently. Han Yan warned himself not to forget his roots. Otherwise, he would end up like Xianxia and Xianxia. The strongest talent did not equal the strongest person. Sword Path River. Liu Bei, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked to see someone beside him. He quickly stood up and asked, "Who are you?" If Han Yan was here, he would be pleasantly surprised. It was actually the previous guardian of Sword Path River, Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing sized up Liu Bei and asked, "Where's Han Yan? You have his aura. You should be a clone, right?" Liu Bei heard this and became even more nervous. "Senior, you are?" "Zhang Guxing, tell him my name. He will come to see me." Zhang Guxing said expressionlessly. Liu Bei immediately used telepathy to inform Han Yan. When Han Yan heard that Zhang Guxing had returned, he was first surprised, then alarmed. After being kidnapped for so many years, did he change? No, he could not go there unprepared. Han Yan left a fragment of his soul in the cave. If his main body was killed, he could still revive. After doing all this, he jumped into Sword Path River. Zhang Guxing had already recovered his physical body. He wore black clothes and had a cold expression. His body emitted a powerful aura of suppression. When he saw Han Yan, he smiled. Han Yan also smiled. When the two met, Zhang Guxing said emotionally, "You have indeed entered the immortal emperor realm. I still underestimated you." Han Yan smiled and asked, "Brother, how did you escape?" Zhang Guxing shook his head, "I did not escape. Now that I have regained my position in Divine Palace, I came back to see you while I was cultivating. I also brought you an opportunity." Opportunity? Han Yan smiled, but his heart tightened. There was indeed a problem. What fortuitous encounter? Seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Han Yan shook his head and smiled, his words were sincere. Zhang Guxing smiled, "This fortuitous encounter isn't simple. It can allow you to enter God realm directly." Those words sounded familiar. Someone seemed to have said it before. Han Yan shook his head, "No need. The immeasurable calamity is right before us. If we're too eager for success, it'll be easy for us to enter the calamity." Zhang Guxing wasn't surprised. He had already expected this. This fortuitous encounter isn't dangerous. It's located in the void and is closely related to the Sword Path River. You're the guardian of the Sword Path River. Obtaining this fortuitous encounter will be smooth. Zhang Guxing said seriously. Han Yan understood what he meant and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll return the Sword Path River to you. You should take this fortuitous encounter. Anyway, I'm still far from God realm." To be honest, the Sword Path River was a bit of a burden to him. Although Liu Bei used the Sword Path River to get to know many Sword Path geniuses, it was useless. If he wanted to form connections, he had to pay the price first. However, Liu Bei was also a coward and wasn't willing to pay the price. Zhang Guxing glared at him and said, "Are you that scared? You don't even trust me?" Han Yan shook his head, "It's not that I don't trust you. But danger isn't something that we can avoid just because we want to. What I can do is to try my best to avoid the possibility of encountering danger." Zhang Guxing was silent. Han Yan was silent. Liu Bei stared at them and was also silent. After a while, Zhang Guxing said, "Forget it, I won't force you. Apart from that, there's something else I have to tell you." "What is it?" "Regarding the Sword Path River, this river was born when the Sword Path was recognized by the Heavenly Tao. After a long time, it has become a path that Sword Path cultivators have to pass. The first guardian is the first Sword Path cultivator of the Heavenly Tao. He's actually still alive and very strong. If you can protect the Sword Path River from being destroyed in this calamity, you'll gain his recognition." As Zhang Guxing's voice fell, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan. "Detected that you're facing the mission of guarding the Sword Path River. You have the following choices. 1. Accept this mission and declare that you will do your best to protect the Sword Dao River. You will be rewarded with a supreme treasure and a great Dao fragment. 2nd, if you reject this mission, you will obtain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the Heavenly Tao. You will obtain a great Dao fragment and a chance to upgrade your dojo." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Gain the hatred of the first sword cultivator in the Heavenly Tao, the opportunity to upgrade the dojo, these two. Now that the dojo was able to guard against Daluo's divine sense, would it be able to guard against the divine sense of someone above the Daluo after the upgrade? However, Han Yan was unable to determine how strong the number 1 sword cultivator of the Heavenly Tao was. Han Yan feigned curiosity and asked, "The first sword cultivator of the Heavenly Tao lives in the 33rd heaven?" Zhang Guxing shook his head and said, "His elderly self is at the origin deity realm." "Oh. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be as strong as old ancestor Shi Tian." Han Yan said seriously, "Old brother, since you know him, why don't you take over the Sword Dao River?" "I really can't do it. I'm too timid. Moreover, I'm a person of heaven. Heaven has entered a calamity. If I continue to serve as the guardian of the Sword Dao River, I'm afraid that it will cause trouble for the Sword Dao River. It's better for you to do this." Zhang Guxing narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you rejecting?" Han Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Old brother, I really can't do it. If it's peacetime, I'll definitely help. but now, it's the immeasurable calamity. Moreover, this guardian position was not something I wanted. I was also forced by you. After you were captured, I've been trembling in fear. To be able to return the Sword Dao River to you intact, I feel that I've already done my best. You rejected this mission. You will obtain a great Dao fragment and a chance to upgrade the dojo. Your dojo will begin to upgrade. Han Yan was nervous. That mighty figure wouldn't really hate him, right? Li Mui has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Only 1 star. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. Han Yan felt that the mighty figure would not want to kill him over this matter. Zhang Guxing said helplessly, forget it, in that case, hand over the Sword Dao River. Han Yan nodded. This was a good thing. He could bring Liu Bei back and add another fighting force to Hidden Sect Island. After returning to Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan introduced Liu Bei to the disciples. He did not reveal Liu Bei's true identity. The addition of a rank 6 immortal emperor caused the disciples to be very excited. Hey you devil, however, had a strange expression. Because he could tell that Liu Bei's body was that of the Buddhist sect's victorious fighting Buddha. It was rumored that the victorious fighting Buddha was attacked by someone and died in the void of the mortal world. Could it be that he faked his death and joined the hidden sect? Very likely. The story of the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect had a long history. It was said that the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddhist sect did not get along because he loved to fight. Hey you devil did not dare to think too much about it. He knew that some things could not be exposed. Even though Han Yan's attitude towards him was very good, he did not dare to make any wild guesses. He had experienced Han Yan's ruthlessness. He would attack without giving the enemy any chance. After returning to the cave abode, Han Yan finally had the time to check Li Mui's information. Li Mui, cultivation level unknown. Transcending Dao, Ren School Sect Master, creator of Sword Dao, illusory. Because you refuse to protect the Sword Dao River, my impression of you has worsened. I think that you are not worthy of being a sword cultivator. Current hatred points, 1 star. Hiss, transcending Dao, an existence on the same level as old ancestor Shi Tian. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Ren School. Wasn't that the master of Li Daokong and Li Xuanao? Han Yan was shocked. Luckily, it was only 1 star of hatred points. If he was not worthy of being a sword cultivator, so be it, as long as he did not target him. Han Yan thought silently. He began to look forward to the upgraded Dao field. However, the time needed to upgrade the Dao field was longer than he expected. 10 years later. The Dao field had yet to be successfully upgraded, but the immortal qi on Hidden Sect Island had been increasing. Han Yan did not value immortal qi. What he was looking forward to was the defense of the Dao field. 10 years had passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy and habitually checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by an immortal emperor of the demon race and was severely injured. He accidentally fused with the killing intent of the demonic Dao and his Dao has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by an immortal emperor of the demon race and was severely injured. He used an ancient forbidden technique and forcefully broke through his limits. Your good friend Xianxia was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Goddess Hu discussed the Dao with a mighty figure and comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly Dao. Your good friend Zhou Fan joined the divine palace and became the tribulation taker. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Jihao joined Ren School and obtained the Providence of Ren School. His Dao has increased greatly. Xianxia and Feng Liang are together. Are they being beaten up together and going crazy together? Han Yan frowned and was a little unhappy. Xianxia was not a member of the hidden sect. Why is Feng Liang so reckless? When this kid comes back, I have to teach him a lesson. Han Yan did not want to be implicated by his grand disciple and be forced to enter the calamity. Apart from Feng Liang, Han Yan also noticed that Zhou Fan had become a tribulation taker. TSK. The reroll world was really a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. 2 tribulation takers had appeared at once. Han Yan seemed to see a huge hand controlling everything. He hoped that he was overthinking. Anyway, he was already hiding on Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan continued reading. From the emails, the battle in the immortal world had intensified again, especially in heaven. It was attacked by the divine palace, the goblin court, and even other forces. Han Yan was curious. Was the Buddhist sect the same, or was the Buddhist sect watching from the sidelines? Although the Tendo Buddha had fallen, Han Yan felt that the Buddhist sect would still cause trouble. In addition, Hao Tian had yet to leave Long Hao's body. Han Yan could find out about Long Hao's situation from Hao Tian's profile picture. Friends' information would change. When Long Hao did not have two souls, it meant that Hao Tian had left his body. Han Yan could not help but be puzzled. Ever since the last time he revealed the secret, the celestial ruler seemed to have forgotten about Hao Tian and had never mentioned it. Han Yan was too embarrassed to ask. If that happened, it would seem that he had ulterior motives. Time continued to pass. About 5 years had passed. The training hall had finally been upgraded. Training hall upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the immortal realm. The spatial array has been upgraded. The internal space of the training hall has been expanded by 10 times. The immortal chi of the training hall has been increased by 10 times. The connate chi has been increased by 2 times. The training hall can block the divine consciousness of a quasi-sage. The array formation had been upgraded to the immortal realm. In other words, ordinary immortal realm experts might not be able to barge into Hidden Sect Island. Most importantly, the training hall could block the divine consciousness of a quasi-sage. A quasi-sage, the realm between Daluo and a saint. Han Yan was secretly excited. A sense of security, what opportunity, what luck, it could not compare to a home that was filled with a sense of security. Han Yan was extremely satisfied. At the same time, the secret order disciples could sense that the immortal chi on the island had suddenly skyrocketed. The immortal chi had been growing over the years, but today's explosive growth shocked them. However, when they saw that Han Yan did not come out of the immortal cave, they understood that it was Han Yan's doing. Just how strong is he? King Kong Nu was secretly shocked. Han Yan's cultivation base was only that of a grand unity true immortal, but Vajra's wrath could not even withstand one strike from Han Yan in the simulation trial. In Vajra Nu's opinion, Han Yan was at least in the divine realm. Not only him, but the others also believed that Han Yan had far surpassed the immortal emperor. After all, there were many existences that surpassed the immortal emperor in the simulation trial. If Han Yan could not defeat those enemies, how could he simulate their true strength? Apart from being safer, the upgrade of the dojo had also increased the cultivation speed of the entire secret order. Han Yan was also getting closer and closer to rank 8 immortal emperor. 13 years later, Fairy Xianxia suddenly came to visit. Han Yan chased Wu Dao Jian out and spent some time alone with her. After staying on the island for so long, Fairy Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached the Grand Unity Earth Immortal level. This cultivation base was still at the bottom of the Secret Order Island. In the previous mortal world, becoming an immortal in 4,000 years was definitely a heaven-sent talent. Han Yan smiled and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Fairy Xianxia said, "I want to go back to the reroll world to train. I'll be back in 100 years. In this netherworld, I can't comprehend the heavenly Tao and nature. It's a small matter." "When are you leaving?" "In 2 days. I want to talk to you and discuss the Tao." "Sure." The two of them began to discuss the Tao. Although it was called a discussion, it was actually Han Yan's one-sided lecture. Fairy Xianxia looked at Han Yan in a daze. It was as if she had returned to the scene when Han Yan first joined Jade Serene Peak. Unknowingly, 4,000 years had passed. Thinking back to the past, it felt like a dream. The 4,000 years after meeting Han Yan felt shorter than the hundreds of years she had lived before. In these 4,000 years, under Han Yan's protection, she cultivated in seclusion and peace and did not have to worry about her Yuqing. This feeling was quite good. Fairy Xianxia now wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. At the very least, she could not be at the bottom of the Secret Order's cultivation base. Only then could she contribute to Han Yan and not just enjoy the benefits he brought her. A few days later, after the discussion ended, Fairy Xianxia suddenly asked, "How many Tao companions do you have now?" Han Yan was stunned. This topic changed too quickly. "There are 3, Han Yan said honestly. Fairy Xianxia rolled her eyes. Other than Xianxia, there were other women who had an unusual relationship with Han Yan. She could not help but think of Li Yao and Wu Daojian. She immediately understood. She silently stood up and left. Han Yan looked at her back and said, "You are also very important to me. You will come back after 100 years, right?" Fairy Xianxia turned to look at him and said helplessly, "The reroll world is in your hands. If you want me to come back, isn't it just a matter of thought? If you are unwilling, how would I dare to force you? Come on, don't you understand whether I am willing or not? You seem to not understand feelings, but I think you are just pretending not to. You are just lying to you." After saying that, Fairy Xianxia walked out of the cave abode. Han Yan touched his chin. What she said, she made him sound like a scumbag. "I just want to follow my heart." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Han Yan smiled. He had a clear conscience. After all, this was not the modern society on Earth. There was no such thing as monogamy in the cultivation world. Although Han Yan wanted to live forever, he did not want to stand at the end of his life and look back with eyes full of regret. He was very greedy. Not only did he want to live forever, but he also wanted to not have any regrets. Of course, living forever was ranked before having regrets. Fairy Xianxia's words just now could be considered as a response to his feelings. Han Yan was not surprised. He only felt that it was natural. Both of them were cultivators. They did not have the time nor the interest to be together. Fairy Xianxia went back to tidy up for a while before returning inside the congenital cave. Han Yan waved his hand and sent her into the reroll world. Breakthrough to rank 8 Immortal Emperor within 100 years. Han Yan set a small goal for himself. 30 years passed quickly. Han Yan had not broken through yet, but he would soon. On this day, just as he finished cursing the enemy, a notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hao Tian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Yan was stunned. Hao Tian, he immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Hao Tian, cultivation unknown. Immeasurable heavenly emperor, former celestial ruler, faked his death in order to prove his Tao. He continuously collected luck in reincarnation and took the opportunity to hide in the body of the celestial ruler's son. They were born together and have 2 souls. Not long ago, he awakened his origin consciousness and discovered that Long Hao respects you the most. You are also extremely mysterious. Thus, he is wary of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. This guy awakened, Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. However, he discovered that Long Hao was immediately in a dual soul state. In other words, Hao Tian was still in Long Hao's body. If he cursed Hao Tian, he would definitely implicate Long Hao. He had to wait a little longer. Han Yan began to check the experts around Hidden Sect Island. The strongest was a rank 7 Immortal Emperor. Recently, Yellow Spring was filled with vengeful spirits from 9 Nether Purgatory. Even though Hidden Sect Island was at the end of Yellow Spring, it was densely packed with vengeful spirits. These vengeful spirits did not notice Hidden Sect Island, which was the size of a grain of sand. They seemed to be waiting for something in Yellow Spring as if they were preparing for war. As the Yellow Spring was filled with countless vengeful spirits from the 9 Hells Purgatory, Han Yan had no choice but to check the strongest person nearby every year to avoid the appearance of a terrifying expert. 7 years later, Han Yan habitually checked the experts nearby and was suddenly shocked. Zhu Tu, cultivation unknown, master of the Divine Palace. Why is this guy here? Han Yan was nervous. This was the strongest person in the current calamity. This guy was the one who opened the 9 Hells Purgatory. This guy made countless vengeful spirits hide in the Yellow Spring. Is he going to do something big? Zhu Tu's appearance caused Han Yan to not dare to cultivate for fear of being discovered. Millions of miles away, above the Yellow Spring, a black shadow floated in the air. It was Zhu Tu's day. Zhu Tu glanced around and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, I didn't find him when my clone came. I thought it was because my clone's cultivation was not high enough, but now it seems that Tianji might have miscalculated." After that, he hid in the Yellow Spring. In the next few years, every time Han Yan checked, he would see Zhu Tu's day. This guy just stayed nearby and didn't move, Fortunately, the hidden sect island could block the consciousness of a quasi-sage. No matter how strong Zhu Tu was, he couldn't surpass a quasi-sage. Otherwise, why would he enter the calamity? An existence surpassing a quasi-sage must be like ancestor Shi Tian, detached from worldly affairs. The calamity couldn't affect him at all. In the blink of an eye, 14 years had passed. Zhu Tu finally made a move. Vengeful spirits of the 9 hells, you are all losers of the immeasurable calamity. I know that you are unwilling to accept this. Whether it's for your great cause, your cultivation, your sect, or your race, you will never be able to rise again. If you want to rise again, you can only kill your way back in the immeasurable calamity. I have also failed in the immeasurable calamity. I am unwilling to accept this. I want to overturn the heavenly Tao. I want to let those who claim to be the masters of all beings know that we, the postnatal beings, are not pawns. With the yellow spring as a stepping stone, follow me to break through the boundary of yin and yang. We will kill our way up to the 9 heavens and seize the chance of survival that belongs to us. Zhu Tu's voice was so inciting that Han Yan's blood boiled. He could clearly feel the baleful aura outside the hidden sect island soar into the sky. The members of the secret order were frightened as well. None of them dared to speak, afraid that they would be discovered by the terrifying existence outside. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Han Yan felt countless baleful auras rushing out of the yellow springs. They were the vengeful souls of the 9 hells purgatory. They were all flying towards the sky of the netherworld, with Zhu Tu at the forefront. Han Yan looked up and saw a dazzling light illuminating the underworld. The underworld that had always been shrouded in darkness was suddenly lit up as though it was daytime. A strange power suddenly descended and Han Yan felt dizzy for some reason. He was an immortal emperor and even he felt this way, let alone the disciples of the secret sect. The disciples below the primordial unity golden immortal realm slumped to the ground. Hey you devil, Vajranu, and Duan Hongchen were shocked and did not dare to make a sound. The netherworld was turning upside down, Han Yan was shocked. What was this Zhu Tu trying to do? Why did they cause such a huge commotion when they wanted to bring the race of 9 hells purgatory to the immortal world? It was as if the 2 worlds of yin and yang were about to be reversed. Wait, reversed. Han Yan thought of the legend and became even more nervous. The reason he came to the netherworld was to get away from the battlefield of the immortal world. If the netherworld turned into the immortal world, he did not dare to think too much about it. He covered the entire secret sect island with his magic and was ready to escape at any time. Humph. A muffled snort was heard. Zhu Tu's voice followed, the calamity has already begun. Do you still want to stop it? Don't forget the rules set by the Daozu. The muffled voice was heard again, yin and yang cannot be reversed. Other than that, I will not interfere. Zhu Tu did not reply. The mysterious power that made all the living beings in the netherworld dizzy disappeared. Han Yan squinted his eyes and saw a huge hole in the sky of the netherworld. There was a strong light shining inside, like the sun. Countless wraiths rushed in one after another while Zhu Tu floated below the hole, waiting. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 2 worlds of yin and yang would not be reversed. There were so many powerful beings. Han Yan had never heard that voice in the Taiji Palace. 2 hours later, Zhu Tu left. The netherworld regained its peace. The baleful aura that permeated the yellow springs also disappeared. Han Yan immediately called for Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen entered the cave to meet him. Han Yan asked, "Do you know how to go to the 9 hells purgatory?" Duan Hongchen was stunned. He said in horror, "Sect master, you want to go in?" Why? He had done everything he could to escape from the 9 hells purgatory. He did not want to go back. Han Yan smiled, now that all the wraiths have gone to the immortal world, the 9 hells purgatory must be empty. We can hide in there. But there is endless karma inside. If we stay there for too long, we will be entangled with it. It will not end well. It's okay. I have a way to remove the karma. But, do you want to enter the calamity? Duan Hongchen quickly shook his head. He had encountered Han Yan right after his resurrection. He had no confidence and felt that the immortal world was very dangerous. Coupled with the Heiyu Devil and Vajra Fury's encounters, he did not dare to enter the calamity. Even someone as strong as shamanism was slaughtered. He was alone. How could he fight for great fortune? Han Yan said, don't worry. As long as you stay on the island, the karma will not affect you. When the calamity is about to end, we will escape. Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth, okay, I will go take a look. Han Yan waved his hand and sent him out. There was a 6 paths insignia deep in Duan Hongchen's soul. It was deeply rooted. If he betrayed Han Ju could destroy his soul with a thought and directly destroy his body and soul. Soon, Duan Hongchen returned. Han Yan moved him into the cave. He almost could not find the hidden sect island. What kind of formation is this island? No wonder the powerful beings did not discover us. Duan Hongchen was secretly shocked. He respected Han Yan even more. Han Yan asked, what's the situation? Duan Hongchen said, the barrier is weak. We can enter, but I am not sure if there are any vengeful souls inside. How do we enter? If we keep going down, we will hit the barrier. Okay. Han Yan directly controlled the hidden sect island to sink. Duan Hongchen waited in the cave. Has this island been refined into a magic treasure? Duan Hongchen was filled with surprise. The hidden sect island that was like a stone quickly fell and soon hit the barrier of the 9 hells purgatory. Han Yan forced his way in. If Duan Hongchen could escape, it would not be difficult for him to break in. The next second, the hidden sect island came to a space of nothingness. There was a thick fog in all directions. There were no stars, no continents, and no meteorites. This place was like the beginning of chaos. Everything was nothingness and there was no light in the space. Han Yan felt the terrifying karma as soon as he entered. The hidden sect island was surrounded by karma. Fortunately, the Dao field was strong enough to resist the invasion of karma. If Han Ju absorbed all the negative karma here, then his cultivation level, Han Yan did not dare to think about it. He was afraid that he would get carried away. He began to check the surrounding powerhouses. There were no vengeful souls. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the 9 hells purgatory was empty. This was normal. It was not easy to find a chance to escape. How could those vengeful souls that had been suppressed for countless years stay? Han Yan let Duan Hongchen go out and tell the disciples the specific situation. At this time, he felt the divine sense fluctuations from the heavenly Dao token. The celestial ruler was contacting him. Han Yan probed the heavenly Dao token with his divine sense. The underworld is broken. How is your situation? The celestial ruler asked in a deep voice. He was obviously worried about Han Yan's safety. Fortunately, it hasn't affected me for the time being. Han Yan replied. The celestial ruler's concern warmed his heart. The celestial ruler asked curiously, where are you hiding? The netherworld has been so chaotic for so many years, yet it hasn't affected you? Han Yan said, I'm hiding in a small corner, it's normal that they can't find me. Alright, you have to be careful. The netherworld's wraiths have left the netherworld, so the netherworld will definitely sweep through the netherworld and consolidate its hegemony. Don't worry, your majesty. Han Yan replied. I'm no longer in the netherworld. Han Yan asked, how's Howard's situation? Did you find out if there's another soul in his body? The celestial ruler replied, I didn't find anything. When the calamity ends, I'll bring him to see Daozu. When the calamity ends? How long will that take? Aren't you afraid of new problems? After the immeasurable calamity began, Daozu disappeared. He was afraid that someone would ask him for mercy. I see. It seems that this matter still depends on me. Han Yan thought silently. However, I'll definitely save you. That damned Hao Tian slaughtered the Yin sect. This matter is over. Han Yan and the celestial ruler chatted for a while. After ending the spiritual communication, Han Yan began to cultivate. In the future, Han Yan would check the nearby experts every year to prevent powerful wraiths from approaching. 20 years later, Han Yan didn't find any strong enemies. It seems that the netherworld's purgatory is really empty. Han Yan welcomed the opportunity to break through. Breaking through a realm in 200 years wasn't too fast, but it wasn't too slow either. Of course, this was only for Han Yan himself. If this speed fell on other immortal emperors, it would definitely be very fast. Han Yan chased Wu Daojian out of the cave and began to break through. Soon, everyone on the island felt a wave of pressure. Even the restrictions of the Xiantian cave abode could not withstand it. Vedra was shocked. What a terrifying aura. Han Yan's breakthrough was a pleasant surprise for them. After all, they were currently in 9 Hells Purgatory. The stronger Han Yan was, the safer they would be. 3 years later, Han Yan had successfully broken through, rank 8 Immortal Emperor, like a hot knife through butter. There was no resistance at all. Han Yan checked his attribute panel immediately. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 4352/1600 race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, rank 8 Samsara Immortal Emperor, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, Great Tao, life and death Great Tao, karma Great Tao, a lifespan of 160 trillion years. It was still the same word, awesome. He had earned back all the lifespan he had squandered earlier. Han Yan was very satisfied and started to consolidate his cultivation. His spirit had already reached the perfect level. It was hard to imagine how a rank 9 Immortal Emperor could improve his spirit. Another year passed. Han Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse, preparing to invest 2 billion years of lifespan in the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha. In the end, the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha's heart demons intensified. This made Han Yan feel somewhat regretful. The Book of Misfortune was still too weak. Han Yan healed his injuries while using the evolution function. Are there any great experts in 9 Hells Purgatory who can see through my Tao field? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no. 100 million years in exchange for 2 words. Han Yan did not feel that he had suffered a loss. It was settled, he could cultivate properly now. Han Yan did not continue to deduce the winner of the immeasurable calamity. After all, Hao Tian had not left Long Hao. Han Yan could not plot against Hao Tian. In such a situation, the situation should not change. Why waste lifespan? Han Yan started to improve his sword path divine ability and movement divine ability, great traversal divine shadow. He spent another year. Han Yan raised his strength to the limit and could not increase it anymore. He started the simulation trial. Immortal emperors were not his match, they were all insta-killed by him. He changed his target to deity realm. He could not tell which ones were deity realm experts, he would only know after fighting them. Then, he would be crushed. Most of his opponents insta-killed him, he could only rely on great traversal divine shadow and somersault cloud to stall for time. However, there were also some opponents with unknown cultivation levels who were on par with Han Yan. In other words, Han Yan could already fight with weaker deity realm experts. Not bad, Han Yan was quite satisfied, this was in line with his development. After breaking through to rank 8 Immortal Emperor, the star primordial body's karmic power absorption speed greatly increased, and the rate at which the primordial energy corroded the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus also increased. There was hope for him to master the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus before becoming a rank 9 Immortal Emperor. However, to fully absorb the karmic power of the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, who knew how many years it would take? At the current speed, he might not even succeed in 10,000 years. Han Yan began to cultivate while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has learned the secret words of Great Tao, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has learned the secret words of Great Tao, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Supremacy Tao was attacked by your enemy Tendo Buddha and was severely injured. Your good friend Xianxia has received guidance from a mighty figure and learned an immemorial divine ability. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jie Jiao cultivators, X17, your Tao companion Xianqing has left the immortal world. Your good friend Li Yao has comprehended the sword Tao during cultivation and broken through the shackles. She has obtained the recognition of the great Tao of the sword, and her comprehension has increased. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your enemy Tendo Buddha. Han Yan was surprised. Li Yao obtained the recognition of the great Tao of the sword. Why, my aptitude is worse than hers, why don't I have it? Han Yan was unhappy. Could it be that his sword Dao heart was not pure enough? That was possible. Although Han Yan's sword Dao aptitude was outstanding, he did not consider himself a sword immortal. He did not revere the sword Dao in his heart. He continued to read his emails. Many of his friends had obtained opportunities. It was said that it was easy to obtain opportunities during the immeasurable calamity, and one's cultivation speed would also increase. Large amounts of killing would cause many treasures and inheritances to be lost. Killing enemies would allow one to obtain great providence, and great providence would increase one's cultivation speed. This was also why so many people rushed forward despite knowing how terrifying the immeasurable calamity was. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Detected that the Goblin Emperor has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? The Goblin Emperor, what the hell, no. The 6-star hatred points would not stop until one of them was dead. The other party must be using this opportunity to find him. Han Yan chose to reject it. After a while. Detected that the Goblin Emperor has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Reject. This notification popped up 23 times throughout the day, and Han Yan chose to reject it all. The Goblin Emperor, who was far away in the Goblin Court, was about to die from anger. The mystical ability has already succeeded. Why does he keep rejecting it? What method is he using to reject me? Could it be that the celestial ruler is helping him? That can't be. This person is not in heaven at all. I can't divine where he is at all. The Goblin Emperor frowned, feeling extremely frustrated. He had never forgotten Han Yan. Because of Han Yan, his wife and children had died tragically. However, this time, he did not want to kill Han Yan. Instead, he wanted to use Han Yan to plot against the heaven and investigate the Dark Forbidden Lord. He had a feeling that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from heaven. However, Han Yan did not give him a chance at all. After a month, the Goblin Emperor finally disappeared. He did not appear in Han Yan's dreams anymore. Han Yan was annoyed to death. Was there something wrong with this dog? Wait, could it be that the Goblin Emperor had already guessed that Han Yan was the Dark Forbidden Lord? Han Yan was terrified. He quickly used the evolution function to ask the Goblin Emperor if he knew that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. After deducting 100 million years of lifespan, he learned that the Goblin Emperor did not know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seemed that he had other motives. Han Yan did not dare to contact the Goblin Emperor to avoid being found out. He continued to cultivate. After reaching rank 8 Immortal Emperor, as his karma absorption speed increased, his cultivation speed also increased greatly. At this rate, he would soon reach rank 9 Immortal Emperor. After reaching Deity Realm, Han Yan's karma absorption would be like a whale swallowing an ocean. He would advance rapidly. Just thinking about it made Han Yan look forward to it. Time passed very quickly in 9 Nether Purgatory, because there was nothing here, only endless karma. There were no stories to slow down time. To the hidden sex, it was no different from the past. The hidden sex competition that occurred once every 100 years was still ongoing. Han Yan handed this matter to Murong Qi. After all, he was the war god. Duan Hongchen and Heyu Devil also began to participate, but unfortunately, they could not defeat Vajra Fury. Although Liu Bei had victorious fighting Buddha's body, his soul and body were not fused well enough. He could not defeat Heyu Devil, who was also a rank 5 Immortal Emperor. It might not be the case in the future. Among the disciples, Li Yao was firmly in first place. It was worth mentioning that Li Yao had already grasped the 4th level of Heavenly Sword Path, Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Unfortunately, her sword was very strong. Wu Dao Jian had just comprehended the 3rd level, Sword Opening Desolation, but it was not bad. The other disciples also had their own improvements. The most shocking one was Chu Shiren. After taking in Lu Huashu as his disciple, he cultivated seriously and widened the gap between him and Zhou Mingyue. He was the first to reach the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm, surpassing even Sun Chang'an. The weakest was Tengu. Back then, its eyes had been gouged out and its luck had been stolen, causing it to take a long time to fully recover. Heyu Ji was not bad. He had already become a Primordial Unity Celestial Immortal and was not far from becoming a Primordial Unity True Immortal. Generally speaking, the entire Secret Order was improving at an extremely fast rate. After this cataclysm ends, all of them would be experts that could run amok in the immortal world. 30 years passed in a flash. Han Yan put down the book of misfortune in satisfaction. Every 10 years, if he did not curse his enemies, he would feel uncomfortable all over, as if something was missing from his life. Han Yan was about to continue cultivating when someone disturbed him again. Golden Crow Token, Xianxia. Han Yan connected with his divine sense and asked, "Are you saved?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Saved, profiting from a disaster. My cultivation even increased greatly. Now, I'm already a rank 3 immortal emperor." Impressive. Of course. Jiangyi's tone was full of smugness. How many years had he just stepped into emperor realm? Han Yan asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiangyi smiled and said, "Come to origin deity realm, I've already." Han Yan directly cut off the divine sense connection. Lunatic, want to scam me right after being saved? At this time, the Golden Crow token transmitted Jiangyi's divine sense undulation once more. Han Yan connected with his divine sense. Stinking brat. How can you be so rude? Jiangyi roared angrily. Han Yan said coldly, "You want to trick me to find some fortuitous encounter again. You're clearly living very bitterly and still want to scam your brother." Brother, the moment Jiangyi heard this form of address, he could not help feeling embarrassed. Speaking of which, he had indeed lived miserably these few years in origin deity realm. It was just that how did Han Yan know? I clearly only asked for help once. Jiangyi said in a solemn voice, "This time, I didn't lie to you. Coming to origin deity realm, you can avoid the immeasurable great tribulation." Hearing that, Han Yan asked perplexedly, "Why?" "I'm not sure either. This is my first time here. I heard that origin deity realm isn't under heavenly Tao's jurisdiction. Then why don't the immortal world's living beings go to origin deity realm? That has to pass through the dark forbidden zone. It's incomparably dangerous. Even immortal emperors don't have complete confidence either." Han Yan raised his brows. This was a high-level map, Jiangyi said, but origin deity realm isn't as bustling as the immortal world. Immortal energy is also lacking. Lucky chances are even rarer. Coming here under emperor realm, it's hard to escape the word death. But you're different. You should already be an immortal emperor, right? Either way, you don't want to enter the tribulation. Han Yan answered, "Many thanks for your kind intentions. I'm hiding in an incomparably safe place right now and can't enter the tribulation." Impossible. As long as it's under heavenly Tao, one will definitely enter the tribulation. Then we'll wait and see. You're really not coming? Then tell me a story. I'm not free. That's all, let's talk next time. Han Yan directly cut off his divine sense. Previously, when I was not as strong as you, I could still smile obsequiously with you. Now, you still want me to tell you a story? Countless years later, if this matter were to spread out, it would probably throw the dark forbidden lord's face. Jiangyi did not disturb Han Yan anymore. Han Yan continued to cultivate. Inside a bright Taoist temple, Long Hao was currently meditating and cultivating. His state was extremely strange. His face was twitching, half of his face emitting golden light. He suddenly opened his eyes, both eyes bursting forth with a resplendent light. He began to gasp for air. Huff huff, Long Hao lowered his head to look at his hands, then got up to size up his body. He revealed a look of joy. It's a success. As expected of the son of the celestial ruler with the strongest aptitude. He's somewhat similar to me. Long Hao smiled in satisfaction. He was Hao Tian, the possession was a success. He suppressed Long Hao's soul and forcefully controlled Long Hao's body. Hao Tian walked out of the Taoist temple. Outside was a large lake. The sky and lake were the same color, with green mountains and clear water. It was as beautiful as a painting. He came to the lake and admired the scene in front of him. How many years had it been? He finally saw the world with his own eyes. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was a Taoist child. The Taoist child said, "Master wants you to go." This time, Jie Jiao's disciple is also here. You can't be rude. Hao Tian glanced at the Taoist child and nodded with a smile. Humph, Jie Jiao, Chan Jiao, I will capture all of you in one fell swoop. Hao Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. It was very hidden. Another 10 years had passed since he contacted Jiang. Han Yan cursed as he checked his emails. He suddenly saw an email and frowned. Your disciple, Long Hao, has been possessed. His soul has been suppressed. Han Yan hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and found that Long Hao's information had been possessed. Preposterous, Hao Tian is courting death. Han Yan immediately stopped cursing the Goblin Emperor and changed to cursing Hao Tian. 5 days later, Han Yan continued to curse Long Hao with his lifespan. At the same time, he stared at the email, afraid that he would curse Long Hao to death. After deducting about 100 million years of lifespan, your disciple, Long Hao, has his dermic powers in chaos because of your curse. His body is on the verge of collapse. Hao Tian's soul has suffered a backlash, forcing Long Hao to control his body. Han Yan immediately stopped. Long Hao was too weak, causing Hao Tian to be very passive. Han Yan frowned. What should he do? Hao Tian was like a ticking time bomb that could threaten Long Hao at any time. Han Yan could not deal with Hao Tian personally. He could only plot against Hao Tian. No. He had to contact the celestial ruler. However, he could not contact him now. It would be easy to expose his identity. He had to wait another 10 years. 10 years passed by very quickly. Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token and started to contact the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler quickly replied, "What's the matter? Your Majesty, did something happen to Hao Er? You have this feeling too? I divined that Hao Er is in danger, he is very fearful. I understand, I will go find him now." The conversation ended. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief, he relaxed and continued to cultivate. In the past 10 years, there were no more emails about Long Hao being possessed, and Long Hao's portrait was still there. Hao Tian probably did not dare to harm Long Hao, otherwise, Hao Tian would not have kept Long Hao's soul after the end of the calamity. Between the mountains and rivers, Feng Liang lay on the ground amidst the rubble. The mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have been bombed, the air was still filled with thick fog. Dark clouds covered the scorching sun, 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the sky, all kinds of divine arts were used at their fingertips, sometimes violent winds howled, sometimes violent lightning fell, wreaking havoc in the world. One of them was Xianxia. Xianxia, who carried thousands of lightning bolts, was being suppressed. His opponent was an ox-headed great demon, wearing a thick and sinister iron armor, holding a large axe. When he waved it, raging flames would sweep across 10,000 miles, it was unstoppable. Feng Liang clutched his chest and sat up with difficulty. His injuries did not seem serious, but his magic power was exhausted, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. This guy is at least a rank 2 immortal emperor. Feng Liang gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. He and Xianxia were both Grand Unity Golden Immortals, it was already their limit to fight an immortal emperor. If this continued, they would both die. Feng Liang suddenly thought of the invocation spirit technique. He rejected this idea as soon as it appeared, he could not implicate his grandmaster again. His grandmaster had already saved him twice, if he came a third time, he would be letting Han Yan down. Feng Liang gritted his teeth and went up to fight again. For Grand Unity Golden Immortals to have such strength, the 2 of you are indeed prodigies, but unfortunately, both of you have to die. The Ox Demon Immortal Emperor laughed disdainfully, his laughter echoing between heaven and earth. Xianxia with disheveled Xianxia laughed sinisterly, I've heard too many people say that. I'm not dead. They're dead. He raised both of his hands, guiding the brilliant heavenly lightning and attacking with the power to destroy the world. After contacting the Heavenly Emperor, another 7 years passed. Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Could it be that something had happened? At his level, his intuition was very accurate. His Dao heart was stable, so it was impossible for him to feel uneasy for no reason. Hanju checked the emails. As he read, he noticed 2 emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a demon immortal emperor and unfortunately died. His soul was fortunately saved by a mighty figure. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and unfortunately died. Fortunately, his soul was rescued by a mighty figure. The two of them were really tied together, just like Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou. It was too tragic. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships and found that both of their avatars were still there. This meant that everything was fine. How troublesome. The cataclysm is here and they still want to cause trouble. They deserve to die outside. Han Yan snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Feng Liang. However, he still used his evolutionary ability to deduce who had saved Feng Liang and Xianxia. 80 million years of lifespan would be deducted. Han Yan wanted to vomit blood. He chose to continue. Soon after, he was in a trance and came to a Taoist temple. The souls of Xianxia and Feng Liang floated above a large cauldron. Inside the cauldron, boiling medicinal liquid was emitting hot smoke. There was a figure sitting in front of the cauldron. When Han Yan saw it, his eyes widened. Di Taibeek, no, Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara looked like Di Taibeek. He was wearing a black Taoist robe and had two pupils in his eyes. He stared coldly at Feng Liang and Xianxia. Di Taibeek? Why are you here? Xianxia asked in surprise. As the head of the literature Immortals in Heaven, Di Taibeek was known by everyone in heaven. Feng Liang was also surprised. Immortal Emperor Samsara said calmly, I'm not Di Taibeek, but Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara? The two of them were stunned. Obviously, they had never heard of this name. Do you want to win great luck and be qualified to obtain the Daluodao fruit? Immortal Emperor Samsara asked expressionlessly. Daluodao fruit, what an arrogant tone, Xianxia asked, what do you want? Immortal Emperor Samsara said, what I want is not the present, but the future after several cataclysms. What future? It's not your concern. You just need to know that I can help you become stronger. It depends on whether you dare to enter the tribulation. Xianxia and Feng Liang looked at each other. They could see the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They said in unison, yes. The scene shattered. Han Yan followed back inside the congenital cave. He frowned. What did Immortal Emperor Samsara want to do? Although Immortal Emperor Samsara had a good impression of him, he had always been afraid of him. This guy dared to lurk around the celestial ruler. He must have great ambitions, Han Yan continued to deduce. I want to know why Immortal Emperor Samsara saved them. Unable to deduce psychological activity. Han Yan frowned. In other words, Immortal Emperor Samsara didn't reveal the reason. Han Yan asked in another way, is it against me? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, it's against your other identity, Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan was confused. Dark Forbidden Lord offended Immortal Emperor Samsara? Han Yan didn't remember cursing Immortal Emperor Samsara. Was this guy trying to stir up trouble? Since it was against Dark Forbidden Lord, it had nothing to do with Han Yan. Han Yan was embarrassed to curse Dark Forbidden Lord directly. After all, he had obtained Immortal Emperor Samsara's inheritance. Di Taibeek had helped him a lot before. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and continued to cultivate. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. He had to step into the deity realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. After the Dao field was upgraded, coupled with the increase in the speed of absorbing karma, Han Yan's cultivation had been increasing rapidly. He might reach rank 9 Immortal Emperor soon. In heaven. In the imperial garden, the celestial ruler sat in a stone pavilion drinking wine. Sitting in front of him was Jing Tiangong from Jiejiao. Dark Forbidden Lord? I don't know. I also want to find trouble with him. The Sky Emperor said nonchalantly, his tone casual. Jing Tiangong said, impossible. Tendo Buddha turned into a demon, the Goblin Emperor's temperament changed greatly, and the Divine Palace changed hands. Among the 4 great forces, only Your Majesty is getting more and more spirited. Dark Forbidden Lord must be related to Your Majesty. Don't worry, I'm not looking for trouble with Dark Forbidden Lord, I want to join Dark Forbidden Lord. Your Majesty, you are a strategist. If you can contact Dark Forbidden Lord, can you help me introduce him? I'm fascinated by him, I'm willing to go through fire and water for him. The celestial ruler's expression did not change, but he was also pondering in his heart. This seemed to be true. Although Dark Forbidden Lord cursed him, it did not hurt him. Could it be that Dark Forbidden Lord was really related to heaven, or did Dark Forbidden Lord want to frame heaven? The celestial ruler shook his head and said, I really don't know. Jing Tiangong gritted his teeth and said, as long as your majesty is willing to help, Jie Jiao will definitely help heaven in this great calamity. Faced with Jing Tiangong's pestering, the celestial ruler was helpless. I also want to know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. After hearing what Jing Tiangong said, he suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was plotting something. As time passed, the Divine Palace, the Buddhist sect, the Goblin Court, and other factions would also suspect him. Previously, he had even instigated other races to impersonate the Dark Forbidden Lord, but the Dark Forbidden Lord was not angry. The more the celestial ruler thought about it, the darker his expression became. Jing Tiangong stared at him, waiting for his answer. After a long while, the celestial ruler said, I really don't know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Thank you for reminding me that the Dark Forbidden Lord might be paying attention to me. Jing Tiangong frowned. That was not the answer he wanted. How about this? You help me. If I can meet the Dark Forbidden Lord, I will definitely recommend you. The Dark Forbidden Lord controls the calamity. It's easier for a leader like me to come into contact with him. You should understand, the celestial ruler said leisurely. Jing Tiangong frowned even more and cursed the old fox. Another 10 years passed. As usual, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies and check his emails. Your good friend Huang Jihao has been attacked by demons, X124322. Your good friend Li Daokong has been attacked by your good friend Pan Xian. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has fused with the Sword Dao River. His Sword Dao has improved greatly. Your good friend Divine General has obtained a body of Providence. His soul has transformed. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has undergone training. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has been attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your enemy Tendo Buddha has lost his mind because of his hatred for you. So many great opportunities. How did Li Daokong bump into Pan Xian? He's actually not injured. This fellow is quite something. Li Daokong was one of Han Yan's best friends, but he was the only one who was not seriously injured. It seemed that no matter who he faced, he would not be injured. As expected of the eldest disciple of Ren school, Han Yan was a little tempted. Taking Li Daokong as his master didn't seem too bad either. However, he would have to wait until the end of the cataclysm. If Li Daokong was still alive after the cataclysm and he was still far stronger than Han Yan, then he would consider it. Perhaps at that time, Han Yan would no longer need a master. Also, Tendo Buddha only lost his mind now. What happened before, taking revenge on the masses by selling his madness, Han Yan felt that the Tendo Buddha was very dangerous. If there was a chance, it would be better to kill him. He continued to look down. Heaven was still in the midst of a fierce battle. The cataclysm had already started for quite some time, and the battle in heaven had never stopped. Immortal gods were indeed immortal gods. They could really endure. A month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. However, after a few months of cultivation, Wu Daojian came looking for him. Master, the Fusang tree is shaking again. It says it's scared. Wu Daojian said anxiously, his tone full of nervousness. This was the first time such a situation had happened to the Fusang tree after it had gained sentience. Hearing this, Han Yan subconsciously checked the experts around Hidden Sect Island. There were no enemies. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave and came to the Fusang tree. The other disciples were also gathered here, discussing. Han Yan looked at the Fusang tree and asked, it's the same as before. Is there some existence targeting you? The Fusang tree shook all over as if it was shivering. It replied, I'm not sure. I'm inexplicably scared. I can't control this feeling of fear. Han Yan frowned. Heyu Devil walked over and said, I'm afraid there's something in the 9 hells purgatory that should be related to birds. Duan Hongchen followed and said, there are indeed bird-type spirits in the 9 hells purgatory. The most terrifying one is the immemorial phoenix. After it fell in the cataclysm, it has been suppressed in the 9 hells purgatory. If it's him, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence. The phoenixes that participated in the cataclysm were already innate life forms. There were very few phoenixes now, and their bloodline was not as good as before. Han Yan said, "It's okay. I'll think of a way." With that, he turned and left. The other disciples continued to discuss. The 9 hells purgatory is still not safe. It's okay. Even the phoenixes can't find us. Even the Grandmaster isn't worried. What are you afraid of? Haha, just like a big and small air. Don't think about running away. Can you not mention this again? Back then, Lord Chicken almost ate you. After returning to the innate cave, Han Yan ignored the worried Wu Daojian and began to use the evolution function. I want to know who made the Fusang tree uneasy. Han Yan thought silently. 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue, 100 million years, oh no, just asking for the identity of the person was worth this much. It was very likely a big shot. Han Yan hesitantly chose to continue. His consciousness also became dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dark void. This was still the 9 hells purgatory. The boundless karma turned into thick fog and filled the air. It was even darker than the place where Hidden Sect Island was. Han Yan soon noticed panting sounds in the darkness ahead. He narrowed his eyes and was almost scared to death. It was actually a pair of eyes. A single eye was larger than the entire reroll world. Even the rank 8 immortal Emperor Han Yan could not see through its entire body. Lines of words appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. Immemorial primordial phoenix, cultivation unknown. Lord of Karma. Former phoenix race leader. Participated in the first immeasurable calamity and died. His soul was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Later, he was sent to the 9 hells purgatory by Daozu. He endured endless karma torture and could never rise again. The overlord of the first immeasurable calamity, Han Yan's scalp went numb. This was a real big shot. It was not a good thing to be targeted by him. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He continued to ask in his mind, will the immemorial primordial phoenix find Hidden Sect Island? No, he is bound by karma and cannot move. The Tao field can block his divine sense. The Fusang tree is limited in its attraction to him. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. That was true. Although the Fusang tree was a divine tree, it might not be attractive in the eyes of a mighty figure. The reason why the Fusang tree was afraid should be instinctive. After a while, it would be fine once it got used to it. Han Yan suddenly thought of the 9 hells purgatory suppressing the losers of the immeasurable calamity. Would a Huaxia mythological figure appear? Forget it, what does it have to do with me? I can't have the filter of my childhood. It's easy to die. Han Yan quickly warned himself. He could not use the memories of his previous life to speculate about myths. Myths were for mortals to read after all. They had all kinds of motives and could not be fully believed. Han Yan looked at Wu Daojian and said, it's fine. I've already calculated it. There won't be any danger. It will be fine after the Fusang tree gets used to it. Wu Daojian heard this and immediately relaxed. She hurriedly got up and went out to spread the news. Everyone in the Hidden Sect firmly believed in Han Yan. If he said there was no danger, then there would definitely be no danger. After the Fusang tree found out, the extent of its shaking also greatly reduced. Han Yan didn't think too much about it and cultivated in peace. One day, he would surpass the primordial phoenix. Perhaps after he sucked the 9 hells purgatory dry, the primordial phoenix would be filled with gratitude and directly bow down to him. Thinking about it, it was quite beautiful. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fairy Xianxia returned from the reroll world. After training in the human world, she seemed to have comprehended something and could not wait to enter seclusion. This small incident did not interrupt Han Yan's cultivation. Han Yan's cultivation level increased by a large margin, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a rank 9 immortal emperor. His mind was now filled with thoughts of becoming a rank 9 immortal emperor. He even checked his emails less frequently. The peak of the calamity might be coming soon. He had to have the strength to protect himself. There were very few Daluo in the celestial world. As long as they did not cause trouble, it was very difficult for them to die. Of course, even if he was in a hurry, Han Yan did not forget the cursed mission once every 10 years. This mission was deeply ingrained in him. It was also for his happy and stable cultivation. He could not forget it. On this day, Xianxi's divine consciousness fluctuation came from the golden crow token again. Han Yan could not be bothered with it. It was a waste of time. If he wanted to die, then even a Daluo could not save him. He continued to cultivate. His Dao heart was as firm as a rock. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan cursed his enemies while checking his emails. He wanted to see what his good friends were up to. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a mighty figure. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul was suppressed. Your good friend Supremacy Dao was attacked by the true dragon race, X231110. Your good friend Li Dao Kong was attacked by a true dragon race mighty figure. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao was suppressed by your good friend Celestial Ruler. Your good friend Huang Zuantian obtained a Jie Jiao secret treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi obtained the misfortune Dao. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained enlightenment from a mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Dao Kong has become a tribulation taker. He was indeed fooling around. Han Yan could not help but curse Xianxia in his heart. Could this disappointing thing not know his place? He was originally Jinwu's #1 prodigy, but now, he was about to become a passerby. No matter how good one's talent was, they couldn't withstand the waves. Han Yan noticed that the heaven was attacked by the True Dragon clan. What was going on? The celestial ruler was from the True Dragon clan. Did something happen in heaven? Long Hao had been suppressed by the celestial ruler to deal with Hao Tian. This brat Su Qi had something up his sleeve. It seemed like he was going to make a comeback. The next time he came back, he had to make a divination to see if he could let him in. He didn't want to be killed by him. Han Yan thought silently. When he saw Zhou Fan's actions, he couldn't help but complain. Was this the main character? To sum it up, there were only 4 words. How terrifying, and Li Dao Kong, you've finally become a tribulation taker. I can't stand it anymore. As Han Yan continued reading, he could clearly sense that the immortal world was becoming more and more turbulent. From the looks of it, a great battle was about to break out. 1 month later, Han Yan took out the heavenly Dao token and contacted the celestial ruler. Soon, their divine senses connected. Your Majesty, how have you been? Not good. The celestial ruler's tone was full of exhaustion. It was the first time Han Yan heard him speak in such a tone. His heart skipped a beat. The celestial ruler sighed. Recently, someone spread rumors that the Dark Forbidden Lord is related to heaven. The most important thing is that the Dark Sect and the ancient clans who worship the Dark Forbidden Lord have threatened to live and die with heaven. Heaven is besieged by forces who hate the Dark Forbidden Lord. The 4 heavenly gates are still in chaos. I don't know how long I can hold on. Fortunately, you haven't returned yet. Han Yan frowned. Damn it, who is trying to use my name to attack my people? Han Yan was angry and prepared to die. He comforted, Your Majesty, hold on. Isn't the Buddhist sect an ally? The Buddhist sect can't even take care of itself. The Divine Palace took the lead in attacking Spirit Mountain with the endless resentful spirits of the 9 hells purgatory. It is said that many Buddhas have already fallen. In the previous calamities, the Buddhist sect has harmed too many living beings. The Buddhist sect may fall sooner than heaven. Han Yan was silent. What was this? The great villain, the Buddhist sect, had fallen. Heaven, which he wanted to protect, would also fall. Even Hao Tian was suppressed. Could it be that fate had changed again? The celestial ruler instructed Han Yan a few words and hurriedly cut off the spiritual connection. Han Yan asked in his heart, I want to know who planned the current crisis in heaven? Unable to evolve. Too much karma is involved. Han Yan was stunned. What did that mean? More than one person? Han Yan was speechless. He continued to say in his heart, then I want to know who will be the biggest winner in this immeasurable calamity. 1. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? More than before, it seemed that this guy was more powerful than the Tendo Buddha, the Goblin Emperor, and Hao Tian, time to die, Han Yan gritted his teeth and chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness was once again brought into the evolving illusion. Han Yan opened his eyes and found that he was outside the 33rd heaven. The main hall in front of him was Empress Hua's palace. A figure stood in front of Empress Hua's palace. Han Yan narrowed his eyes. Wasn't that the founder of the divine palace, Zhu Tu? He was the one who opened the 9 hells purgatory, so he was the biggest winner, Zhu Tu said. Sage, you promised to give me the sage position. When will you fulfill your promise? A female voice came from Empress Hua's palace. Zhu Tu, my condition is if you can win, not if you slaughter the common people. Now that the mortal realm is full of ghosts and souls and all living beings are dead, you still have the nerve to ask for the sage position? Aren't you afraid that Daozu will find out? Hearing this, Zhu Tu did not panic at all. He said coldly, I knew you would go back on your word. You sages always go back on your words. Could it be that the sage position is limited and cannot accommodate a new sage? If that's the case, then I will abandon the great Tao calamity and slaughter the sages. I'll give you a chance to assist me. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. Han Yan almost cursed out loud. Slaughtering the common people again, are you people poisonous? If you want to fight for luck, then fight for luck. Why do you have to slaughter passers-by? Also, has Zhu Tu gone mad? Why is he so arrogant? Han Yan wanted to hear the sage's answer, but everything in front of him shattered like a mirror. Back inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was conflicted. Should I save the common people or think of a way to save heaven first? Sigh, I'm just an ascetic cultivator. I don't want to enter a calamity. Why do I always have to face such a big choice, Daozu? I've really tried my best to protect your heavenly Tao. Han Yan felt bitter. It seemed that he would have to curse Zhu Tu again in the future. Although Zhu Tu did not hate him, this fellow would slaughter the common people. Sooner or later, he would bring harm to the people he cared about. Perhaps even he would not be able to escape death. However, the most important thing right now was to save heaven. Han Yan thought for a long time but could not come up with a solution. Forget it. He could only continue to cultivate and think about it later. Han Yan could not figure it out, so he could not be bothered to think about it. It was not that he was heartless, but he was helpless. He could not go to heaven to be buried with him now, right? 10 years later. There was finally a change in heaven. The immortals in heaven were no longer attacked. In terms of interpersonal relationships, not many of his good friends in heaven died. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao token and asked about the situation. The celestial ruler laughed. Ha ha ha, the crisis has been resolved. Chan School and Jia Jiao have come to help. With the 2 disciples of Ren School, heaven is equivalent to obtaining the support of the entire Tao sect. It scares those factions into retreating. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed. The heavenly Tao would still rotate without him. To think that he was still worried about heaven. His cultivation speed was slower. The celestial ruler's voice sounded again. By the way, I want to ask you. Do you know the Dark Forbidden Lord? Could it be that he is the master behind you? The celestial ruler knows? Impossible, Han Yan panicked and smiled subconsciously. Yes, I am the Dark Forbidden Lord. The celestial arch chuckled. I believe you. Han Yan said helplessly, Your Majesty, I have been avoiding the calamity. If I was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord, wouldn't I have entered the calamity long ago? With my personality, I have to stay away from such a master. When the celestial arch heard this, he felt that it made sense. He continued, Of the 4 overlords of the celestial world, other than me, the other 3 have all suffered. The Dark Forbidden Lord is either related to the celestial court or wants to harm it. Han Yan knew that things were not good. But what do you want me to do? Curse you to go crazy too? Han Yan was resentful, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He said, It might be a conspiracy. The Dark Forbidden Lord is plotting against the entire celestial world. We should prepare for the worst. We can't hope that he is on our side. The celestial ruler smiled. That makes sense. I think the same. No matter what, with the help of the Tao sect, the various factions of the celestial world shouldn't really believe that the Dark Forbidden Lord is from heaven. Because there is no need for heaven. Heaven is definitely the strongest faction now. Han Yan could hear that he was very happy. It seemed that the help of the Tao sect made the celestial ruler very confident. Han Yan couldn't help but remind him, Your Majesty, be careful. Since I joined heaven, how many times have we changed our allies? The celestial ruler fell silent and felt a little awkward. Han Yan asked, How's Howard? It's not a big deal. It's just that I can't find the soul in his body, so I can only lock him up temporarily. Pay more attention. If it really is Hao Tian, it will be bad. I understand. Don't worry. Okay. The two of them cut off their divine senses and ended the communication. Since the heaven was fine, Han Yan was relieved. As for the celestial ruler suspecting that he was related to the Dark Forbidden Lord, it was fine. Celestial ruler couldn't believe that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. This was normal. From the perspective of the celestial ruler, it was impossible for her to understand why the Dark Forbidden Lord was so weak. Han Yan didn't just rely on the Book of Misfortune. He also relied on the system, the dojo, and many other methods to prevent his cursed enemies from calculating him or even predicting him. Even if Su Huang transmigrated, he would still be punished by Han Yan. What Han Yan needed to do now was to cultivate in peace. He had to be the same as before so that he could completely dispel the celestial ruler's suspicions. On the other side. Heaven, inside a palace. The celestial ruler put down the heavenly Tao token and fell into deep thought. Since it has nothing to do with him, who else could it be? My sons don't need to help me like this. I know what they are capable of. There is only one possibility. The Dark Forbidden Lord wants to frame me. After the celestial ruler thought it through, his eyes turned cold. Although he was almost successfully plotted against by the Dark Forbidden Lord, heaven also received the help of the Tao sect. This was a good thing. No, I have to be wary of the Dark Forbidden Lord. I have to find a treasure to guard against the power of the curse. After thinking about it, the celestial ruler immediately stood up and left. 7 years later. Han Yan's cultivation was interrupted. Xianxia used the Golden Crow token to contact him again. Recalling that he had rejected Xianxia previously, Han Yan still took out the Golden Crow token. What's the matter? Why did you ignore me previously? You must be pulling me to the origin deity realm again. I don't want to be beaten up with you. You don't trust me that much? Then tell me, what's the matter now? Opportunity? Or help you find reinforcements? I found reinforcements. Han Yan was speechless. He asked in annoyance, Jinwu just left and something happened to you? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, It's a big matter this time. The Buddhist sect invited a mysterious faction to help in the origin deity realm. I accidentally bumped into them. If not for my master's face, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them directly. Now that I'm suppressed in a magic treasure, I'm in too much pain. Quickly save me. Han Yan asked in surprise, They didn't take away your Golden Crow token? This Golden Crow token is hidden in the depths of my soul. They can't detect it. Alright, I'll find the celestial ruler for help now. Brother, thank you. You've saved me twice. From now on, you're my best brother. Don't, I'm afraid you'll give me another opportunity. Cough cough, in the future, without absolute confidence, I won't make a promise easily. Her. Han Yan cut off the spiritual sense connection, then picked up the heavenly Tao token and informed the celestial ruler of this matter. The celestial ruler immediately agreed. He also wanted to see what the Buddhist sect was up to. He had always been wary of the Buddhist sect. Han Yan put down the heavenly Tao token and stretched lazily. Wu Dao Jian asked curiously, Master, was the person who looked for you just now the #1 prodigy of Jinwu? She had heard about Jiangyi from Heyu Devil and the others. She also knew about Ada and Shower's background, so when she heard that the #1 prodigy of Jinwu was so respectful to Han Yan, she found it very strange. Jinwu was nothing more than this, Han Yan replied, You heard it too, right? This is the result of adventuring everywhere. This guy kept telling me that there was a great opportunity, but I didn't go. I'm still fine now, but he was on the verge of death several times. Wu Dao Jian nodded and said seriously, Master, you're the one who sees it the most clearly. Master's Tao heart is what a cultivator should have. If everyone in the world was like Master, would there be an immeasurable calamity? Han Yan shook his head and laughed. These words made some sense. Unfortunately, not everyone had the same aptitude as them. Those with poor aptitude could only seek fortuitous opportunities. Han Yan did not say anything else and continued cultivating. Now, the speed at which karma was converted into cultivation was getting faster and faster. It was even faster than Han Yan's chi absorption. This was a good thing. The level 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had immense karma. In addition to the karma outside the island, it could be said to be endless. Han Yan could also make use of this opportunity to return justice to the heavenly Tao. At that time, the heavenly Tao would reward him with great merit. In the blink of an eye. 20 years passed. Han Yan was getting closer and closer to rank 9 Immortal Emperor. He had a feeling that his breakthrough to rank 9 Immortal Emperor was faster than his breakthrough to rank 8. On this day, while Han Yan was still cursing his enemies, Xianxia contacted him again. Han Yan answered with his divine consciousness. Brother, thank you. I have already been saved. Our clan leader is also very grateful to you. He said that you will be our Jinwu's eternal friend. Also, didn't you take in Di Hongye's 2 children? The clan leader has shown mercy and allowed them to return to the clan and enjoy the treatment of geniuses. Xianxia smiled. Towards the end, he was a little smug, as if he was waiting for Han Yan to praise him. Han Yan tactfully declined, forget it, let them stay by my side. I will return after the immeasurable calamity ends. That's true. Now that the immeasurable calamity has arrived, no one can protect themselves. Go back and cultivate properly. I won't hide it from you. I have already surpassed rank 5 Immortal Emperor. Actually, I was giving you face before, but I can't bear to see you continue to suffer. After struggling for a long time, I decided to tell you the truth. Hello? Are you listening? Xianxia, are you dead? Han Yan was surprised. Why was this guy not speaking? Xianxia? Xianxia. Damn you. Han Yan couldn't help but curse when he didn't hear a reply for a long time. Xianxia said faintly, is what you said true? Yes. Actually, I'm already holding back. Han Yan sighed in his heart. I'm still too soft-hearted. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, okay. I should cultivate in seclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly cut off the divine sense connection. Xianxi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Huh, this guy is asking for a beating? Han Yan found it funny. He put down the heavenly Tao token, and his expression became serious. He had accidentally exposed himself. He had to cultivate harder from now on so that Xianxia wouldn't catch up to him. Han Yan didn't want to tell Xianxia stories anymore. He continued to curse the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained the inheritance of a mighty figure. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has obtained the inheritance of a mighty figure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has stepped into the Daluo realm. His providence has transformed. Your good friend Tai Sutian has entered the tribulation. Your good friend Zhou Fan is plagued by karma. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Duan Hongchen has comprehended the heavenly Tao and has comprehended a mystical ability. Your disciple Su Qi has been attacked by an ominous evil spirit. X983. Li Daokong has entered the Daluo realm. Hiss, he's something. This guy was already invincible before entering the Daluo realm. How strong is he now? Li Daokong's only weakness is Li Xuanao. Han Yan felt that Li Daokong didn't seem like the main character. He was more like one of those amazing martial arts legends. He also noticed that Tai Sutian had entered the tribulation. Could this be the order of Empress Hua's palace? This cultivation tribulation must have something to do with Emperor Hua's palace. Otherwise, Zhu Tu would not be so angry at Emperor Hua's palace. Fortunately, I hid in the 9 hells purgatory. If I was targeted by a saint, it would be troublesome. Han Yan silently thought about it. Tai Sutian was only interested in him. If he didn't have a system, he wouldn't have known that Emperor Hua's palace was paying attention to him. He could easily become the saint's pawn. Just thinking about it made Han Yan shudder. He was extremely wary of Tai Sutian. Hopefully, Tai Sutian wouldn't target him. In the main hall of the divine palace, countless disciples had gathered. They were all standing and facing the same direction. A figure was standing on the steps in front of him. It was Zhu Tuesday. Zhu Tu was wearing a black robe and a purple crown with beads on his head. He looked very domineering. Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou stood among the disciples and stared curiously at Zhu Tuesday. Zhu Tu raised his right hand, and all the disciples knelt down to worship him. They were orderly and full of vigor. Zhu Tu said, "All of you are geniuses recognized by the divine palace. The calamity has arrived, and war is everywhere. I won't force you to participate in the war. I hope that all of you can cultivate and increase your strength before serving the divine palace. A dead genius isn't a genius. I will open the barrier to the mystic realm. There are dangers inside, but there are also opportunities. What you can obtain will depend on yourselves. It's best if all of you unite and don't fight for your own selfish desires. There are disciples from other forces in the mystic realm, and they are your enemies. Understood?" All the disciples responded in unison. Zhu Tu waved his right hand, and a strong light burst out from the ceiling of the palace. A strong suction force pulled the robes of all the disciples. One by one, the disciples rushed into the strong light like carps crossing the river. Zhu Tu looked up with eyes full of expectation. He muttered, "I hope that all of you won't disappoint me." After the barrier closed, Zhu Tu turned around and sat down on a cushion. He took out a book and formed a seal with both hands. Magic power wrapped around the book. "It's almost done." Zhu Tu smiled. He planned to create a book of curses and pretend to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Then he could win over the Dark Sect and those who believed in the Dark Forbidden Lord. As for the Dark Forbidden Lord, he was not afraid at all. Few people in the immeasurable calamity were his opponents. It was even more impossible to defeat him with the power of curses. The Dark Forbidden Lord had not dared to show up in public. There must be a reason. Or he was not strong enough, at least not strong enough to ignore the immortal realm. 50 years passed quickly. During these years, no one disturbed Han Yan. He focused on cultivation. His cultivation grew very fast, and he was about to break through. On this day, Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly felt a fluctuation from the star world in the depths of his soul. He sent his consciousness into it and fell on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was slowly blooming. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. What did this mean? He sent his divine sense into it. Except for endless karma, he couldn't feel anything unusual. He could only wait patiently. The 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus slowly bloomed. Its 36 petals were dazzling. Han Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the speed at which he absorbed karma was also increasing. He retreated his consciousness outside the stars and realized that the other stars were absorbing karma. These stars were equivalent to Han Yan's cells. Each star contained Han Yan's vast dermic powers. His stellar primordial body had improved again. Good news, he had previously complained that the speed at which he absorbed karma was too slow. Perhaps the stellar primordial body also needed to break through. After reaching a certain stage, it would transform further. That was more like it. To be honest, although his previous talent was very strong, Han Yan felt that it was still lacking. No matter what, the primordial physique had to form an advantage with the chaotic physique, Han Yan continued to observe. When the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus completely bloomed, billions of stars absorbed the karma together. Violent winds howled in the star world. Fortunately, the reroll world was protected by his dermic powers. Otherwise, it would have been torn apart by the karma. Han Yan was overjoyed. The speed at which karma was transforming into cultivation was so fast, he looked again. More than half of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had been purified by the primordial aura. Not bad, not bad. It seemed that Han Yan would be able to control the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus soon. At this moment, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus shook violently, appearing extremely irritable. Han Yan also sensed something and threw his primordial judgment sword into the star world. The primordial judgment sword was also shaking violently. As soon as it entered, it automatically flew toward the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. What was going on? Han Yan was nervous and expectant. The primordial judgment sword was refined from the primordial aura he carried with him when he traveled through the primordial spacetime. It was a Dharma treasure. As Han Yan's cultivation increased, it also became stronger. From the looks of it, the primordial judgment sword seemed to be related to the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. No, it was the primordial aura. The primordial aura could purify the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The primordial judgment sword refined from primordial aura was also affected. Han Yan waited patiently. He had an intuition. He might be about to cheat. No. It was about to erupt. Han Yan had read the emails previously. Many people who had entered the tribulation would obtain opportunities that far exceeded those before they entered the tribulation. Their cultivation speed would also increase exponentially. He had always been secretly envious. It was finally his turn to rise. Han Yan's breakthrough seemed fast, but it actually took a long time. After half a year, Star World finally calmed down. His speed of assimilating karma was dozens of times faster than before, causing his cultivation to increase rapidly. He would probably need less than 10 years to break through to rank 9 Immortal Emperor. Han Yan was most concerned about the primordial judgment sword and the grade 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. These two treasures were tightly stacked on top of each other. The primordial judgment sword stood on the heart of the grade 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and spun non-stop. The grade 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had mostly been purified by the primordial energy and was gradually transforming into a purple lotus. Han Yan was very satisfied. Other than the increase in his cultivation speed, he could clearly feel that the primordial judgment sword and the grade 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus were forming a special connection. Although he did not know what the connection was, he had a feeling that he would become stronger. Time continued to pass. 8 years later. Han Yan finally had the opportunity to break through. He chased Wu Dao Jian out and began to break through. With the Dao field, he did not need to undergo tribulation. In less than 3 years, he broke through successfully. Rank 9 Immortal Emperor, Han Yan's soul had reached an extremely perfect state. If his soul left his body, one could see his soul body shining with bright purple light, like a purple statue, crystal clear. His divine sense transformed and became an even more powerful force. Divine sense, Han Yan felt that although his magic power was also increasing, it was not as strong as his divine sense. He was looking forward to God Realm. What was God Realm? Han Yan consolidated his cultivation while opening his stats panel. 2 quadrillion years of lifespan, dull and boring. After several breakthroughs, Han Yan was no longer interested in increasing his lifespan by a few 100 trillion years. He needed greater stimulation. After spending 2 years, Han Ju completely stabilized his cultivation. He continued to cultivate, wanting to break through to God Realm. Once he reached the deity realm, he would upgrade his sword Dao Theurgy in one go. Han Yan didn't even curse or celebrate, which showed his eagerness to reach the divine realm. On the other side. Immortal World, overseas, Golden Crab Island. Huang Zuantian was meditating in front of the waterfall. His body was emitting a golden aura that was visible to the naked eye. Compared to his current state, he was like a completely different person. Now, he was no longer an existence that could be bullied. The white crane suddenly landed behind him and said respectfully, "Cult Master has summoned all island masters, he has something to discuss." Hearing this, Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and frowned. "What's the matter? Do you know the inside story?" The white crane replied, "It's about supporting heaven." Huang Zuantian's frown deepened. Was he about to enter the tribulation, and to work for someone else? Huang Zuantian disdained Jia Jiao in his heart. He felt that Jia Jiao was becoming more and more useless. However, the sect leader had ordered him to go. "Okay, I got it. I'll go," Huang Zuantian said. The white crane immediately flapped its wings and left. Huang Zuantian fell into endless worry. He had heard that the tribulation was getting more and more tragic. Countless living beings died every day, and many famous mighty figures in the immortal world had even fallen. No, if he rashly entered the tribulation, even if he followed the Jia Jiao, he would easily become cannon fodder. Heaven was the target of public criticism. Huang Zuantian felt that he had to think of a way to at least raise his status. There were too many Jia Jiao Island masters. It wouldn't be a problem for hundreds of them to die. However, if he wanted to raise his status, he had to start from his cultivation. After all, the Jia Jiao was orthodox Daoist, and they paid attention to the law of the jungle. Looks like I have to use that treasure. Huang Zuantian's eyes flickered as he thought silently. 20 years passed quickly. Han Yan had been cultivating in seclusion. He even forgot to curse his enemies. He only woke up when the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was completely purified. In the depths of his soul, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus had turned purple. It looked very similar to his soul, as if it was carved out of crystal. The primordial judgment sword didn't change in form, but it became stronger. Han Yan discovered that these two treasures seemed to have fused together, like a mother-child Dharma treasure. He immediately tried to make the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus recognize him as its master. As expected, after purification, it became very easy for it to recognize him as its master. 7 days later, the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus successfully recognized him as its master. Detected that this is your first time obtaining a heavenly Tao treasure. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and participate in the tribulation to fight for Providence. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Continue cultivating and lead the tribulation. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Han Yan didn't hesitate and directly chose the second choice. He then checked the information of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, heavenly Tao treasure. After being purified by primordial qi, it's even more powerful. Its defense can be said to be first-rate below the heavenly Tao. It can also increase one's cultivation speed. So awesome, Han Yan immediately took out the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and placed it on the bed. He sat on the lotus seat and began to internalize qi. He discovered that his cultivation speed had indeed increased greatly. Not only that, but even the speed at which his body absorbed negative karma had also increased. What a treasure! Han Yan placed the meditation cushion on the table, ready to give it to Fairy Xianxia. Immediately, Han Yan began the simulation trial, wanting to test the power of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The celestial ruler was his first choice. After a full 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised. Even the celestial ruler couldn't break the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. However, Han Yan was too weak and was shocked to death. But that was enough. This thing could save his life. As expected of a heavenly Tao treasure, Han Yan continued the simulation trial. Apart from Patriarch Shi Tian and the big shots in the first row of the Taiji Palace, no one could break the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Even the big shots in the first row had to fight for a long time before they could break it. As for Patriarch Shi Tian, he waved his hand and instantly killed Han Yan and the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. I can't win. Overall, Han Yan was still very happy. With this treasure, his strength could be considered to have improved greatly. He was in a good mood and took out the Book of Misfortune to celebrate. The Tendo Buddha, the Goblin Emperor, and Zhu Tu couldn't escape. Han Yan decided to take out 2 billion years each. He would give them a big surprise. First, it was the Tendo Buddha. Under the dusk sky, in a huge canyon, a faint Buddhist glow was emitted in the darkness. The Tendo Buddha was meditating on the ground, surrounded by a halo. He suddenly frowned, and a murderous aura surged. Damned dark forbidden lord, you're messing with me again. The Tendo Buddha was furious, but he had to acknowledge Shin Tian as his master. He had already lost his mind previously and had finally stabilized his mental demons. He didn't want to lose control again. Ever since Zhu Tu had appeared, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The celestial ruler and the goblin emperor couldn't kill him, but Zhu Tu could. He was recognized as the strongest person in the celestial world. It was because of him that the God Palace could rise. No one dared to kill the God Palace in the cradle. The Tendo Buddha resisted the power of the curse while racking his brains. How could he find the Dark Forbidden Lord? If he could not find the Dark Forbidden Lord, he would have to suffer in the future. He could not understand. He had already left Buddhism. Why was the Dark Forbidden Lord still cursing him? What feud did the Dark Forbidden Lord have with him? Why was the Dark Forbidden Lord so relentless? The Tendo Buddha did not understand karma. Of course, if he encountered the Dark Forbidden Lord and the Dark Forbidden Lord was weaker than him, he would definitely kill him. In the next few days, the power of the curse became stronger. The Tendo Buddha could not hold on for long. In the end, he went crazy again. The mental demon was causing trouble. The murderous intent toward the Dark Forbidden Lord occupied his mind. He wanted to release this murderous intent. Your enemy, the Tendo Buddha, has lost his mind because of your curse. Seeing this email, Han Yan did not stop. He had to deduct 2 billion years of his lifespan before he stopped. He was not afraid of cursing the Tendo Buddha to death. The 6-star hatred was too eye-catching. Han Yan would not be at ease if he did not kill this guy. When 2 billion years of his lifespan were deducted, Han Yan immediately stopped. Precise timing, Han Yan suddenly realized that he was not bleeding. It was as if nothing had happened. It seemed that the recent transformation of the stellar primordial body was indeed effective. He recuperated and rested for a few days before continuing to curse the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin Emperor also had a lifespan of 2 billion years. Nothing happened to him. He cursed Zhu Tu and nothing happened to him as well. Han Yan felt somewhat depressed. Could it be that these big shots found a way to deal with the power of the curse? It seemed that he had to find a chance to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. If he wanted to upgrade the Book of Misfortune, he had to continuously choose missions from the system. Han Yan could only continue to break through. He would not go out and look for trouble. The Divine Palace. In the quiet palace, Zhu Tu suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. It seems that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not simple. Faced with the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord, he could only deduce the Book of Misfortune like the other mighty figures. He did not know what the Book of Misfortune looked like. Zhu Tu had no choice but to stop looking down on him. The Dark Forbidden Lord was indeed impressive. Since he had already offended the Dark Forbidden Lord, Zhu Tu decided to make his identity a reality. Since you only dare to hide in the shadows, then don't think about coming out again. The corners of Zhu Tu's mouth lifted slightly. For now, the power of the curse couldn't affect him. After spending 6 billion years of his lifespan on the curse, Han Yan continued to cultivate. It might seem like a squandering, but in fact, Han Yan hadn't even spent the fraction of his lifespan. Sigh. Han Yan felt that this was not a good thing. This would make him lose his respect for lifespan. True enough. There was no good outcome for gambling. No matter what he gambled, it would not end well. Han Yan sighed in his heart. After the cataclysm ended, he would no longer use his lifespan to curse others. Unless the other party was inhumane, time flew by. All the worlds in the universe were in a calamity. Other than the reroll world, almost all the worlds were in an apocalyptic war. Negative karma seeped out from the myriad worlds and began to spread in the void as though darkness was devouring the myriad worlds. 40 years passed quickly. Han Yan's cultivation had reached its limit and could not be improved anymore. However, he could not find a way to break through to the divine realm for the time being. What was the divine realm? Han Yan was in a dilemma. If he had known earlier, he would have asked in the Taiji Palace. Han Yan tried using the evolution function again, but the system told him that he could not evolve the cultivation technique. He had no choice but to take out the heavenly Tao token and ask the celestial ruler how to break through to the divine realm. What? You're about to break through to the divine realm? The celestial ruler was shocked and could not remain calm. Han Yan said helplessly, I'm just asking. He knew that his words were not credible, but Han Yan could only ask the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler was silent for a long time. Han Yan thought that he was dead, so he said, the breakthrough to the divine realm is the improvement of the soul. After reaching the divine realm, the physical body is no longer important. If the physical body is destroyed, it can be restored with a thought. As for how to improve the soul, you need the Great Tao. Using the Great Tao to nourish the soul and reach the stage of fusion, you can reach the divine realm. However, the Great Tao that the divine realm masters is only the evolution of the Great Tao. It's just like the heavenly Tao of the celestial world and the heavenly Tao of the mortal world. There are differences. It's said that saints can truly control the Great Tao. Han Yan was secretly shocked when he heard that. Saints are so ridiculous. Wait, Patriarch Shi Tian preached the Tao. Could it be that he wanted to control this group of listeners? Han Yan was terrified when he thought about it. It was too terrifying. He could not cultivate the great Tao of karma in the future. Han Yan said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Although I am still far from the divine realm, once I reach the divine realm, I will definitely not forget Your Majesty's kindness." The celestial ruler said meaningfully, "I hope so. Actually, I don't expect you to come out and help heaven now. I hope that after this calamity ends, you will continue to work for heaven. At that time, you will definitely be as strong as Li Daokong and Li Xuanao. You don't have to worry about being plotted against because you are already strong enough. I hope that you can become a pillar of support for heaven, just like the four extreme thearchs. Of course. If I am strong enough, I will definitely ensure the peace of heaven." Han Yan promised seriously. The celestial ruler smiled and cut off the divine sense connection. Han Yan looked at the great Tao of life and death in his body. The great Tao of karma was too dangerous, so he definitely couldn't cultivate it. However, he could cultivate the great Tao of life and death. He had obtained the great Tao of life and death a long time ago. Han Yan had relied on the great Tao of life and death to reach the divine emperor realm. In his opinion, there shouldn't be any saints that had grasped the great Tao of life and death. Otherwise, what was the point? This guy directly decided the life and death of all living beings. Han Yan pulled out the great Tao of life and death and wrapped it around his divine soul. Wrapped by the great Tao of life and death, his divine soul felt warm for a while and cold for a while. Is this the legendary ice and fire? Han Yan's thoughts went astray. He stopped in time and continued to let the great Tao of life and death nourish his divine soul. After 3 years, he finally found a change. His divine soul was fusing with the great Tao of life and death. This fusion was not as simple as just containing, but fusing into one. Han Yan was excited. He finally found a way to break through. Although the process was a bit slow, he could afford to wait. Wu Daojian returned to the cave residence and saw Han Yan surrounded by black and white qi. She was already used to it. She came to Han Yan and called softly, "Master." Han Yan didn't open his eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" "Chu Shuren's condition is not right." Han Yan opened his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? He spread out his divine sense and saw Chu Shuren cultivating under the Fusang tree, but his body was emitting Buddhist light, making him look extremely solemn. The others couldn't help but discuss. He's the reincarnation of Buddhism? Sun Chang'an, do you know him? I don't know, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Guess, what was Chu Shuren's identity in Buddhism in his previous life? Probably an arhat. Can an arhat have talent? At the very least, he's a Buddha. The disciples were very excited and not afraid. Awakening the memories of the previous life would not devour the memories of this life. It was just a fusion. Morong Qi, Sun Chang'an, and Su Qi had all awakened the memories of their previous lives, but they didn't see them betraying the Yin sect. It's fine, don't worry about him. Han Yan said. He sensed that a powerful force was awakening in Chu Shuren's essence soul. It seemed that the Supreme Buddha was really about to awaken. Chu Shuren had been cultivating diligently all these years, and his cultivation level was getting higher and higher. It was time for him to awaken the memories of his previous life. Han Yan was very curious. Would the Supreme Buddha continue to persuade others not to cultivate? He had already broken the precepts. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate. He wanted to reach the immortal state as soon as possible. A year later, Chu Shuren had completely awakened. He manifested the Buddha image of the Supreme Buddha. It was solemn and mighty, causing the disciples to widen their eyes. Sun Chang'an seemed to have remembered something. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Buddha, Buddha." Everyone was shocked. Especially Chu Shuren's disciple, Zhou Mingyue. His vision darkened. It's over, he would be bullied to death by Master in the future and would never be able to make a comeback. Lu Huashu was also shocked. There were myths and legends of Buddha in the mortal world. He never thought that his master was actually Buddha. Vajranu exclaimed, Supreme Buddha? Didn't he disappear? How? He suddenly felt even more respect for Han Yin. Even Buddha could be subdued, Chu Shiren said expressionlessly, the karma of my previous life has become a thing of the past. In this life, we'll talk about seniority. Sun Chang'an heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Shiren slowly stood up and looked at the Khanate cave abode. He frowned slightly. The other disciples became nervous. This was Buddha. If Buddha attacked Han Yin, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Chu Shiren suddenly bowed to the Khanate cave abode, then walked to the edge of the cliff and sat down, continuing to cultivate. Everyone looked at each other and did not dare to disturb Chu Shiren. Heiyuji came behind Chu Shiren and shouted, Brat! You're actually Buddha. You said that it's good that you don't cultivate. If you don't cultivate, how can you be Buddha? You're so cheap. Everyone couldn't help but sweat for him. Heiyu Devil wanted to say something but hesitated. Chu Shiren rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Can't I have thought wrongly in the past? Sun Chang'an was dumbfounded and doubted his ears. The Supreme Buddha, who had been constantly persuaded by the other three great Buddhas, actually admitted that his previous beliefs were wrong. How could this be? Sun Chang'an suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Han Yin had done something to Chu Shiren? Very likely, Chu Shiren should not have completely awakened the memories of the Supreme Buddha, otherwise, it would not be like this. Han Yin's image in Sun Chang'an's mind became even more mysterious. Although he had been cultivating on the island all these years, he felt that Han Yin was getting further and further away from them. This feeling stimulated him to cultivate diligently. Work hard on your cultivation. Since you're the Buddha, you should quickly recover your cultivation from your past life. The Yin order still needs the inheritance of disciples like you. We can't always rely on my big brother and the old sorcerer to keep up appearances. Heiyuji scoffed, looking like the master of the secret order. King Kong said angrily, How many times have I told you, don't call me old witch? Following Heiyuji's posturing, the atmosphere eased. The others also went up to talk to Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren did not shake them off. He answered whatever they asked. As the conversation increased, the former Chu Shiren seemed to have returned. 10 years later, Han Yin took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy. His soul was still being nourished by the great Tao of life and death. Han Yin did not need to watch carefully during this process. It was estimated that in at most 50 years, the great Tao of life and death and his soul would completely merge. At that time, he would step into the immortal state. Han Yin cursed as he checked his emails. Your Tao companion Xianxia has joined the dark sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianshen was attacked by demons, X310032. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by a demon sage. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Divine General has obtained the primordial inheritance. His providence has increased greatly. Your enemy Goblin Emperor has cracked because of your curse, Daluo's Tao fruit. Your good friend Li Daokong has stepped into the heavenly Tao and severed his karma. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has fused with the primordial Qilin blood. His bloodline has transformed and his cultivation has increased greatly. Han Yin raised his eyebrows. Why did that woman Xianqing join the dark sect? Did his wife defect to the enemy? Han Yin was a little unhappy, but he could not care less about the immortal world. No, the dark sect had to be punished. Han Yin still remembered that the leader of the dark sect was Xue Mingyi, who had escaped from the 9 nether purgatory. He noticed that Li Daokong had stepped into the heavenly Tao and severed his karma. That was too much. As expected of a mighty figure who wanted to take him in as a disciple, no wonder he dared to be so reckless previously. After being reckless for so long, he severed his karma and started from scratch. He did not know if he had severed his karma with the Ren school. If he were Li Daokong, he would definitely sever his karma. Otherwise, Li Xuanao would become his weakness. In Han Yan's opinion, Li Xuanao was far inferior to Li Daokong. Li Xuanao had been seriously injured before, but Li Daokong had never been seriously injured. And Huang Zuantian, Why was he getting more and more powerful? At first, Han Yan just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect that this guy would become stronger and stronger. The next time we meet, this guy will not become the leader of the Jia, right? Han Yan was not afraid that he would betray him. Huang Zuantian's soul was branded with the Six Paths imprint. The Six Paths imprint became stronger as Han Yan became stronger. Unless Huang Zuantian directly surpassed Han Yan, he could forget about betraying Han Yan. Han Yan continued to read the emails. Many people had obtained opportunities. Unfortunately, you still can't compare to me. Han Yan often paid attention to his friends. No one cultivated faster than him. Although he was proud, he was not arrogant. Comparing the speed of breakthrough was meaningless. Comparing cultivation was the most important thing. 1 month later, Han Yan put down the book of misfortune and asked in his mind, I want to know who is cursing the celestial ruler. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Han Yan closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes. Damn, it's Zhu Tu again, what's going on? He's so strong. Why is he cursing others? Is he trying to impersonate me? Han Yan was angry. He would not allow Zhu Tu to harm his celestial ruler. Your Majesty, I've decided to risk it all for you. Han Yan thought to himself. He picked up the book of misfortune and continued cursing. This time, he had to curse Zhu Tu until something went wrong. After cursing for 5 days, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He kept staring at his stats panel. His lifespan was decreasing faster and faster. He was increasing the intensity. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 2 billion years, 5 billion years, Han Yan stopped. His face was covered in blood. He asked in his mind, did something happen to Zhu Tu? He had no relationship with Zhu Tu, so he could not see the email updates. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? No, Han Yan did not care anymore. He had tried his best. Next time, he would find an opportunity to tell the celestial ruler that Zhu Tu had cursed the celestial ruler. In the celestial palace. Rumble, the palace shook violently. The guards outside the palace looked at each other. They were extremely nervous, but they did not dare to barge in. Inside the palace, Zhu Tu's face was gloomy. Damn dark forbidden lord. He curses me every 10 years. This time, it's even stronger. Zhu Tu was a little panicked. Next time, would the dark forbidden lord's curse be stronger? Although he was fine now, if this was not the dark forbidden lord's limit. Time flew. 40 years passed quickly in the celestial world. Han Yan's soul finally merged with the great Tao of life and death. He was about to break through. He chased Wu Daojian out. Wu Daojian left the cave abode with a knowing expression. Han Yan took a deep breath. God realm, I'm here. Han Yan was very excited. He was almost as excited as when he reached the immortal realm. He began to comprehend the primordial reincarnation great Tao. This cultivation technique was a great Tao cultivation technique. He could only comprehend different realms as his cultivation increased. Now, he wanted the God realm breakthrough technique. Han Ju's soul flew out of his head. It was resplendent, and purple light shone in the cave. The breakthrough began, as Han Yan comprehended the primordial reincarnation great Tao. Various true meanings of the God realm surged into his mind. God realm, above all living beings. The God realm was not divided into 9 transformations like the Arch realm. Profound divine essence, until profound divine essence. 6 profound divine essences gathered and turned into Daluo, in heaven, the Lingxiao palace. Gods gathered. The celestial ruler sat on the throne. Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, the divine general, the martial god general, Jia Jiao, Jing Tiangong, and the mighty figures of the Chan school stood in the front row. The divine general smiled. Your Majesty, another war god has come to challenge the celestial god general. The celestial god general has been undefeated for tens of thousands of times. He's not far from the heavenly Tao war god, right? The other immortals smiled. Many years had passed since the celestial god general announced to the heavens and challenged the heaven gate. He had been fighting and had never been defeated. It was because of him that the prestige of heaven soared. This was also one of the important reasons why the Tao sect supported heaven. The celestial ruler smiled. The celestial god general is working so hard. You can't relax. Next, we should attack the goblin court. As long as the goblin court doesn't appear, trouble will continue in heaven. Now, the goblin court has become the largest force in the celestial world. Destroying the goblin court will increase the providence of heaven. The group of immortals and deities all agreed, their faces filled with confidence. The current heavenly court was truly different. After receiving the support of the Tao sect, they were the strongest in the celestial world. Jing Tiangong. God. Celestial Emperor said calmly, why does Zhutu's cultivation have to be the dark forbidden master? Why did he choose to expose his identity? Obviously, he just wants to rope in the believers of the dark forbidden lord. If you were Zhutu, what reason would you have to be a character like the dark forbidden lord? Jing Tiangong nodded. He didn't believe it either. He had interacted with Zhutu before. This person was extremely arrogant. He could have attacked the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha directly. Why did he have to do this? Moreover, he had never heard that Zhutu was good at cursing. Of course, the most important reason was that Jing Tiangong didn't like Zhutu's day previously. He had almost died in Zhutu's hands. How could Zhutu be the dark forbidden lord that he worshipped? In his eyes, the dark forbidden lord was mysterious and powerful. He was full of wisdom and strategizing. He didn't want fame, only benefits. Such a powerful person was what he wanted. Li Daokong suddenly said, Your Majesty, I am willing to fight Zhu Tuesday. The celestial ruler glanced at him and shook his head. You are still young. Zhu Tu's strength is not something you can imagine. Li Daokong smiled and said, Is that so? Then I want to fight him even more. Beside him, Li Xianxia said sarcastically, My good senior brother, don't die and implicate your junior brother. That won't happen. Haha, you are so confident. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Humph, the immortals were already used to seeing this pair of senior and junior brothers bickering again. At this moment, a heavenly soldier suddenly flew into the hall. Report, a large number of vengeful spirits have appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. The celestial palace is attacking. Whoosh, the immortals were in an uproar. They were still discussing how to deal with the goblin court. They didn't expect the celestial palace to attack first. The supremacy Dao's expression was unnatural. He loved and hated his old employer, the celestial palace. Li Daokong laughed. Just in time. After saying that, he took the lead and disappeared. Li Xuanao hurriedly followed. After 17 years, Han Yan finally broke through. Profound divine essence, Han Yan's divine soul sublimated, and his divine will swept out. Fortunately, he remembered that the primordial essence Phoenix was still in the 9 hells purgatory, so he retracted his divine will. The dermic powers in his body also underwent a qualitative transformation. This was a higher-level dermic power, also known as divine essence. Essence was the origin of all things, and divine essence was high and mighty. Divine essence dermic powers, Han Yan felt the transformation brought by the divine realm. He was completely immersed in it. He felt that he had been reborn. Compared to before, he was like an immortal. What a wonderful feeling, it was as if he could control everything. His divine will could even sense space and time everywhere. Omnipotent, when Han Yan woke up from this wonderful feeling, he opened his eyes and called out his stats interface to see his current lifespan. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 47,039 999 9999 9999 9999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, cultivation, profound divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao, 999 trillion years of lifespan. It was about to break through the sky. Not only that, but his race had also changed. Primordial chaos fiend celestial? Interesting, Han Yan was overjoyed. His lifespan was so long, it was almost eternal. Han Yan suppressed his surprise and continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 years later. 3 lines of words popped up in front of him. Detected that you have reached the divine realm and transformed into a primordial chaos fiend celestial. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately come out of seclusion and fight for the providence of the calamity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. 2. Follow your heart and continue to cultivate. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to upgrade the system. The system finally stopped playing the devil's advocate. Han Yan chose the second option happily. System upgrading. You can slowly upgrade. Han Yan closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Sword Tao mystical power, preparing to raise his strength to the limit. That day, he jumped into the Sword Tao River and began to move forward. Zhang Guxing was guarding the Sword Tao River. When he saw Han Yan appear, he couldn't help but smile. You're here, wait. Zhang Guxing's eyes widened. Han Yan's consciousness formed a purple figure, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura, causing him to tremble. This aura, only the Divine Emperor of the Divine Palace had it. Could it be that this brat had reached the immortal realm? How was that possible? How many years had it been? Zhang Guxing was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. He had watched Han Yan grow up. He had reached the immortal realm from a mortal in just over 4,000 years. Could it be that this brat was the reincarnation of a mighty figure, experiencing the mortal realm? Han Yan ignored Zhang Guxing and focused on breaking through. He continued forward, and soon there was no other figure around him. Finally, he saw that mysterious figure again, as if waiting for him at the end of the Sword Tao. Han Yan had already guessed this guy's identity. It seemed very close, but Han Yan had to take over 10,000 steps to reach him. The mysterious figure turned around and looked at Han Yan with a smile. It really is you. I wasn't wrong about you. This mysterious figure was Li Daokong. Facing Li Daokong, Han Yan didn't panic. He smiled and said, Senior is indeed powerful. Li Daokong asked with a smile, do you want to surpass me? Yes, but I don't have the ability. If you want to surpass me, you need to take one of my attacks. If you can, I'll give you this position. If you can't, you can go back and practice. Come on. Han Yan said seriously. He knew that Li Daokong wasn't making things difficult for him. At this point, his divine powers had been upgraded to the divine realm. If he went any further, he would probably reach the Daluo realm. Li Daokong raised his hand and waved, and a sword chi flew toward Han Yan. This sword chi wasn't spectacular, and its momentum was ordinary, but it was so fast that Han Yan couldn't react in time. Boom! Han Yan's consciousness spun and returned to his body. He opened his eyes suddenly. He couldn't even block one attack. Ridiculous. Although it wasn't Han Yan's full strength in the Sword Tao River, it could still reflect the gap between the two. If they really fought, Li Daokong couldn't even break the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Han Yan pulled himself together and continued to strengthen other Sword Tao divine powers. He went to the Sword Tao River one after another, but when he met Li Daokong later, he didn't take any more attacks. Li Daokong in the Sword Tao River seemed to be a remnant of his will, not his original body. Half a year later, Han Yan raised his strength to the limit. He began the simulation trial. He fought Li Xuanao first. Back in the Taiji Palace, Li Xuanao was also there, and Han Yan copied his data. Li Xuanao couldn't break the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus at all. Although Han Yan's cultivation was not as good as his, he could fight on par with him with the supreme treasure. It was worth mentioning that Li Xuanao's cultivation was at the 6th profound divine essence. He didn't know when this guy could become a Daluo. Han Yan had always remembered that he had dug out Tengu's eyes. He had to take revenge. 3 days later, Han Yan finished the simulation trial. With Daluo around, he couldn't defeat him for the time being. However, with the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, he wouldn't be killed instantly. In the immortal state, most people were no match for him. Under the situation where he could not break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world-destroying Black Lotus, Han Yan could find the right opportunity to defeat his opponent. A small amount of 6 profound God essence could make Han Yan unable to move. Overall, Han Yan was very satisfied. Even though he had just entered the deity realm, he was not at the bottom. One had to admit that the 36th grade reincarnation world-destroying Black Lotus was really powerful. No wonder Immortal Emperor Samsara wanted to obtain it. However, the karma contained in this treasure was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the stellar primordial body, this treasure would have been a serious burden for Han Yan. Daoist Yuji had done the same thing before, so he played along with Han Yan's act and threw the treasure away. Since you've made a breakthrough, shouldn't we celebrate? Han Yan thought to himself silently. First, he cursed Zhu Tuesday. This guy kept cursing the celestial ruler, so he was obviously pretending to be him. Unforgivable. Moreover, Han Yan had foreseen that Zhu Tu would slaughter all living beings in the future. Killing this guy would be for the good of all living beings. Han Yan took out the book of misfortune and cursed while thinking about how much lifespan he should sacrifice. 10 billion years. He felt that 10 billion years might not be enough to curse Zhu Tu to death. Forget it, I'll just add to the fun. Above the 9 heavens, 2 terrifying figures were fighting. They were Zhu Tu and Li Daokong. Li Daokong held a sword in his hand, and every strike of his sword could send out billions of sword chi, filling the 9 heavens. Zhu Tu cast spells with both hands, and all kinds of divine powers were at his fingertips. A terrifying pressure filled the sky, and no one dared to set foot here. Zhu Tu raised his right hand, and countless heavenly thunder gathered in his palm, quickly condensing into a huge and majestic 5-clawed thunder dragon, roaring ferociously. At this moment, Zhu Tu frowned and cursed, "Damn it, why are you cursing me at this juncture?" He hated the dark forbidden lord to the core. Li Daokong didn't know what had happened to Zhu Tuesday. All he saw was that figures that looked exactly like him appeared around him, each brandishing a different sword move. More and more sword shadows rushed toward Zhu Tuesday. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with Li Daokong's figures. Suddenly, all of Li Daokong's sword shadows turned to face Zhu Tu, and sword light burst forth, shining between heaven and earth. 9 Hell's Purgatory. Hidden Sect Island. The disciples who were cultivating raised their heads and looked over. "Why is there light?" Morongqi asked in surprise. After being in 9 Hell's Purgatory for so long, this was the first time they saw light. Li Yao frowned and said, "That's sword light." "Sword light?" Everyone was stunned. Vidranu said with a complicated expression, "Sword light can penetrate into 9 Hell's Purgatory during a battle between mighty figures. This kind of cultivation is really terrifying. I'm afraid he's already one of the strongest beings in the immortal world." The disciples of the hidden sect couldn't help but be fascinated. What kind of cultivation could illuminate the heavens? Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was still focused on cursing. A few days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to drop rapidly. He opened the attribute panel and looked at it carefully. 1 billion years, 3 billion years, 5 billion years, 10 billion years. Stop. Han Yan didn't even shed a drop of blood. The immortal realm was really powerful. Although Han Yan didn't know whether Zhu Tu was okay, he didn't care. Anyway, he felt good. Next, he cursed the Tendo Buddha. This guy was crazy. It was better to curse him to death as soon as possible. Han Yan also decided to play with the Tendo Buddha with 10 billion years. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to drop rapidly. He cursed with all his might, causing his lifespan to drop at an unprecedented speed. 3 billion years, your enemy Tendo Buddha's demonic heart went berserk because of your curse, and his magic power went out of control. 5 billion years, 8 billion years. Your enemy Tendo Buddha's demonic body and demonic soul were revealed because of your curse, and it attracted the heaven's punishment. 9 billion years, 10 billion years. Stop. Han Yan accurately counted the seconds and didn't make any mistakes. Dark Forbidden Lord, just you wait. I'll kill you. Ah! The Tendo Buddha's voice suddenly exploded. Not only Han Yan, but everyone on the hidden sect island could hear it. Han Yan was stunned. A new message popped up in front of his eyes. Your enemy Tendo Buddha was killed by the heavenly Tao because of your curse. He died and his Tao disappeared. A trace of his remnant soul luckily escaped. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. Tendo Buddha's profile picture was gone. Was he dead, or was he not completely dead? That trace of his remnant soul really made him uneasy. At the same time, golden rain fell from the heavens. Daluo had fallen, and the heavens were sorrowful. In the heaven, Lingxiao Palace. The celestial ruler looked at the golden rain outside the palace, and his expression changed. Who is the dark forbidden lord? Zhu Tu is still fighting with Li Daokong, so it can't be him. To be able to curse Tendo Buddha to death, this is. The celestial ruler's heart was in turmoil. He pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression became strange. This guy is actually the demon ancestor. No wonder he attracted the heavenly Tao's punishment. The karma accumulated by the demon ancestor was too terrifying, causing him to be rejected by the heavenly Tao as soon as he entered it. Could it be that because of the dark forbidden lord's curse, the Tendo Buddha couldn't hide his true body? The celestial ruler was full of uneasiness. Today, it was the Tendo Buddha. Would it be him next time? Although he wasn't a demon and the heavenly Tao wouldn't target him, he didn't want to be cursed by the dark forbidden lord. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief after cursing a mortal enemy to death. Sigh, the path of the great Tao was long and arduous. Han Yen thought to himself, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to kill me. He never provoked others, but he was not afraid of trouble. If anyone dared to harm him, he would do everything he could to kill them. If he wanted his enemy to give up their hatred, he had to make them disappear. Han Yen adjusted his state of mind. He prepared to continue cursing the Goblin Emperor. If it was the Goblin Emperor, he would just curse him for 5 days. Han Yen did not want to kill 2 Daluo in a row. He was afraid that his mentality would change. Moreover, the Goblin Emperor was not the demon ancestor. Even if he revealed his true form, he would not be killed by the heavenly Tao. Goblin Court. The Goblin Emperor was filled with fear after hearing the Tendo Buddha's roar. He had hated the dark forbidden lord to the core before, and he was even more furious. After all, the dark forbidden lord only dared to curse in secret. But it was different now. A Daluo had been cursed to death. The Goblin Emperor did not care about the Tendo Buddha's identity as the demon ancestor. In his opinion, the dark forbidden lord already had the ability to kill the Daluo. He had forced the Tendo Buddha to reveal his true form so that he could torture the Tendo Buddha. What a terrifying and vicious fellow. The Goblin Emperor had lived for so long, but he had never met such a vicious fellow. This fellow could have killed the enemy directly, but he cursed in secret to torture the enemy's will. Such an enemy was too terrifying. At this moment, the Goblin Emperor even felt a trace of regret. He suddenly wanted to beg the dark forbidden lord for mercy. But he sadly realized that he did not even know who the dark forbidden lord was. He could not even find him. He suddenly thought of Zhu Tuesday. Zhu Tu had been pretending to be the dark forbidden lord recently. Could it really be him? Zhu Tu did indeed have the ability to kill the Tendo Buddha. The Goblin Emperor became more and more panicked. He fell into a dilemma. At this moment, that familiar curse power attacked him once again. The Goblin Emperor panicked. He thought that the dark forbidden lord was going to curse him to death. He began to do everything he could to stop it. However, 5 days later, the curse stopped abruptly. He was not injured. The dark forbidden lord seemed to be teasing him. For some reason, the Goblin Emperor was pleasantly surprised. Is he trying to get on my good side? This thought appeared in the Goblin Emperor's mind, and it began to grow wildly like weeds. As soon as the Tendo Buddha died, the dark forbidden lord came to curse him. It was definitely not random. There must be a deep meaning. The Goblin Emperor frowned. What should he do? After cursing all the enemies, Han Yen walked out of the innate immortal's cave and summoned Fairy Xianxia and Chang Yuer, who were in seclusion, to preach Tao to the crowd. Everyone felt that Han Yen was different now. Chu Shiren had a complicated look in his eyes as he thought to himself, this is the God realm? No, he might be even stronger. After awakening the memories of his previous life, Chu Shiren tried the simulation trial and found that many of Han Yan's opponents were mighty figures that he had to respect in his previous life. Since Han Yan could simulate the strength of those mighty figures, he must not be weaker than them. Han Yan looked at Chu Shiren and asked, what do you think of the Tendo Buddha's death? Chu Shiren came back to his senses and said, he brought it upon himself. When the Tendo Buddha led the demonic heart into Buddhism, I felt that something was wrong with him. He would definitely die in Buddhism. The others couldn't help but be curious. Chu Shiren didn't mention anything about Buddhism before, so they were too embarrassed to ask. Han Yan didn't ask any more questions and began to preach Tao. Chang Yu sent a voice transmission to Fairy Xian, Master, junior brother seems to have changed. Fairy Xian replied, it's just that his realm has increased. She looked at Han Yan with awe in her eyes. Not only them, but the other disciples also clearly felt the pressure emanating from Han Yan. Vajranu and Heyu Devil were the most shocked. Han Yan obviously didn't have a small breakthrough, but a big one. What kind of realm was he in to have a big breakthrough in his cultivation? They didn't dare to think too much about it. As Han Yan began to preach Tao, everyone entered a state of epiphany as soon as the Tao voice sounded. The preaching lasted for 5 years, and everyone had comprehended something or even had a breakthrough. This included Vajranu and Heyu Devil. They seemed to have found a way to improve their cultivation. For the next 4 years, Han Yan asked them to ask questions one by one. After that, he dismissed all the disciples and returned to his cave abode alone to continue cultivating. Wu Daojian followed him in. She came in front of Han Yan and asked carefully, Master, you're so strong now. Are you still going to hide here? For some reason, Han Yan gave her a feeling of invincibility. She had never felt so strongly before. Han Yan said angrily, what do you mean by hiding? This is cultivation. There's no end to the Tao. What? Has your Tao heart changed? You want to go out? Okay, get out now. I'll personally send you to the celestial world. Wu Daojian was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly knelt down and begged, I didn't. Master. I was wrong. Han Yan snorted. Don't ask such questions in the future. Cultivate well. He was already a little arrogant. If more and more people like Wu Daojian appeared around him, he was afraid that he would really become arrogant. Could it be that this girl had been possessed by the heavenly Tao and was trying to seduce him? Han Yan was determined. I'm not strong enough, he thought about Li Daokong and Patriarch Shi Tian, and the smugness in his heart disappeared. Wu Daojian seemed to be frightened and returned to her futon to continue cultivating. Han Yan couldn't bear it and said, come here. I'll give you some special treatment. Wu Daojian was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly went to Han Yan's bed to meditate. Her gaze fell on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction black lotus under Han Yan. She wanted to ask what this treasure was before, but she didn't dare to. You've almost mastered the heavenly sword Tao. I'll teach you another sword Tao divine power. This divine power is the peerless sword Qi. The divine power that you despised before. Han Yan said expressionlessly. Wu Daojian hurriedly denied and waved her hand. I didn't. I just said that the name was ordinary. Huh? You're still talking about it? I was wrong. Han Yan smiled with satisfaction and began to teach her the divine power. Half a year later. Wu Daojian was chased out of the cave by Han Yan and went outside to cultivate the divine power. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted the celestial ruler. He didn't know how the situation in the heavenly Tao was. Soon, their divine will connected. Humph, you've indeed broken through to the immortal state. The celestial ruler snorted. He felt that Han Yan's divine will had transformed. It was no longer at the immortal state, but the divine will of the immortal state. Han Yan said awkwardly, cough, cough, it's just luck. The celestial ruler said meaningfully, Tsk, your talent is really strong. I suspect that you don't have the chaotic physique, but a stronger mysterious physique. Of course not. I just have a heart that seeks the Tao. Tao heart? Maybe. The celestial ruler seemed to have thought of something and fell silent. Han Yan asked, how's the situation in the heavenly Tao recently? I heard a voice before. Something big must have happened in the celestial realm. The celestial ruler said indifferently, only a Buddha died. Only? Han Yan was secretly unhappy. He wanted to hear the celestial ruler brag about the dark forbidden lord, but this guy didn't follow the script. Celestial ruler, do you know how many years of my life I lost for you? You can't bear the responsibility if I tell you. The one who died was the Tendo Buddha of the Buddhist faction. This Buddha was the demon ancestor in disguise and deserved to die. The celestial ruler said leisurely as if he was talking about a small matter. Han Yan was even more depressed. Would it kill you to brag? The celestial emperor changed the topic and said, however, this matter is related to the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Dark Forbidden Lord was able to drive a grand heavenly immortal mad, even to the point of death. He's truly not simple. Even the demonic emperor was scared out of his wits. He said that he's willing to invite the Dark Forbidden Lord to join the demonic court and enjoy the same status as him, becoming the demonic emperor. Han Yan was stunned. What was the goblin emperor doing, tricking the dog to enter and then kill him, plotting against him? Han Yan felt that the goblin emperor had to be taught a lesson. As long as the goblin emperor's 6-star hatred towards him did not decrease, he would want to kill the goblin emperor. Han Yan asked, "How is the situation in heaven? Are they targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord?" "They will occasionally curse me, but generally speaking, heaven is not affected by the Dark Forbidden Lord for the time being. Soon, heaven will start a war with the goblin court. The calamity has already started for a while and it is time for a real war." The celestial ruler smiled and his tone was filled with confidence. Han Yan felt that he was too arrogant. He was afraid that he would fail. He did not dare to say it out loud and could only wish the celestial ruler success. The two of them did not talk for long and quickly ended the conversation. Han Yan continued to cultivate. His profound divine essence was not enough and was too far away from the Daluo realm. Han Yan's goal became to reach the Daluo realm as soon as possible. Even the Tendo Buddha died easily, let alone the deity realm. Cultivation was truly never-ending. 8 years later, the system was finally upgraded, dojo upgraded. Array upgraded to the Daluo realm. Expanded internal space of the dojo. Dojo immortal energy increased 10-fold. Khanate energy increased 5-fold. The Dao field can block the prying of the saint's divine senses. The system has added a new guard function. It can completely replicate a Daluo powerhouse from the simulation trial as a guard. The guard will obey your orders. The guard must not leave the training hall for more than an hour. Otherwise, it will melt away. Han Yan was dumbfounded after reading the 4 lines. An unprecedented sense of security surged into his heart. A Daluo array formation meant that no one below the level of Daluo would be able to break in. Previously, it had blocked the prying eyes of quasi-sages. Now, it was directly blocking the eyes of saints. This time, Han Yan could hide completely. The most explosive part was the guard function, directly replicating a Daluo. His sense of security exploded. The system was getting stronger and stronger as it leveled up. No wonder there were so many options to upgrade the system recently. It seemed like the system could not help but want to upgrade as well. Han Yan closed his eyes and began to choose the Daluo. After some thought, his first choice was Zhu Tuesday. The number 1 person of the immeasurable calamity. However, Han Yan was worried that he would surpass the Daluo. Selection successful. Congratulations on obtaining the first guard of the training hall. Once a guard of the training hall dies, it cannot be revived. Replicating a guard will take time. Please wait patiently. Han Yan sighed in relief. It was stable. However, the guard of the training hall could only stay on the island. If it left for more than an hour, it would automatically disappear. In other words, this guard could only be a guard and not a fighter. For Han Yan, it was enough. Han Yan's confidence swelled. Now, as long as he stayed in the training hall, he would be invincible. At least, he would be under the heavenly Tao. Zhu Tu is already the strongest in the cataclysm. A quasi-saint should not enter the world, let alone a saint. Han Yan felt the dark clouds above his head dispersing. His entire body relaxed. Next, he just had to wait for the guard of the training hall to appear. Meanwhile, the disciples of the secret sect discovered that the immortal qi on the island was increasing again. Hey, you devil, clicked his tongue in wonder. Why does the array on the island increase so much from time to time? I clearly don't see the door being tampered with, nor do I see any more treasures. Heiyuji smiled proudly. Of course it's divine power. Divine power, do you understand? Turning something rotten into something magical. My master is very capable. Heiyu Devil rolled his eyes. He could tell that Han Yan had a higher status in Heiyuji's heart. If he and Han Yan broke off their relationship, Heiyuji would definitely choose Han Yan without hesitation. The others also began to discuss. At the edge of the cliff, Chu Shiren looked around and muttered, "The aura of creation, could it be?" As if he had thought of something, his expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the Khanate cave abode, his eyes filled with awe. A full 20 years had passed, but the guard still had not appeared, Han Yan asked many times. After confirming that the system was creating something, he was finally relieved. He was really afraid that the system was playing with him. Fortunately, he was hiding in the 9 Hells Purgatory. If a strong enemy attacked during this period, it would be terrible. While waiting, Han Yan had been cultivating. After breaking through to the immortal state, Han Yan discovered that the stellar primordial body's karma absorption speed was much faster than before. It was more than 100 times faster. This was normal. After reaching the immortal state, if his cultivation speed was still the same as the emperor state, how could Han Yan survive? What made Han Yan gratified was that the karma absorption speed was still increasing. Whether it was the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus or the karma in the 9 Hells Purgatory, they were inexhaustible. This was Han Yan's greatest opportunity. He did not need to go out to fight for Providence. On this day, Han Yan had just finished cursing the enemy and had nothing to do. He began to use the simulation trial to relax himself. This time, he wanted to study the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus combat style. He believed that this treasure was not just for defense. It should have more powerful uses. After many battles, Han Yan suddenly discovered something. If he released the karma of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus in battle, the boundless karma would surge toward the enemy. Although Li Dao Kong, the celestial ruler, the master of the divine palace, and other powerful beings would not be swallowed by the karma, they would be restrained. A noob like Li Xuanao would be directly entangled by the karma and could no longer move. If Han Yan attacked again, he would be gone after a period of time. It seems that the karma of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus can be kept as a trump card in the future. Han Yan thought silently. Then, he stopped absorbing the karma of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Instead, he absorbed the karma outside the hidden sect island with his divine thought and then transmitted it into his body to be digested by the stellar primordial body. However, this treasure cannot be used in the immortal world. The Tendo Buddha was killed by the heavenly Tao because the demon ancestor's karma was too heavy. Han Yan concluded. It seemed that he and the system had become a lot stronger, but it was only suitable for the 9 Hells Purgatory. If he went to the immortal world, he would have to rely on his own cultivation to fight the enemy. Once a heavenly Tao treasure like the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was used, it would definitely attract the attention of powerful beings and bring about endless trouble. Fortunately, Han Yan was not interested in going out. He calmly went into seclusion and waited for the calamity to end. He did not know when the calamity would end and what realm could he reach before it ended. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly sensed that someone was using the invocation technique. His expression changed dramatically. Who the hell summoned him? He had just decided not to go out, but someone summoned him. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Han Yan hesitated. Should he go? Only his disciples and partners knew the invocation divine technique. It was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. They must be in big trouble. Han Yan didn't hesitate for long and decided to go. A black vortex appeared in front of Han Yan. Han Yan sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and flew in together. He didn't feel at ease without the ultimate treasure. Even though he was already in the immortal state, he still had to be careful. In the dark world, blood qi filled the air. The ground was covered with bones. Fang Liang, Xianxia, and Han Ming were together. The three of them were trapped in a golden array. Outside the array, countless demons were attacking. They attacked the golden array in a frenzy, trying to break it. All kinds of terrifying roars resounded between heaven and earth. It was deafening. Xianxia gritted his teeth and scolded, "Brat, can I call you Grandmaster or not? If you can't, I'll use the forbidden technique." Fang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "If you use the forbidden technique again, your soul will be severely injured. You won't be able to reach the immortal emperor state anymore. Besides, you might not be able to escape even if you use the forbidden technique." He looked around and gritted his teeth. Han Ming stood behind the two of them. His expression was gloomy. At this moment, a black vortex appeared above the three of them. Then, a purple light fell. The three of them were pleasantly surprised. Han Yan really came, a figure appeared in the purple light. He was sitting on a lotus seat. They couldn't see his face or the lotus seat clearly. Xianxia shouted, "Brother Guan Yu, you're finally here." Han Yan was stunned. He almost forgot his name. He immediately checked the strongest people around. The strongest was only in the immortal state. Han Yan didn't even bother to remember his name. He was from the demon state. Han Yan asked, "What's going on?" Fang Liang said awkwardly, "This is the demon abyss. We were chased by the goblin court and accidentally came here. Grandmaster, I'm sorry. I didn't want to trouble you, but there's one of your relatives here." Han Yan glanced at Han Ming. He could feel that Han Ming's bloodline was close to him, but he was not interested. Han Yan narrowed his eyes, and all the demons outside the golden light array dissipated like smoke. Xianxia, Fang Liang, and Han Ming were all dumbfounded. Han Ming asked in shock, "They retreated?" Fang Liang abruptly turned his head to look at Han Yan and said, "No, it was Grandmaster's doing." Divine sense. Han Yan said meaningfully, "You seem to know a lot. It seems that you've had a lot of opportunities before." He did not forget that Fang Liang's soul had traveled to the primordial era. Who knew how long this brat had stayed in the primordial era? Xianxia asked in astonishment, "All dead? Then hurry up and leave." Hanju interrupted, a little impatient. With that, he prepared to escape back into the black vortex. "Wait. I am." Han Ming suddenly took a step forward and said. Han Yan stopped and said, "I almost forgot about you." He waved his right hand, and Han Ming directly turned into a bloody mist, splattering all over the ground. The two souls then fell into his hands. Fang Liang and Xianxia were not stupid. They immediately understood. Why does this brat have two souls? Xianxia frowned. Fang Liang came to a realization and said, "That guy just now was not Grandmaster's younger brother." Han Yan kept the two souls in his hands and left with a sentence. "Remember, unless it's someone you know, don't believe it." Han Yan followed him back into the black vortex and returned inside the congenital cave. The black vortex dissipated. Xianxia and Fang Liang hurriedly left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. While escaping, Xianxia could not help but ask, "What's your Grandmaster's realm now?" Fang Liang had a complicated expression as he said, "He's at least deity realm, stronger than immortal emperors." "How is that possible? He came from the same mortal world as us, and he never ascended." "Maybe my Grandmaster has an identity we don't know about." "Oh? What identity?" "I already said I don't know. Are you an idiot?" "Brat, you're getting more and more impudent. Did you forget how I took care of you in the past? Today is different from the past, you might not be my match." "What a joke, other than hiding, how can you beat me?" After returning to the cave, Han Yan called out Wu Dao Jian. He opened his right hand and released the two souls. One of them was Han Ming, the other's identity was unknown. Han Yan used the simulation trial to check his identity. Zhou Qianzi, rank 6 immortal emperor, innate human. Han Yan looked at Zhou Qianzi and asked, "Why do you want to possess him?" Zhou Qianzi trembled and said with a trembling voice, "I'm only injured and want to temporarily possess his body. I have no ill intentions." Han Ming looked at Han Yan with a complicated expression, he was even a little excited. In the past, when he was under immortal Emperor Samsara, Han Ming had always been unconvinced by Han Yan. After going out to train, he finally understood the dangers of the world. Han Yan's appearance made him feel even more familial. Most importantly, Han Yan saw through Zhou Qianzi's disguise immediately, he admired him greatly. Han Ming's favorability towards you has increased, current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yan ignored this notification and stared at Zhou Qianzi, saying, "Do you really think I will believe you? I have ways to make you confess." He threw Zhou Qianzi into the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'm Immortal Emperor Samsara's disciple." Zhou Qianzi screamed in fear, as if he was facing the most terrifying torture in the world. Han Yan then let him out. Han Ming stared curiously at the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. What was hidden in this Black Lotus? Zhou Qianzi's soul trembled and shouted, Immortal Emperor Samsara wanted to use your brother to find you, so I took Han Ming's body and tried to get close to you. I had no choice, it was all Immortal Emperor Samsara's fault. Zhou Qianzi has developed hatred towards you, current hatred, 5 stars. Han Yan's eyes narrowed, and Zhou Qianzi's soul dispersed. He was too lazy to ask, as long as he knew who the mastermind was. Han Yan looked at Han Ming. Han Yan lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Everything in front of him told him that Han Yan's strength was far beyond his imagination, and might even be as terrifying as Immortal Emperor Samsara. Otherwise, why would Immortal Emperor Samsara target Han Yan in such a roundabout way? Han Yan hesitated. How should he deal with Han Ming? Should he kill him? But Han Ming had no intention of harming him, and he was related to him by blood in this life. It would be too inhumane to kill him directly. Han Yan said calmly, You and I are strangers. If you talk about family ties, I won't agree. I was abandoned when I was young. To put it bluntly, your value to be alive today comes from me. Otherwise, Immortal Emperor Samsara wouldn't have raised you at all. I'll give you 2 choices. First, reincarnate. Our relationship will put you in more danger in the future, and Immortal Emperor Samsara will target you. I can think of a way to let you reincarnate well. Second, cultivate on the island and don't tell anyone about our relationship. Leave after the cultivation tribulation. From then on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. From now on, we won't be brothers. If you threaten me, I'll kill you. Hearing this, Han Ming suddenly raised his head and said in a low voice, Then reincarnate. I'm not trying to curry favor with you. Looking at Han Ming's stubborn face, Han Yan was a little dazed. Needless to say, this kid really did look a little like him. Just not as handsome as him, a low-end version of him. He thought that Han Ming would choose to stay on Hidden Sect Island, but he didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn and choose to reincarnate. Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill his wish, Han Yan said, Sure, but reincarnation has been chaotic recently, so it's not easy to reincarnate. Wait a moment. After saying that, he directly put Han Ming's soul into his sleeve. From beginning to end, Han Ming's favorability towards him didn't drop. It seemed that this guy didn't hate Han Yan, but was just unconvinced. This made Han Yan think highly of him. Before, Han Yan had always been on guard, always feeling that Han Ming would climb up his social status and even drag him down. Especially after Han Ming inexplicably had a good impression of him, he was even more convinced of this point. It was a slap in the face. For some reason, Han Yan inexplicably thought of Zhou Fan. He was saved by a powerful elder brother, mistakenly thought that he wanted to climb up his social status, so he resolutely chose to reincarnate. Damn, why did this start feel like a fantasy protagonist? Han Ju didn't want to be in the same boat as him. Han Yan didn't think about it anymore, took out the Heavenly Dao token, and contacted the Celestial Ruler. The Celestial Emperor quickly connected with him through divine will. What's the matter? The underworld is in chaos, I want someone to reincarnate. Is there a way in heaven? It's not that there's no way, but who is this person? Han Yan didn't hide anything, and told him about his relationship with Han Ming, including Immortal Emperor Samsara's scheme. The Celestial Ruler praised, You weren't hindered by unnecessary family ties, I really didn't misjudge you. In his opinion, mortal family ties weren't worth mentioning, not to mention brothers who didn't have any feelings at all. I'll help you. Thank you, let him reincarnate well, I still admire his temperament. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Actually, I don't have to erase your relationship with him. You just have to hide it well. On the path of cultivation, it's always good to have more helpers. Perhaps, in the future, he will be able to save your life. I don't wish for that day to come. That means I'm not strong enough. Come on, why didn't you think that way when you asked me to save your life? Cough, cough. Han Yan faked a cough and did not feel embarrassed. He said shamelessly, Your Majesty, save me. I will save the future of heaven. The Celestial Ruler snapped, That's enough. Just send that brat's soul over. use this token? Well, you're already in the immortal realm. Just protect his soul with your divine sense and send it over. Although the process will make him feel a little uncomfortable, aren't you afraid of coming to the immortal realm? Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. You actually didn't refute. Good, I didn't misjudge you. Han Yen smiled. He wrapped Han Ming's soul with his divine sense and sent it into the heavenly Tao token. Soon, he felt a powerful force take away Han Ming's soul. For some reason, Han Yen felt a little melancholy. He could not help but recall Han Ming's expression when he made his choice. Was I wrong? I wasn't wrong, no one can disturb my Tao heart. Han Yan's eyes were firm. He then said, Your Majesty, try to give him a better reincarnation. It's best if he doesn't experience being abandoned again. In other words, he did not want to send him to a powerful force that was about to collapse. In such a situation, although his foundation was good, his fate would be rough. I understand. The celestial ruler replied. Soon, their divine sense was cut off. Han Yen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. This rescue made him feel the power of the immortal realm. With a thought, all the enemies were turned into ashes. The immortal emperor was so scared that he fled in panic. He did not even dare to make a sound. Under the dazzling river of stars, the celestial ruler walked slowly on a long ice crystal staircase. A soul shadow followed behind him. It was Han Ming. Han Ming was very nervous. He did not know where he was going. He could not help but ask, May I ask who you are? He asked very carefully because the celestial ruler was emitting a very strong pressure. It made him feel as if he was facing immortal Emperor Samsara. Celestial ruler. The celestial Arch answered without turning his head. Han Ming was stunned when he heard that. The celestial ruler, he was shocked. The celestial ruler personally led him to reincarnate. Han Yen was already on par with the celestial ruler. Thinking of this, Han Ming's feelings became even more complicated. He even felt a trace of regret. Should he have chosen to stay by Han Yan's side? At least it would be a great opportunity. However, this trace of regret was quickly discarded by him. If he can become a mighty figure on his own, why can't I? I can't let him look down on me. Han Ming's eyes were resolute. One day, he would be strong enough to appear in front of Han Yen as an equal. At that time, he would look directly at Han Yen. The two continued forward. Soon, they reached the end of the ice crystal staircase. There was a large lake in front of them. The reflection of the sea of stars on the lake's surface was dazzling and beautiful. The celestial ruler turned around and said, This is the river of destiny. Jump in and you will be reincarnated. Han Ming came to the end and looked at the river of destiny. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to jump in, the celestial ruler suddenly said, Normal reincarnations will not come here. I will not lead you personally. You have to thank your brother. He is doing this for your own good. By severing your past karma, immortal Emperor Samsara will not be able to find you. When Han Ming heard this, he frowned. He wanted to say something but stopped. He had many things to ask, but he did not know how to ask. He was afraid that he would appear cowardly. The celestial ruler continued, I will think of a way to protect your memories. You will be reincarnated into a good body. You will no longer be your brother's shadow. You will be a new and stronger you. In fact, family is not important. If people have feelings, even if reincarnation is 1,000 times, the fetters will still be there. If you become strong in the future, don't forget to repay the kindness. If not for your brother, I would not have brought you here personally. Han Ming took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the celestial ruler. Then, he resolutely jumped into the river of destiny. The celestial ruler waved his sleeve, and a dazzling light appeared on the surface of the lake. His eyes flickered as he muttered, There's a good show to watch. I want to see what kind of storm you will stir up. 10 years later. Han Yen ended his cultivation and began to curse his enemies. He also checked his mail. Your good friend Li Daokong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Han Ming has received the help of a mighty figure and entered the river of destiny. He has been reincarnated by the heavenly Tao and his providence has transformed. Your good friend Huang Zuentian has received guidance from a Jia Jiao mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia has comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly Tao during his cultivation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Supremacy Tao has been attacked by a demon, X42006. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has awakened the divine power of his previous life. He has awakened the supreme treasure in the depths of his soul. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Goddess Hoodoo has created a mysterious race. She has received heavenly Tao merit. Your good friend Xianxia has been chosen by a mysterious mighty figure. His fate has changed. The reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. It doesn't look simple. Han Yan noticed that Han Ming's profile picture was still there. This meant that his memories were still there. The celestial ruler did not erase his memories of his previous life. Han Yan continued reading. Many strange things had happened recently. Han Yan read the emails one by one. The various opportunities made him click his tongue in wonder. The immeasurable calamity was indeed something. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. Most of his good friends' cultivation levels were increasing. This included most of the immortals and gods in heaven. He could not help but be curious. Did the people in heaven experience many calamities? They should be very strong. Could it be that most of the immortals and gods died in the calamities? Han Yan looked at his immortal and god friends in his interpersonal relationships, his eyes filled with pity. These guys would all become cannon fodder. A month later, Han Yan continued to cultivate. The negative karma outside the island surged towards Hidden Sect Island, forming a huge vortex. What was worth mentioning was that the interior of Hidden Sect Island was getting bigger and bigger. There was an ocean around the island. It was the water of the netherworld that had been absorbed in the netherworld. As the Tao field upgraded, it continued to increase, forming a vast ocean that occupied an area larger than the reroll world. The disciples of the hidden sect would occasionally test their mystical abilities in the netherworld. The Fusang tree had already grown to tens of thousands of feet tall. It was truly a divine tree. The Tao field could be said to have formed a world of its own. Flowers and plants had even begun to grow on the wasteland on the island. It was rather magical. Perhaps as Han Yan became stronger, the Tao field would become a large plain like the 33 levels of heaven. Han Yan was looking forward to that. Days continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation level increased again. However, the deity realm was vast. If he wanted to break through in the deity realm, he would need a long time to accumulate. Han Yan's goal was not high. He just wanted to break through to the second profound divine essence within 1,000 years. That way, he would have hope of becoming a Daluo within 10,000 years. At that time, the immeasurable calamity might not be over. Fellow Daoist, can you come over for a chat? A cold voice suddenly resounded throughout the hidden sect island, startling everyone. Han Yan opened his eyes and checked the surrounding strong enemies. There were no enemies. Wait, could it be? Han Yan seemed to have thought of something and stood up. Master, was that voice talking to you? Wu Daojian asked curiously. She would no longer be so nervous. From the other party's words, it was obvious that he was afraid of Han Yan, which was why he was so polite. Han Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Let them cultivate in peace." After saying that, he closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, quickly rushing in the direction of the sound. Soon, he saw the primordial origin phoenix. This was the guy who contacted Han Yan. It was probably because of the negative karma whirlpool around Hidden Sect Island. The primordial phoenix was probably looking for him to ask for help. Within the darkness, the archaic primordial phoenix seemed to be the source of all evil. It was unfathomable and made one's hair stand on end. Han Yan asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" The primordial phoenix's voice floated out, "I can see that you are absorbing negative karma." How impressive. You want me to help you? That's right. What can I get? If I let you out, will you cause trouble for me? You and I have no enmity, so why would I harm you? If you save me, I will owe you my life. If you are in danger in the future, I will do my best to help you. Alright, but I'm still cultivating my divine ability and can't come over to help you. Wait a little longer. How long will I have to wait? 100,000 years. All right. There was a hint of surprise in the primordial phoenix's tone. Han Yan was speechless. It seemed that this guy had been locked up for a long time and didn't take it seriously for 100,000 years. Han Yan said seriously, yes, it's settled then. Fellow Daoist, wait in peace. The primordial phoenix has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Hearing the primordial phoenix's thanks, Han Yan didn't reply and retracted his divine sense. Inside the congenital cave, Wu Daojian had already left the cave abode. Han Yan opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. Although the primordial phoenix had discovered the dojo, this guy obviously couldn't move. Since that was the case, he would ignore him for now. Han Yan isolated the cave abode and didn't let Wu Daojian return. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing while checking his emails. Heaven, Goblin Court, and Jia Jiao had already started fighting. Even Huang Zuantian was attacked by demons. Han Yan wondered if he should take this opportunity to kill the Goblin Emperor. He was afraid that after the Goblin Court was destroyed, Heaven would become the new target of public criticism. If Heaven was besieged by various factions, that wouldn't be a good thing. Han Yan didn't expect Heaven to win. He only hoped that Heaven could survive. Let's wait a little longer. Han Yan thought silently. In his heart, Zhu Tu's threat level was higher than the Goblin Emperor's. Dojo guard successfully copied. Please select this name. Han Yan raised his brows when he saw the line of words that suddenly appeared in front of him. It's finally done, Han Yan thought silently. Lu Bu. Then, purple light burst out from his eyes and landed in front of him, condensing into a figure. It was Zhu Tu, to be precise, it was Lu Bu who looked exactly like Zhu Tuesday. Lu Bu knelt on one knee and clasped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master. Dao Zhu, Han Yan thought he heard wrongly, but immediately understood. The master of the dojo. Go and find a place to stay. Han Yan ordered. He had previously learned from the system that the dojo guards were like puppets without intelligence. Their thought process was to protect the dojo and listen to all his orders. Lu Bu immediately got up and left. After he walked out of the Khanate cave, everyone turned to look at him. Because his aura was too terrifying. Who is that person? Heyu Devil frowned. He felt that the person looked familiar. King Kong Nu turned pale with fright. Shingong Zhu too. How is that possible? The others were puzzled. Who was Zhu Tu? Lu Bu ignored them. He jumped, landed on the beach, and began to sit. Han Yan's voice sounded. His name is Lu Bu. From now on, he will guard the dojo. Don't disturb him. He also needs to cultivate. He was afraid that the disciples would deliberately hit on him and see through him. As soon as he said this, the disciples were in an uproar. They could not help but think of the voice from before. Could it be that this person called Han Yan to come and worship him? It was very likely. The disciples sat in 2s and 3s, discussing among themselves. With Lu Bu in charge, Han Yan immediately relaxed. Even if Zhu Tu came in person, he would not be able to kill him, Han Yan smiled. This was the place he wanted to cultivate. It was absolutely safe and full of divine qi, Shingong. Zhu Tu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He pinched his fingers to calculate, and his frown deepened. What's going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He felt that something big was about to happen. No, I have to go to the 33 layers of heaven to ask. There can't be any mistakes in this cataclysm. Zhu Tu got up and rushed out of the palace. After a few moments, he arrived outside the 33 layers of heaven and stopped in front of Emperor Hua's palace. He knelt down, looked up at the gate of Emperor Hua's palace, and said, "Sage, I have something to ask of you." A cold voice came from inside Emperor Hua's palace. The cataclysm has begun. You can only rely on yourself. Zhu Tu looked up and asked, "What should I do if there is a cause and effect outside of the cataclysm?" Absolutely impossible. Sage, please help me calculate. Zhu Tu said firmly, his eyes burning like torches. The palace of Empress Hua fell into silence. Zhu Tu waited patiently. About a few hours later, the cold voice floated out of the palace again. The anomaly you think is a tribulation. Go back. Tribulation, Zhu Tu frowned, not understanding what it meant. Since it was a tribulation, why did it make him feel uneasy? He was already the strongest in the tribulation. What he fought for was luck and power. Could it be that the uneasy feeling came from the Dark Forbidden Lord? Had the Dark Forbidden Lord come out, Zhu Tu hurriedly got up, bowed, and left in a hurry. Time flew by. 50 years passed quickly. Han Yan's cultivation time returned to normal. It was ordinary and boring. He cursed the enemy once every 10 years. His usual pleasure was probably reading emails. In the past few decades, Han Ming had successfully reincarnated. In this life, he was a genius. He was already an itinerant immortal when he was born. He was almost as talented as Jinwu. Some of Han Yan's good friends died one after another. It was clear that Heaven's plan to conquer the Goblin Court was not going well. Sigh. Some of his friends were gone before he even met them. Han Yan watched his friends disappear one by one. He felt inexplicably sad. He did not know how many old friends he would have by his side when he reached the end of the path. Cultivation was like a lonely peak. The higher one went, the narrower it became until only one person could stand on the peak. On this day, Han Yan walked out of his cave abode and came to the Fusang tree. After so many years, the Fusang tree had been growing, but it was still far from maturity. A mature Fusang tree could connect to thousands of worlds. It was like a space-time hub. Han Yan had been looking forward to that day. The Fusang tree shook again. Han Yan smiled. That guy in Nine Hells Purgatory has made an agreement with me. He won't harm you. Don't worry. The Fusang tree said carefully, not inside Nine Hells Purgatory. Outside, Han Yan frowned. He spread his divine will toward the exit of Nine Hells Purgatory. Soon, he found that the exit of Nine Hells Purgatory was shrinking. Someone was repairing the barrier, trying to isolate Nine Hells Purgatory from the netherworld. Han Yan frowned and hesitated. Should he stop them? Stop my ass. Didn't I hide here to avoid the calamity? It was a good thing that someone had fixed it, lest the enemy barge in again. After thinking it through, Han Yan decided to wait and see. A figure suddenly appeared in the dark void. When Han Yan saw this figure, his expression involuntarily became strange. This guy, Pan Xian turned around and cast a spell with both hands. Vast magic power spread out and invisibly repaired the boundary between the two worlds. How did this guy escape in here? Pan Xian seemed to have detected something and said with a cold snort, Yo. I didn't expect someone to be hiding in Nine Hells Purgatory like me. Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't provoke me, and don't try to open the barrier. Han Yan was silent. Pan Xian was surprised. This aura seems to be, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, Brat. You've actually reached the deity realm. How is this possible? Hearing this, Han Yan could only helplessly say, Senior, long time no see. Are you being hunted? Kill? Nonsense. Who dares to hunt me down? Then why are you here? Can you go into seclusion? Since it's you, I'm relieved. Don't go out before the calamity ends, okay? That's exactly what I want. Where are you? Why can't I divine your location? Facing Pan Xian's doubts, Han Yan was silent. He also didn't know whether he should bring Pan Xian into the training hall. No, he couldn't take the risk. Although Pan Xian had a good impression of him, the two of them weren't familiar with each other. Han Yan replied, I'm also in seclusion. Senior, you should rest early. I'll continue cultivating. After saying that, he withdrew his divine sense. In order to prevent his location from being exposed, Han Yan manipulated Hidden Sect Island to move hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Pan Xian was stunned and thought to himself, could it be that this brat is also being hunted? He was also amused. He didn't expect that there was a second person who had the same idea as him, hiding in the most dangerous place. No. I have to find this brat. I want to see where he's hiding. With Pan Xian's appearance, Han Yan didn't dare to absorb the negative karma in 9 Hell's Purgatory anymore. He continued to target the Grade 36 Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He first absorbed the negative karma in the Lotus. The Grade 36 Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had accumulated negative karma over several calamities. It was very difficult for Han Yan to suck it dry. Even if he could, it would take a very long time. After that, Han Yan often felt Pan Xian's divine scent sweep past Hidden Sect Island. Why was this guy looking for him? Did he have bad intentions? Han Yan almost took out the Book of Misfortune, but he was afraid of exposing his identity. Perhaps Pan Xian didn't have bad intentions. After searching for several years, Pan Xian gave up and found a place to cultivate. 9 Hell's Purgatory fell into silence again. Another 30 years passed. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies and check his mail. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. Fortunately, your good friend the Divine General saved him. Your good friend Zhou Fan devoured negative karma spirits and gave birth to a mental demon. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by demons. X310229, your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your enemy, the Goblin Emperor. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul was suppressed. Your good friend the Supremacy Dao comprehended a chaos divine power. His cultivation increased greatly. Celestial Ruler and the Goblin Emperor are fighting. Is this an act, or is this a falling out? Han Yan looked down. When he saw that Long Hao had been killed, his expression changed greatly. He was still very fond of Long Hao. After all, he had watched this kid grow up. That damned Goblin Emperor, you attacked my majesty and killed my disciple. You must have a death wish. Han Yan immediately increased the intensity of his curse on the Goblin Emperor. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan started to decrease. In order to prevent Long Hao from dying, Han Yan decided to curse the Goblin Emperor until something went wrong. Otherwise, there would be more trouble in the future. He stared at his stats window and controlled the speed of his lifespan decrease. On the other side, in a dark palace, Long Hao's soul was imprisoned in an oil lamp. He stared at the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin Emperor sat on the stairs, his body surrounded by a strange black aura. His head kept trembling, and he was in a strange state. He did not know why. Puff, the Goblin Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body quickly weakened. Damned Dark Forbidden Lord, I have already expressed my goodwill to you. How dare you? The Goblin Emperor cursed angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, another powerful curse attacked him. He was shocked and angry. How could the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse be so powerful? What kind of Dharma treasure was this guy using? Did it consume his own Dharma power? Even a curse with Dharma power should not have such an effect. The Goblin Emperor's expression changed drastically. The Dharma power in his body started to riot. A strange voice sounded in his ears. The revival of the Goblin race is on your shoulders. Can you bear it? Does the Goblin Court really have a chance of surpassing heaven? Heaven has the help of the Taoists. What does the Goblin Court have? Those sages are biased and want to exterminate the Goblin race. Why? It was the voice of the inner demon. The Goblin Emperor gritted his teeth and tried to ignore the voice of the inner demon. However, it was getting louder and louder. Under Long Hao's gaze, the Goblin Emperor's condition became more and more abnormal. His skin began to bleed, and an extremely dangerous aura spread out, causing Long Hao to tremble. Someone is cursing him, just like me. A voice sounded in Long Hao's ears. Long Hao snorted. You deserve it. Who asked you to take over my body? This voice belonged to Hao Tian. Hao Tian's soul was hidden in the depths of Long Hao's soul and could not be separated. Hao Tian said angrily, Brat, can't I help you become stronger? Now, you and I have been targeted by that Dark Forbidden Lord. It won't be good in the future. Long Hao was surprised and asked, is the Dark Forbidden Lord really that powerful? Even you, the strongest celestial ruler, can't do anything to him? If I recover my cultivation, I won't be afraid of him. Unfortunately, what will happen to the Goblin Emperor? Will he follow in the footsteps of the Tendo Buddha? Very likely. Hao Tian's tone was serious. He was obviously afraid of the dark forbidden lord. There was a loud boom, the goblin emperor's body exploded, and blood splattered in the hall. A black soul that looked like a demon bird twisted wantonly. It was ferocious and terrifying. Terrifying magic power wreaked havoc in the hall. Long Hao's oil lamp also shook violently. Everything in the hall was shaking as if there was a huge earthquake. The goblin emperor's killing intent exploded, causing Long Hao to be terrified. Is this Daluo? Long Hao was secretly shocked. Although he was already a primordial unity golden celestial, he felt as small as a worm in front of Daluo. Hao Tian suddenly shouted, "Be careful, he can't withstand his own magic power fluctuations. He's going to explode." Explode? Long Hao turned pale with fright. The goblin emperor suddenly roared, "Dark forbidden lord. I will never let you go. As long as there is a chance of survival, I will definitely come back. Demons, heed my command." The dark forbidden lord plotted against the fate of the monster race. He was the monster race's eternal enemy. "We won't rest until we're dead." This voice resounded throughout the myriad worlds, even the secret sect in the faraway Nine Hells Purgatory could hear it. The secret order disciples were speechless. The dark forbidden lord is really strong. Even the goblin emperor was killed by him. "Hey you devil!" exclaimed. He knew how powerful the goblin emperor was. In the goblin court, the goblin emperor had the final say and was extremely domineering. Almost all of the goblin saints and goblin lords had been defeated and subdued. Vajra Fury sighed, "I wonder who the dark forbidden lord is." All the disciples were curious about the dark forbidden lord. He felt that the dark forbidden lord was the strongest in this calamity. Wu Daojian was deep in thought as he glanced at the innate cave. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Han Yan's face was covered in blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. He had already deducted more than 13 billion years of his lifespan. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Because of your curse, your enemy the Goblin Emperor's mental demons have caused chaos. His dermic powers have gone berserk and he can't withstand the turmoil. His monstrous negative karma has begun to cause trouble. His soul has exploded and his Tao has dissipated. The Goblin Emperor's portrait disappeared. Han Yan immediately stopped. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally dead. Fortunately, the Goblin Emperor had killed too many people and was entangled in negative karma. Otherwise, Han Yan wouldn't have been able to curse him to death. It seemed that negative karma was really dangerous for those who entered the calamity. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and began to recuperate and adjust his state. Once the Goblin Emperor died, the Goblin Court would definitely be in chaos. This was an opportunity for him in heaven. Next, he would have to depend on heaven. A month later, Han Yan finished cursing the other enemies and continued to cultivate. Although the Book of Misfortune was strong, he couldn't rely on it too much. He still had to try his best to become stronger. In heaven, in the Lingzhou Palace, the gods gathered. Whether it was the immortals or the Taoist cultivators, they were all very excited. The Goblin Emperor had actually fallen, the martial god general sighed. This dark forbidden lord is too strong. Will he become an enemy of heaven? Jing Tiangong said, not necessarily. If he wants to fight for Providence, he should enter the calamity. Otherwise, if he curses in the dark, he will just be giving Providence to others and wasting his efforts. I think he has a higher goal. Perhaps it's not as simple as fighting for power. The immortals couldn't help but roll their eyes. They had been together for a period of time and all knew that Jing Tiangong worshipped the dark forbidden lord and was hopeless. At this moment, a heavenly soldier rushed in and shouted, reporting. The Goblin Court army has dispersed. The celestial ruler jumped up and laughed loudly. Very good. Immortals, listen up. Raise the troops and slay the demons. I want to completely disband the Goblin Court within 100 years. On the other side. Western Paradise. In a magnificent temple, the mighty Buddha, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats gathered. The mighty Buddha said expressionlessly, you still haven't found the dark forbidden lord? Although the fall of the Tendo Buddha angered the Buddhists, they didn't dare to hate the dark forbidden lord because the Tendo Buddha was the incarnation of the demon ancestor's corpse. This matter humiliated the Buddhists, so they didn't dare to pursue the matter. The entire celestial world was laughing at them and questioning them. A Buddha said, in addition to the divine palace Zu Tu pretending to be the dark forbidden lord, there are also the dark cult, ancient races, and so on. There are no less than 100 dark forbidden lords on the surface, but we can't tell for now. There were too many dark forbidden lords. Ever since the fall of the Tendo Buddha, believers of the dark forbidden lord sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain in the celestial world. They developed on their own and spread throughout the celestial world. The mighty Buddha asked, is the heaven affected by the dark forbidden lord? Yes, including the celestial ruler. He is often cursed, but we can't tell if he is really cursed by the dark forbidden lord, a bodhisattva replied. The mighty Buddha sighed. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. He had been in seclusion for so many years and was not very familiar with the situation in the celestial world. Now that new unknown figures had appeared, he had a headache. No, I have to gather the other Buddhas. The mighty Buddha thought to himself. 10 years later. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed while checking his emails. Your good friend Long Hao obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure and learned the heavenly Tao mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X407. Your good friend Ji Xianxia obtained the Goblin Emperor's Emperor Essence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang obtained the Goblin Emperor's Supreme Treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Supremacy Tao met a sage in a dream and received his guidance. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Goddess Huda left the netherworld. Your good friend Tai Sutian jumped into the river of destiny and reincarnated. Could the mysterious mighty figure that Long Hao encountered be Hao Tian? Thinking about it carefully, the relationship between Long Hao and Hao Tian was a bit like a fantasy protagonist and an old grandpa. If they couldn't be separated, perhaps Hao Tian would be Long Hao's fortuitous opportunity. Are Ji Xianxia and Feng Liang tied together? Why are they always together? Han Yan was most concerned about the supremacy Tao. The word sage was too glaring. Didn't they say that the sages wouldn't interfere with the immeasurable calamity? Han Yan couldn't help but worry. The calamity that the sages participated in could be said to be destructive. Previously, the yin and yang worlds were reversed because of the sages. Han Yan continued reading. He suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed slightly. He put down the Book of Misfortune and scanned it with his spiritual will. A large number of living beings appeared in an area of the 9 nether purgatory. These living beings looked like both humans and magi. There were both men and women. They gathered together and were very noisy. Han Yan sensed Meng Po's aura, but it was different. Reincarnation aura, Goddess Hutu. Could it be that these living beings were created by Goddess Hutu? Eh? Why are you here? A female voice entered Han Yan's ears. It was similar to Meng Po's, but it sounded younger and more pleasant. Han Yan understood that his spiritual will had been exposed, so he asked, Senior Meng Po? Meng Po is already dead. You can call me Goddess Hutu. Goddess Hutu's tone was very gentle and didn't put on any airs. Han Yan was no longer nervous. He said, so it's Goddess Hutu. It's my honor to be able to meet you. Goddess Hutu's cultivation level was still unknown. This meant that she was at least a Daluo or even a saint. How many people from my shamanism are with you? Goddess Hutu's voice sounded again. The two of them were communicating with their spiritual will. Other than them, no other living beings could hear them. Han Yan replied, do you want to see them? There's no need. I'm just asking. These are my new races. What do you think they should be called? Goddess Hutu asked with a smile. Her tone was easygoing. Han Yan couldn't help but feel close to her. He couldn't help but be vigilant. The more easygoing she was, the more dangerous it was. What if Goddess Hutu suddenly attacked him one day? What would he do then? Han Yan took a deep breath and said, this matter should naturally be decided by Goddess. How can I cross the line? It's fine. Tell me. I'll see if it's suitable. Han Yan fell silent. What a scam, is she trying to tie me to this new race? If Han Yan were to give them a name, he would definitely have karma with this race in the future. However, if he rejected, wouldn't he offend Goddess Hutu? She said that she would be my backer. Why did she harm me? Han Yen was dissatisfied with Goddess Hutu and felt that she was not honest. At that moment, Goddess Hutu smiled and said, "Are you afraid of being tainted by karma? You cultivate the Tao of reincarnation. I created reincarnation. The karma between you and me has long been buried. Why do you have to separate us?" Han Yen couldn't help but ask, "What is your relationship with immortal Emperor Samsara? He is merely a child who has strayed off the path. A long time ago, I opened up the cycle of reincarnation. After the cycle of reincarnation was born, a trace of life appeared. That trace of life then evolved into him. However, he is very headstrong and has always wanted to jump out of the cycle of reincarnation and dominate it. After so many years have passed, I don't know what exactly he wants or what he is doing." The Lady of Earth's answer shocked Han Yen. In that case, immortal Emperor Samsara was equivalent to Goddess Hutu's son. Han Yen pinched his fingers to calculate and found that he indeed had karma with Samsara. The mystery of karma. After reaching the monarch realm, one would be able to calculate the clues. After reaching the immortal realm, one would be able to calculate all the karma related to oneself, unless the karma involved an even more powerful existence. Han Yen alone had karma with the Tao of reincarnation. Since that was the case, there was indeed no need to worry. Han Yen pondered for a moment before saying, "Why don't we call them the Nether race? They'll live in the Nine Hells Purgatory for a long time, and they won't enter the world. Don't enter calamity, don't enter the world." He deliberately mentioned these 2 points. This was his original intention for naming them. If the Nether race violated the original intention of this name in the future, the heavenly Tao might be able to help him escape from the Nether race. The Lady of Earth smiled and said, "Sure. From now on, they will be called the Nether race. The Nether race will not enter the calamity or the world. If they violate it, they will be destroyed by the heavens and earth." Rumble, thunderclouds appeared out of thin air above the Nether race. They were the heavenly Tao thunderclouds. Han Yen was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the Lady of Earth to be so decisive. It seemed that the lesson of shamanism was too deep, causing the Lady of Earth to be very afraid. At this moment, rolling thunderclouds appeared above Hidden Sect Island. Han Yan's expression changed drastically. Oh no, he was going to expose his location. He immediately controlled Hidden Sect Island to escape, but the heavenly Tao thunderclouds followed closely behind. They followed wherever Hidden Sect Island went. They weren't slow at all, as if they were one. Han Yen quickly gave up. The heavenly Tao thunderclouds parted, and a golden light descended. It directly penetrated the Tao field's Dharma array and landed on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. It penetrated the stone body and did not cause any damage. In the end, it landed on Han Yen. The disciples under the Fusang tree were stunned. Heavenly Tao merit. How is that possible? Heyu Devil widened his eyes and exclaimed. Vajranu and Duan Hongchen were moved when they heard that. Chu Shiren frowned and muttered, "What did he do?" Morongqi asked in shock, "The legendary Heavenly Tao merit? Hasn't Grandmaster been staying in the cave abode all this time? How did he do something with merit?" The other disciples were curious. The Heavenly Tao merit sounded very powerful. At the same time, Han Yen was in the midst of the Heavenly Tao merit. At first, he was so nervous that he thought he was going to die. He did not expect the golden light to be so warm, causing his cultivation level to begin to increase. Detected that this is your first time obtaining Heavenly Tao merit. You have the following choices. 1. Absorb the Heavenly Tao merit and be controlled by the Heavenly Tao. You can obtain a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Suppress the Heavenly Tao merit and use it for yourself. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. Han Yan's eyes widened. He hurriedly stopped converting the Heavenly Tao merit into his cultivation level. He projected the Heavenly Tao merit into the star world and sealed it in the stars. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao merit was given to the Nether race because of him? TSK. Ordinary living beings would probably find it difficult to resist the Heavenly Tao merit. Converting merit into cultivation level was simply too exaggerated. It was better than years of cultivation. If he completely absorbed the Heavenly Tao merit, Han Yan felt that he might directly break through to the too mysterious divine essence realm. However, he did not want to become a vassal of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the Tendo Buddha, he was probably controlled by the heavenly Tao. Because he had too much negative karma, the heavenly Tao judged him to be an anomaly and killed him. Han Yan guessed that negative karma was related to the heavenly Tao. 5 minutes later, Han Yan completely suppressed the heavenly Tao merit and stored it in his soul star. He scanned the nether race with his divine will and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this merit." Goddess Huda smiled and said, "It's okay. The nether race will live in 9 hells purgatory in the future. I hope you can take care of them. Don't worry, I will visit them often. Currently, there are no threats in 9 hells purgatory. I have already talked to that primordial essence phoenix. There is another guy. Although he is unreliable, he is a coward. The unreliable coward should be Pan-Xian." Han Yan asked curiously, "Is the heavenly Tao merit very useful?" "Of course. Most saints rely on merit to ascend, including some Daluo golden immortals." Han Yan couldn't help but sigh after hearing Goddess Huda's answer. As expected of the system from primordial chaos, it was superior to the heavenly Tao. If one relied on merit to become a saint, they might surpass all living beings, but they would also be controlled by the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao was destroyed, the saints would be destroyed. Therefore, the saints had no choice but to protect the heavenly Tao. One had to admit that the heavenly Tao's will was terrifying. It did not have the intelligence of living beings. It would not target a certain person, but its will was the highest and could not be changed. The more Han Yan thought about it, the more terrified he became. For some reason, he felt that the end of the cultivation path might be the enemy of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to truly transcend and be absolutely invincible, he definitely could not be manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Actually, being controlled by the heavenly Tao wasn't a bad thing. Many living beings couldn't reach the deity realm in their entire lives, let alone the Daluo, quasi-sage, or even sage. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to imagine what it would be like to surpass the heavenly Tao. It was just like how mortals couldn't imagine what it was like outside the universe. When one's strength reached the extreme, it was no longer possible to differentiate between high and low. Sages were omnipotent and immortal. How powerful would an existence that surpassed sages be? Even Han Yan couldn't imagine it. Han Yan asked curiously, "Could it be that there are no mighty figures who don't rely on merit to obtain the Tao?" "Yes, you have the aura of the Tao of Karma. You must have been to the Taiji Palace outside the 33 levels of heaven. Patriarch Shitian is one of them." Goddess Hudu's answer shocked Han Yan. "Patriarch Shitian is so awesome," Han Yan asked, "what about Daozu?" Goddess Huda smiled and said, "Daozu? He must be in existence at the peak of cultivation. A long time ago, he merged with the heavenly Tao and hasn't appeared for 5 catastrophes. Even sages can't find his traces." Han Yan was even more curious about Daozu. If he didn't appear for 5 catastrophes, how did the celestial ruler meet Daozu? Could it be that the celestial ruler had never seen him before? Could it be that the inheritance of heaven allowed him to know that Daozu was backing him up in heaven? That was very likely. Han Yan always felt that the celestial ruler had a habit of bragging and was often slapped in the face. Ever since the start of the catastrophes, the celestial ruler had bragged that he would defeat the Goblin Court and Jia Jiao several times. In the end, he had turned enemies into friends many times. "Do you want to come out and meet them?" Goddess Hutu asked. Han Yan replied, "Forget it, let them cultivate. I don't ask for anything." "Alright, that's it. If anything happens to the 9 nether purgatory, I will help. You can rest assured." After Goddess Huda finished speaking, her aura completely disappeared. Han Yan withdrew his divine sense and fell into deep thought. This episode was of great significance. It was the first time that Han Yan had come into contact with the existence of the heavenly merit points. It also gave him a preliminary understanding of the saints and the heavenly Tao. At this moment, a loud laugh could be heard. "Brat, I've finally found you. Let's see if you can still hide." There was a loud boom, the hidden sect island's array formation was attacked, and the attacker was Pan-Xian. Pan Xian actually wanted to force his way in. Han Yan was furious. What was wrong with this guy? With a thought, he immediately sent Lu Bu to take a look. In the dusky void, Pan Xian was waving his palm at a stone. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lu Bu. Pan Xian widened his eyes and retreated quickly. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zutu kid, why are you here?" Lu Bu's face was expressionless. Without a word, he attacked. The two vast dharmic powers collided, shaking the void of 9 hell's purgatory and stirring up endless negative karma. Pan Xian shouted, "You are actually hiding in here. Old man, I'm not playing with you anymore." With that, he fled. Han Yan was speechless. This guy's guts were really small. Han Yan had just used the simulation to copy Pan Xian's cultivation. After confirming that Pan Xian had really escaped, he called Lu Bu back and started the simulation himself. Battle Pan Xian, he wanted to compare his strength with Pan Xian's. With the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, Pan Xian couldn't break through the defense of the heavenly treasure, but he could still injure Han Yan. A few minutes later, the defense of the rank 36 reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus shattered, and Han Yan was instantly killed. This guy should be stronger than Zhu Tuesday. He could even be ranked in the first row among the audience in Taiji Palace. But why was he so afraid of Zhu Tu? Was it because he was timid, or did Zhu Tu have some other background? Han Yan felt that it was the latter. He had calculated the future. Zhu Tu was related to that person in Empress Hua's palace. He probably had the support of Empress Hua's palace. Thinking of this, Han Yan realized that he hadn't used the evolution ability for a long time. Forget it, then. I want to know who the biggest winner of this immeasurable calamity is? Han Yan thought to himself. After the calamity ended, there would definitely be more than one winner. There might be allies, subordinates, and so on. It could be said that when one person achieves the Tao, all his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So high, Han Yan silently chose to continue. Then, he felt the world spin. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yan saw the future sky. He was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. He heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to the previous apocalyptic scenes, this was undoubtedly very beautiful. It seemed that he had succeeded in saving the world. Common people. Do you know what the dark forbidden lord you despised did for you? Han Yan felt that he was very noble. He silently changed the trend of the heavenly Tao, saving the celestial world and the heavens time and time again. At this moment, Han Yan saw 2 figures land. His eyes widened, and he was stunned. Those 2 were Han Yan and Wu Daojian. This Han Yan wore a white robe and was handsome. His every movement exuded a terrifying aura that was even more powerful than that of the celestial ruler. Wu Daojian had a cold temperament. She walked side by side with Han Yan. She was not humble at all, unlike her in the Connate cave abode. The 2 of them landed on the mountainside and turned to look at the world. Wu Daojian said, "How long can this theurgy last?" The future Han Yan smiled and said, "Eternity." He raised his arms and stretched. He smiled and said, "I use this theurgy to trap all living beings. I am the heavenly Tao. From now on, I will rule the heavenly Tao. All living beings will no longer have to face calamities, unless I don't like them." His words were full of pride. Han Yan frowned. The future him was so arrogant, and what did that theurgy mean? The world of stars in the depths of his soul. Something was wrong, he couldn't be like this guy wasn't him. Han Yan was terrified. He couldn't have been possessed, could he? Those sages have gone east, but I still feel that it's not that easy to replace the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, why hasn't it appeared before? Wu Daojian frowned and said. The future Han Yan smiled contemptuously and said, "The calamity is over. In the celestial realm, other than you, me, and all living beings under my control, everyone else is dead. Who will threaten us? The heavenly Tao is just a rule." Wu Daojian shook his head. The future Han Yan smiled and said, "Oh right, do you want to create a heaven and you can be the celestial ruler?" Wu Daojian snorted and said, "Boring. You better be careful of that guy. He has a close relationship with the heaven. You slaughtered the heaven and his disciples. He won't let you go. He must be hiding in the dark. Who knows when he will come to trouble you? I know him too well. He's afraid of death. He won't come to provoke me now. The future Han Yan shook his head and laughed. Han Yan was moved. Just as he was about to continue watching, the image shattered. His consciousness returned inside the congenital cave. Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned. Who was that dog? Listening to their conversation, the heaven was destroyed. Wasn't the guy hiding in the dark Han Yan himself? This guy really wasn't him. Han Yan was burning with anger. Why did another troublemaker jump out? Where did this fake Han Yan and Wu Dao Jian come from? Han Yan thought silently. I want to know who could become me and Wu Dao Jian. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Why did it double? Han Yan's frown deepened. He didn't like being trapped by schemes. He wanted to see through everything. Continue. When Han Yan chose to continue, 2 figures appeared in his mind and 2 lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. Tai Sutian, Cultivation Unknown. A mysterious existence born from the 33 layers of heaven. She lives in Empress Was Palace all year round and listens to the sage's teachings. Under the sage's instructions, she descended to the mortal world to enter the tribulation. Wu Dao Jian gained sentience because of one of her clones. Lord Greed, 6 Mysterious God Origin. The first servant of immortal Emperor Samsara. He listens to immortal Emperor Samsara's every word. However, as his cultivation increased, he gradually developed his own ambitions. Han Yan frowned. It was actually Tai Sutian. Tai Sutian's profile picture was different from Wu Dao Jian's. That was why he didn't connect them together. He didn't expect Tai Sutian to have a clone. Wait a minute, in addition, Tai Sutian threw the heaven-mending stone to Feng Liang. Empress Was Palace was definitely targeting him. Han Yan felt his hair stand on end. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have noticed the existence of Empress Was Palace. He could have thought that the heaven-mending stone was Feng Liang's opportunity. As for the previous owner of Wu Dao Jian, he didn't have any clues. The sage was high and mighty. He said that he wouldn't enter the tribulation, but in fact, he was secretly manipulating and scheming. Zhu Tu seemed to be a chess piece of Empress Was Palace. And this Lord Greed, he had never heard of him before. Looking at his appearance, he was extremely ugly. Why did he pretend to be Han Yan? Could it be that immortal Emperor Samsara was behind this? No, the biggest winner in the future was Lord Greed, not immortal Emperor Samsara. In addition, the message hinted that Lord Greed had his own ambitions. This meant that this fellow had betrayed him and might even plot against immortal Emperor Samsara in the future. How interesting. Han Yan was so angry that he laughed. The water in the immortal world was really deep. Other than the big shots on the surface, there were also many people hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Han Yan wondered if he should curse Tai Sutian and Lord Greed directly. No, if he killed them directly, there might be new changes. He should wait for a period of time and wait for these 2 fellows to surface before dealing with them. They definitely wouldn't think that Han Yan already knew about their conspiracy. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to overturn the Heaven's Palace in a short time. Han Ju summoned Dao Comprehension Sword. On the surface, it was said that he was imparting Dao to Tai Sutian, but in reality, he was taking the opportunity to deepen the 6 Paths imprint to prevent Tai Sutian from playing any tricks. The 6 Paths insignia usually couldn't affect Dao Comprehension Sword. Han Ju was just prepared. Too many mighty figures had died. Han Ju had to tread on thin ice and not be careless. Xianxia wore a black robe and blended into the crowd. She looked ahead. A few miles away, there was a high platform. On the platform stood dozens of existences emitting powerful auras. They seemed to be discussing something. Xianxia was secretly shocked. She joined the dark sect by chance. As for the Jiejiao, she felt that there was no future in the Jiejiao. The Jiejiao sect master was no longer in charge. The elders and the island master were fighting openly and secretly. It was no longer the sect of destiny. It was more like a motley crew. After a while, a voice sounded, "Quiet." All the dark cult disciples shut their mouths and turned their heads to look at him. If Han Yan was here, he would find that the speaker was Xue Mingyi, who had escaped from the Nine Hells Purgatory. Xue Mingyi, whose body was burning with blood, stood on the edge of the high platform. He looked down at everyone and said, "There are too many despicable people in the immortal world pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Among them is Zhu Tuesday. We are all believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord. How can we tolerate this? We have to do something for the Dark Forbidden Lord. He will be watching us and looking forward to our performance. Do you want to enter the eyes of the Dark Forbidden Lord?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited. Yes. The shouts converged together, causing the entire underground cavern to shake. Xianxia also shouted, shocked. It was the first time she had seen such a scene in the immortal world. She had never seen it before in the Jiejiao. She couldn't understand why the Dark Forbidden Lord had such great charm. Although he was indeed very strong and had forced the Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor to fall, he had never shown himself. Xue Mingyi continued with a smile, "I don't know when it started, but the myriad worlds were divided by the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Court, the Buddhist sect, and the Demon Court. They were high above and set the rules for the myriad worlds. However, conflicts would erupt from time to time, causing countless living beings to fall one after another and rush to the Yellow Springs. Some even had their bodies and souls destroyed. However, no matter how many wars there were, the ones who died were always the weak forces like us. The four overlords were still the overlords, and all living beings were just chess pieces in their game. It's him. The Dark Forbidden Lord. He appeared out of nowhere and broke the Buddha's true body with the curse of the heavenly Tao of Buddhism. It's really ridiculous that the devil ancestor is the Buddha of the dignified Buddhism. There's also the Demon Emperor who went crazy and slaughtered the immortal world. The Heavenly Emperor, the Master of the Divine Palace, and the Buddha didn't dare to do anything. It was the Dark Forbidden Lord who personally got rid of this scourge. Now, the Dark Forbidden Lord is everywhere in the world. This is an insult to the Dark Forbidden Lord. We must represent the Dark Forbidden Lord and get rid of these imposters because we are the only ones who truly respect the Dark Forbidden Lord. I, Xue Mingyi, represent the Shura race to join the Dark Sect. When the calamity begins, the Shura race will take the lead. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for the Dark Forbidden Lord and the heavens? As soon as Xue Mingyi's voice fell, all of the living beings shouted in unison with great momentum. Even Xianxia, who didn't understand, couldn't help but feel her blood boil. This belief was too strong, it could solidify the Dark Sect into an iron plate. As long as the Dark Forbidden Lord didn't taste defeat, the Dark Sect would be an invincible army. Xianxia was also looking forward to it. Perhaps if she followed the Dark Sect, she could obtain a great opportunity in the calamity. She couldn't help but think of Han Yan. Han Yan's strength had surpassed her, but he was timid by nature and was afraid of entering the calamity. After this calamity is over, if the Dark Sect can have the last laugh, I can recommend him. Xianxia smiled. Back then, in order to comprehend the Tao, she accidentally found Han Yan as her Tao companion. After so many years, the only person she could think of was Han Yan. The other old friends had already turned to dust. 10 years passed by. Han Yan stopped cultivating and began to curse the enemy. Wu Daojian basically stayed outside the cave and cultivated with Li Yao. Unless Han Yan called her, she wouldn't take the initiative to go back. Han Yan lamented that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. At the same time, he relaxed a lot. With Wu Daojian next to him, he would always have some scruples. Han Yan cursed while checking the mail. Nothing major happened recently, so the mail looked a little boring. A month later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune. He suddenly had an idea. I want to see what the greedy king is doing. Han Yan thought silently. 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? After all, it was the sixth profound divine origin, which was very close to Daluo. However, 10 million years of lifespan was nothing to the current Han Yan. Continue, Han Yan silently made his choice. Immediately after, his consciousness became dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dark palace. A figure was sitting in the palace. It was Lord Tan. He was wearing a white robe and his black hair was scattered naturally. His face was ugly and his facial features were twisted as if they were crumpled into a ball. His hands were constantly changing hand signs as he cultivated. At this moment, immortal Emperor Samsara appeared in front of Lord Tan. He still had the appearance of Tybeek. Lord Tan hurriedly knelt and bowed in a humble manner. Immortal Emperor Samsara said, "The two geniuses that I nurtured have already entered the tribulation. Don't be idle. Go and protect them. Remember, don't let them discover you." Hearing this, Lord Tan replied, "No problem." Immortal Emperor Samsara flipped his right hand and took out a purple jade scepter. He handed it to Lord Tan and said, "This treasure is for you, just in case." Lord Tan was surprised and immediately thanked Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara disappeared. Lord Tan kept the treasure and continued to cultivate. The scene shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He frowned. Just this, 10 million years of lifespan in exchange for this, Han Yan felt that he had been cheated. It was very uncomfortable. He didn't see anything, he only knew one person's relationship. He already knew. Han Yan didn't dare to look at Tai Sutian anymore. Forget it. Anyway, these two people wouldn't be able to threaten Han Yan in a short time. They were still very weak for the time being. Hanju only needed to keep an eye on their cultivation levels and kill them before they obtained the great fortune. I can't change the situation too early. Otherwise, new and stronger people will appear. Han Yan thought silently. After all, he wasn't entering the tribulation. In such a situation, everything he did could easily become a gift to others. Immediately, he stopped thinking and continued to cultivate. He wanted to reach the second profound God essence as soon as possible. Even if he reached the God realm, his cultivation couldn't stagnate. He had to steadily increase it. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Han Yan's cultivation kept increasing. The God realm cultivated God essence, which was also a type of magic power. He no longer absorbed chi to cultivate. Instead, he absorbed karma. After reaching the deity realm, immortal chi would lose its effect. Deity realm cultivators needed higher level energy. Han Yan discovered that the innate chi emitted by the Buzhou divine flower was suitable for the cultivation of the immortal state. However, there was only one Buzhou divine flower and it was not enough for Han Yan's cultivation. He was only cultivating the Buzhou divine flower and did not use it. It was worth mentioning that the number of red spider lilies that Mengpa gave to Han Yan had been increasing. Now, they had already spread to the outside of the cave. Han Yan did not stop them and allowed them to grow. Hidden Sect Island's immortal chi was steadily increasing. While Han Yan was getting stronger, the other disciples were also getting stronger. Among them, Li Yao had already reached the late stage of primordial unity golden immortal. Only Chu Shiren could compare to him. Morong Qi and Lu Huaxiu were slightly weaker. Pan Xian didn't come looking for Han Yan again. Apart from cultivating, Han Yan also paid attention to the Nether clan. The Nether clan gathered in a corner of the 9 Nether Purgatory. There was no land, no food, and no enemies. They could only cultivate endlessly. Han Yan realized that the Nether clan had the strong physique of shamanism and the essence soul of the human race. It was not like Vidra's fury, but more like Tu Linger. They perfectly possessed the advantages of the human race and shamanism. This race had great potential. Han Yan had been hesitating whether to accept them or not. Goddess Hutu was obviously trying to curry favor with Han Yan. There were a total of 10,000 people in the Nether clan, which was exactly the round number. Under the circumstances where they did not reproduce, there were no more and no less. If they were all nurtured, they would definitely be a powerful force in the future. I'll observe them for another 1,000 years. If they all have the mind to cultivate diligently, I can nurture them. Han Yan thought so. The reroll world was still hidden in the depths of his soul. It was fine to have another race. He was just afraid that this race would not be able to withstand the loneliness and cause trouble for him. Just as Han Yan was cursing and thinking about these questions, Xianxi's spiritual consciousness aura came from the Golden Crow token. Han Yan took out the Golden Crow token and contacted him. "Don't talk to me about fortuitous opportunities," Han Yan said angrily. Xianxi flew into a rage out of humiliation. "What kind of person do you think I am? Then what's the matter? It's like this. After I returned to Jinwu, I realized that the god race had changed. The elders in the race have become radical. All of them want to enter the calamity and rule the myriad worlds. If this continues, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate properly in the future. I'll be forced to enter the calamity and fight. At the mention of this, Xianxia was very vexed. Ever since he found out about Han Yan's cultivation level, he had an epiphany. He had risked his life to fight for luck and fortuitous opportunities, but in the end, Han Yan had surpassed him and even left him far behind. How could he accept it? He was Jinwu's #1 prodigy. The path of entering the calamity was obviously wrong. Han Yan was right. Prodigies like them did not need to enter the calamity at all. Entering the calamity was a waste of time, Han Yan said. If that's the case, then leave Jinwu and find a place to cultivate. The world is so big, and there are battles everywhere. Where can I go? I don't want to join heaven. Jiangyi's tone was full of helplessness. However, Han Yan understood the meaning behind his words. He snorted. Then there's no other way. Everyone has their own fate. Just bear with it. You brat, do you dislike me that much? When the great Freedom Golden Crow Celestial Emperor was chasing after you, I stood up for you and was almost killed by him. Jiangyi's tone was full of resentment. Han Yan almost had goosebumps when he heard it. He did remember that incident. Xianxia really did do it for him. Thinking of this, Han Yan could not help but soften. He hesitated. Then you can come and join me, but there's one thing. When you're with me, you have to listen to everything I say. I won't let you take risks, but I won't let you mess around either. Xianxia chuckled. That's more like it. Where are you? I'll go and find you. Han Yan silently used the evolution function. Is Xianxia plotting something against me? 1 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no, Han Yan was relieved. He suddenly realized that the evolution function could detect lies. He could use it in the future. 9 Hell's Purgatory. What? Yes, are you coming? Are you crazy? Xianxia was shocked. He thought that Han Yan was joking. Han Yan snorted. Don't expose me. If you really want to come, find a way to break into 9 Hell's Purgatory. Remember, you can't tell anyone else about this, including your people. Otherwise, our relationship will end. Okay. Just you wait. Xianxia ended the divine consciousness connection after he finished speaking. It was obvious that he was agitated. Han Yan put down the golden crow token and sighed. The insect had become stronger again. Unknowingly, the #1 prodigy of Jinwu had also come. However, Xianxia might not really leave Jinwu. It was not a bad idea to form good karma in the future. No matter how powerful a force was, it was impossible to not have good karma. The Goblin Court was related to many ancient races, the heaven was backed by the Tao sect, the Divine Palace was closely related to the human race's sacred dynasty, and the Buddhist sect had countless believers. Han Yan continued cursing. After he finished cursing all his enemies, he continued to cultivate. About a few months passed. Goddess Huta came. Her aura filled 9 Hell's Purgatory, but she did not say anything. Han Yan sensed her aura and knew that she was looking for him. Even the sages could not spy on the situation in the dojo, so Goddess Huta could only do this. Han Yan spread out his spiritual will and quickly arrived in front of the Lady of Earth. The Lady of Earth looked at the nether race from afar, thinking about something. Previously, Han Yan had only communicated with the Lady of Earth with his spiritual will. This was the first time he had seen the real Lady of Earth. She floated in the void and wore a golden dress. The hem of her dress flickered with all kinds of starlight, dazzling. She was barefooted and wore long feathers embedded with mysterious birds. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and there was a benevolent look between her brows. A wheel of light floated behind her. There were a total of 6 colored regions that slowly rotated. Goddess, do you have anything to instruct me? Han Yan asked. The Lady of Earth's gaze landed on Han Yan. She smiled and said, I want to give you an opportunity. Han Yan's scalp tingled when he heard the word opportunity. In the past, there were so many hidden opportunities that he now felt that opportunities were equivalent to danger. Thank you for your kind intentions, goddess. Forget about the opportunity. I just want to cultivate diligently. Han Yan braced himself and replied. The Lady of Earth smiled and said, What are you thinking about? I've already brought you the opportunity. With a flip of her hand, a jade sword appeared in her hand. This is a merit dharma treasure, the boundless sword. It can absorb the heavenly Tao merit. As the nether race continues to strengthen, the heavenly Tao merit you obtain will increase. The merit that you can't digest in time can be stored in this treasure. After saying that, the Lady of Earth threw out the boundless sword. The boundless sword was only 30 centimeters long. Rather than a sword, it was more like a dagger. It was made of green jade and cold to the touch. Han Yan felt relieved and thanked her. Thank you, goddess. The Lady of Earth smiled and asked, How about the nether race? Han Yan stored the boundless sword inside the congenital cave and replied, They have great potential. They have the advantages of shamanism and the human race. However, it seems, the Lady of Earth said, they can't reproduce, right? Yes. This is their flaw, so my idea is not to let them become the protagonists of the heavenly Tao, like the human race, spread throughout the myriad worlds. I hope that they will take on the responsibilities of the immortals and gods, working for all living beings. Unable to reproduce, they will avoid many battles for inheritance. However, other than passing down their legacies, their own cultivation will also involve conflicts of interest. Moreover, if they become stronger, they will definitely find a way to have descendants. No, they can't reproduce because of the heavenly Tao. They can't use any means to give birth to descendants. I sacrificed the future of shamanism in exchange for the birth of the fiends. Han Yan was silent. He didn't believe him completely. After all, King Kong Nu and Tu Linger were still around. The two of them could find someone else to marry and have children. Sooner or later, they would have shamanism again. It's not just the Nether clan. It's the same for Vajra's Wrath and Tu Linger. They will be cursed by the heavenly Tao and will never be able to reproduce. The good thing is that they won't be affected by negative karma. From now on, they can walk the realms openly. The Lady of Earth sounded rather helpless. Han Yan was secretly shocked. How ruthless. The Lady of Earth said, I recognize your potential. It's not just me. In fact, other saints are paying attention to you. You are a variable. I hope that you can accept the Nether clan. Only then can I wholeheartedly manage the cycle of reincarnation. Entrusting me? Han Yan frowned. One day, you will need to pass down the Tao, just like how Patriarch Shi Tian passed down the Tao of karma. However, the more cultivators of the Tao of karma there are, the stronger he will be. This is a win-win situation. It's very difficult to be alone. Of course, after you accept the Nether clan, you can look for me anytime if you encounter any trouble in the future. The Lady of Earth spoke extremely sincerely. Han Yan thought silently, if I accept the Nether clan, will I be controlled by the Lady of Earth or the heavenly Tao? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Previously, his lifespan was not deducted when he asked. Could it be that it did not involve the future of karma? Han Yan had no choice but to continue. Another 100 million. No. 2 words worth 100 million, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lady of Earth did not plot against him. He immediately replied, in that case, leave the Nether clan to me. The Lady of Earth's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. The Lady of Earth smiled and said, that's good. In the future, you will understand that I will not harm you. As soon as she finished speaking, her aura disappeared. Han Yan looked at the Nether clan. He directly used his spiritual will to move the Nether clan into Hidden Sect Island. Hidden Sect Island was very big now. It could easily accommodate 10 million people, let alone 10,000. After the Nether clan landed, they all panicked. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. At that moment, Han Yan's voice sounded. The Lady of Earth entrusted you guys to me. I was also the one who named you the Nether clan. From now on, you guys can stay on the island and cultivate in peace. There are disciples of the hidden sect on the island. You guys should cultivate diligently and not have any conflicts. His voice could not only be heard by the Nether clan but also by the people of the hidden sect. The people under the Fusang tree immediately flew over. They were very curious about the Nether clan. The Lady of Earth. Chusharan muttered to himself. Hey you devil, who was beside him, sighed and said, Sect Master has been in seclusion all this time, but he can always expand his network. He's really impressive. Even a saint gave him a clan. It seems that even if our sect master isn't a saint, he's not far from one. Heiyuji said proudly, I guess Master is the reincarnation of Daozu. He's even more powerful than the heavenly Dao. Chusharan frowned. The speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener took it seriously. In an instant, Hidden Sect Island became lively. Han Yen fell into deep thought. The Lady of Earth's words frightened him. Were there other saints targeting him, apart from Patriarch Shi Tian's Mahjong group and the palace of Empress Hua? Who else could it be? What kind of existence are saints? Could it be that the heavens are in their eyes? The more Han Yen thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. Fortunately, saints could not enter the world. Otherwise, how could he feel safe? No, he had to make the best use of his time to become stronger and upgrade the array formation to the saint level. At that time even saints would not be able to barge in. Han Yan's gaze became firm as he continued to cultivate. 25 years later. Xianxia finally arrived at 9 Nether Purgatory. He did not shout. Instead, he released his aura and waited for Han Yen to come and pick him up. Who didn't know that all the vengeful spirits in 9 Nether Purgatory had gone to the celestial world? His karma is really strong. How did he survive? Xianxia was shocked. He suddenly started to admire Han Yen. A powerful divine sense wrapped around him. Before he could react, he was moved to Hidden Sect Island and landed under the Fusang tree. The moment he landed, Xianxia took out his Dharma treasure in fright and prepared to fight. However, he saw people looking at him strangely. There were also 2 golden crows on the tree. This is Jinwu's #1 prodigy, Xianxia. He will join the hidden sect in the future and cultivate together. Han Yan's voice came from inside the congenital cave. He was not afraid of Xianxia showing off. Just the Heiyu devil and Xianxi's wrath were enough to suppress Xianxia, not to mention Lu Bu's existence. Heiyu devil clicked his tongue in wonder. Why is Jinwu's prodigy here? Previously, when the Goblin Emperor tried to recruit you, didn't you reject and say that you only wanted to work for Jinwu? Xianxia looked around and snorted. Han Yen and I are brothers. Our relationship is extraordinary. He begged me to come, so how can I not come? I will also show you what talent is. Cultivate well in the future and set me as your goal. Just you? Can you beat my big brother? Can you beat the old witch? Heiyuji jumped down from the tree and shouted. This newcomer was already so arrogant. He had to be taught a lesson, it had good eyesight. Han Yen didn't invite Xianxia into the cave, which meant that their relationship wasn't that deep. Xianxia was instantly unhappy. Although Heiyu devil made him feel very strong, he didn't feel despair. This meant that the gap between them wasn't that big. Xianxia stared at Heiyu devil and said, let's spar? Heiyu devil smiled and said, sure, let's enter the sect master's simulation trial and spar. Simulation trial? What's that? The sect master's divine ability. It's specially used for battles. There are also powerful opponents that the sect master has faced before. Even the Goblin Emperor, Celestial Ruler, Divine Palace Master, Tendo Buddha, and other powerhouses are there. Is that true? Xianxia was suspicious. This guy really knew how to brag. At this moment, Han Yen invited him into the simulation trial. At first, Xianxia was very surprised. Han Yen directly arranged for Xianxia to fight with him. After being beaten up, Xianxi's fighting spirit was aroused and he began to indulge in the simulation trial. Heiyuji looked at the dumbstruck Xianxia and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In Master's words, another person with a severe internet addiction. Zhou Mingyue shook his head and laughed. He even said that we should set him as our goal. This guy doesn't cultivate at all. We will definitely surpass him in the future. The others were also happy. They had more or less indulged in the simulation trial and knew how good it felt. A battle that didn't require death had a fatal attraction to cultivators. The battles in the simulation trial were so realistic, as if they were in reality. However, if they were killed, they wouldn't die and there wouldn't be any repercussions. This divine ability was simply unheard of. Han Yan saw that Xianxia was indulging in the simulation trial and didn't care anymore. He continued to cultivate. 40 years passed. Han Yan wasn't close to the second profound divine energy, and now that he had started to absorb the negative karma of the 9 hells purgatory again, Pan Xian didn't dare to disturb him, so his days were peaceful. After playing the simulation trial for 10 years, Xianxia was deeply affected. He realized that he was not second only to Han Yan in the Yin sect, so he had no choice but to cultivate with all his might. The other disciples were just as normal, and their lives hadn't been disrupted by the arrival of Xianxia and the fiends. On this day, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while checking his mail. Your good friend Tai Sutian has inherited the legacy of the primordial Queen Mother of the West. His luck has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has learned the mystical abilities of the Goblin Emperor. His skills have improved greatly. Your friend Zhou Fan was attacked by dark sect cultivators, X32931. Your friend Celestial Ruler has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by a mighty figure. Your good friend Zhang Guxing tried to devour the Sword Dao River. He suffered a backlash and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has obtained the true dragon race's divine weapon. Your disciple Su Qi has cultivated the body of misfortune. His skills have improved greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has slaughtered an ancient race. His karma has increased greatly. Han Yan continued reading and felt that the celestial world had become exciting again. That dog Zhu Tu was still cursing the celestial ruler. He was really courting death. Facing Zhu Tu, Han Yan was really in a dilemma. He didn't have good feelings or hatred, and he didn't know about Zhu Tu's situation. This made him feel that it was useless no matter how he cursed Zhu Tuesday. After all, this guy was the strongest in the calamity. Han Yan also noticed that Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked. It seemed that Immortal Emperor Samsara also had his own grudges. This was a good thing, lest this guy was idle and wanted to harm him. There was also Zhang Guxing, who wanted to devour the Sword Dao River. How dare he? Han Yan used to think that Zhang Guxing was a righteous man who protected the Sword Dao. Now, he felt that things had changed. It seemed that Zhang Guxing had suffered a lot during his imprisonment in the Celestial Palace. As he continued reading, he saw that Li Daokong had slaughtered an ancient race. To be honest, Han Yan didn't think that Li Daokong was courting death. Even if his karma was monstrous, he reckoned that Li Daokong had a way to wash it away. However, Han Yan still felt that Li Daokong was a tragic figure. He had calculated the future many times. Li Daokong wasn't the final winner, and the final winner had slaughtered all living beings. This meant that Li Daokong also died in the calamity. Thinking of this, Han Yan couldn't help but warn himself. The strong ones on the surface weren't scary. The scary ones were the old foxes hiding in the dark. Even with the system, Han Yan couldn't be careless. After all, in those futures, Han Yan had failed to protect the people he wanted to protect. After cursing the enemy, Han Yan continued to cultivate. According to his estimation, he wasn't far from breaking through to the second profound divine essence. The stellar primordial body was really top-notch. It could absorb karma and ensure that Han Yan's cultivation speed would always be at an extremely fast state. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary immortal realm expert to break through a small realm. It might even take a long time. Han Yan was different. Even if he had reached the immortal realm, he could clearly feel that he was rapidly becoming stronger. Not long after he continued to cultivate, the heavenly Dao token came. The celestial ruler contacted him. Han Yan accepted the call. Can you still calculate how recently? The celestial ruler asked. Han Yan asked in surprise, what's wrong with him? Ever since the Goblin Emperor attacked last time, Howard was captured by the Goblin Emperor and disappeared. I tried my best to find him, but I couldn't. I couldn't calculate his whereabouts, so I had to ask you. Speaking of this, the celestial ruler blamed himself. After all, he didn't protect his son well. Long Hao was captured by the Goblin Emperor in heaven. To the celestial ruler, it was an absolute humiliation, even if the Goblin Emperor had fallen. Han Yan said, "Let me try." He silently used the evolution function. "I want to know where Long Hao is." 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So much? This guy isn't an immortal emperor. Han Yan frowned. However, when he thought of Hao Tian, he felt relieved. Continue. A line of words popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Unable to accurately deduce. Can only deduce the approximate location. The celestial world, the 29th level of the sky. Han Yan frowned. That's it? He said helplessly, "Your Majesty, I can't deduce where he is, but I can sense that he seems to be in the 29th level of the celestial world." The 29th level of the sky? Oh no. The celestial ruler was shocked and hurriedly ended the conversation. The heavenly Tao token no longer shook. Han Yan was surprised. Is there a secret in the 29th level of the sky? He pulled out his interpersonal relationships to check Long Hao's profile picture. He hadn't been possessed by Hao Tian. In that case, Han Yan couldn't be bothered to worry. He couldn't come out of seclusion anyway. When Long Hao wanted to leave Hidden Sect Island, it wasn't because he was forced. He wanted to go out. Han Yan would help if he could. If it would put himself in danger, then he wouldn't do anything. After putting down the heavenly Tao token, Han Yan quickly entered a state of cultivation. 7 years later. Han Yan suddenly felt a powerful curse attack. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's going on? Who's messing with me again? Han Yan activated the 36th grade reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and used karma to resist the curse. Curses and negative karma were both related to karma. They were invisible and colorless forces that were difficult to find with the naked eye. With the help of the grade 36 reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Han Yan was no longer affected by the power of the curse. He pinched his fingers and calculated, but he couldn't find the source of the curse. It seems that the other party is also afraid of being discovered, so they are all imitating me. Han Yan thought disdainfully. You can curse anyone, but you have to curse me. I want to know who cursed me. 100 million years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue. Recently, he had used up a lot of his lifespan, but it was still far from zero. Han Yan was not afraid of squandering it. Then, Han Yan felt dizzy and realized that he had jumped into another scene. He opened his eyes and found that he had arrived in an underground cave. In front of him was a figure holding a book and cursing people. This person was Xue Mingyi. Han Yan was very familiar with his face. After all, this guy had led many ancient races to establish the dark sect. Bastard, you even dare to curse your ancestors. If you don't die, who will? Han Ju was enraged. At this moment, he suddenly heard Xue Mingyi mutter to himself, "Dark Forbidden Lord, do you feel it? I hope you will like me." What did he mean? Han Yan was surprised. Xue Mingyi cursed him because he wanted to attract his attention. Wait, how did Xue Mingyi know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Goblin Emperor, Zhu Tu, Tendo Buddha, and other powerhouses didn't know? How did he know? The scene shattered, and Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. He continued to ask, "Does Xue Mingyi know that I am the Dark Forbidden Lord?" No. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. Han Yan couldn't help but wonder why. Could it be that when it involved his karma, his lifespan would not be deducted? That didn't seem right. Could it be the after-sales service? Han Yan couldn't figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He began to think about Xue Mingyi. Not long after, the power of the curse disappeared. It was obvious that Xue Mingyi had not targeted him. But why would he be cursed? Han Yan couldn't help but think of the powers that were related to him. Could it be that Xue Mingyi was cursing the heaven or the nether race? Han Yan continued to ask, why would Xue Mingyi curse me? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, he is cursing heaven, as expected. Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Xue Mingyi. Although Xue Mingyi was very likely to be his fanboy, he had to take action to threaten the heaven. Han Yan was prepared to spend 1 billion years of his lifespan to warn Xue Mingyi. Several days later. Inside the catacombs. Rumble, the terrifying aura shook the underground cavern violently. Xue Mingyi was meditating, his face extremely pale. He was being cursed. It's definitely the Dark Forbidden Lord. Xue Mingyi was terrified. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful curse. Only such a curse could drive the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha insane. Therefore, it could only be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Not only was Xue Mingyi not afraid, but he was also very excited. The Dark Forbidden Lord had finally responded to him. With the Dark Forbidden Lord's strength, it could easily curse him to death, but it didn't. This meant that it was sending a message. The Dark Forbidden Lord was hiding in the heaven. That was possible. No wonder heaven was the only one among the 4 overlords that didn't have any major incidents. The Goblin Court was on the verge of collapse, the Buddhist sect had lost a Buddha, and the Divine Palace had changed owners. Only the heaven still had Taoism's help. No matter how one looked at it, the heaven was protected by the Dark Forbidden Lord. As Xue Mingyi was thinking, an even more powerful curse surged over like a tide. Not good, I can't withstand it. Xue Mingyi spat out a mouthful of blood. He formed hand seals with both hands to stabilize the dermic powers that had begun to riot in his body. Fortunately, the curse didn't continue to strengthen. It lasted for about half an hour before retreating. Although Xue Mingyi had suffered internal injuries, they weren't serious. He didn't hate the Dark Forbidden Lord. Instead, he was happy. The Dark Forbidden Lord didn't kill me because it wanted to accept me. Xue Mingyi put himself in the Dark Forbidden Lord's shoes. If he wanted to kill someone, he definitely wouldn't hold back. Thinking of this, Xue Mingyi's respect for the Dark Forbidden Lord increased. From now on, the heaven can't target me. I have to form an alliance with the heaven to express my goodwill. Xue Mingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. He felt that he was too smart. Through this method, he could confirm where the Dark Forbidden Lord was. Zhu Tu, you pretended to be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Just wait for your death. I can't beat you, but the Dark Forbidden Lord won't let you off. Xue Mingyi began to look forward to Zhu Tu's ending. After teaching Xue Mingyi a lesson, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Time continued to pass. 10 years later. Han Yan's cultivation had improved a lot. He stopped cultivating and took out the heavenly Tao token to contact the celestial ruler. Soon, the celestial ruler connected with him. Han Yan asked, Your Majesty, have you found Hauer? The celestial ruler said solemnly, I've found him, but I can't bring him back. If he comes to find you, just pretend that you didn't accept him as a disciple. What do you mean? Did he betray you? Or was he possessed? I can't say that he hasn't been possessed, but he's in danger now. Trust me. Between Long Hao and the celestial ruler, Han Yan definitely trusted the celestial ruler more. The celestial ruler was someone who treated him well. Long Hao was someone who treated Han Yan well. Han Yan said, I understand. How's heaven recently? The celestial ruler said, not bad. They're constantly annexing the Goblin Court's territory. Many factions have also joined them, including the most popular dark sect. They took the initiative to express goodwill and formed an alliance with heaven. It's probably the Dark Forbidden Lord's idea. Han Yan thought to himself, Xue Mingyi really knows how to be a person. It seemed that he didn't have to die. Han Yan said seriously, Your Majesty, the Dark Forbidden Lord is mysterious and unpredictable. We have to be careful not to be used. Don't worry, I know what to do. As long as they don't go against heaven, everything is fine. The two of them continued to chat for a while before cutting off the connection. Heaven. Imperial Garden. The celestial ruler put down the heavenly Tao token and muttered, He really has nothing to do with the Dark Forbidden Lord? Xue Mingyi said that he was cooperating with heaven on the orders of the Dark Forbidden Lord. If that was true, the Dark Forbidden Lord should be from heaven. He couldn't help but suspect Han Yan again. But Han Yan told him to be careful of the Dark Forbidden Lord. That didn't make sense. What am I thinking? His talent is already strong enough. Am I still hoping that he will use his own methods to help heaven? The celestial ruler shook his head and laughed. He felt like he had too many fantasies about Han Yan. his brow furrowed. Since the Dark Forbidden Lord had nothing to do with Han Yan, then the Dark Forbidden Lord might harm heaven. What was the Dark Sect's plan? In the celestial world, heaven was already the strongest faction. Under such circumstances, if the Dark Sect helped heaven, it would only help heaven win the calamity. If heaven won, what would the Dark Forbidden Lord gain? A scheme. The more the celestial ruler thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After all, the calamity hadn't reached its peak yet. The calamity from heaven might not have truly arrived. After putting down the heavenly Tao token, Han Yan was in a good mood. With the help of the Dark Sect, heaven should have an easier time in heaven. The celestial ruler had been so good to him that Han Yan had always felt guilty if he didn't repay this kindness. Now, he had finally helped heaven. The Supremacy Tao was very talented, but he was still a genius after all. He couldn't decide the outcome of the battle between the major forces. However, the Dark Sect was different. They had many ancient races under their command. With such a powerful force supporting heaven, how could heaven not be powerful? Han Yan got up and walked out of the cave abode. I'm going to preach. Everyone, sit down. Han Yan's voice resounded throughout the entire Tao Hall. Even the 10,000 Nether race people heard it. They couldn't help but look forward to it. The Lady of Earth had once preached to them, and they still remembered it clearly. Xianxia couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Han Yan curiously. Ever since he experienced the simulation trial, Han Yan's image in his heart had become tall and mysterious. He was also shocked by the simulation trial. How could Han Yan be weak if he could simulate the cultivation level of a supreme expert? Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia was shocked to discover that he had never defeated Han Yan. Although Han Yan used to be humble, he was obviously not afraid. Looking back, he felt that Han Yan was more like coaxing him in the past. In addition, the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor had definitely died in Han Yan's hands. This was because he had fought with the Great Freedom Golden Crow Divine Emperor in the simulation trial. He was exactly as powerful as he was in reality. Han Yan didn't know about Xianxi's psychological changes. He sat down in front of the Fusong tree and began to preach. Everyone sat down, including King Kong Nu and Heyu Devil. Han Yan, who was already at the immortal realm, preaching the Tao was also helpful to them. As Han Yan began to talk about his understanding of cultivation, his voice was filled with a magical power, causing everyone to quickly enter a state of enlightenment. Each of them recalled their own cultivation experiences, and their inspirations exploded. All sorts of strange ideas emerged in their minds, and their doubts were cleared up one after another. This lecture lasted for 5 years. After that, Han Yan spent another 2 years answering their questions one by one. The fiends didn't have this kind of treatment. Otherwise, Han Yan would have been exhausted to death. After finishing his lecture, Han Yan returned to his immortal's cave. At the same time, he called Wu Daojian. After the cave was closed, Wu Daojian came to Han Yan and knelt down. She was curious as to why Han Yan called her. Han Yan asked, "Did the master of your previous life look for you recently?" Wu Daojian asked in surprise, "I'm just staying here. How can she find me?" For example, sending a message in a dream. A dream? Recently, I've been dreaming of her. She's been cultivating beside me and hasn't spoken to me. Han Yan could not help but frown. Tai Sutian was indeed hiding evil intentions. Wu Daojian was already a Grand Unity True Immortal, not far from Grand Unity Golden Immortal. How could she dream for no reason? Wu Daojian said, "Don't worry, master. You're my only master now. Even if you ask me to kill her, I'll do it. Her kindness to me was just a small favor. She didn't even notice me. But you're different. You're the one who let me transform, let me embark on the path of cultivation, and sheltered me from the wind and rain." As she spoke, Wu Daojian's eyes turned red. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Her original body was heaven and earth grass, and she had experienced many nirvanic rebirths. Before meeting Han Yan, she was a grass floating around the world. She had been stepped on countless times, and the wind and rain had hit her countless times. But after meeting Han Yan, she had not suffered any hardships. Now, she was even more carefree. She had many friends to talk to, and her life was very comfortable. Han Yan smiled and said, "I naturally know your feelings for me, but sometimes there are many things that you can't control. I want to brand the 6 paths mark on your soul. If your previous master wants to take the opportunity to control you, I'll be able to detect it immediately. In addition, after this mark is branded, I'll be able to control your life and death. The reason why Han Yan said this was because he was afraid that Tai Sutian would discover the 6 paths mark and drive a wedge between him and Wu Daojian. In that case, he might as well find an opportunity to take the initiative to admit it and strangle the dangerous possibility in the cradle. Okay. Wu Daojian directly agreed, then got up and sat beside Han Yan. She was very obedient and did not even show the slightest bit of nervousness. She had a cold and beautiful face, but her eyes were full of smiles. She was not guarded against Han Yan at all. Han Yan's heart softened, but his hands were still very obedient. He had to brand it. In the face of absolute power, feelings were very fragile. It wasn't that Han Yan didn't trust Wu Daojian, but he didn't trust Tai Sutian. He had to strengthen the 6 paths mark to prevent any future problems. A few days later, Wu Daojian walked out of the cave and came to Li Yao's side. Li Yao asked curiously, "Why is Sect Master looking for you?" Han Yan rarely took the initiative to call Wu Daojian. Wu Daojian smiled proudly and said, "It's hard to say. Don't listen to indecent things." While speaking, she threw a proud look at Tu Linger not far away. Tu Linger curled her lips, and her eyes were full of jealousy. Unlike others, she didn't want to take Han Yan as her master at first. She wanted another identity, but she didn't get it. Sigh, master is becoming more and more unfathomable. I don't even have a chance to meet him. What should I do? Tu Linger fell into a state of worry. If a handsome man like Han Yan was born, he would definitely attract the love of many peerless women. At that time, who could she compete with? 30 years later. While cultivating, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and continued to curse his enemies. At the same time, he checked his emails. It had been more than 200 years since he broke through to the immortal state. He had yet to break through to the level 2 divine essence, but he was not far away. In fact, he could rely on the heavenly Tao merit to break through, but he didn't want to be controlled by the heavenly Tao. In general, Han Yan's mentality was not bad. He was not anxious. Your good friend Xianxia has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang is cultivating and comprehending the heavenly Tao. His mystical abilities have improved. Your good friend Li Daokong has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine General has obtained a mysterious pill. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been attacked by demons, X122229. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou has joined the dark sect. His providence has transformed. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian has obtained the human emperor's inheritance. Her cultivation level has skyrocketed. Your disciple Long Hao has forcefully stepped into the arch realm. His soul has been punished by the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure helped him. His consciousness floated into the river of destiny and spied on destiny. So many mysterious curses, Han Yan cursed. Currently, 3 people were impersonating him. They were Zhu Tu, Shui Mingyi, and Jing Tiangong. Who knew if there was a 4th one? Han Yan felt that there was, or even more. If this continued, the entire celestial world would be cursed. It was too chaotic. Han Yan noticed that Imo Fuzhou had also joined the dark sect. Why didn't Zhou Fan? Did the Longyang brothers break up again, and Xing Hongxian had obtained the human emperor's inheritance? As expected of his wife. Her providence was indeed different. Han Yan was most concerned about Long Hao. This guy had become an immortal emperor and was spying on destiny. What were he and Hao Tian doing? Han Yan read the emails for a long time before cursing the enemy wholeheartedly. Han Yan was just a bystander of the changes in the immortal world. He could only read the emails to relieve his boredom. There was not much he could do. A month later, Han Yan continued to cultivate. His goal was still the 2nd mysterious divine essence. According to his estimation, he would be able to break through in 100 years at most. His cultivation speed was still very fast. 17 years later. Inside the congenital cave, 3 lines of words popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Detected that you have reached 5,000 years old. Your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the tribulation and fight for Providence. Rise in the chaotic tribulation and shock the heavens. You will receive a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Temporarily do not enter the tribulation and cultivate in a low profile. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Yan cursed in his heart. Ever since the beginning of the tribulation, the rewards were inclined to enter the tribulation. This was leading him into the tribulation. Han Yan did not want to. The tribulation was too dangerous. It was good to cultivate in peace. Han Yan wanted to imitate Daozu. He wanted to reach the peak of his cultivation and suppress the entire tribulation by himself. This is not my era is in the next tribulation, Han Yan thought silently and then chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. He was only one great Tao fragment away from 9. The heavenly Tao spirit stone was used to upgrade Dharma treasures. Han Yan did not hesitate. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Tao spirit stone and began to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. If he did not enter the tribulation, other offensive Dharma treasures would be useless. Therefore, he might as well strengthen the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune could also change the situation of the tribulation. After the heavenly Tao spirit stone fused with the Book of Misfortune, the Book of Misfortune emitted a black light that shone on Han Yan's face. The entire cave abode looked sinister and terrifying like a demon's den. 7 days later. The Book of Misfortune has been upgraded from a godly spirit treasure to a godly supreme treasure. A godly supreme treasure, without deducting lifespan, a godly realm existence still could not resist the curse of the Book of Misfortune. If it absorbed lifespan, the treasure would be more powerful. Han Yan decided to test the waters. Curse Zhu Tu first. Except for Zhu Tu, the other enemies were inconvenient or not so easy to curse to death. First, I offer 100 million years of my lifespan to Zhu Tu, Han Yan thought silently. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. On the other side. In the celestial palace, Zhu Tu was resisting the power of Han Yan's curse. He was shocked to find that the power of the curse was stronger than before. This was a bad sign. After the Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor, would he be targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord? I want to see what you can do to me. Zhu Tu refused to give up and continued to resist the power of the curse. The power of the curse continued to strengthen. About 4 hours later. Zhu Tu's expression changed abruptly as he cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to resist with all his might. The next day. He took out a transcendent artifact that he had prepared beforehand. It was a red lotus. He held the red lotus in front of his abdomen, and a steady stream of red qi entered his body. Even so, his face turned pale. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan's eyes were bloodshot. His lifespan had dropped by 8 billion years, it would stop at 10 billion years. He stared intently at his stats panel, afraid that his lifespan would drop by a few more years. 2 hours later. He suddenly put down the Book of Misfortune. He had just squandered 10 billion years of his lifespan. He let out a long sigh and muttered, "Awesome." The Book of Misfortune had leveled up. He refused to believe that Zhu Tu had not been affected by the curse. On the other side. Zhu Tu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He raised his right hand and tapped a few acupuncture points on his body, trying to control the rampaging magic power. Damn it. How can his curse be so strong? Is his cultivation higher than mine, or is he using some special method? Zhu Tu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Long-term curses would backfire on the caster. His usual curses would not last more than a day, unlike the Dark Forbidden Lord's, which lasted for nearly 10 days. If he had been fighting during this period, how bad would it have been? This was the first time Zhu Tu was afraid of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Previously, it was just fear. No, I have to find him. Recently, the Dark Sect has sought refuge in heaven. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord came from heaven? The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. the Tao sect and the dark sect supported heaven. There was obviously a mysterious force behind all this, trying to push heaven onto the altar. Perhaps the dark forbidden lord would not be able to sit still after defeating heaven. As long as the dark forbidden lord appeared, Zhu Tu would have a way to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhu Tu's eyes turned cold. 20 years later, Han Yan stopped cultivating and began to complete the curse mission that occurred once every 10 years. He cursed as he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious almighty. Your good friend Huang Jihao received the inheritance of a powerful almighty. His sword Dao has transformed, and he is now half-step to the emperor realm. Your disciple Long Hao comprehended the great Dao of destiny. His cultivation has skyrocketed. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by an immortal from heaven, X280. Your good friend Huang Zuantian received guidance from a saint. He learned a divine power. His cultivation has skyrocketed, and his providence has skyrocketed. Your good friend Zhou Fan joined the dark sect. His providence has transformed. There were no mysterious curses in the past 10 years. It seemed that Shui Mingyi and Zhu Tu had stopped. However, Han Yan noticed that the celestial ruler was attacked by an immortal. He always felt that there were many traitors in heaven. Even the celestial ruler's most trusted Di Tai Beak was disguised by immortal Emperor Samsara. The other immortals could not all be loyal. Han Yan was not worried. The celestial ruler would definitely have a way to deal with it. Anyone who could sit on the celestial ruler's throne would not be mediocre. In addition, Huang Zuantian attracted Han Yan's attention. This guy hooked up with a saint. Han Yan felt that he had to be careful when he saw Huang Zuantian in the future. What if the saint erased the 6 paths marked deep in Huang Zuantian's soul and turned him into a puppet to plot against him? It was very possible. Saints could not enter the secular world. They could only manipulate chess pieces. Just like the one in Empress Hua's palace. Just as Han Yan was thinking, a powerful aura descended and enveloped the entire 9 hells purgatory. Then, a domineering roar sounded. All living beings of the heavenly Tao, listen up. The celestial palace is a puppet supported by the demon. After gaining power in the calamity, it wants to slaughter all living beings. Anyone who kills a celestial palace disciple will be rewarded according to merit. Bring the token of a celestial palace disciple to the heavenly Tao to receive your reward. You can become an immortal and enjoy heavenly merit. Those who kill Zhu Tu will be crowned as the great emperor of heaven. It was the celestial ruler's voice. Han Yan was surprised. What was going on? He did not see that the celestial ruler was seriously injured, so it was not good to contact the celestial ruler directly. What if the celestial ruler was fighting? Han Yan could not help but sigh. How many sins had the demon committed? The world's biggest teapot had been placed on the demon. He knew that Dao Zhu Tu was not a demon, but a former deputy leader of the Jiejiao. However, there were many traitors in the Jiejiao. Now, Zhu Tu and the Jiejiao might not be of one mind. They might even be mortal enemies. The celestial ruler's words caused everyone in the Yin sect to discuss what had happened between the celestial palace and heaven. Hey, you devil, said in amazement, the celestial ruler is really ruthless. He labeled the celestial palace as a demon. Now it will be difficult for the celestial palace to win over other forces. After all, the Buddhist sect had such a scandal not long ago. In the long years, the demon played the role of evil. Many conspirators even threw all their sins on the demon. It was as if all the evil could be done by the demon. Duan Hongchen shook his head and said with a smile, not necessarily. The calamity is coming. Who cares about the demon? With all due respect, the attraction of heaven is only limited to mortals. In the celestial world, as long as one has a good foundation, there are not many who would like to go to heaven. Morongqi snorted, no matter what, heaven is more attractive than the celestial palace. The celestial palace's reputation is gone. He came from the celestial palace, but he hated the celestial palace. Don't talk nonsense. Master supports heaven. Heiyuji reminded. Everyone could not help but look at the innate cave. Tu Linger asked curiously, say, if Master leads the Yin sect to help heaven, will heaven win the calamity? King Kongnu laughed and said, "Of course. You are all heaven's favorites. Master is stronger than the celestial ruler. With such a force joining, who can stop it?" Morongchi laughed and said, "Yes, but Grandmaster wants us to cultivate well. This calamity is not suitable for us. When the next calamity comes, we will all be celestial emperors and immortals. Maybe the Daluo will be born. At that time, won't we conquer the world?" After being together for so long, they knew each other's talents very well. They were all heaven's favorites. Chu Shuren's eyes lit up. When he heard Morongchi's words, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the innate cave with awe. "Don't forget the senior called Lubu," Sun Chang'an suddenly said. Everyone couldn't help but look at the seaside of Hidden Sect Island. They were all terrified. They had all challenged Zhu Tu in the simulation trial, including King Kong Raf. All of them had been insta-killed. Jiang Yi meditated under the tree and listened to their conversation. He thought to himself, the Yin sect does have potential. Sima Yi will not hide forever. Otherwise, he would not have established the Yin sect. Following him might have more potential than following the Jinwu. Perhaps, in the future, the Jinwu would have to rely on him to seek protection from the Yin sect. The more Jiang Yi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. People like Han Yan were too scary. His talent was unparalleled, and he had been hiding his strength all this time. Han Yan was in the midst of cultivation, so he did not pay much attention to the secret order's discussion. In the long and boring years, he had to gossip a little, otherwise it would be too boring. In the blink of an eye. 30 years passed. Han Yan finally had a chance to break through. He was very excited. After almost 300 years, he was finally going to break through. He almost suffocated to death. Han Yan did not even curse his enemies and directly began to break through. The surging negative karma around the Yin sect island began to surge like a silent storm. It was majestic and exuded a sense of oppression. The breakthrough of the immortal state was to enhance the essence of the divine essence and allow the essence of the dharmic powers to break through the limits. When the dharmic powers and divine essence reached the perfect state, that would be the opportunity to attain the Daluo realm. Han Yan had the stellar primordial body and the primordial reincarnation Tao. He only needed to continuously absorb negative karma and did not need to go out to find a dharmic art. The primordial reincarnation Tao was a dharmic art that Han Yan had exchanged for with 9 dharmic shards. Such a dharmic art might not be found in the entire immortal world. The negative karma of the 9 hells purgatory was inexhaustible and was enough for Han Yan to cultivate for countless years. Time continued to pass. 8 years later. Han Yan finally broke through. His divine essence and dharmic powers had transformed. 2 mysterious divine essence. Han Yan became stronger again. This feeling was so wonderful that he could not help but let out an indescribable sound. He consolidated his cultivation while checking his stats panel. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 505810999, 99999, 9999, 9999, race, primordial fiend celestial, cultivation, 2 mysterious divine essence, cultivation technique, primordial reincarnation Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. Han Yan almost cursed, as expected of a breakthrough in the immortal state. The increase in lifespan far exceeded that of the arch state. The lifespan number was so long that Han Yan did not know how to calculate it. The lifespan that had been deducted before was refreshed with the breakthrough. Perhaps it was not refreshed, but 9 represented the limit. What was this? 1 billion. 1 billion years suddenly became insignificant. He could play bigger next. A bold idea came to Han Yan's mind. He now had a lifespan of nearly 1 billion years. It was heartless. After spending 2 years, Han Yan consolidated his cultivation. He took out the Book of Misfortune, took a deep breath, and started cursing. This time, he directly cursed the Divine Palace. He wanted to curse the providence of the Divine Palace. First, he cursed the providence of the Divine Palace for 10 billion years. Then, he used 50 billion years to play with Zhu Tu. Han Yan did not believe that he could not destroy the Divine Palace. By taking revenge on the Divine Palace, not only could he solve the problems of the celestial ruler, but he could also avenge his grand disciple, Morongchi. He felt at ease and did not have the slightest burden. 1 billion years minus 60 billion years. How many years was left, Han Yan was too lazy to calculate, but he knew that it was still a number that was equivalent to longevity. 5 days later. Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease, and the divine palace began to suffer. After breaking through, his lifespan decreased even faster. The main reason was that his curse power was also becoming stronger, so it was naturally consumed faster. 2 days later, his lifespan dropped by 6 billion years. He was still continuing. The divine palace. Zhu Tu sat in the hall, circulating his energy to resist the curse power. Report, God Emperor Chen Nu is cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report, all disciples of the Golden Frost Palace are cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report, a disciple who just entered could not withstand the curse and was destroyed in body and soul. Report, the voices of the divine palace cultivators came from outside the hall. Hundreds of people were already kneeling in front of the hall, representing the various branches of the divine palace. Zhu Tu's face was gloomy and he did not reply. He could not reply. The Dark Forbidden Lord was too crazy, he actually cursed the entire divine palace, he definitely came from heaven, definitely. Zhu Tu was furious. He took out his book of curses and began to curse the entire heaven. Soon, he sadly discovered that heaven was protected by the providence of the heaven Tao. He could not curse it at all. He was unwilling to give up and decided to consume his lifespan to curse it. The heavenly Tao should not be able to stop him if he used his life to fight against the heavenly Tao, but if he wanted to curse the entire heaven, how much lifespan would he have to consume? Daluo's lifespan was almost endless. He would not die or perish, but once he consumed too much of his lifespan, it would endanger his body and even his soul, causing even more tragic injuries. On the other side, after Han Yan saw that he had lost 10 billion years of lifespan, he immediately stopped and adjusted his aura. Because of your curse, the divine palace's providence has decreased. Thousands of immortal realm disciples have died. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. His providence had finally decreased. As for those cannon fodder, Han Yan could only silently pray that they would not enter the divine palace in their next lives. Following the divine palace would not end well. After resting for half a day, Han Yan began to curse Zhu Tuesday. 5 days later. Han Yan's lifespan decreased again at an exaggerated rate, but he didn't care. It was better to get rid of Zhu Tu as soon as possible, lest he caused more trouble later. Zhu Tu was no longer the biggest winner of the immeasurable calamity. He was at most a troublemaker now, and his death wouldn't affect the overall situation. On the other side, Zhu Tu was cursed by Han Yan. As the power of the curse grew stronger, he had to put down his book of curses to resist Han Yan's curse. Damn it, my book of curses is still too weak. It can't even affect the celestial ruler, let alone the Dark Forbidden Lord. Zhu Tu was secretly distressed. He was puzzled. Where did the Dark Forbidden Lord's book of curses come from? There were too many Dark Forbidden Lords cursing their enemies in the immortal realm, causing the atmosphere of the immortal realm to change. In the past, it was all about scheming and fighting. Now, it was about hiding in the dark and cursing with all its might. Zhu Tu was vexed as he resisted the power of the curse. Several days later. The curse from the Dark Forbidden Lord hadn't stopped yet. Zhu Tu panicked. This time, the curse was even more powerful than before. Was the Dark Forbidden Lord determined to kill him? It must have something to do with the celestial ruler. Damn that celestial ruler, Zhu Tu was puzzled. Who was behind the celestial ruler? Could it be a saint? Zhu Tu's pupils dilated. A saint, even the saint of Empress Wa's palace had helped him. It wasn't impossible for other saints to appear. The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more panicked he became. At this time, his magic power began to riot, wildly wreaking havoc on his body, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. However, the torture continued. Half a day later. Zhu Tu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood essence. His eyes began to bleed. His physical injuries weren't too bad, as long as his soul wasn't damaged. Zhu Tu racked his brains to think of a solution. Judging from the Dark Forbidden Lord's actions, he would definitely curse for a while. He couldn't just sit and wait. Zhu Tu suddenly had an idea. He suddenly shouted, "Celestial ruler, you are cruel and heartless. You cursed hundreds of millions of disciples of the Celestial Palace and slandered us as demons. I just wanted to trick the dark forbidden lord out, but you can't hide it anymore. After the Tendo Buddha and the Goblin Emperor, I have also been cursed by the celestial ruler and am about to die. Everyone, listen up. The celestial ruler is definitely not a good person for using such methods to fight for great fortune. If the heavens really unify all the worlds, a dark age will come. Zhu separated a wisp of his soul and disappeared into the darkness. He then self-destructed, destroying his body and soul. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan's lifespan had already dropped by more than 30 billion years. His consciousness was dizzy and he was extremely dizzy. Just as he was about to collapse, he heard Zhu voice. He immediately stopped cursing and let out a long sigh. Damn, it seems that it's impossible to spend 100 billion years of my lifespan. Han Yan thought silently. When his lifespan dropped by more than 15 billion years, he began to fall head over heels in love with it and felt extremely uncomfortable. The road to spending lifespan was not so easy. Han Yan cursed in his heart. At this moment, golden rain fell in the 9 hells purgatory. The rainwater fell into the darkness and was swallowed by the negative karma. The people of the Yin sect exclaimed. Zhu is also dead? Another Daluo has fallen. The calamities are really getting more and more terrifying. The celestial ruler is the dark forbidden lord? Who dares to fight with the heavens now? Fortunately, we hid. Otherwise, we would have suffered too. Xianxia, the Jinwu didn't go against the heavens, right? Everyone was chatting and laughing. Xianxi's expression was extremely ugly. He had indeed heard from his elders that they wanted to go against the heavens. I hope they are smart, damn, so the dark forbidden lord is the celestial ruler. No wonder. Xianxia trembled with fear. Every time he saw the celestial ruler, he felt like he was being seen through. It was extremely strange. While they were still exclaiming, Han Yan felt inexplicably uneasy. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. It was mainly because Zhu's words were not right. He did not have the hatred of the Goblin Emperor and the Tendo Buddha before they died. He was just angry. Could it be that he was faking his death, but the heavenly Tao avatar outside was real? Han Yan secretly cursed himself for being crazy. Why did he have to guess? I want to know if the Daozu is dead. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, leave a trace of remnant soul. Han Yan frowned. No wonder he was the most powerful person in the calamity. He could not die even with such a curse. Oh no, this was a golden cicada shedding its shell. This time, the heavens and the celestial ruler were in trouble. 3 of the leaders of the 4 overlords had been cursed to death by the celestial ruler. How could this be? If Han Yan was in another faction, he would definitely make the celestial ruler their #1 target. If the heavens did not fall, how could they fight for Providence? Han Yan was distressed. Would this be a trap for the celestial ruler? No, he was helping the celestial ruler, but Zhu was a cunning old fox. He could not deal with him, so he took advantage of the situation to frame him. This was outrageous. Han Yan was furious. However, he had to rest. He was still dizzy. An immortal state mighty figure was dizzy. It would be a joke if word got out. It could only mean that the curse was too expensive. If not for the Book of Misfortune, Han Yan would not have dared to curse so easily. Book of Misfortune, immortal state treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to them. At the same time, it will not be detected by the other party. Han Yan had perfectly exploited the undetectable feature of the book and made it famous. A month later, Han Yan had recovered. He took out the heavenly Tao token and asked about the celestial ruler's recent situation. The celestial ruler smiled. What are you afraid of? This is even better. I want everyone to fear me. I want to end the calamity. Only by unifying the heavens can we bring peace to the heavens. Han Yan was speechless. He had been worried for a long time, but the celestial ruler was actually very proud. Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. There might be other powerful enemies hidden in the celestial world, such as Hao Tian and immortal Emperor Samsara, who is pretending to be by your side. Han Yan had to remind him. As the ruler of heaven, the celestial ruler had always been in the open. It was easy for him to be plotted against. The celestial ruler said, I know. Actually, I didn't want to unify the celestial world at first. Now that the general trend is irresistible, I can no longer retreat. I have to face the difficulties. The entire heaven is waiting for me to unify the celestial world. I can't stop. These words were said very calmly. Han Yen could not hear his uneasiness or hesitation. He only heard determination. Knowing that there were tigers on the mountain, he still went to the tiger's den. Han Yen sighed inwardly. He wanted to save heaven, but he caused heaven to sink deeper and deeper. Was this the calamity? Was this fate? Han Yen fell silent. Could it be that he had already entered the calamity? Thinking about it carefully, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Forget it. As long as I have a clear conscience and do my best, it's fine. If there's really no other way, then I can only protect myself. Han Yen thought so, and his eyes became determined. Since the celestial ruler could not retreat, then he might as well help the celestial ruler win. The celestial ruler's voice sounded again. Recently, the Ren school sent a batch of divine elixirs. Among them, there are Tao elixirs that can help the immortal state to cultivate. Do you want them? I'll give you 10. Han Yen said, forget it. Save them for the immortals in heaven. I can't help you if you use them on me. It's a waste. The celestial ruler said indifferently, it's okay. You're one of my people, but they might not be. End of chapter 369. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.